Hello, everyone. Rich, BDM, Randy Buehler, the unholy trinity with an unholy hunger for this Pro Tour. Guys, so exciting. Magic Origins is here. Randy, just give me right off the top one thing you're super excited about this weekend.
Player of the Year. Player of the Year race is insane. I can't remember a year where there were this many players, this closely clustered. There's just, yeah, it's been a great race up to this point, and the finish, it's going to come down to the end, and it's going to be awesome.
So talking to the super teams, like multiple super teams have multiple players who could be Player of the Year on their team. They're like, well, if he does this and he does this, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, permutations are the order of the day for sure. Now, Brian David Marshall, you're the historian. What's the one thing you're most looking forward to this weekend?
3 words: Hall of Fame. We're going to announce this year's Hall of Fame class at lunchtime today.
Right.
I'm really excited. The newest members of this elite group of Magic players. Randy, you're a member of this elite class.
I'm listening for code because I don't know who's in. You said members, plural? Was that a slip?
1 to 5.
1 to 12.
Mathematically,
Could
it
be 12.
Right, yeah.
I'm not saying it's. I'll give you this clue.
It's not.
It's not 12.
Okay, so we have Hall of Fame, we have Player of the Year, but we have so many races to bring you. We have Rookie of the Year, we have all the World Magic Cup races, we have 17 remaining slots. At the World
Do you not tell us what you're excited about?
Numbers. We've got statistics everywhere. It's so good. We're going to have a fantastic time, but we know that a lot of you are new to coverage, and you are all very welcome. Thanks for taking time out of your very busy Friday, wherever you are around the world. Let's settle you in with some of the key information that's coming this weekend. So BDM, let's start. Let's walk people through it. What is the schedule for this weekend, and what kind of Magic are we going to be seeing?
Well, we're going to open up with Booster Draft. We're going to have a ridiculous table of Magic players, sitting around 8 of them, and we are going to draft Magic Origins in a Booster Draft format, three rounds. We're going to watch 2 of those drafters first. We're going to show you every pick they make. All 8 of those players will also be entered into a draft viewer, so you're going to be able to watch them later.
Great.
They're going to play 3 rounds of draft, and then it's time for Magic Origins Standard.
Okay, so this therefore 265 cards coming out, new standard with Magic Origins. How many are going to make an impact? We'll see. You need 4 and 4, BDM, right? To come back on Saturday. So let's take a look. What does the Saturday schedule have in store?
Well, you know what? We do basically the same thing on Saturday. Everyone who's 4 and 4 or better gets seated in pods, and we do the same thing. We start with 3 rounds of Magic Origins Draft, and then we go into 5 rounds of Standard, which will determine our top 8.
Right, and it will also determine a lot of the races, because 10, 11, and 12 wins are going to be critical for literally hundreds of players this weekend for their various races. So Saturday afternoon is calculator time and huge tension and excitement. Then we get to Sunday into the top 8. What happens then?
So then it's Standard. We're going to have single elimination, top 8, and we're going to be playing best of 3 matches. We're going to show you as many of the matches as possible.
Yeah, all in a row.
All in.
Yeah. And it's going to be finals best of 5.
Right, okay. So Randy, what's the scoring system?
Yeah, it's pretty simple. Most Magic tournaments work the same way. A win is worth 3 points. If you get a draw, it's only worth 1 point. So it kind of sets up the incentive where both players kind of want to win and have the match actually finish, which is great. And then it's Swiss pairings, which basically means every round the computer is going to try its best to pair people against each other who have exactly the same record. So if you're losing, you get people who are also losing. If you're winning, you get people who are also winning. The top players are going to be colliding late in the tournament, and you can't be paired against the same player twice in the same format. So you could play the same player in draft, other draft, and Standard, but you won't get them twice in Standard.
In countries around the world where soccer is a big deal, a draw is an honourable result a lot of the time.
Sure.
In North America, you're brought up in the sports world where a draw is like, what is a draw? How did that happen? Was there a lightning strike or something? Give us a sense of, are draws good or bad for the most part in Magic?
For the most part, they're bad.
Okay.
You're only getting 1 point. I mean, if you think about it, points leave the system. If somebody wins, that's 3 points. If there's a draw with 1 point apiece, this 3rd point has evaporated, and so the 2 of us are collectively worse off. Now, it's better than a loss, but especially the way the tournament is set up, where different records get you different numbers of pro points and get toward that top 8. Like, one draw is not a catastrophe, but it's not as good as a win. And the second draw starts to become particularly bad because those 2 points, you're sort of even worse than if you'd gone 1-1.
Sure. BDM, let's go into the prizes. Of course, a lot of the races have attached to them airfares to places, qualifications for tournaments, platinum status, all that kind of good stuff. But this tournament itself is worth $250,000. So let's talk about that.
Absolutely. You're talking at the top, $40,000. But it's not just $40,000 at the top, because there's also automatic granting of platinum status. There's those 30 pro points. There's an invitation to the World Championship. The winning a Pro Tour is the biggest deal. I mean, that it locks you up for so much, because it means you're going to be playing all next year. It means you're going to be playing at the World Championship. You're going to have $40,000 in your pocket. $20,000 for second, $12,500 for third, fourth. Go all the way down to $1,000 for 75th place.
Okay, and finally, Randy, how do you qualify for this thing? How do people get to be here with us?
A number of different ways. Kind of the gravy train, the easiest way to keep coming back is that once you get to the Pro Tour, if you do well, you get to keep coming back. That's that Pro Tour Players Club member. You show up to your first Pro Tour, though, all you got to do is get 33 match points. If you can go 11-5, which will put you somewhere in the top like 30 or 40 players, you get to come back to the next one. The trick really is to get to that first Pro Tour, and that's where those first 2 bullets kick in. You can get there through a Grand Prix, make the top 8 at a Grand Prix, or 13-2 miss on tiebreakers. That's also good enough to get you a Pro Tour invite. And then the regional Pro Tour qualifier system is probably the most common way for people to spike their first Pro Tour.
And this is the first batch of regional Pro Tour qualifier winners playing at a Pro Tour.
True.
So
Yeah.
exciting to see that. I saw Travis Padilla, Mike Flores, a number of
Right.
other players out on the floor.
Yeah, and there are a lot of people who are very excited to be in what is their first event. And the last event of the season, it's kind of unforgiving because all the Silvers who haven't used their invites are here. All the Hall of Famers who want to see if they can get up the next level for next season are here. We've seen Bram Snetvangers, Guillaume Wafatapa is here.
Ben Rubin.
We didn't expect that necessarily. So now you've
Nikolai
got 2
Herzog.
Rubins to root for. Ben and Steve, who is going to be platinum. Steve Rubin, someone who has been a huge story this year. In fact, why don't we take a look at the current standings in the Player of the Year race. Now, I don't want to overface you here, but as it happens, 51 people could be Player of the Year this year by Sunday night. The good news is the 18 players that you have on your screen right now are the 18 who might be able to do that without the superhuman effort of making the top 8. The other 33, they have to get to at least Sunday, and then all sorts of things have to happen. But right now, Eric Froelich leads. And I can tell you that we are ready to start that Player of the Year race. The final 3 days of the season are upon us, and we have a feature table of Bram Snetvangers, Pro Tour current Player of the Year, Jeremy Dezani, Yuki Ichikawa of Japan, another Japanese player who went 11-5 at his last 2 PTs, Kazuyuki Takemura, Mancini Matteo, the RPTQer in our feature table, Hall of Famer William Jensen. These guys will tell you all about his draft in a little bit. There's Mark Jacobson in his 3rd Pro Tour. But we are going to begin our coverage live with every pick of the 2-time Player of the Year, Yuya Watanabe. Let's get down to the booth, Ian Duke, and first, Marshall Sutcliffe.
Thank you, Rich. Welcome to the booth here in Vancouver. I've got Ian Duke with me. You are my partner in crime for
That's
this
right.
whole entire weekend.
Great to be here.
And we're super excited to watch some Magic Origins draft. The pros are going to get this set in their hands for kind of the second time. We had a GP last weekend, so they might be a little more fleshed out coming in. Let's take a look at the draft table that we're going to watch here to kick things off. It is a stacked table, Ian. You can see we've got Bram Snetvangers and William Jensen as our 2 Hall of Famers there. Yuya Watanabe, future Hall of Famer. I'm just going to call that one.
Yep.
And then we've also got Yuki Ichikawa, a real up-and-comer from Japan as well. You can see Mark Jacobson, Mancini Matteo, Kazuyuki Takemura, and there's also Jeremy Dezani, reigning Player of the Year.
Coming off a great previous year.
So this is one of those, stacked kind of tables of death that we get occasionally at the Pro Tour, when they sit down for their first draft. And, of course, this will also be the first round of action here from the PT. So why don't we send it down to the feature match area for our first draft here from Vancouver. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Magic Origins. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Ian Duke, and we are ready for the first draft. Now, these are always so important, Ian. The players have just sat down, the nerves, right? They're anxious to get playing, and the first action, the first Magic action that they get to take at the PT is this. Open up a pack and draft. We're going to watch Yuya Watanabe as he shuffles through his first pack of Origins, and what has he found here, Ian? Looks like he's got a few things here. I see a lightning javelin back there in the pack, though. It looks like he's got it kind of in the back. He's got Enthralling Victor pulled to the front here, which is a powerful aggressive card.
It's also a card you can build around a little bit if you have ways to sacrifice things in your deck. So it's actually a great card to first pick because not only is it powerful, but you can also guide the way that your draft plays out.
Yeah, that guy's ready to rumble, no doubt about it. And Yuya Watanabe is showing us what he wants to do in this format. Beat down seems to be the answer. All right, here's his second pick for Yuya. He's currently ranked 4th in the world on our top 25 pro rankings. And he's got Nantuko Husk,
yeah, so that's one of the cards.
Alpha. Go ahead.
Nantuko Husk is one of the cards that I was talking about that combos really nicely with Enthralling Victor. You can grab one of their creatures and then sacrifice it to the Husk before giving it back.
Now, the Somberwald Alpha is a card that performed very well last weekend at Grand Prix Dallas-Fort Worth, which was also a limited GP in this format. And I know it was a card that really stood out to a lot of people. Looks like Yuya's going to go for it, though.
Yep.
Synergy acquired.
Yep, definitely going for the synergy pick over the sort of stronger in the abstract Somberwald Alpha.
All right, another Enthralling Victor here for
Wow,
Yuya.
perfect pickup. This is a great start to the Black-Red Sacrifice deck.
All right, so talk to us about how this works. You mentioned that Enthralling Victor can steal a creature and then Nantuko Husk can feed on it to grow. Are there any other synergies that Yuya is going to be looking out for?
Yeah,
or cards?
There's definitely cards like Active Treason. Basically, any way you can temporarily steal your opponent's creature, and then you can combine that with a card like Blazing Hellhound or Nantuko Husk to sacrifice it before giving it back.
That is one of the interesting things that happens in this format as well. You know, there's a cycle. There's 10 different uncommons, one for each color pair. And if you happen to be the only person in that color pair, here's a fairly late Eyeblight Massacre. Yuya passed one in the first pack, a very strong card. Pretty good against him, at least from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's not at its best in his, well, I should say deck, but he only has 3 picks so far. But it doesn't work at its best with the cards that he has so far. Nantuko Husk is going to want him to get lots of little creatures to sacrifice to it. So he doesn't want to sweep away his own creatures. That said, it is just a really powerful card in general. And whether or not he ends up playing it, it's just an awesome option to have early in the draft and a really powerful card.
So I was talking about these uncommons. You know, if one of them gets open and nobody else is in your specific 2-color pair, you will usually get it. And that Blazing Hellhound is a nice one if somebody opens one up.
Right. And I find Black-Red to be one of the sort of underdrafted color combinations that it really only supports one player at the table because you need such high synergy with these like Active Treason type cards.
Now, I see that Yuya's got a Dragon Fodder pulled to the front. This could work with an Nantuko Husk, right? Gobble,
yeah,
gobble.
absolutely. Works great with the Husk as fodder for it. Also just a strong card in general.
Jeez, another Enthralling Victor.
Wow, that's
what is going on?
Improbable, but excellent. He's got to be really, really pleased about this. This is one of the best starts to this archetype I have ever seen. So for those of you at home who are taking notes, this is the way you want your draft to play out when you're drafting this deck.
He's got 3 of them.
That's
they never
amazing.
play around the third one, Ian.
I certainly wouldn't.
No. Weird.
So he's really looking to pick up more sacrifice outlets at this point. Another Nantuko Husk would just be absolutely incredible for him.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to get a Titan Strength out of this pack. He is looking, though, at Infernal Scarring. I'd be
Yeah.
surprised if he took it over the Titan Strength, though.
Yeah, I usually go with the Titan Strength here. Neither card is like excellent with what he has so far. Oh, he did take the Scarring. Interesting.
He must really like it.
Yep.
It's not a bad card. Creature gets +2/+0, and when it dies, you draw a card.
Yeah, it's certainly less all in than the Titan Strength if he decides he's not going to be super aggressive.
Yeah. He's deciding now between Zendikar Incarnate and Chandra's Fury.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, Marshall. Chandra's Fury is a card that I like more in this format than I have liked it in previous formats. But he does decide to go with the Zendikar Incarnate there.
You surprised by that? That's a dip into green here potentially for Yuya?
No, I'm not surprised. It's enough more powerful than the Chandra's Fury that just taking it on speculation I think is totally appropriate here.
You know, that's the other interesting thing about the previous pick. There's a Knight of the Forward Order, a Cleric of the Forward Order, excuse me, for Yuya. You know, taking the black spell over the red spell in any given instance here is kind of interesting because he doesn't have that many black spells.
Yeah, he hasn't seen much great black, I
No.
think. And it seems like both black and, to an extent, red are drying up a little bit for him here. Although the 3
Yeah.
Enthralling Victors is a pretty good sign that he's not directly competing for red with his closest 2 or so neighbors.
And there's a Chandra's
There's a Chandra's Fury. As I was saying earlier, that's a card I like to have one copy of, either in my main or my sideboard, just to pick off Thopters and 1 toughness creatures.
And this is about where you'd want to pick that up, right?
Yes, absolutely.
He's got a choice between Alchemist Vial and Infectious Bloodlust, and he's going to take the Infectious Bloodlust. First one, well, you got to get it out of the way. Oh, he's got an Infernal Scarring, almost last pick here. Poor Bellows Lizard. Doesn't make the team often.
Yeah. I actually wonder a little bit about that first Infernal Scarring pick, whether he was actually excited to get that card or just sort of staking his claim on black and making sure nothing floated through, or if it was just a weak pack and that was all that he might play in there.
Okay. Yeah, so this first pack has been kind of interesting, right? Like he's clearly trying to be the deck that you were describing at the beginning and has a few of the really good pieces for it, including 3 copies of the uncommon Enthralling Victor, which is just kind of insane.
Yeah.
And the card's pretty solid, too. Like, it's a good card in general, but having 3 of them is just weird. You just don't see that often.
Yeah, it's an interesting start to a draft. And what's great about Enthralling Victor is it's just plain a good card, even though it has a lot of synergy upgrades available to it. You can just play Enthralling Victor in a plain old aggressive deck, and it's just quite strong. So we'll see if black dries up for Yuya here and he doesn't find another Nantuko Husk or something along those lines. It's possible he shifts into another color and just is a red-based aggro deck.
Okay, so one thing that is happening at our table here, remember the new cycle of Planeswalkers are double face cards. And when you draft at a high level event, or really any draft, you must reveal when you have one of those in your cards when I have one of those cards to the table so that everybody has the equal chance to see what you got. And Bram Snapfangers at our table just revealed a Chandra.
Wow.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that floats around a little bit or if Bram just snaps it up.
In the meantime, speaking of snapping things up, it looks like Yuya might be going for kind of a double synergy deck. He's got a Blightcaster pulled to the front, and with the 2 Infernal Scarrings, now we can kind of see where he might be going with this.
That's really interesting.
Now,
he
the
also
others-
has the Infectious Bloodlust. as
And
well.
he has that too, yeah. Now, the downside, or maybe the thing that Yuya is trying to decide here is he's also open to Topin Freeblade, which is one of the best commons in the whole set.
Yeah.
It is in a color that he has not yet touched, and it looks like he cannot resist the pull.
Well, he does have 1 Cleric of the Forward Order.
Oh,
which
you're
is
all
a
right.
solid 2-drop.
Good point.
So it looks like he's keeping his options open to shift into what we were talking about earlier and just being like a red-white aggressive deck. But he's hardly committed to that yet.
Okay. And it looks like he's going to take a red card. There is an Act of Treason. He doesn't want it, though. He's looking between Subterranean Scout and Fiery Conclusion.
Fiery Conclusion. That's an excellent pickup for him here.
Yeah, he can steal their guy, right?
That's right. So Fiery Conclusion lets you sacrifice a creature to deal 5 damage to a creature.
And so if he gets up to the 6 mana slot, he can play Enthralling Victor, yoink something, throw it at something
Yep.
else. That's pretty good. Update on the Chandra. Bram took it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Now, that's interesting, too, because, you know, depending on where Bram is relative to Yuya, he may have noticed that, too. Which is 2 seats to Yuya's left-hand side.
Aha.
And Bram's in red.
So probably by the middle of this pack, you is going to start to see red drying up a little bit.
Yeah, he's going to have to get the red while the getting's good here. And this is an interesting one here. He's got an Akroan Sergeant pulled to the front. And there's a few other cards in this pack. There's a Suppression Bonds that he has touched white in. You know, he's already touched white, and that's a very good card. But yeah, I think he really wants to solidify himself in red while he still can, and
Right.
he can pick that second color.
So interestingly, him picking up the Sergeant here indicates that he's still really interested in being black rather than white. Because I think most would agree that Suppression Bonds is a stronger card overall. than
That's
Akroan
right.
Sergeant.
All right, he's picked up a Cruel Revival here, and this is the first removal spell that he's gotten?
Yeah, unless you count Enthralling Victor plus Sacrifice Outlets as removal, which
Kind of. Yeah, sure. But the first one that just says, I want to kill that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Cruel Revival, a spectacular card.
Yes, it's excellent. Yeah, so a fantastic pick here for him with Cruel Revival.
Yeah, and notably, Nantuko Husk is a zombie. So he has 1 zombie to
Whoa.
remove from his graveyard so far.
See, that had just jumped right out of his hand.
Yeah. Oh, and speaking of Nantuko Husk, here's the second one that he really, really wanted to see. So now I think we're going to see him commit fully to black between the Cruel Revival, which is just, you know, super awesome removal spell, and the second Husk to complete his synergy package. His deck's really shaping up nicely.
All right,
now.
here's a question. Do you think he'll get that Blightcaster back? That was his pack 2, pick 1. So it has the most chance to wheel, as we say, come back around the table to him out of any pack that he could have.
I think it's unlikely. I happen to think Blightcaster is a very, very strong card.
Ah.
However, there is the chance that you do need a lot of synergy to go with it, though.
Got
So.
another Topin Freeblade.
Uh-huh.
I think I'm with you. I think the ship has sailed on white here, but that stings. You
It
know,
does.
That's a very good card. I mean, that's a first pickable card. And he's staring at it in middle pack 2 here. He's going to take it. There's
Yeah.
really nothing else anyway for him in that pack.
That's right. It's almost, you know, it's his best hate draft there, essentially, and also has the possibility that he might
There's
end up
another
in white.
enthralling.
Wow, I've never seen this before.
This is just crazy.
Is that an Embermaw Hellion as well?
There's a
This is-
Skyraker Giant behind it.
Yeah.
I couldn't see the Hellion. I don't see a Hellion.
Oh,
no.
okay. No, I must have mistaken.
Yeah, but there is a Skyraker Giant, which is solid, but he's in.
Yeah, the Victor's great. This deck's shaping up. I think one more Nantuko Husk, maybe? Is that too much to ask? Or
No, it's a common, right? You
Yeah.
can pick it up. It's also not a common that people scramble for. Like,
Right.
it'll be around.
so
He is going to scramble for it, though. All right, now this is an interesting question here.
Is that a Rogue's Passage?
Yeah, there's also
That-
a Way to the Underworld and an Infectious Bloodlust number 2.
Yeah, I actually really like Rogue's Passage here. And
'Cause
it's
you
a
can
shame
just
he doesn't go for it
make
because
a
with
huge guy.
Nantuko Husk,
Yeah.
you can just, you know, kill your opponent in one shot from 10 life or whatever.
I like that, too.
It does make your mana worse, though, so I can see why you didn't go with it. But
True. All right, there's an Infinite Obliteration and even Battle Priest, so not really much here. This pack is pretty light for Yuya.
looked like he cut off the Battle Priest there.
Yeah.
Sort of the only maybe playable card.
Yeah. Active Treason came back, though,
Great.
so that's nice.
He may actually end up with too many Active Treason type effects here. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because the Active Treason can take anything.
Right.
Enthralling Victor can only take their small things.
Right.
You know, he is going to run into that at some point here. Jeez, Enshrouding Mist is still in the pack with 3 cards left, Ian.
Wow.
I have that as one of the best combat tricks in the whole set. Pile driver for Yuya. Maybe sideboard it? I don't know.
Maybe if he picks up some more Dragon Fodders or something like that, it's possible.
Would you just bring it in against a blue deck?
I'd have
blue
to have
X?
some number of other goblins, I think.
Okay. You don't want to just block their
Yeah, I don't
2/2s
think a
with it all
1/2
day.
protection against a blue deck. I mean, they're not really attacking you with ground pounders. So.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to get a chance to look at how his deck is turning out here.
I'd say that was a great second pack for him.
It was, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did not get back the Blightcaster, but he did get back the Active Treason.
And I think gives him clear direction for a second color here. There's a chance he ends up a little short on playables, just since things have dried up a little bit at times, and he's been waffling back and forth between white and black. But if he can get there as far as number of playables he needs, I think his deck is really high synergy and quite powerful.
Now, for people that don't play as much limited as they do constructed, he's got the 4 enthralling victors, but you can play as many as you can get your hands on.
That's
we,
right.
We do not employ the 4-copy limit here in limited, so if he gets another, who knows?
Usually not a limit you surpass with uncommons, but clearly this is an uncommon draft.
All right, one more pat to go for Yuya. So the things he wants to pick up here. Another Husk.
Definitely another Husk. Any removal spell, something like Unholy Hunger would be great, or Reeve Soul.
Fiery Impulse.
Fiery Impulse would be a great pickup. And just some solid 2- and 3-drop creatures. I mean, Enthralling Victor is great, but it also costs 4 mana, so his curve is pretty high right now.
Yes. There's a Lightning Javelin. There's a Reeve Soul.
That's a great pickup. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
think
Reeve
he's-
Soul's proven quite good. Shambling Ghoul's also a nice one. There's even a Fleshbag Marauder. It looks like he might get something pretty
Oh, the
decent
Marauder
back.
is also great with active treason effects. It is expensive to cast both in the same turn, but it's another outlet for those. I think I'd probably go with the Reeve Soul, but the Fleshbag Marauder is also a great pick here. Honestly, not sure.
Yuya is certainly considering Shambling Ghoul here. You know, he does not have many 2-drop creatures.
Oh,
It
that's
could
right,
be worrying
Shambling
him.
Ghoul. Okay, I wasn't
Yeah.
really considering that, but that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, yeah, we were concerned about his low end. You said his curve's getting a little high.
Yeah.
There's another Cruel Revival.
There's a Husk.
And a Husk.
Wow, that's a tough pick.
Does he just have to take the Nantuko Husk here? Like, is
I
this
don't
deck
think so.
set up
He
that
has
hard?
2 already and a fiery conclusion. So he's got.
Did he take the? I don't think he took the Fiery Conclusion.
I thought he did.
Did he?
but
Okay.
We'll verify that.
Yeah, we'll double check that. But he is going to take the
He's gonna
Husk.
take the Husk,
That's
okay.
so crazy,
Yeah.
right? He just has to.
Yeah, it's an amazing showcase of how much synergy he has in his deck that he'd take the Husk over Cruel Revival, which is just a premium removal spell.
Wow. Yeah, and Cruel Revival gets back Husk. It gets back the Shambling Ghoul he just took as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it is excellent in his deck.
Yeah, it's absolutely excellent. No chance that wheels, I'd say.
Agree. All right, there's a Boggart Brute, a card that you and I both like a lot.
Yes, like it quite a bit. Ideally, he'd be looking for a 2-drop here, but he'll take a 3-drop. It's cheap enough.
Yeah, Boggart Brute's definitely the type of card that he wants to pick up here. Again, you know, keeping curve considerations in mind, you know, 2-drops and 3-drops are going to be at a premium for him.
So Majoring Bully, Read the Bones. The Bully is solid here. I like it. He's got a
It's better than I
healthy
thought it was when I first saw it.
Yeah, he's got a healthy number of instants and sorceries in his deck. So
Yeah, I think that he really would like to just be able to, just to round out his curve of 2s here, be able to start applying some pressure.
Yep.
And then when he hits that 4-drop slot, he's going to have Enthralling Victor like basically every game.
right. Yeah, those active treason or enthralling victor type effects, the temporary stealing, is so much better when you're an aggressive deck that even playing a 2-drop that has some liability to it here, like the Majoring Bully, I think is still good in his deck.
Yeah, totally agree. All right, well now how low are you willing to go here? Are you Thornbow archering?
I don't think so. I mean, that's the type of card that starts to just not be worth investing a card in. It's
Yeah.
so easily blocked. It doesn't really have any synergy in his deck. I mean, he might take it here and decide
Yeah.
later during deck building if he wants to play it. If he
Yeah,
has
there
some
really
short
wasn't
unplayables.
much for him.
Yeah.
He did take a minute to read The Great Aurora. I don't know if you saw that.
Right.
He just picked it up like, what does this thing do?
Oh, it costs 9?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Perhaps not. Wow. This has some cards in it right here. Look
Yeah,
at
it
this.
sure does.
Thopter Engineer and a Lightning Javelin right in the front. Now, the Call of the Full Moon is a card he could consider too, though. I think he'd rather have the Engineer
I love that
here.
engineer. It's just great. And it gives him some extra sacrifice fodder to make his Nantuko Husks better as well.
All right, here's a chance at a Fire Fiend Elemental, which I'm assuming he doesn't want, given his 4-drop slot being fairly full.
Yeah.
Is this just a Titan Strength for him here?
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's going to play the Titan Strength or not. It's just going to depend on how full he is on playables,
He could take his 3rd Bloodlust.
Yeah.
He took
yeah,
it.
that's decent. I mean, he has a Mage Ring Bully.
Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, you do start to get the feeling, though, that, like, the slots are starting to fill up pretty quickly in his deck if he's going to run all 3 Bloodlusts,
Right.
you know. And here he can get, again, it's tough because he's picking up reasonable commons. That he's got the Cobble Brute here, the Fire Fiend Elemental, the pack before, but they're 4s, and he's
Yeah.
just stacked up at 4
I can't
right now.
imagine the Cobble Brute's going to make the final
Yeah,
four here.
just won't make it.
But it's the end of the pack. He's picking up what he can, sideboard options.
Okay, he
things
got
like
back the Flesh Bag and the Mage Ring
that.
Bully
Wow,
here.
that's surprising. I like Fleshbag Marauder quite a bit. I'm surprised to see it wield. Here is just a question between curve and power.
He's counting his 2s and 3s.
Yes.
He's tapping on the table. That's him counting. He's like, can I afford to take a 3 here? And he said,
Looks like
yeah.
he can, yeah. The difference in power level between Mage Ring Bully and Fleshbag Marauder is enough that even though he wants the 2-drop, he's going to take the Fleshbag.
There's a Grasp of the Hieromancer still in this pack. Nothing for him, though. The Bellows Lizard just isn't going to make the cut. So was it 3? Was that an act? What
That was
it?
another act of treason.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. So was it 3 Husks, 4 Victors, and 2 acts?
Yeah, maybe even 3 acts, though. I lost count.
Yeah,
That might have been the
yeah.
third one. It was at least the second one. So just an incredible amount of synergy and consistency here in this deck.
Wow.
Probably
this deck is so sweet.
Yeah, if not the best version of this archetype I've ever seen, it's at least the most consistent and redundant version I've ever seen. He's just going to be doing the same combos every game after game, and that's worth a lot here at the Pro Tour. You know, never missing a beat.
Yeah, this is the best version of this deck I've seen. Look at that smile on his face. And why not, Yuya? This deck is crazy.
Yeah, I like it quite a bit.
It's so funny.
I hope we get to see at least one feature match.
Oh,
with
we
this
will.
deck.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're gonna watch this deck. He's like, did I really get 4? He's still thinking about it. Oh, his opponents are just gonna be like, what in the heck happened here?
Incredible.
And you can see that the players are now getting set to disperse. What they'll do is at the Pro Tour, of course, if you do like a local draft, you know, a lot of times you get done with the draft and you just start laying out your cards so you can build your deck. But here at the PT, they don't want the players that are going to be playing each other to be able to look over and just see exactly what the other players have built. So the judges have a system where they actually seat the players for sure in different parts of the room. You're next to other Magic players. They're just not the people that you're playing with in your pod. And so that way, you know, there's some propriety there where you don't get to see what your neighbors are up to, at least exactly. Welcome back to the booth here in Vancouver. That was fun.
Yeah, really entertaining draft.
Yeah, I love that draft, and I can't wait to see what Yuya comes up with that one. Let's head back over to the news desk, though, and Richard Hagan.
Well, will it be an enthralling victory for Yuya Watanabe? Will it be Victor, 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 Victor? He only needs 3 wins to 3-0 the pod. We'll see how he does. But it takes 8 to tell the story of the draft table. You'll get the complete draft viewer later on. But sitting to Yuya Watanabe's right was William Jensen, the Hall of Famer. We also had eyes on every pick that he made during the draft. And we're going to go through those now in the company of Brian David Marshall and Randy Buehler. It's time for draft number 2.
All All right, William Jensen here at Pro Tour Magic Origins for the first draft. This is the guy that the Pantheon turns to for their draft strategy. Let's see where he's sitting here at this first draft pod. William Jensen, the number 16 ranked player in the top 25 ranking right now. We see that he is passing,
Feeding Yuya.
feeding Yuya.
How stacked is this table, right?
Right.
Reigning player of the year, platinum guy with 2 top 8s trying to get back to platinum, right?
Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer.
Sure, future Hall of Famer.
Yeah, multiple time player of the year.
Totally stacked table. This should be fun.
So let's see how William Jensen navigates these rather white-capped waters. All right. So there you get a look at the Pro Tour Hall of Famer as he looks through his opening pack. You know he
Somber,
won't
wow,
take the...
Hangerback
wow.
Walker. Yeah. The rares in this set are not nearly as amazing as the rares were in the last block, but there's still some certainly good ones. There's a lot of good uncommons in this set too. You often find yourself taking sort of a powerful uncommon or rare and then starting to try to sculpt a deck around that. This has got to be a Hangerback Walker pick here. None of the rest of these cards compare in power level, I don't think.
Right. We know from watching Yuya Watanabe's draft that the Nantuko Husk gets through to Yuya. And yeah, there he does take the Hangerback Walker. So you could play that at any spot along your curve.
You can. And it doesn't give him an archetype yet. I mean, it's going to be at its best in a blue-red artifact deck, right? That's the deck that has the most synergy, but the power level of the card is just fine in whatever winds up getting passed to him.
Ironically, also pretty good with a Nantuko Husk.
Yeah. Enthralling Victor.
So he's looking through the pack, see a Shambling Ghoul, see a Charging Griffin. He's got a Skyraker Giant near the front of his...
Interesting. Is there a Rock Smaller in there too?
There is a
Yeah.
Rock Smaller. He's got Rock Smaller second.
Those do seem like the best cards. I know you're a big fan of the Skyraker Giant.
I mean, I just like, it's like Summit Prowler, but better.
Right. Summit Prowler was a great common, and this guy is Summit Prowler plus Reach.
I mean, I don't know that I want to second pick him necessarily, but I like the card a lot. I like having it in my deck. There's a lot of incidental 1/1 flyers running around in this format.
Where the Reach kicks in?
Yeah, and the Reach really does kick in.
And
so there
that's where he
takes it.
goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Rock Smaller I think is tempting, but it's a mana more expensive. And green is super unpopular amongst the big teams.
I have not heard anyone go, wow, I really want to be green.
In fact, I've heard people say anything but green. Topin
So, wow.
Freeblade, wow. Third pick, Topin Freeblade. That's a signal.
And that's a card that, when we've talked to teams here, almost universally is one of the top, non-removal commons.
Yeah, I think it's the best common creature in the set.
So also a Celestial Flare in the pack.
Yeah, white looks kind of open. The fact that you're getting third pick to Topin Freeblade, you could count how many rares and uncommons
There's
are
an
missing from
I've
this.
Massacre in the pack too.
Right. So this is an easy Freeblade for me. Huey seems to agree completely. Wow, you know what that means? Remember Yuya in pack 2 got tempted by Topin Freeblade? He took 2 of them that would have gone straight to Huey if Yuya hadn't effectively hate drafted him.
Rune Servitor.
Jeez.
Wow. It doesn't look like Huey was short for Topin Freeblades here.
How many would you play? When do you start cutting Topin Freeblades? I would play 10 of them. I might play 15 of them. You can't have too many Topin Freeblades. It's not a thing.
And just to give you an idea, right? Talk about how important 2-drops are. Huey had shuffled Rune Servitor to the front of the pack early on, right? Because he's just thinking about curve. You know what I mean? So when he sees a Topin Freeblade, it's a slam dunk. You just
Absolutely
want to be able to play creatures early here in this format. So Mighty Leap.
Yeah, the
Titan
combat
Strength,
tricks in this
Enthralling
format
Victor.
are very good. So he might actually Mighty Leap here. In fact, I think he should, right? What else is he going to take?
He could also take Titan Strength.
He could take Titan Strength. He could take Enthralling Victor. I think we know he doesn't because Yuya gets it. But
A Veteran Sidearm is also a possibility.
I think you take a combat trick here. It's either Mighty Leap or
Yeah.
Titan Strength. Titan Strength might be slightly better, but Mighty Leap is in the color you're more confident you're in.
And he doesn't want to pass a white card there because he wants his person next to him to pass him all the Topin Freeblades.
He totally does.
In the next pack.
Yuya gets 1 white card out of pack 1. It's
There's another Mighty Leap, another Veteran Sidearm, so...
Read the Bones is not a bad card. Do you just take another combat trick? The thing about this format, especially when the pros are playing, Renown says you must block. And everybody knows that. So you need to be playing creatures to the board in the first couple of turns, and then your opponent needs to block while he takes Read the Bones.
He does take Read the Bones, yeah.
It's the best card in the pack, for sure. And maybe it means black's a little open. It's one of the better black commons. But so if everybody's going to block, then combat tricks just become spectacular. You get to blow your opponent out with a well-timed combat trick.
Right. You see a Grasp of the Hieromancer,
Chandra's
Chandra's
Fury.
Fury.
Not a great
Alchemist
pack.
Vial is also a fine card for forcing things through and lets you just get a little velocity as you dig into your deck because you draw a card when it enters the battlefield. It looks like he's thinking about the Alchemist Vial.
Sure, it's a solid pick there.
Yeah.
Speaking
have
of which,
any-
some people might take Grasp of the Hieromancer there. Some people, Grasp of the Hieromancer is kind of a, people are split on how
Sure.
good that card is.
I mean, it's not the type of card that you ever really see.
This is the
Huey
pack
play.
where Yuya gets that Cleric, because Huey's going to make the better pick. Enshrouding Mist,
Yeah.
Enshrouding Mist might be the best removal spell in the set.
I'm with you completely on that. It's just
It's like Unholy
amazing.
Hunger, no. Enshrouding Mist is a much better removal spell than Unholy Hunger. Just 1 mana, instant speed. They're gonna block. There's gonna be a creature
Certainly,
combat.
if you have the Topin Freeblades, it is.
Absolutely, and he's already got 2. Now he's gonna take a Tactician, adding to the white creature set. Yeah, the Enshrouding Mist, that's the weirdest thing about this Origins limited format. It's just how insanely good those combat tricks are. Might of the Masses, Mighty Leap, Enshrouding Mists, Titan Strength, those are crucial. Wow, Charging Griffin, it's a pretty late Charging Griffin.
Yeah.
White is
Well,
open.
Yeah, he's
got a
got
great
to
seat
feel
for
like he's
white.
in a great seat here. Could still be white-black.
Yeah,
You
he
he's
doesn't
not-
know his second color. Could be.
He's not locked into red at all.
He's not locked into anything, honestly.
Right.
If he opened a blue bomb, he could totally be blue-white flyers from here. He could be green if he wanted to be green. Then you just take the jailer and hope you don't have to play it, right?
We saw a lot of jailers in play in
Yeah, no,
Dallas, but
it's playable. I mean, sometimes you trade. You get to this mid game where it gives you something to do with your mana.
There's
Like,
Yoke Docks.
Not a whole lot to do
Yeah.
with your mana in the late game in these aggro decks. So it also that if you're aggressive enough, having a W11, it's playable.
sure.
You'd rather not have to play it though.
Orb of Warding.
Wow, I love where Huey is. He's found. I mean, it's kind of the dream, right? He found the underdrafted color, and it's white, which is almost certainly the best color. Doesn't know what his other color is, but I mean, you get past 2 Topin Freeblades, you open a Hangerback Walker, you're just happy. His red is just the giant, right?
Yes, just the giant. I think did he pick up a Chandra's Fury also, or did he take?
I don't think so. I think he took Read the
Yeah,
Bones
he
out of
took-
that
yeah,
pack.
he did, he
So his
did.
black is just the Read the Bones. Basically, I mean, he does not know his second color. He's
then
just
le-
white.
And then Hangerback Walker just gives him this kind of late game.
Yeah, he's in great spot. Man, that one cleric that snuck through, and Yu is going to first pick a Topin Freeblade here out of a mediocre pack for him. If he ships Huey 2 Topin Freeblades instead of putting them in his own sideboard, Huey's deck is in great shape. But you know what? I think Yuya was totally right to
Oh,
hate draft
absolutely.
that. Like the second Topin Freeblade is pure hate draft. He knew he wasn't playing it at that point. But he wants to 3-0 this pod, and this is a tough table. He's got to beat the Hall of Famer if he wants to 3-0 the pod. So Huey's going to be short 1 Topin Freeblade. I wonder what's going to happen with Huey's second color, though.
Could very well be determined by whatever he opens here. So,
Absolutely.
like you said, he is whatever
If he
the
opens a
best
bomb.
card here is, he can play it.
Yes. Let's see the rares and the
See,
uncommons.
a
Whirler
Gearport
Rogue.
Gearcrafter.
Second
Another
Hangerback.
Walker.
Wow.
Oh my God.
I mean, I think he would have taken Whirler Rogue if it wasn't for the Hangerback. A lot of people will tell you Whirler Rogue is the best
Oh,
uncommon
I didn't
in
even
the set.
see the Whirler Rogue.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the top couple of uncommons in the set, but
Sure, it's top 2 uncommons. It's Whirler Rogue and Sentinel of the
that
Eternal
seems
Watch.
to be the consensus. Yeah.
But doesn't
Second,
be
sure.
mythic uncommon or bomb rare. Takes another quick glance through the pack, sees what he's passing.
Yeah.
And so now he is getting, this is the first time we're seeing what he's getting passed by
By
Yuya
Yuya,
Watanabe.
yeah.
By multiple-time Player of the Year Yuya Watanabe. So we know
Who's
from
not
watching
passing him a
who's not
Topin
passing him a
Freeblade.
Topin Freeblade here. Yeah.
Blightcaster, Leaf Gilder.
Well, Leaf Gilder's nice when you're trying to ramp your mana up for your Hangerback Walkers.
That's true. Green. Nobody likes green, though. Green is the consensus worst color in this format. I heard tell of some of the big teams that have only one green drafter at their table, and then that guy would go 1 and 2. It's like, if you're the only green drafter at the table and you still can't win, that is not a good sign for the color. I don't know. I've had some elf decks that look pretty good. And green-white, if you get the Castellan, the uncommon renowned guy, that deck can be good.
It looks
I mean,
like
Castellan's quite
Oromancer.
good. I mean, Oromancer's the best white card.
Yep.
It's no Topin Free Blade, especially when he doesn't have any enchantments to get back right now. Wow. Yuya doing work.
There's another Auramancer. There's an Elvish Visionary.
Sigil's pretty good for his deck.
Oh yeah, then the
Sigil, sorry.
Stalwart Haven.
Or the Stalwart Haven.
Yeah, 1/3 flyer, Renown. Remember, he did have that that Read the Bones, so the Unholy Hunger might be looking good to him here.
I think I would take Stalwart Haven over, because he doesn't know he's black. He doesn't
Right.
know he's white.
Yep.
Stalwart Haven is just a good, solid common. He does. Sigil would be solid in this deck, but Stalwart Haven's probably
Sure.
better.
All right. And there's a Suppression Bond.
Interesting. Yeah, if he's black-white, that Auramancer pick could really come in handy. If he manages to get into a black-white enchantments deck.
But there's a
Bloodcurse
Blood
Knight,
Curse Knight that could very well make its way all the way
if
around
there's
the table.
no black-white enchantments table, I mean, that'd be pretty late for that to table completely around. Did we see Yuya kill that Bloodcraze Knight?
I don't remember. I don't
I
remember.
think
if he
it
did.
gets all the way back to Yuya, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it definitely gets back to him.
But I think Yuya took it. So that's 3 cards. Enshrouding Mist.
Things are starting to come into focus here for William Jensen. There's Way to
Way
the
to the
Underworld.
Underworld,
Yeah.
I like Way to the Underworld here. Yeah, I think black-white enchantments is kind of open. There's a chance that you'll get the Miracle Bloodcraze Knight all the way back around. It's a solid, I mean, it's a decent removal. You've got Auramancer already. Like, this is one of the best things you can get back with an Auramancer.
Right.
Your suppression bonds tend to stay in play, but Way to the Underworld obviously kills a creature. Auramancer can get it back, so.
There's an Amber Tactician, another Vial.
Fedodim can be
Is it
good in
I mean,
some black
it's all
decks.
late a Crone Sergeant floating around there.
Yeah, but Tactician is better.
Yeah,
I don't think,
absolutely, but
Yeah, Tactician's not amazing, but solid guy. Lets you have an aggressive curve, lets you sort of pump the team up a little bit. Now suddenly your renowned creature doesn't trade, it actually beats up their guy and they have to take a hit, and now you trigger renown for the rest of the game. Anything that forced to a renowned guy has just extra value above what it might in another format.
there's Grasp of the Hieromancer,
Oh.
Sigil of the Empty Throne.
Is he a Sigil guy? Some people think Sigil is amazing in the Black-White Enchantments deck. Other people are like, you pay 5 mana and have no impact on the board until the next time you play an enchantment. It is swingy. Certainly can be amazing if you set the right situation up.
There's
Wow, he's just going
Chandra's
to put
Fury.
Chandra's Fury
Yeah.
in his sideboard, essentially. Doesn't want to
Could still be red. I mean,
Could still be
he's
red.
still straddling red and black. He
Yeah,
can go
I'll
either
buy
way
that.
here. There's a
And there's the second
Skyraker
Skyraker.
Giant. There's
Or
a
a
Cleric of
Cleric.
the Forward Order. He's probably going to take the Cleric here.
I mean, 2-drops are great. It's in this format where creature combat in the first couple turns of the game is so important. Just as a vanilla 2/2, I mean, forget about the life gain. Just 1W 2/2 is totally reasonable. So he does take the Cleric. Actually has enough combat tricks, I think, that he could pass that Ensnaring Mist or Enshrouding Mist and not feel bad about it. Plus, here's another one if he wants it. It's either that or Way to the Underworld.
yeah.
Hey, take another Way to the Underworld, right?
Thinking about the late game with the Rogue's Passage.
Rogue's Passage is solid, but I mean,
He takes the weight.
with an Auramancer
Yeah.
already, with black-white enchantment synergy cards floating around the table.
Right.
Plus, who knows how many of them are going to get opened in the next pack?
Kills a negate there.
And when you heard the 4-mana guy casting 4-mana
Yeah.
enchantments, you want the negate in your sideboard rather than your opponent's deck for sure. Auramancer comes back. Sign me up. That's great. 2 Way to the Underworlds already. That is perfect.
And a Suppression Bond. You know,
But sometimes the
it-
suppression bonds goes to the graveyard, right? Especially against somebody who can, sack into a Nantuko Husk.
wow, late
Jeez.
Enshrouding Mists.
Yeah, I mean, this pack was really good for William Jensen. I mean, he doesn't know what could have been.
Right.
That he could have been past this deck plus, 2 Topin Free Blades and a Bloodcraze Knight.
Right.
It could have been that much better.
Sure.
It still has been fine.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
I think
and,
he's-
and remember, he's also got 2 Hangerback Walkers on
his
top of
deck's
everything
great.
else.
His deck is great. I think he's drafted the seat well. I think he found that white was underdrafted. I think he then figured out that black was underdrafted, so he's in black-white enchantments with a good, solid, aggressive white base. I like where he's at, and I love the way he's drafted it. Yeah, nobody's doing anything wrong. It's just like two great players are both doing great things right next to each other. This has been fun to watch.
Yeah, got that Stalwart Haven, which I think he's very happy with. See him just sorting through his cards,
yeah.
trying
Yeah,
to figure
looking
out
at
what
his
he
mana
needs.
curve.
You know, thinking about his colors. Can I
How many
switch
tricks?
if something happens?
I feel like he's in on black white. He's what? Read the bones, wait.
Yeah, double weight is
With double Auramancer.
pretty hard for him
I
to
don't,
get off
I don't think
of,
he's
yeah.
going to get away from that. I mean, it would take a crazy bomb to outweigh 2 Weight of the Underworlds and
Yeah.
a Read the Bones with 2 Auramancers in your deck. Now, he's hoping for Bloodcraze Knight. He probably remembers passing the one. He'd love to see one come back. If somebody opens one in pack 3, it should get to him.
Sure.
Like the first one circled the table before it wound up in a sideboard.
Oops.
Oh,
Yeah, so a
was
little
that
glimpse.
Hixus we caught a flash of?
That was a Hexus.
That's a fine card for a white deck.
Grasp. There's an Antuco Husk. There's a Cruel
Cruel Revival's
Revival.
also solid. It's got to be Hixus.
Hexus
Cruel
Prison
Revival's
Warden.
good, but it's not like
or-
he has zombies to get back since he's base white rather than base black.
Yeah, it looks like
Hixus is what, 4/4
Right.
and flash and can lock a creature out of the game. Yeah, easy Prison Warden here.
Right.
His opens have been solid, right? Hanger back, Hixus.
Yeah. Oh wait, Cruel Revival's made its way to the front.
There's no way you take that.
He's
here.
toggling back and forth. Which is it gonna be?
Look, if you're base black with a bunch of zombies and you're looking at the double white Hixus, I could see a
Yeah.
case for Cruel Revival, but not in the base white
Yeah,
version
he,
of this deck.
he does take the Hexus. And oh, okay. We didn't lose picture. That was just the broad shoulders of William Jensen obstructing the camera. There's a Topin Freeblade.
Number 3.
Oh my God. Where?
This deck's awesome.
Yes. Could have had 5, but
I
3
just-
is insane.
I just want to watch the match when Huey and Yuya run into each other. I don't know which round it's going to be in, but I don't know how anybody else is going to beat either of these decks. Both decks look great to me.
There is the 3rd Topin Freeblade for William Jensen.
I mean, they have to run into each other, or somebody has to knock one of them off.
Seriously, how big are his shoulders? Look at this. All right. There's a Read the Bones.
Oh, Patron of the Valiant. That's a
Wow.
great pickup. And a Knightly Valor. I think Patron's got to be better.
Patron of the Valiant could actually put counters on something in this deck.
It's true. 3 Topin Free Blades, a
And then the Stalwart
Haven.
Haven, yeah.
He's got 4 renowned creatures that could potentially already have a +1/+1 counter. And even if you don't trigger
Right,
that
it's still-
ability,
it's still just a
whatever,
4/4
it's a
flyer
4/4 flyer
5.
for 5.
Yeah.
Love this deck. This deck's great. I mean, it'd be better with a Bloodcraze Knight. Be better with another Suppression Bonds. But it's great. And Tuco Husk. Sigil. Do you take Sigil here?
He's looking to just
Jailer
stay on
got
com-
shuffled to the front. And then Tuco Husk got shuffled to the front, too.
He's-
I don't know. I think Sigil is the kind of card that can break through a stalemate. You get sort of a bunch of creatures lined up on their side. And Nantuko Husk
But
can do the same thing,
Nantuko
though.
Husk Hangerback Walker is actually insane.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
He's
Good
got
point.
double Hangerback Walker. So you sacrifice the Hangerback Walker to the Nantuko Husk. It gives you some number of counters that you can then either fly over with or sacrifice in turn. Wow. Vryn Wingmare or
Or a
Cleric
Cleric.
of the Forward Order.
It's second Cleric of the Forward Order.
Looks like
Interesting. You want the 2-drop that can gain some life.
it looks like he wants the
You want the
2-drop.
3-drop flyer. It tells you how much value he puts on mana curve here. Now, if we had a couple more Topin Free Blades, I'll stop. You're right. You're totally right about the Nantuko Husk Hangerback Walker
Yeah.
synergy, though.
So he
Nantuko
just-
Husk can just all of a sudden, plus 10, right?
Now, would you have taken the 4th Nantuko Husk?
Yes.
Okay, there's an Enlightened Ascetic.
for the sideboard, and so
sideboard,
nobody
sure.
else has it, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing
I mean,
else
you
there
might,
for
and you
him.
might, there's times you might want to get your creature out from under a claustrophobia. You might want to kill a Thopter Spy Network.
Yeah, he's not going to main deck it.
No,
but
no.
He could bring it in situationally. Plus, it's very good against his deck. So.
Sure.
Well, it's good against his
Sort
deck.
of, yeah.
The Weight of the Underworlds probably don't hang out and play. They
No.
tend to go to the graveyard. Oh my god.
Here.
Oh my god.
I mean, talking to people about this draft format, Topin Freeblade is a card they most wanted to open, but they've been flying around the table.
What did everybody else draft? Yuya's got 4 enthralling victors. He's got 2 active trees and 6 steal effects, 5 ways to sacrifice the creature that he steals. Huey, despite getting counter drafted
Yeah.
by Yuya, still has 4 Topin
Four
Freeblades.
Topin Freeblades. And an
Anointer
Anointer
of
of Champions.
here,
Wow.
or
He could also have a third clerk, but
You take
Anointer of Champions is just
Easy.
spectacular
Yes.
with 4 Topin Freeblades.
Yeah, now suddenly my Topin Freeblade attacks as a 3/3 the first time.
Right.
And then a 4/4.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Anointer is just the perfect one drop in a Topin Freeblade deck. Didn't even consider the third cleric. Just- wow.
Now this is, I mean, 2 of the finest decks I think we've watched back to back on the same
gonna kill
draft
another
coverage
Chandra's
from the same
Fury.
draft table. Yeah, he's gonna kill a Fury.
There's some people who think that card's great. And we've seen, I think,
It's fine. I mean,
Team
it's
Pantheon may be on the this card's very good side because he's put 2 of them in his sideboard relatively early in packs over sort of, Grasp of the Hieromancer type situational cards that you can imagine.
he has
him
enough
playing.
white cards that if the card's really good in the matchup, he might be able to even pivot into a
Another Mighty
white-red
Leap.
build. There's a Mighty Leap. That's
It's
always
a
good.
particularly good combat trick with Renown, right? You
Yeah.
just hop over once and get the trigger.
You see his
Love this
growing
deck.
stack of cards. Yeah, I love both of these decks.
Not
that
a
we've watched.
ton of synergy the way Huey's has played out. Like the enchantments theme is really minor. Wow, another
very
Read the
late
Bones.
Read the
It's
Bones.
more just a value deck, and that's
Yeah.
the way a lot of these Origins draft decks will play out. There's a lot of just good cards. The archetype synergies are at there's the one uncommon cycle. He's got a couple Auramancers with a couple Way to the Underworld. It's not a ton of synergy. Mostly it's just great value cards, some card drawing, some removal, some beatdown, some combat tricks. Yeah, a couple Auramancers is where the synergy's sitting.
Give the deck a grade, Randy.
A-?
An A minus.
It may be a solid A, like 2 Hangerback Walkers. The minus is only because I know that if
Like if
a
we had,
different
if we'd
player
watch,
was on his left,
if we'd watched this draft first,
Yes.
you'd give it like an A
yes,
plus.
Yes, but I saw that we could have had a Blood Crazed Knight and 2 Topin Freeblades on top of every single card he drafted anyway.
Is this a 3-0 deck?
Well, one of Huey and Yuya is going to 3-0, and the other guy is going to 2-1. So
Okay.
it's a 2.5 and a half deck. I don't know which one of the, I want a front row seat when those 2 run into each other. That's what I want.
All right, there you have it. The draft, you're going to be able to watch all of these picks. You can go to the draft viewer a little bit later on today. You can watch all of these picks for all 8 seats, see what you would have done, see if you would have passed all those Topin Freeblades if you were sitting somewhere else on the table. For Andy Bueller, Brian David Marshall, sending it back to the news desk.
Became a mentor to him. So we wanted to have somebody who could imprison evildoers who had broken the law. And so we have this character that if creatures do something bad, i.e. hit you and attack you and harm you, then Hixus can come down and put them on the clink.
Planeswalker's sparks ignite at kind of a moment of emotional intensity or great hardship. And for Kythian, it comes at a moment where he's given the opportunity to, where he sees an opportunity to try to strike down Erebos, the god of the dead. It fails miserably. His magical powers, which allow him to turn invulnerable, protect him. But the consequence is that his irregulars around him all perish. And it is kind of saddled with that responsibility, that just kind of anguish causes his spark to ignite. And it is this kind of sense of hubris that is going to be kind of, that defines who he is going forward, that he should always put himself in front of danger, or between danger and his friends.
One of my favorite stories about the Kythian Gideon card is it actually started off very different. It was a 4-mana, 4/3 Preacher. We were really imagining Gideon almost in his full fighting form when we thought of the first side. The art came back, and Kythian was a little different than we were expecting. In fact, the art came back, and he was really more of a 12-year-old kid, and we thought, well, looked at creative and said, He can't be a 4-3, can he? And they said that would be strange.
It is awesome what Sam Stoddard and his team did, turning him to this 1-mana elite Vanguard-sized creature, because that's an awesome rate, and it's awesome to be able to have this Planeswalker card that begins life as this 1-mana creature, and you really get to see that story, how he's got the invulnerability early, and then he transforms into a Planeswalker, and you get the full strength of that Planeswalker from that 1-mana exciting creature.
When Kythian attacks as a 1-mana 2/1 with two other creatures, and he can give himself activated invulnerability, you involuntarily frequently act out the story of Kythian losing his friends. Because you're going to get in there to get that trigger for him, and you're able to protect Kythian, but you can't protect his friends. Like that moment, that feeling of sacrifice and loss, it actually plays out on the table, and that's just fantastic.
Selecting Gideon's abilities, we kind of wanted to round out and give you 3 different abilities for 3 very different styles of gameplay. So we wanted an ability that protects you by sort of Gideon acting as a tank to absorb some damage. It's kind of classic warrior type archetype. We wanted an ability where Gideon could defend himself, and we also wanted an ability where Gideon could continue to be aggressive.
The transition of the name Kythian to Gideon actually happens after Gideon's first planeswalk. When his spark ignites, he goes from Theros to the Shard of Bant on Alara. And it is there that he kind of sheds part of his older identity, and he will become a Knight of Bant. And it is there that he takes the name Gideon Jura. On the card Swift Reckoning, we get to see Gideon as a knight on Bant. We know it's Bant, he's riding a Leotau, so it's kind of the loudest thing that we have to show this is Gideon being a knight.
Okay, so one of the things we needed to do is we wanted to show progression during the course. We wanted to show story beats. So one of the things we needed to show was we wanted to show them on their home plane using magic before they became Planeswalker, and then on the first plane they visited after they became a Planeswalker, and show progression. That you see the magic in the first card is sort of smaller, magic second card is bigger. And so we were trying to figure out how to do this, and finally what we realized is to use Spell Mastery, one of the new mechanics. So what we did is we made a common cycle of Spell Mastery that showed them on their home plane. So Kythian's Tactic shows Gideon on his home plane in Theros. And then at Uncommon, we did a cycle where we showed the Planeswalker post-Spark on the new plane. So that's Swift Reckoning, that shows Gideon on Bant.
Gideon very much reacts to things. He's very passionate about what he believes in. He's driven by justice. And what a lot of other people might see as impetuousness is actually just his firm belief in doing the right thing. And that always drives him.
All right, welcome back to the news desk. Rich, BDM, and Randy. Gentlemen, I think you quite enjoyed yourself with the William Jensen experience.
Yeah, it's very funny because, we came into the draft knowing that Yuya had sniped 2 Topin Freeblades away from him. Thinking maybe he'd be in white, maybe a little bit of like, well, I'm not going to give him this. But his deck turned out spectacular anyway.
Huey's deck is absurd. Yuya's deck is better. I think 4 Enthralling Victors didn't get all the way to a 6-pack, unfortunately. But 4 Enthralling Victors, 2 Act of Treason, 4 Nantuko Husk, 3 Nantuko Husk?
Three Nantuko Husk,
I think Yuya's deck is constructed quality limited deck. Huey's deck is merely a very, very good limited deck.
Double Hangerback Walker is getting into constructed territory.
That is a card we're going to see all day, I think.
Yes.
Well, Yuya Watanabe is very much in the thick of the Player of the Year race. Why don't we take a look at our top 18 coming into the weekend in the Player of the Year race? And these are the 18 players who might be able to win without making the top 8. Eric Froelich leads on 60 points. He gets 3 just for showing up.
So does everyone else.
That's
it's not fair.
Yep. So the first 9 wins for everyone don't get any extra points. So the 10th, the 11th, and the 12th win are where you really start stacking up the points. For Eric, 12 and 4 is where he really starts to make things difficult for all his rivals. But BDM, just take the left-hand column. So you got the first 9 in Player of the Year right now. How do you see things shaking out from there?
I mean, there's so many points at the top of the standing that it's hard to see how it's shaking out. But I mean, Yuya Watanabe has to make up points, and he has an absurd deck for this draft. Yuya Watanabe, who already has 2 Player of the Year titles and a Rookie of the Year title in his career, is in a great position to make a run at his 3rd Player of the Year title. That's unprecedented.
Yeah, I was talking yesterday evening with Owen Turtenwald, another former Player of the Year, and he's had an interesting year because no one is talking about him really as Player of the Year. The pressure's completely off. He hasn't been at number 1 because when he won Player of the Year, he was having his 7 Grand Prix top 8 season. That isn't how it's been this year. And he said, "Yep, pressure's all off. I just plan on wandering in, winning a PT, and being Player of the Year again. And why not?"
He's been very head down for the last half of this season. Just had his head down, straight ahead, and really just looking to take care of business.
Yeah, I think it's kind of unprecedented that we have 18 players who could win this race without spiking the top 8 of the Pro Tour. There's usually 2 or 3 guys that kind of run away from the field, and there's maybe half a dozen that can get there without a top 8, and then maybe a dozen more that could win the Pro Tour and get there. But this is just way more compressed than I've ever seen it before.
Well, why don't we look at that second column, the sort of numbers 10 through 18 in our Player of the Year race, and there's a 3-way tie at 51 points. Brad Nelson, Sean McLaren, and Jacob Wilson, and I'm sort of giggling because McLaren and Wilson locked for the Canadian go-to for the World Magic Cup is going to be an astonishing race. You've got a former Player of the Year in Josh Utter-Layton.
And a foreign Player of the Year in Brad Nelson.
Right?
Yeah.
And then Palavita Dama de Rosa, who I equate in a way BDM with Owen Turtenwald, someone else who has sort of had a fairly quiet season on the face of it. Hasn't been at the forefront.
Right. Well, he had a different kind of quiet season for the first half. He really just wasn't putting up results. He was in a, for the first time in his career. I mean, this is a guy, the first 3 Pro Tours he played, even before his breakthrough at Pro Tour Charleston, this is a guy who just cashed his first 3 Pro Tours, right? He has just always had success. He would get a Pro Tour top 8 virtually every season. And for the first time in his career, I just hit a slump. And then last Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir, found his stride again, found his deck, right? Found his Esper control deck, Esper Dragons, and then went on a torrid stretch at the GPs. So, really, really excited to see what he does this weekend.
Now, currently tied for second are Li Shichan of Hong Kong and Sam Black. Now, Sam Black is one half of an extraordinary possible double because he is second in the Player of the Year race, but one of our other races is for the 2015 Rookie of the Year. So why don't we take a look at that? Now, currently leading that by a giant 10 points is Justin Cohen. BDM, explain the link between Sam Black and Justin Cohen.
Well, I mean, they're basically, best friends. They live together, they travel together, they play Magic together, they play the same deck, they have the same, I think they share a brain. I'm pretty sure. I mean, it's a gigantic, 2.5 times the size of a normal brain. So it's like a brain and a quarter each.
Okay.
But they do share a brain. And for them to be Player of the Year and Rookie of the Year would be amazing. I mean, when you think about Justin Cohen, the bulk of those points came at Pro Tour Fate Reforged when he finished second. Sam Black finished, 17th, I think? I mean, sort of just
They faced each other in the penultimate round. That's how Justin Cohen got into the top 8.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they drew.
And if you think the reason that Sam Black left Team Pantheon in the first place was because he wanted to work with Justin. Justin qualified for his first Pro Tour. I mean, he's going for Rookie of the Year here. He hasn't actually been on tour before. I mean, Sam and Justin have been playing games with each other for years, but Sam really wanted to work with Justin now that Justin had finally queued himself for the Pro Tour. Left Team Pantheon. Team Ultra Pro is starting to take over the world in large part because of Sam and Justin.
I was going to say that's actually when we were looking at the Player of the Year slide, the graphic, the idea that Sam Black is on Team Ultra Pro. I mean, this is the team that's put up the best results for the last couple of Pro Tours.
Absolutely. They've only been around. This is now their 3rd Pro Tour. But if you look at, this calendar year, I guess, they're the best team on the Pro Tour.
Yeah, and if you're looking for a roommate double, this too would be the best since Guillaume Matignon and Guillaume Waffa-Tapa at Worlds in 2010 in Chiba, when
Absolutely.
they made the final, played each other in the final, and then go back to their room together.
And when you think about how much of when players, think about the players you play Magic with. And the players you've been playing Magic with the longest amount of time, you tend to have the same sort of set of experiences in terms of I did well at a GP. Oh, I did well at a GP. I got to the Pro Tour. I got to the Pro Tour. You sort of push each other. So it's really unusual to see someone in a position to be playing so seriously for Player of the Year, right? To just be 3 points off the lead and to have someone who you've been playing with as long as Sam and Justin have been playing together, playing for Rookie of the Year.
If we take another look at the Rookie of the Year slide, obviously there are a lot of very fine American players there, but if you look at some of the other countries represented, there's a real team thread going on here. Simon Nielsen of Denmark is your World Magic Cup champion from Denmark. Francesco Giorgio represented England in the top 4 of the World Magic Cup in Nice. Miodrag Kitanovic of Serbia, the same. And then as you head down, Jasper Grimmer is a Team Grand Prix champion. I'm very interested. Have either of you guys watched Zan Syed in action?
I have not.
He is super impressive and super ambitious. He's at med school. He had a break, and he went, I'll go to a GP. He top 8's the GP. He goes, I guess I better go to Europe for a GP then to try and go the distance. Here he is, qualified, top 8 there. So he is now at his first PT. And he has enough about him to not be here to make up the numbers. He grins. It's like, yes, I will look forward to playing in round 1. But you see him thinking, and also round 18. Yeah, so he's an interesting guy.
Nathaniel Smith, just a quick aside, we saw on that page, and he just is coming off a top 8 last weekend in Grand Prix Dallas-Fort Worth. So he closed a little bit of ground. He had a longer jump to make before last weekend, but sort of closed the gap a little bit. And top 16, even a top 32 finish maybe starts to get into that.
Yeah,
into that
10-point lead for Justin Cohen, though. Somebody's going to have to finish like top 32 to even have a chance,
Right.
and that's assuming Justin only doesn't get any extra points.
Now, the World Championship is coming your way at the end of August from PAX in Seattle. It's going to be amazing. 24 of the finest players on Earth. But right now, we only know 7 of them. The other 17 will be determined this weekend. Why don't we see who is locked for the World Championship? So we have your world champion, Shahar Shenhar, captain of the 2014 World Magic Cup team from Denmark, Martin Muller, the Magic Online champion, Magnus Lanto, Sweden. Then your 3 current Pro Tour champions, Khans of Tarkir, Ari, Fate Reforged, Antonio, Dragons of Tarkir, Martin, and determined last weekend, you guys saw all this race in all its glory at Dallas, Alexander Hayne beating out Pascal Maynard at the last.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the amazing things to see this year at the Grand Prix level. The player with the most points from Grand Prix tournaments over the course of the year, not capped, just all your Grand Prix results. Alexander Hayne, Pascal Maynard just chasing each other down all around the world.
Super fun.
Yeah, and then Hayne finally emerged victorious when Pascal picked up his 4th loss on the tournament.
So that's 7 in. Let's see what's up for grabs. We have the Pro Tour Magic Origins champion. That's this weekend on Sunday. The last person who wins the last match will replace those 3 question marks. Right now, the 2015 Player of the Year leader is Eric Froelich, but there's every chance he'll be passed by one of the 50 people who could do that. Let's move on and let's get to the regions, because this is where things get super interesting. Let's begin with North America. So right now, Froelich, Black, Lax, and Manfield are in the prime slots for that. And then you've got people like Paul Rietzl, Owen Turtenwald, and Wilson McLaren and Brad Nelson, who of course is one of the best standard players on Earth, in there.
These guys are 99+%. They're not mathematically locked for Worlds, but I would be shocked if all 4 of those guys didn't make Worlds. It would be truly insane to have enough people leapfrog past them.
All right, let's take a look at Europe. That's up next. And we have 3 slots currently, which is Andre Strasky, Antonio Del Moral Leon, and Shahar Shenhar. And then BDM, why don't you walk us through who is in contention in Europe?
So, I mean, it's a murderer's row, right? It's Ivan Floch, Jelger Wiegersma, Marcio Carvalho, Martin Dang, and Martin Juza.
Right, so they're the next 5.
Worth noting, Del Moral Leon opens up, he kicks a slot.
Yeah,
into,
so does Shahar.
So does Shahar. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
there's
right.
a couple at-larges being created there.
Yeah. So then on we go. Let's take a look at our next region. It's Asia Pacific. We've got Li Shichan, Yuya Watanabe, and Jason Chung of New Zealand bidding to get into the World Championship. And then your next group here, well, BDM's super exciting name next, Shota Yasuoka.
Yeah, Shota is, someone who has been, just coming off his second Pro Tour top 8 at the last event, and really exciting to see him in the mix.
And at the same draft table as Jason Chung this morning, feeding Jason Chung in this morning's booster draft. How's that for
And
Worlds
famously
implications?
saying on Twitter that he would surpass.
Yeah, are you
Jason
worried
Chung
about Jason Chung passing you?
at this Pro Tour?
All right,
Points on the Pro
gentlemen.
Tour, no problem.
We will get back to this. There's plenty of time to get you in all the races, World Magic Cup and all that good stuff. But the good stuff right now is Magic action in Magic Origins draft. It's time for round 1. How about Gabriel Nassif against John Finkel? Or Porchion against Paul Rietzel? Or Branko Neric against Martin Dang? No. We want to see Yuya Watanabe's deck in action, and he starts against Yuki Ichikawa. It's time for round 1 of Pro Tour Magic Origins.
Hello there, welcome to the booth. We are just about set to head down to the feature match area for the first round of action. That's Ian Duke, I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, and I'm excited because we get to see this deck that Yuya Watanabe just drafted. He's got 4 Enthralling Victor and a whole lot of stuff around it. He's going to be facing off against Yuki Ichikawa. Let's head down to the feature match area for the first round of action here from Vancouver. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Magic Origins. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Ian Duke, and we are ready for round number 1. This is the first round of action here at the tournament. Players have drafted their decks, made the tough cuts, got down to that 22, 23 playable mark, and they are ready to rumble. Let's take a look at our first competitor here, Yuya Watanabe from Japan. He is one of the most successful Magic players for this point in his career in the history of the game. I'm calling him as a Hall of Famer when he's eligible.
Yeah, I'll certainly be voting for him.
You'll be voting for him too. And his opponent is a younger player, Yuki Ichikawa, also from Japan. You can see the players know each other. They're having a chat. Yuki is a popular and famous Magic streamer and has had some serious success here at the Pro Tour stage as well. All right, we are underway. So, Ian, why don't we set the stage for what these decks look like? The first one is Yuya Watanabe. We watched him draft this deck, and it's a real spicy one.
Quite an incredible draft. He started off with Enthralling Victor into Nantuko Husk, of course, the 1-2 combo where you can steal a creature and sacrifice it. Ended up picking up 3 more Enthralling Victors for 4 copies of the Uncommon. A couple active Treasons there as well, and a bunch of Nantuko Husks and Fiery Conclusion, other ways to sacrifice creatures. So he's got quite a synergistic red-black aggressive deck. Yuki Ichikawa, on the other hand, has a pretty unique deck, I guess we were taking a look at it between rounds. He's base black with some blue and some white, and he has double Blightcaster as well as a couple auras to leverage that, and a Languish that he can go search for with Dark Petition.
Yeah, it looks like Yuki has tried to build a control deck here in this format. He's got that Languish that you mentioned, the Dark Petition to find it. He's Reeve sold as well, and here we
comes
go.
Victor.
Victor has shown up and stolen his first victim. That could be the first of many Enthralling Victors. And here's a Blightcaster on turn 4 for Yuki Ichikawa. He has attempted to go for a bit of a Blightcaster sub-theme and has some of the pieces for it, though not quite as streamlined as Yuya Watanabe's red-black deck.
So a couple of ground creatures holding off some Dragon Fodder tokens here. We'll see what Yuya can come up with.
Well, looks like he's fine trading Enthralling Victor off for either of these two options. Now, one thing, Ian, that you and I noticed about Yuki's deck that is potentially problematic, he doesn't have very many creatures.
That's right.
He's got, I'm going to call it 8.5.
Yeah, and not many of them are what you'd call capable of winning a game. He's got a lot of
Yeah.
sort of ground creatures, utility creatures, and blockers. Really only one rabid bloodsucker in the air to kind of close out a game. So what we might see is Yuya actually sort of controlling Ichikawa's threats or lack thereof with his active treason combos and enthralling victor combos, and actually making it pretty hard for Ichikawa to win the game. Here comes Weight of the Underworld, though, triggering Blightcaster and taking out 2 creatures for the price of 1.
Yeah, he gets to take out a Goblin and a Crone Sergeant there from Yuya. So, again, Yuki's deck looking to be the control here with far fewer creatures, more removal. Most of the creatures are defensive in nature, the Bloodsucker being the main exception to that. So, you and I were going over the list before we were in the feature match area here, Ian, and we were thinking that the way that Yuki can win, if he's going to win this match, is by controlling the game, probably drawing his Languish at some point, and then just overwhelming with card advantage thanks to Blightcaster.
That's right. And it looks like Yuya's starting to run out of steam here. I think we see a Mountain and an Active Treason in his hand.
And he's got a
well
Husk
the
as well.
here.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Husk is going to hit, which is okay, but looking at Yuki Ichikawa's side, he's at 16.
Right.
The Husk is going to do a little bit of work here, but not a lot.
So Yuya certainly not succeeding on his A plan of being aggressive and closing out the game quickly, but he's got an Active Treason ready for that Blightcaster to stop those shenanigans, and we may see the game sort of level out for a few turns here as both players look for some more action. But speaking of action, here's Dark Petition from Ichikawa. This is sort of the new Demonic Tutor / Dark Ritual kind of combination here. You get to search for any card and put it into your hand, and if you have Spell Mastery, you can add black, black, black to your mana pool.
Yeah, now he does not have Spell Mastery. He's got the Reeve Soul, but nothing, no other instants or sorceries in his yard. But he is going to get that effect, so... what are you assuming he's getting here? His Languish? This is his best card.
Yeah, I'd assume so. Unless, say, he's going for something like the Stalking Bloodsucker. Oh, sorry, Rabid Bloodsucker.
Fetid Imp. Go. Fetid Imp's pretty nice against Nantuko Husk.
Yep. I don't think we're going to see Yuya offer the trade on his Husk. It's just too important to the synergies of his deck.
Yeah, I will say that Yuki's deck is pretty well set up against what Yuya's trying to do. Yuki, doesn't he have 2 Disperse in the deck as well?
He does.
And that's pretty good against Nantuko Husk, if you get a little too fiery. And here, well, Yuki did it. He comboed off. He played Knightly Valor. He is playing 1 white card in his deck. It's Knightly Valor, and he's playing 1 Plains in his deck.
Yeah, pretty amazing that he assembled that combination, so to speak.
It could be that the Dark Petition got one or the other piece of this combo.
Yep.
Of Plains and Knightly Valor.
So Yuya Watanabe sitting on an Active Treason, sort of saving it for something that's worth dealing with.
How about a Fetid Imp with Vigilance and +2/+2?
Yeah, I'd say this is probably worth using the Active Treason on.
He has the Husk at the ready. This is, of course, one of the core synergies of the deck that Yuya has drafted here, is that he can steal a creature, attack with it, and then sacrifice it to the Nantuko Husk, turning his Active Treason into a removal spell instead of just a temporary board-changing effect.
Yeah.
So,
although
pretty
it
cool.
seems like we may have been mistaken here. We're seeing it's called the Full Moon rather than the Active Treason.
Oh, that's what he has in his hand?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
well,
my mistake.
that is a lot worse. How many Active Treasons did Yuya end up running in the deck, Ian? If you
Let
could
me double check
consult
that for everyone
Consult
here.
the list for me.
Looks like he did end up drafting 2 and playing both.
Okay. In the meantime, Fetid Imp hits the red zone. And this is a nice little clock, and there's even a Jessian Thief to keep that Husk at bay.
And Ichikawa sitting on a Claustrophobia and a Disperse. Sort of guarding against any kind of instant speed shenanigans that you might have. He doesn't have the double blue for the Claustrophobia yet, notably though.
Okay. I was going to say the Nantuko Husk is a nice target for Claustrophobia, right? Because anything that you Claustrophobia besides it just ends up being food anyway.
Yep, great point.
Active Treason.
There's
So Yuya drew it. And Yuki says okay. Wow. Oh, he's tapped out. His blue man is tapped because of the Jessian Thief, so he didn't have an option of dispersing.
Right. So
oh man!
Excellent
what a
to take that opportunity there. Now, one interesting thing we might see coming up in the future turns is, Marshall, as you pointed out, Nantuko Husk is a great target for Claustrophobia because any other creature you put the Claustrophobia on could be sacked to the Husk. So as soon as we see the double blue there, we'll probably see the Claustrophobia on the Husk. Of course, now we see Disperse slowing things down a little bit.
And getting in that Thief. Yeah, now this can get out of control quickly.
And a Blightcaster. Wow, nice turn for Ichikawa. But as I was saying, if the Claustrophobia does come down on the Husk can actually sacrifice itself to itself, go to the graveyard, and then Watanabe has Cruel Revival.
Oh, this is just mean.
Zombie.
Meteorite now
Meteorite comes down.
for Ichikawa. He has a Meteorite? I did not see this before.
Interesting.
Okay. Yeah, it didn't show up on his deck list there. We'll have to take a look. But Meteorite was very well timed there.
And the Cruel Revival bringing back the Husk, just as I was describing earlier.
Yeah, totally. Yuya had a really tough pick in the draft.
Yeah, between his second Cruel Revival and his third Nantuko Husk, right? So here comes Nantuko Husk with Call of the Full Moon.
All right. Shadows of the Past, which of course triggers the Blightcaster to shrink it down, and Claustrophobia, which he's going to give another -2/-2 thanks to the Blightcaster, so it's going to basically just finish the thing off. Yuya's going to take another read of Shadows of the Past. It's one of the more interesting cards, a tough one to evaluate as well. It's 1 and a black. And whenever a creature dies, you can scry 1. And if you have 4 or more creatures in your graveyard, you can pay 4 and a black to drain your opponent for 2. They lose 2 life, you gain 2 life. Cool card. Yeah, Yuki Ichikawa firmly in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, really taking control of this game, and then Shadows of the Past threatens to close things out pretty quickly once it gets active.
Yeah, it looks like the judges are stepping in for a moment. And they are back underway. Yuya Watanabe reveals the 3 lands he had in his hand, as well as the 8 or 9 on the battlefield. And of course, running out of gas that hard means that he is going to fall in this first game, so he's going to lose first game to Yuki Ichikawa. All right, we will be back right after these messages.
Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. Put your game to the test at a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix events include Hong Kong, San Diego, London, Detroit, Santiago, and Prague. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule.
And welcome back to the feature match area here in Vancouver. Let's take a live look at a particularly interesting feature match. It's a Paul mirror match. You can see them down on the bottom part of your screen. We have Paul Cheon versus Paul Rietzl. And this is a particularly interesting rematch as well because these gentlemen met in the finals of a Grand Prix. Now, this was a Team GP in San Jose, and it was an epic final match between them. Both of their teammates split matches with each other, so it all came down to this one.
Oh, wow.
And eventually, Paul Cheon won. But it was one of the best played, coolest matches I've had a pleasure of commentating. And it looks like these guys are off on a heck of a board state here. Paul Rietzl somehow playing the Sphinx's tutelage deck.
Oh, wow.
This is game one, by the way.
That's unusual.
Yeah. Rietzl's somebody that we associate with more of a beatdown player, a straightforward, aggressive deck type player.
Yes.
He loves his red-white, and red-white's really good in this format, yet here we are.
That's a question making the table real fast.
Yeah, I was chatting with a couple players yesterday, and one of the comments that I heard over and over again was how there are a lot of like cool, interesting kind of sideways synergies you can do. And I think it was maybe Gerard Fabiano or someone was telling me that in one of his practice drafts he drafted double Sphinx's tutelage, triple Dreadwaters like mill deck, and was actually able to be really successful with it. So it's cool to see those kind of unusual strategies coalescing and working successfully.
Yeah, and it looks like Paul Rietzl has some stuff going on here, though Paul Cheon has a much better board state as far as creatures go. Rietzl, I mean, I'm jealous. He's got a Sigiled Starfish, but it's also his only creature.
You're going to disperse your automaton on your end step.
All right, you heard it from Paul. Disperse automaton on end step. And that Sphinx's tutelage is one of those cards that everybody has their eye on. It's also very controversial among the professional players. Some of them think it's quite good. It looks like Rietzl's on it. And some of them think it's not. Some of them think you just shouldn't even touch the card. It's a cool little enchantment in this set. I love these type of cards because it gets a lot of discussion going, and that's my favorite part. Whenever you draw a card, you can have your opponent put the top two cards of his or her library in their graveyard. And then you can also pay 5 and a blue to loot, as we call it. Draw a card and then discard a card.
Yep, pretty expensive activation there. So.
Yeah, that's not the headliner.
Right, you really only want it in your deck if you're sort of using it as a win condition in sort of a more controlling type deck.
I see a Harbinger of the Tides on the battlefield for Rietzl as well. That's an excellent card. And he looks to be fully in the driver's seat. He's got Paul Cheon whittled down to a Cleric of the Forward Order and a Guardians of Meletus.
Wow.
Yeah. And with Paul Rietzl at 11, he's safe. If this is just Guardian and Automaton, you got to figure that he's good to go. All right, Anointer of Champions will help here too. What you'll often see with these Sphinx's tutelage decks as well are cards like the one you see on the table, Alchemist File. These type of cards that we call those a cantrip. They enter the battlefield, they draw you a card. They trigger the Sphinx's tutelage over and over and over, and it doesn't take that long to mill you out, but you do need firm control of the game to make it happen. All right, here we go. Alchemist File, just talked about it. Now, the one thing about the Sphinx's tutelage as well, which you're seeing here, it's slightly off camera, but if the two cards milled share a color with each other, you do it again. You repeat the process.
Right.
And we couldn't quite see what the cards were, but he did mill 4 there.
Yeah, 2 turns.
And this is now Artificer's Epiphany. So there's 4 triggers.
Okay.
He just milled 8 cards with that.
Incredible.
And I didn't see what it was, but Rietzel just said that he milled the one he was afraid of.
Now, it's hard to tell from our vantage point just how many cards Paul Cheon has left in his library, but it can't be that many.
I think it's in the 8 to 9 range.
Okay, so we're closing in on the final turns of the game.
Yeah. I would say at this point, it's 4 or 5. Yeah, he's. I don't think that Paul can win this game at this point.
So where my pre-combat meet is here.
Well, Paul can win this game.
Excuse me, I don't think Cheon can win this game. You know, this happened to me at the this happened at the Grand Prix as well. All right, well, why don't we jump back over to our main match? We've got Yuki Ichikawa and Yuya Watanabe just in the first stages of Game 2 here, where we saw Yuya fled out a little bit, it must be said. He had a few too many lands, kind of ran out of action after Yuki did a really good job of controlling the beginning part of the game.
This game, though, Yuya appears to be only on black mana. He has no red, and his deck, of course, is much more heavily red than black. So he is able to cast an Antuco Husk on turn 3, but doesn't have access to any of his red cards just yet. So he's really looking for that mountain as soon as possible.
He looks nervous. Quick update as well from another one of our tables in the feature match area, which features, get this, Ian, Gabriel Nassif versus Jon Finkel.
Wow. Clash of Titans.
Yeah, like often two of the names mentioned in like the top 3 best players ever. And Jon Finkel won the first game. He had Hangerback Walker, card we both love.
Yeah, excellent
and Alhamret as well.
Uh-huh.
So I suppose if you play both of those cards in a game of Limited, you're probably a favorite to win.
I would say so. So Yuya just continues to be stuck on only swamps here. Really unfortunate for him.
And for us, it must be said.
Yes.
I wanted to see this deck go off,
Yes.
and it looks like he's going to have some mana issues here.
And here comes Dark Petition.
Yeah. He's definitely not getting Languish this time. I
Yeah.
know what he's getting.
I would
Knightly Valor.
Oh,
He's got his
that's
planes.
right. He has his planes.
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say either that or the Rabid Bloodsucker, but yeah, with the planes, the Knightly Valor.
Yeah, you know, my first thought was Rabid Bloodsucker as well, but then I saw the planes, and he just has to go for Valor here, right? It's got to be his best card. Also, with his opponent on 3 black mana, there's no instant speed removal spell that actually punishes this in the set.
And we can see, in addition to mana troubles, Yuya also a little bit flooded on auras. He has an Infernal Scarring and a Call of the Full Moon in his hand. And that's something we talked about a little bit during the draft, how
Sure,
he had
one of
great
those is going to hit the
synergies,
bin.
but sort of the last several cards that he added to his deck are these kind of clunky auras.
It looks like Ichikawa just did nothing. He didn't play the Knightly Valor either, which I'm assuming is what he got. I guess I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean,
oh,
he
he
may
just
be
wants to
leaving up
activate the consoles.
Yeah,
here. Okay.
activate the consoles.
So he's just going to make 2 1/1 flyers here. I think if he did get the Valor, I think I like just playing the Valor. I want to slam the
he's
door
gotta
on my
figure
opponent here.
One of the only ways he can lose this game is
Uh-huh.
if he plays into some kind of like instant speed trick or removal spell.
But there isn't one.
Yeah, I guess there's not in black.
No,
that I
not
can
in,
think
not
of here.
for not for 3 black. At any rate, Yuki is firing on all cylinders here anyway, adding more and more to the board. And Yuya Watanabe cannot find the land. All right, he's found a mountain, and he's going to play a Thopter Engineer, which will give him a blocker on the ground and a trade for a Thopter, but at 7, it might just be too late here. Yeah, he did get the Knightly Valor. I saw it in the back of his hand.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and that's going to do it. The handshake is extended. Yuki Ichikawa defeats Yuya Watanabe, who, it must be said, had mana issues both games. Too many, then not enough.
Yeah, which is really a shame. I mean, that was one of the decks that we pegged for maybe going 3-0.
All right, so I just mentioned a minute ago Gabe Nassif versus Jon Finkel. Let's head over there and check in on those 2 giants of the game. Whoa! Speaking of giants,
quite the board here.
There's the Sentinel of the Eternal Watch. Okay, Wild Instincts. is going to take down. So we have 2 of the mythic uncommons on the battlefield right now. And one is reigning bigger than the other.
Now, mythic uncommons, you said, Marshall. Can you explain for the audience at home what you mean by
Yeah,
that?
so we use this term jokingly, but some of the uncommons, like the Sky Snare Spider you see there, and then the Sentinel of the Eternal Watch that's down there, are, well, they're better than the rest. Let's just put it that way. And they even sometimes will eclipse some of the rares in the set. And so we tend to, we jokingly refer them as mythic uncommons because they're so good that they're better than some of the rares and even the mythics in the set. And Sentinel of the Eternal Watch is probably the best one of the bunch, but that Sky Snare Spider is a personal favorite of mine as well.
And Finkel just under a ton of pressure here.
He's
down
getting
to just one lonely Water Courser. He has Bone to Ash in his hand, but not going to help him catch back up on board.
All right, he was not attacking with that Water Courser. He was packing him up, which means, yay, we get a game 3.
That's right, evened up the score.
Now that does leave one match that we have not looked in on yet. And we could jump over there if we want. We can see our King of the Hill table.
Featuring Martin Dang.
Martin Dang,
For
of
a
course.
TTK champion.
Yeah, he was our champion. So he is going to carry over and get his seat down there. And he's playing against Bronco Niernik from Belgium. And here we are. So Bronco, we are assured, although we do see the permanents being scooped up here, Bronco's mono red.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Red I've found is a pretty deep color in this format. Got a lot of powerful common creatures. It's not surprising for me to see a player be able to fill out an entirely mono red deck.
Okay, why don't we jump over and check on the Paul Mirror match here. We're just bouncing all over the place in the future match area, but I got to see how Qian versus Rietzel is shaping up here. We saw Rietzel win the first game with his Sphinx's Tutelage deck.
On top.
And we do not see a Tutelage this time, though, at least not yet. And here is an Aspiring Aeronaut. A really solid little creature. I think that this one's slightly underrated right now. People kind of just pass
agree.
on it, but I actually like that card. You see an Anointer of Champions as well for Paul Qian. That thing's mean. That card is nasty. You play a turn 1 Anointer of Champions and things can get pretty ugly. Rabid Bloodsucker is a follow-up play for Qian.
That Shadows of the Past threatening to be a little bit annoying on Paul Qian's side of the table.
But, you know, I got to say, if I'm Paul Rietzel, I'm not that bummed about it.
Why is that?
I think it's pretty slow. And also, it doesn't attack. Like, it means that Rietzel's going to get a little bit of extra time to try to set up his game plan and get things worked out where he's not just getting hammered on by, like, look at this scenario that we have here, right? If he went Anointer of Champions into 2-mana something, I don't care, like
Topin Freeblade,
Topin Freeblade, a Shambling Ghoul, then Rietzel stands to take 6-9 damage, you know, from that before he can get his shields up. But since it's not something that can attack or block, it makes the Anointer of Champions worse, and it says he's got time. Now, it does give Paul the possibility for some inevitability down the line, which could be problematic. But I think if I'm Rietzel, I actually prefer my opponent to play it.
14?
Yeah, certainly over a 2-drop aggressive creature.
Yeah. And it looks like Qian has hit the afterburners here. He's followed up with another Bloodsucker, and Rietzel's down to 9 already.
Yep, and because of that Anointer of Champions, Paul Rietzel can't double block one of those Rabid Bloodsuckers with the Aeronaut and the Thopter.
Anointer of Champions, so good.
Here comes a Screeching Scob for Paul Rietzel.
So one of the cards that we can't quite see on our screen is a Sphinx's Tutelage actually just hit the graveyard off of that Screeching Scob.
No, the spell has to resolve. Actually, Judge.
And you can see some nice sequencing
I
by...
cast this on this, and then he's got this. So I think I have to resolve my spell first before his can even go on the stack, right?
His won't even trigger till the creature is dead and
Okay.
your spell has finished resolving.
All right.
So they're just clarifying the order of the scrying here. But as I was saying, nice sequencing by Rietzel here, playing the Screeching Scob, milling himself before scrying with the Lightning Javelin.
For 1, 2, 3.
An
4,
easy
5.
mistake to make sometimes, just
9,
sequencing
right?
your cards in the wrong order, and then you end up having to mill off the card that you scried to the top.
Okay, well, why don't we jump back over and get the conclusion of Gabriel Nassif versus Jon Finkel as we see this game develop in the early stages here. We came in a little bit late on the previous game, and there was a lot going on that board state, but now we're in a much earlier stage here. Interesting.
Good.
So, it looks like John,
17.
who lost the previous game, is on the draw?
Yep.
Interesting.
I mean, he didn't play a land this turn, and he has one in his hand. So he may have just chosen the draw here. And Gabe Nassif has, well, he played a 1-drop into a 2-drop, but for a combined 2 power. And John also is on a mulligan here, we're told. So there's a Caustic Caterpillar into a Elvish Visionary now for Nassif. And on turn 3, he's going to play Read the Bone. So, ooh, geez, there's a Managorger Hydra and a Reeve Soul.
Wow.
Yeah. I suppose you just draw both of those? Maybe he doesn't have any more mana. Whoa, he's got an Outland Colossus in his hand too, I think. Yeah,
and,
he
and
totally
a Woodland
does.
Bellower, yeah. It's a
What the
very
heck?
powerful hand from Nassif here.
This happened in a sealed Woodland Bellower searching up the Hydra, Managorger Hydra.
Wow.
That is nasty. He was considering, I think, putting the Hydra on the bottom because he can just search it up when he gets the 6 mana anyway. And I think he's missing mana. Oh, now we see why Finkel didn't play his land. He's got Knight of the White Orchid in his hand.
So
And
coming
now-
off a mulligan, he just wants every card he can get.
Yes.
So intentionally skipping a land drop so he can jump ahead with Knight of the White Orchid.
Good.
The one card that makes sense there, right?
Yeah.
the rare Knight of the White Orchid is like, oh, of course. And there it is. Managorger Hydra. John is going to have to use a suppression bonds on this at some point and hope that it holds up. Get a look at a pair of Hall of Famers of the highest order. There's Nassif. Finkel from New York.
Yeah.
With an
Good.
absurd sheet there you can see on the right-hand side.
You missed this one? Because you had untapped your lands. No, I said yeah, but... But you had already untapped your lands by the time you pointed to it? I don't know. Did I? Yes, I was watching for that. Okay, that's fine.
So what happened there is there was a spell played by Jon Finkel. In this case, it was a Jessian Thief. And whenever a spell is played, you can put a +1/+1 counter on your Managorger Hydra, but you have to announce that and put the counter on it. And John played it and passed the turn. Nassif had started to untap his lands, and the judge said it was a little too late for him to still get the trigger. So he wasn't able to get that first trigger, but then he plays Llanowar Empath of his own and certainly remembered the trigger this time. And yeah, that Hydra, so insane. It just sits there.
Just sits there and grows.
Just grows and grows and grows, and once it gets big enough, it starts crunching, and you cannot chump block that thing. It has trample.
That's right. Although Finkel here has the suppression bonds at the ready to stop that Mana Gorger Hydra. And plenty of lands, too, so he's getting up to that majoring responder pretty quickly, which is just the kind of powerful card that he needs to get back into this game.
That card's pretty mean. Now,
yes.
it charges you for it. You know,
Yes,
you're going
it
to put
does.
7 mana into the thing, and maybe even more if you want to untap it, but it does pay you back.
And we've seen Nassif's hand just full of super powerful cards.
So the Caustic Caterpillar, of course, sitting on the battlefield is a problem. Now, he can't use it right now because he's got to put some mana into it to actually activate it, but it will take out the suppression bonds at some point during the course of the game here. And so Finkel's taking a pretty aggressive line here of saying, all right, well, I got to get in while the getting's good. Jessian Thief gets chump blocked. Finkel has Bone to Ash in hand, but does not have the second blue mana for it. In fact, his hand looks not great here with the Rage Ring Responder, which is, but then the Bone to Ash and Plains aren't really what he wants since he can't cast Bone to Ash. The good news is Responder's coming in next turn.
That's right.
And so what's John has basically done here is he's tempting Nassif to use the Caustic Caterpillar on the suppression bond so that it can't kill the Majoring Responder, which is an artifact creature. This is a pretty cool line from John. He has to try to get Nassif to use that stupid Caterpillar so that he can play his Majoring Responder.
But unfortunately for Finkel, Nassif just takes the turn to play the enormous Outland Colossus.
Yeah, he hit that land, and now the Colossus is a 6/6 his hit. And once again, John just can't play the Responder this turn, right?
Right,
I mean,
the Caterpillar.
the Caterpillar just wrecks it. So he has to do whatever he can do and hope that Nassif says, okay, I'm going to get aggressive here and use my Caterpillar to take down the suppression bonds and start attacking you. Okay, what has John found? He's found a Knight of the Pilgrim's Road. This is so intense.
Yeah.
Like if Nassif says, did Nassif forget the trigger there too?
Looks like he did.
He's got 3 counters on it. I thought that's what it had before. Oh, he's got Conclave Naturalist.
Wow, so the second disenchant type effect, the second way to destroy an enchantment or artifact.
And Nassif just realized he forgot. He said, this should be at 6.
Yeah.
It's at 4.
Things looking grim here for Finkel. Now remember, the Outland Colossus can't be blocked by more than one creature.
It must be single blocked.
Right.
It's got the opposite of Menace.
That's right. And with Renown 6, Finkel's in a tough spot.
What were you
here.
thinking, Ian? You're like, oh, we've got some Renown 1s, a couple of Renown 2s. Let's make a Renown 6.
That's right. Really blowing it out.
I love it.
Rarities.
I think it's cool.
Yeah, I'll block.
I mean, that's what rares are for, right? You got to be able to push it a little or a lot.
So
And-
Finkel opting to chump block rather than
Yes.
allow Nassif a 12/12 creature.
Finkel goes deep into the tank here.
Go ahead.
And has nothing. He's drawn a Mighty Leap for the turn, passed it back. And yes, things are looking terrible for Finkel here. This is a game 3 as well. The winner of this game will take down their first match and get their Pro Tour Magic Origins off to a good start. Wow.
How many cards do you have?
Nassif has 5 spells in hand at this point,
Yeah,
too.
just an incredibly powerful draw. I wonder if this is indicative of his whole deck or if he just kind of got some of his most powerful cards this game.
You know,
His deck looks really solid.
It does. I have to admit, when he went Caustic Caterpillar into Elvish Visionary, I was a little bit underwhelmed.
Yeah.
But now that he's got Managorger Hydra, Colossus,
Right.
he's got Sentinel Spider.
Well, I imagine the
Skelly
Caterpillar
Reach
is a sideboard card after seeing a Suppression Bonds or two, or maybe
Yeah.
even the Major Responder.
He may have even seen the Responder, yeah.
But yeah, I like Nassif's deck quite a bit. I mean, he's got a lot of powerful creatures, clearly, and then Elvish Visionaries and Llanowar Empaths to sort of cycle through his deck and find them. So it looks like a good combination of power and consistency here. Finkel with a defensive Mighty Leap there to sort of counter the Reeve Soul by boosting his creature's power above 3.
So Nassif knows that he's supposed to win this game.
Right.
And he's trying to make sure that he doesn't put himself in a position where that doesn't happen. And that's what that sigh was all about.
And he also knows he's playing against John Finkel, one of the best players ever in the game. So if there's anyone who can get out of this situation, it's John. So Nassif, despite his overwhelming board presence, just really thinking through what could go wrong for me here.
Yeah, you know, the cards he's going to consider, cards like Celestial Flare, are going to pop to mind for him. But he is so far ahead.
There's free.
Finkel's at 14, which is also how many Pro Tour top 8s he has, by the way.
Incredible.
This is 7-7, right?
Yeah.
I'll double block.
First, second.
Sure. So I think 9.
6, 7, 8, 9.
Update from our King of the Hill table. We've got a new King of the Hill, Ian.
Yep.
Bronco Niernik defeats Martin Dang 2-1 to take the seat.
Go.
And as this one comes to what is likely to be a conclusion next turn,
I had this guy in my hand all game.
and Finkel shows him, I had this guy. And it looks like Paul Rietzel did end up grinding Paul Cheon out just right now, in fact, to win 2-0 over him. So Rietzel off to a good start, and looks like we had synchronized handshaking down in the feature match area as they both finished. That was exciting stuff, Ian.
Yeah, very exciting matches.
I love seeing those super high-end players, you know, some of the best. And I'm not talking about, oh, you know, that person's in the Hall of Fame. I'm talking about the top of the line go against each other. It's great. And you could see that those players have a lot of respect for each other as well, as he said, you know, I had this in my hand the whole time.
Yeah.
I was trying to get you to use
Well, they're
the
good buddies
Caterpillar.
and teammates, and they've been playing together for a long time.
Yeah,
so.
that's right. Welcome back to the booth here in Vancouver. That was a fun first round. I do wish that we could have seen Yuya's deck fire on a few more cylinders than it did. You know, he stumbled on mana a little bit. But, yeah, we'll get a chance to see some more great Magic here. Why don't we send it back, though, to the news desk for now. We'll be back here in just a little bit for round 2.
Hope have been playing Magic Online, getting your own sense of what's going on in the world of Magic Origins Draft. Well, we're now in a position where we've been able to collate all the data from those first few febrile days of drafting action, and that means we're going to go inside the Magic Online draft archetypes, and that's coming your way approximately now. All right, hello everyone. Rich Hagan sitting alongside Hall of Famer Randy Buehler here to talk about Magic Online Draft. And Randy, before we get into all the color pairs, let's set the scene a little. Put some context on these 5 colors and what we're going to see.
I mean, this is core set. Origins draft. Core set tends to be a little bit simpler. It tends to be a little more block and tackle, a little more vanilla. I mean, Magic is just awesome. So just having creatures and spells that interact with each other, it's definitely got that. So there are color pair synergies baked into the set. You know, the different color pairs have certain almost suggested archetypes. But we're not talking about Modern Masters, right? It's not like you're stitching together a constructed deck. Well, maybe for Yu Watanabe, but in general, you're going to be playing with a lot of good cards, and so you'll see more overlap between the color pair draft orders, so sort of the rankings of the commons than you would see in other cards. The real defining thing for me about Origins Limited is the blocking. Right, it's renowned creatures that the opponent has to block, and it's combat tricks, trying to force through that renowned creature and just hit them once, or trying to punish the opponent for trying to do a double block. So it can turn into a very aggressive format, because if you've got the right tricks, your opponent is on their back foot already turn 2, turn 3, trying to block and stabilize the board. So it can play very aggressively. Combat tricks are very important. Just super interesting draft format, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it's a world where the tricks are aggressively costed at 1 and 2 mana, and a lot of the good creatures are aggressively costed at 1 and 2 mana,
right.
Which means that with 3 mana, you can often not have this choice of, am I going to play a trick and that's my turn 3, or am I going to make a guy? Instead, you get to do both a lot of the time, and that's super interesting.
No, it's very insightful. It's absolutely true.
Okay, so why don't we get into it? We've got 5 color pairs coming your way today, 5 tomorrow. Why don't we start off with white-blue flyers?
Yeah, so Thunderclap Wyvern is great. If you're in the white-blue deck, many of your best cards are going to have flying anyway, and it's really that Thunderclap Wyvern that just gives the deck its identity. Pretty classic blue-white deck in the grand scheme of things. Bounce effects are good, tap effects exist. Flyers are hard for the opponent to deal with, so if you can kind of gum up the ground or just bounce your opponent's creatures, Thunderclap Wyvern really lets you attack with flyers and kill the opponent relatively quickly.
So why don't we see what you've been drafting? The winning decks. Let's take a look. These are the most frequently 1st through 5th picked commons among draft winners on Magic Online. So these cards are going into winning decks all the time.
Yeah, you see Separatist Void Mage at the top of the list. That, you know, it may look like an overcosted Mana War to people who've been playing it long enough to remember Mana War. It's totally fine. The effect is absolutely worth 4 mana. Separatist Void Mage is one of the best blue commons you can get. And Suppression Bonds, even at 4 mana, just the ability to eliminate your opponent's permanent. You can nail an equipment in a pinch. Doesn't even have to be a creature. Those are great cards. You see Topin Freeblade is actually 5th on this list, which is pretty interesting to me. We're actually going to go through all of the different white archetypes this morning. And Topin Freeblade is commonly seen as, you know, arguably the best common creature in the set, one of the reasons why white is the best color, but the blue-white Flyers deck not as dependent on Topin Freeblade as some of the more sort of ground-aggressive white archetypes.
Okay, why don't we take a look at the top 5 uncommons that you're picking in your winning decks for this particular archetype. Thunderclap Wyvern, Whirler Rogue's a lovely card, Jessian Thief, Sentinel of the Eternal Watch, and Swift Reckoning.
Yeah, this archetype, the white-blue deck, gets what I think are the 2 best uncommons in the set, in Whirler Rogue and Sentinel of the Eternal Watch. I think that they would be a little higher on this 1st through 5th pick list if you got past them more often. Right. You get past the Thunderclap Wyvern, that card is gonna find its way to the blue-white deck. So I think that's kind of why the way this data is set up, it winds up at the top of this list. It is the defining card of the archetype, but the fact that those Whirler Rogue tokens, if you're lucky enough to get your hands on a Whirler Rogue, making 2/2 Thopters is just better than making 1/1 Thopters.
Yeah, and as a by-the-by, Separatist Void Mage, you can even do that to your own Whirler Rogue, and hey, let's have some more 1/1 flyers along the way.
There you go.
So there's all sorts of fun activities with that. That is your white-blue flying archetype. So as Randy says, we're going to stick with white. This time, we're going to go the yin and yang of the format. We're going to go white-black. And Randy, enchantments is your kind of overall theme.
Right, not such a loud theme that you must draft it when you're white and black, but there are some nice synergies built in. Auramancer getting back Weight of the Underworld, the blood-crazed knight, the little vampire that hits really hard. They've got some nice synergies baked in where you can kind of make a control deck, you can Blight Caster for value. It's on the slower side of decks in this format, but if you can manage not to get run over by your opponent's early threats, you really have a lot of sort of grindy, attrition-based value that you can eke out in the mid-game.
Let's look at the commons then. The top 5 commons being picked by you in your winning decks. Topin Freeblade, Suppression Bronze, Removal, and Stalwart Avon.
Yeah, and you see the Free Blade goes up to the top here. This archetype really needs to be able to impact the board immediately and not get run over because it's a little clogged on 4. Like you see Suppression Bonds here, crucial to the deck to have that enchantment, especially the enchantment that kind of hangs out in play. But it does cost 4, so does Way to the Underworld, so does Blightcaster. So get that Topin Free Blade down first, block, hopefully you get away with trading with your opponent's first creature, and you can kind of build up to where you want to be. Reeve Soul also very good at impacting the board right away on turn 2.
Let's go to the uncommons then. Top 5 uncommons picked by you at home in your Magic Online winning draft decks. There is the Blood Cursed Knight. And those gold cards, there aren't many of them in the set, but they are nice little gifts. The fact that they will naturally gravitate to you if you are in the right archetype.
Yeah, Blessed Spirits is another one that, for most people, it's just a Windrake, right? It's just 2 and a 1-colored mana for a 2/2 flyer. In this deck, though, he starts to build up to become a pretty big threat. Knightly Valor is the other card that can sometimes float a little bit because it's 5 mana and the format has a decent amount of bounce, but it's exactly what the white-black player wants.
If you are relatively new to Magic, watch out for Knightly Valor and the way that the pros play that card. It's a huge deal if you can make it stick because you're giving +2/+2 to your creature. That's potentially a fly. It's going to become huge. And you get the 2/2 Vigilance. That's a big, big deal. Okay, you're paying 5 mana for it. But watch the way that they play it. Most of the time, we're not going to see them run a Knightly Valor into an open set of mana on the other side because you're just setting yourself up to be 2 for 1. Be patient is the key with something like that.
That's exactly right. Cruel Revival is the other 2 for 1 that was on that list. It's no particular synergy with Cruel Revival, but it's just great value, especially if you have a couple zombies floating around that you can regrow.
Okay. If you're not a great player, the quicker you can get your opponent dead, the better. Give them as few turns as possible. Our third archetype tries to do that. Red-white, go wide or go home.
Yeah, this is... I think if you polled the room, they would tell you this is the best archetype in Limited.
Sure.
It is very powerful. It comes out very aggressively, and we've talked about how the format rewards you for being the aggressor, sort of attacking into your opponent's block with a combat trick at the ready. You get combat tricks out of both your colors. You've got super aggressive creatures out of both your colors. It's a very good deck.
Okay, so why don't we take a look at the commons that are being most highly valued by the winners in this archetype, Tobin Free Blade, of course.
Absolutely.
And then we'll unpack our Girapur Gearcrafter, Removal in Lightning Javelin, and Fiery Impulse, and Suppression Bonds.
Yeah, removal, absolutely. Fiery Impulse being particularly nice removal in that it only costs 1, so it does give you those tempo turns where you can remove a creature and also play an additional creature of your own.
One little tension that is there is the fact that both Suppression Bonds, in brackets I put Pacifism,
sure.
Lightning Javelin, in brackets I put Lightning Strike Incinerate. Because they cost 4, there is a little deck building puzzle there because sometimes red-white aggro wants to be a 15-16 land deck, but those cards, Javelin and Suppression Bonds at 4, really want you to be 17, and some cards in red-white actually want you to go as far as 18. So it's an interesting deck building
Yeah, I think
puzzle.
it's mostly a 17 land format. You don't see a lot of the 15-16. The format isn't... Because you want the get the 3 mana on turn 3 to go combat trick and creature.
Yes.
So you're not just flooding the board with as many 1 and 2 drops as possible. You really want those tempo turns.
Okay, let's look at the uncommons then in red-white. What are you getting success with? Once again, it's gold. Well, unsurprisingly, it's double striking Eros' champion. The Lieutenant is a card I love. Acolyte of the Inferno, Patron of the Valiant, and Thopter Engineer.
Yeah, all just super efficient creatures. Acolyte of the Inferno in particular, like, what are they supposed to do? You play this 3/1 guy. If they block him, their creatures take damage, so it's really hard to block early on, but then if you let it hit you, it gets renowned, so it gets even bigger and even harder to block. It's a very difficult creature. If they don't have a removal spell for it the turn you play it, just a very difficult creature to deal with.
Right, for sure. All right, so that's red-white. We have one more white pair to give you, and of course that is green. This is the home of Renown.
Yeah, definitely. This is, I think, the best creature set in terms of you get a little more beef, you get a little more renown. Your creatures are a little bigger, they're also a little bit slower for that reason. You know, your key uncommon being the 3 mana Wardens. Patron of the Valiant is great, but it's also 5 mana. It's a good deck. It does focus on renown and creature tricks, but it's a little notch slower than the red-white deck.
Okay, now we've heard this morning people talk about how the green is probably the worst color of the 5.
Yes.
I know that you are perfectly prepared to stand up and be countered and say white is the best of the 5.
Yes.
But do you in fact think that white-green is the best pair to go with white?
No, I think that you go white-green if green is super, super open, and in particular, if you can get the key uncommon. Like the Castellan is just such an efficient creature that you can get a good white-green deck, but if I have my druthers, I want to be white-red, or I want to be white-black. Or I want to be white-blue. I think it's actually the weakest of the white color pairs.
Right, fair enough. Well, why don't we see the commons that are still getting the job done in green and white for you? Of course, there's Topin Freeblade, the removal of suppression bonds. And I guess, Randy, the reason suppression bonds is at the top, is that going to be about just needing to give yourself that little bit more time?
This has been true of green-white for as long as Magic has existed. They aren't removal colors. And so it's really hard to deal with your opponent's threats. So you see Suppression Bonds goes to the top of the list because there's so little removal in those colors that when you get the opportunity to draft anything, take it. And Wild Instincts is also arguably the best green common. It's either Wild Instinct or it's Leaf Gilder because again, you're in a non-removal color and you just want the ability to, clear a blocker so that you can attack or kill the bomb so that you can get it off the table.
On raw numbers, Rock's Maulers as a 4/4 trampler for 5 doesn't seem spectacular. Once it's into gameplay, it gets a lot more spectacular very quickly.
Yeah, the word trample is the crucial part. Like 4/4 for 5, not a great deal, but the fact that it tramples means if you have a combat trick, a Titanic Growth is the card that a lot of green mages just swear by. Titanic Growth is better in this format than it's been in sort of any of the other formats where it's ever existed. Being able to trample over, you only got to eke through 1 point of trample damage, suddenly you trigger Renown. Now you're a 6/6 trampler, and yeah, that's the game plan that works when you're the green mage. You just have to kind of survive those turns to get your 5-mana guy into play and then have the opportunity to attack with him.
Right. So what about the uncommons then? Let's take a look at those for you in green and white. Here they come. Citadel Castellan. Oh, fabulous. Undercity Troll. Valorant Wardens is a very good card. Sentinel of the Eternal Watch again. And Patron of the Valiant. Now, I've got to be honest, I'm a little surprised to see Patron of the Valiant there. Largely because it feels like it's... I know there is no such thing as half a turn, but it feels like it's half a turn slow a lot of the time, and it's often vanilla a lot of the time.
But when it's vanilla, it's fine. 4/4 flying for 5 is a great rate.
Sure, Air Elemental.
Air Elemental's very good, and you do sometimes get the extra +1/+1 counters as well, especially in green-white.
With Topin Freeblades, for example.
You've got you're the Renown deck, right?
Yeah.
You can have, I've seen green-white decks that have a dozen Renown creatures in them sometimes.
Sure. All right, so that's a green-white, but we've done all the white. Why don't we go right to the far end? We can get as spiky and as evil as we can possibly make it. It's time for blue-black, and that means the world of the graveyard.
Yeah, this is a control deck. This is the control deck of the format. You can build it a number of different ways. The graveyard synergies are not super loud. You do have the ability to Screeching Scab and, get a little bit of value back with a Possessed Scab. But really, if you're blue-black, you're just trying to gum up the works, control the game, and then win with something. Maybe it's a graveyard synergy, maybe it's the card advantage you can get from Cruel Revival, maybe it's just a Sphinx's Tutelage. Maybe you actually take those graveyard fillers and sometimes you even point them at your opponent, especially if you've got a Sphinx's Tutelage deck. That can be a very powerful victory condition for this blue-black deck, is it really just wants to kind of block and trade and kill stuff and get ahead on card advantage.
You've been inside R&D in Wizards of the Coast making core sets for many years along the history of Magic. I want to ask you, is there a deliberate thing? You said it's a fairly light theme of the graveyard. Is that in part because in core sets, requiring players to focus on yet another zone is a kind of tough thing because they've, most of the time with core sets, you want to be here and just going hand, battlefield, life total in a kind of pretty much linear way of playing?
I do think that core sets in general want to have sort of, they want to be a little more accessible. They want to be a little easier. That said, I think Origins is, in my opinion, it's in a great spot just as a Magic set. I don't want my 2-color archetype to be rammed down my throat. I want to have a little bit of flexibility, and I can ignore the graveyard thing and just be a card advantage, 1-for-1, draw some cards, kind of a blue-black control deck. So I like the way Origins has some synergy that you can sink your teeth into, but you're not required.
Okay, why don't we see how that plays out in terms of the cards that are delivering success in the blue-black archetype. Let's take a look at the commons for you. And we've certainly got Reeve's Soul there, Unholy Hunger. We've seen Separatist Void Mage. Interesting to see Claustrophobia, which is a heavy blue commitment because it's double blue. And Read the Bones. I want to ask you about Read the Bones particularly, Randy, because that's a card that's featured multiple times in Magic history. And the 2 life in an aggressive format, is that something that comes back to bite you, or do people generally have the time to, for want of a better term, skip their 3rd turn in order to read the bones?
It's a drawback. It is a very real drawback, but the card is super powerful. I mean, it's not just draw 2, it's scry 2 first. So you kind of can think of it as, draw the best 2 of the top 4. It's not quite that good, but the 2 life is real. You can't read the bones as your first play in this format. What you need to do is Reeve's Soul or Putrid Imp is another card that I find really good in blue-black in particular.
Fetid Imp, right?
Sorry,
the
Fetid
1/2, yeah.
The 1/2, sitting back on defense, threatening death touchdown, their best attacker. I think that you got to do something first, and then on turn 3 or turn 4, you can read the bones, and you've already sort of traded or set up blocks, and you're able to then sort of slow the game down where that 2 life is not a devastating drawback.
So let's see where that Read the Bones takes you. It digs you deeper into your library, maybe towards some of these key uncommons in the archetype for blue-black. So let's see what the uncommons are. And we have Whirler Rogue, Cruel Revival, Possessed Scarp, so gold once again featuring there. Taogeist, a card I like very much. And Jessian Thief, how hard is it in this format to make Jessian Thief work?
It's not trivial. I mean, everybody knows they're going to need to block renowned creatures, so sneaking through an Ophidian-style creature isn't trivial. But look at it's 2 for 1, 2 for 1, 2 for 1, 2 for 1, X for 1. Blue-black is the card advantage archetype for me more than it's the graveyard archetype. It's just, if that's the kind of Magic you like to play, the blue-black deck is there, and they're not the most popular colors, right? White and red are the most popular colors, so you can get that deck, or you open something nice that leads you that direction. You can usually count on getting past some of the goods.
Yeah, so it's neither the most popular in terms of white-red, but nor is it the green which people are trying to avoid. So it's in kind of quite a nice spot.
I think so.
All right, well, those are the first 5 of our color pairs. Brian David Marshall will be with us here tomorrow to take us through the other 5 color pairs as we develop our understanding of this fledgling draft environment. So right now, those are our first 5 Magic Online draft archetypes. So welcome back to the news desk. I've been joined once again by Randy Buehler and Brian David Marshall, who's been out gathering the excitement of round 1. Round 2 is only moments away, I can tell you. But before we started this round, we were looking into the regions for the World Championship slots. We'd shown you North America and we had shown you through Europe, but I can tell you that the players are ready for round number 2, and that means that we have William Jensen against Jeremy Desani, who are at 0-1.
Huey lost round 1
Yep,
also,
they both
in addition
lost.
to you.
Yep. Joe Larson against Brad Nelson. They are both round 1 winners. The King of the Hill is Branko Nairink of Belgium up against Zach Mandelblad of the United States. But our video match, at 1-0, Paula Vita Dama de Rosa of Brazil against Shota Yasuoka. We thought we'd show you that right now.
Yes, please.
And welcome back to the booth. You know, BDM asked so nicely. He said, yes, please. He would like to see this match. And you know what? I would too. Let's head down to the feature match area for round 2 here from Pro Tour Magic Origins. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Magic Origins. We're in Vancouver, British Columbia. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Ian Duke. And we're ready for round number 2, where we have Shota Yasuoka. You can take a look at Shota there. And he's going to play against the Hall of Famer, 9-time Pro Tour Top 8 competitor, Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa. And we're in round 2. Now, this is, of course, booster draft. These players are each 1-0 with their booster draft decks, and we get to rumble here.
Yeah, so we have Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa piloting a white-red, fairly aggressive deck. It looks like it's not a super streamlined version. He's got a little bit of some clunky top-end prickle bores and cobble brutes and things of that nature, but generally a pretty aggressive, coherent game plan.
Okay. And we see Paulo has a very aggressive start here. He's got a Crowan Jailer into Topin Freeblade, so even a 1-drop, though not a particularly aggressive one. And the Visionary there for Shota Yasuoka is actually going to hold it at bay here. And, in fact, get in for 3 damage thanks to Yevis Force Mage. And Paulo's going to use his Jailer here as his entire turn 3 worth of mana, but he's going to get his Topin Freeblade Renown.
Right, which is quite nice because now it can hold off the Yevis Force Mage or attack profitably and require a double block. So Shota here piloting a green-black sort of elf-themed deck.
And the reason why Shota would play this pre-combat, if you're sitting in Paulo's seat, is because Might of the Masses is in this format. It's a pump spell that counts how many creatures you have and gives the creature that you target +1/+1 for each of those. Normally, you'll see professional players play their creatures post-combat to hide information from their opponent, but Shota's really telegraphing Might of the Masses here by playing that card pre-combat.
That's right. Great point, Marshall. And as it turns out, he actually has 4 copies of Might of the Masses in his deck.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. And he does have one in his hand as well. So the Thornbow Archer just sitting there, and Paulo's going to pick up on this and figure out what he has. He cannot block here, but he is quite tempted to do so. I mean, this is part of the reason why he spent all that tempo, that turn 3, to get his Topin Freeblade Renown, is because it gets it bigger than anything else, and now he's not even going to be able to block.
Yeah. Tough situation for Paulo, but the pre-combat Thornbow Archer just telegraphs Might of the Masses so clearly there, and I don't think he wants to trade his Renown and Topin Freeblade for a single green mana.
Right. And so it's Veteran Sidearm as a follow-up for Shota, but Scab Clan Berserker from Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa, that has haste, and he's going to attack with both into the feeble Thornbow Archer. It's just a 1/2 as it sits on the board, and Shota really doesn't want to let Scab Clan Berserker get renowned as well. He'd be facing down 2 3/3s.
That's right.
You can see that Scab Clan Berserker has that extra ability too.
Yeah, which is actually quite relevant against a deck with 4 Might of the Masses.
Yeah.
Every time he casts one, or any other non-creature spell for that matter, he's taking 2 damage.
And he took it, so the Scab Clan Berserker is now renowned. And the ability will be in effect here. Okay, so equip up Yevis Force Mage and attack with it. No great blocks here for Paulo. Enshrouding Mist is a card that Shota would keep in mind here as the only combat trick really available to Paulo, but he just takes the damage, so 3 damage, and an Orchard Spirit is the follow-up play for Yasuoka. So both players able to use up most or all of their mana every turn here. And in the meantime, Paulo's going to attack with his 2 3/3s. The Jailer's just going to sit back, and it isn't being activated pre-combat. And Yasuoka took all of it. Huge hit of 6 damage. And I think we're going to see a War Oracle follow-up here.
Yeah, and this is quite a nice turn because it also lets Paulo leave up Enshrouding Mist.
Right. Yeah, so War Oracle is a 3/3 with Lifelink and Renown 1. And that is going to put a real hurtin' on Yasuoka here, as he's going to want to keep the attacks flowing. But the War Oracle plus Enshrouding Mist combo here means that Paulo's likely going to eat a combat trick and also gain 4 life this turn.
That's right. And remember that Paulo strongly suspects Might of the Masses from Shota.
Yes.
So he's going to keep that in mind as he tries to perhaps get through with his War Oracle.
Yep, so Shota's going to change gears here. He's only going to attack with his Orchard Spirit, which is the card that can't be blocked in this scenario. And he's going to follow up with Farika's Disciple, the 2/3 Death Touch that's got Renown.
Interesting.
So he is, you know, we talk about who's the beatdown when we talk about Magic, especially for limited, it happens a lot. And, you know, deciding who's the aggressor in a given game and when, and that sometimes changes. In fact, it often changes.
Absolutely.
And we just witnessed one of those changes right here on camera where Yasuoka was pretty consistently trying to punch through for damage, but Paulo was doing a better job of it, and Yasuoka has now pumped the brakes, and he is he's in defense mode here.
And speaking of punching through for damage, it looks like Paulo's just picked up a Rogue's Passage, which he could use to get that War Oracle through.
Wow.
However, it would use his entire turn's worth of mana, basically. Other options here for Paulo, he could simply attack with the War Oracle. If Shota blocks with his Death Touching Pharika's Disciple, he has the option of using Enshrouding Mists, which does prevent damage and hence prevents the Death Touch.
Yeah, the more likely block, though, is the Yeva's Force Mage with the Veteran sidearm,
Right.
as it would be a one-for-one trade on a fairly expendable creature from Yasuoka's perspective. Another option Paulo has is he can leverage the fact that he's hit a couple of land drops here and use that Jailer. You know, he can pass the turn, jail something down, untap, jail another something down, give himself some good attacks. He does have Yasuoka all the way down to 7 here. He can also cast and equip the Veteran Sidearm and still have Enshrouding Mist mana available.
Yep, or the Throwing Knife for that matter.
Indeed.
The sidearm is nice, though, because it does prevent that Yeva's Force Mage block that you were talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm. He's going to go for the knife. Scab Clan Berserker, of course, only affecting your opponent. So Paulo can cast all the non-creature spells he feels like. Looks like Paulo's doing some math. He's equipped up the Topin Freeblade with the throwing knife. He can, whenever he attacks with the equipped creature, he can throw the knife, as it were, at a creature or player for 2 damage, and he's going to take out the tapped Orchard Spirit with it. But he is just rumbling with the team. Again, Yasuoka is going to be paying a special attention to the fact that Paulo has a Plains up, which represents just Enshrouding Mist at this point. And looks like the blocks here from Shota Yasuoka are War Oracle set to die, but you mentioned this a minute ago, Ian, that the Enshrouding Mist can save the War Oracle from Pharika's Disciple and even gain some life. Shota's tapped out, so Paulo has free reign to do this however he feels is best.
Shota is not tapped out, actually, right? He has
I'm sorry,
G
he
up.
does have the green up.
Yep. So actually,
Thank
some
you,
pretty
Ian.
interesting interplay between the one-mana
Yeah.
combat tricks from both sides here.
And especially because Paulo just has to be 80% sure that Shota has Might of the Masses.
Right, and Shota blocking in such a way that he baits Paulo into playing Enshrouding Mists first, allowing him to then better decide what to play Might of the Masses on.
Yeah, he is going to take 2, though, dropping him to 5 thanks to playing a non-creature spell here. And he does. So the dust settles, and it leaves a couple of elves behind for Shota Yasuoka. And Paulo still has his Scab Clan Berserker and that Jailer, which has been activated once and hasn't done anything else for the rest of the game. Though its time to shine may be incoming. That was an Unholy Hunger or something, Cruel
think it was a
Revival.
Cruel Revival.
Yeah, 5 mana removal spell. It's in the graveyard, which we can't quite see here, but Berserker down. And there's the sidearm, and Jailer's getting in. You know, Jailer came down on turn 1, got activated once and has been on the sideline since, and is now ready to rumble. Here's Cleric of the Forward Order.
So Paulo's really stabilized here, gaining a lot of life. And one really interesting thing is that Paulo has kept that Rogue's Passage in his hand, despite having the opportunity to play it.
Yeah, he's trying to set up the win with it. Yasuoka's down to 3.
Right. So
because
Paulo,
of that second trigger from the Scab Clan Berserker.
Paulo clearly valuing the surprise value of being able to play the Rogue's Passage
Yeah.
and use it on the same turn.
Yeah, we mentioned this in the draft, right?
Yep.
You'll often see the good players hold it in their hand until they can play it almost as if it were a sorcery. Just play it, activate it, get you. Here's Bonded Construct picking up equipment, and the last card in hand there for Yasuoka is an Evolving Wilds. And that's going to do it for the first game. Shota Yasuoka falls to Paulo Vitor Damarosa, who does use that Rogue's Passage to get in for lethal. We'll be back right after these messages.
Ignite your spark. Magic Origins is now available on Magic Online. Explore the new set by signing up for Magic Online at mtgo.com. The battle for Zendikar is coming to PAX Prime, and the Eldrazi are taking over. Join us for a special 1-hour Battle for Zendikar preview show hosted by Ashley Birch and featuring the Wizards of the Coast R&D team as they pull back the curtain on Magic's most exciting fall release ever.
And welcome back to the feature match area here in Vancouver. Let's jump over and see. Let's see how Branko Niernik from Belgium. Now that's our new King of the Hill is Branko. He's playing against Zach Mandelblatt, and they're in game one. And yikes, 7-3. That's a lethal attack.
Sure is.
Branko in his mono red deck. That is, your screen is adjusted properly. Branko's only playing one color.
Looks like a couple Thopters were told left over from Pia and Kieran Nalaar.
Ooh. All right, well, this will signal to Zach that Branko has drawn a creature or removal spell. And he's got the
Goblin Glory Chaser.
Goblin Glory
On
Chaser.
chump duty here.
Yeah, there we go. And this could be over quite quickly here. Brad Nelson's up a game in his match against Yoel Larson. Also, William Huey Jensen has picked up his first game against Jeremy Desani. Huey, who we watched draft on camera earlier today, has 2 Hanger Backwalkers and a lot of other good cards in his deck, but he lost the first round.
Yeah, his deck looked quite strong.
Randy gave it an A- after they watched the draft. Okay, a Crone Sergeant. Looks like follow-up play here for Branko. He's not going to get the job done, though. These both must be blocked. As they both represent lethal damage.
Yeah, not a whole lot Branko can do. He could try a gambit of only blocking the troll and hoping that Zach doesn't sacrifice creatures to the husk, playing around, I don't know. Not much that he could have. Two fiery impulses. Yeah.
I was starting to think about it.
Slim as it may be, it's, I think, his only chance. And, of course, Zach does go ahead and commit.
Yeah, all right. So looks like we're just getting back underway on our main match anyway. So why don't we jump back over to Yasuoka versus Paulo Vitor Damarosa and see how... Looks like they're just deciding on their mulligans here. One thing that we should mention here, especially as we see Yasuoka mulligan, is that new mulligan rules.
That's right.
Yeah.
There is a new mulligan rule for this tournament, which is after mulligans have taken place, if you've mulliganed once or more, you get to scry one.
I've tried it.
How do you like it?
I like it. I think it's really cool.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good feedback so far.
What's the idea behind it? Why look into this option?
So, major reason R&D started looking into this, and we experimented with a bunch of different versions before coming up with this one as our pick.
By the way, you just saw him do it there.
Yeah.
Yasuoka Scry.
We just like to give players a little bit more agency. I mean, there are some games where you mulligan down to 6 or even 5, and just don't come up with any lands, and maybe you don't even get to play a spell the entire game. So this is just an extra way to sort of give players some more agency and reduce the number of what we call non-games, where your deck just isn't able to function.
All right. We'll be keeping an eye on that as we go through the tournament. Now, a little bit of a weird start here for Yasuoka. Thornbow Archer and then Guardians of Meletis. Those aren't cards you see next to each other too often, but here we are. The Archer immediately blanked by the 2/2 Topen Freeblade.
So even though the game didn't quite play out this way in game 1, Shota correctly identifying that Paulo's white-red deck does want to be very aggressive and get in there early with renowned creatures. And Guardians is just a great way to stop those early ground attacks.
Paulo's going to get in for 2 damage with Auramancer. The Topen Freeblade's going to be blocked, but a Boggart Brute is the follow-up play here for Paulo. So a good start for both players, it must be said. They're both tapping lands, making creatures. And it's an Elvish Visionary, but nothing else for Yasuoka. He gets in there with his Orchard Spirit, dropping Paulo down to 16 and just passes the turn back. I see a Suppression Bonds in hand for Paulo. Looks like he's got an Omprint Tactician and a Cleric to go with another couple of lands. You can see that on the right-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, the Tactician's pretty reasonable this turn. Looks like, oh, he's going for the Suppression Bonds, okay.
Oh, he's getting in there. Yeah, no good blocks here for Yasuoka. He's got a 1/1 and a 1/2. He could double block the Freeblade, but this would incur, well, he can double block either the Freeblade or the Brute, but it would incur quite a bit of risk here if Paulo had Enshrouding Mist in his hand. Now,
right, and notably Paulo did play a Plains immediately before attacking.
That is very, that will stand out very strongly to Shota.
Yep.
But it looks like he's decided that he needs to take the risk anyway, and I think that Paulo said, look, if that's the worst case, then now my Boggart Brute looks better, right? And ultimately the Freeblade is just a 2-drop creature. It's expendable. 3 damage here from Yasuoka.
And there's Shaman of the Pack.
Shaman of the Pack is a follow-up, and that's going to hit for 2. Okay. And there's an Omprint Tactician, which enables another attack here from Paulo Vitor Damarosa. This one's for 7. I think that Shota's a little bit lower than 18 on life, though, right? Didn't he take 3 from the Brute last turn?
Yes.
So
and the Auramancer.
Yeah, there we go. And the Auramancer. So he's down to 13 and looking to take 7. Morris is over half of his life total. He looks like he's considering trading the Shaman for the Auramancer here, potentially.
Oh, sure.
You can take a look at PV, the Hall of Famer from Brazil. Yasuoka, he's on the Hall of Fame ballot this year. Looking to stake his claim to try to be counted among the elite. A pair of lands in hand for Yasuoka as he passes the turn back, and it looks like Paulo is in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, just crashing in turn after turn.
Topen Freeblade in hand for Damarosa.
And Shota largely out of gas, it looks like.
Yeah, he is out of gas. All lands in hand, and he extends the hand. Paulo Vitor Damarosa improves to 2-0. Yasuoka's going to be 1-1 going into the last round of draft, looking to pick up that 2-1, but Paulo's looking to 3-0 the draft and get off to another quick start. You know, he has really been on a tear lately.
Yeah.
All right, so why don't we jump back over here and take a look at what Yoel Larson and Brad Nelson are up to. Last I heard, Brad Nelson was up a game in the match, and whoa, we've got a bit of a board state here.
So many people.
Yeah. You're at 13.
I wish.
He's at 6. I'm at 13.
Yeah. Although I could swap it the other way around. That'd be nice. That'd be nice.
Did you hear that?
A little bit of friendly banter there.
Yeah,
between
he
players.
said, "Are you at 13?" He said, "I wish." He's at 6. Yeah, these guys know each other pretty well. You take a look at Brad. Brad is, former player of the year. He has developed into, I think he's known as a bit of a standard specialist in some ways these days. He does so well at standard, especially at the highest levels. But, I mean, the guy can battle. You can see he's got a Dwynen on the battlefield here as well. So to help bolster that reputation, Ian, premier play, lifetime match win percentage for Brad Nelson in standard, 72%.
Wow, 72%, that's incredible. To put that in context, I think most pro players would be extremely happy to have a 65%.
That would be top
on
tier.
the Pro Tour, yeah.
Now, that's his lifetime, including when he first got on the Pro Tour. He's actually better now. He's at 76
Right.
this year.
That's what's
or
amazing.
this
I mean,
season.
Most players, their first couple of Pro Tours, they do all right, but maybe not so well.
Yeah.
But 72, even including those, that's just
Yeah, and now
phenomenal.
he's at 76. So unbelievable performances from Brad. And, of course, I will remind you that after this draft rounds, 5 rounds of standard are going to be incoming. So
Right.
So Yo Larson looks like he maybe countered something there. He negated an anchor to the Aether, it looks like. Brad looking to go for the killing blow here. Sylvan Messenger is not the one. Wow. Hits 2 elves off of it and slams them on the table.
I'm just going to write him up. Yep. That's
Llanowar Empath and a Yeva's Force Mage.
And Brad with the powerful Jiraga invocation in his hand.
That one can end some games.
Yes, it sure can.
Three cards in hand for Larson, who is also a top 8 competitor at the Pro Tour level. No slouch is Yo Larson. And it's another Ring Warden Owl here for Larson. He's got 2 of those.
So this may be the turn where we see Brad pull the trigger on Jiraga invocation.
Yeah, I think he probably will. With Larson down to just white and Shrouding Mist is the only card, and that would only save one of his creatures here. Yeah, it's a pretty tough spot for Larson, who has the double Ring Warden Owl, which normally do a pretty good job of closing out a game that's, somewhat stalled out or close, but Nelson actually has 2 different reach creatures on the battlefield right now. Dwynen has reach. She's a 3/4. And he's got a Hitchclaw Recluse as well.
Seems really tempting to play the invocation this turn, given you're against a blue-white deck and they've tapped out for a turn. You've got to be worried about counter spells or combat tricks.
Yeah, I think the question for Brad is if he fires it off here and his opponent has Enshrouding Mist, is there a way he can die on the following turn? And I think the answer is no.
it resolves, obviously.
And he is also going to equip up the Veteran Sidearm.
Yeah. I'll use this on something. Not sure yes what. Yes, yeah.
Also, Jeremy Desani has evened things up with Huey Jensen on our side table, so they're going to game 3. This one, though, could be over quickly. Nelson's up a game already on Larson, and he is going to effectively wipe away all of the creatures that Larson has. Since Larson hasn't been able to attack, they're all untapped and therefore can block.
Well, Larson is actually deciding what to use his Alchemist's Vial on. prevents both attacking and blocking from a creature. So we can use the Vial pre-combat to
Okay.
stop one of those 4 creatures, which means Larson then gets to save one of his own, which would probably be Ring Warden Owl. And then perhaps with some combination of draws, he can start to pressure Brad's life total again. Though things are certainly looking bleak for Larson here. It's also possible he tries to double block one of the creatures.
Does he have that option?
Yes. Each of Brad's creatures must be blocked this turn if able, but they can be blocked by multiple creatures.
I mean, is he? Oh, you're saying double block and trade 2 for 1? I guess if he puts 2 Ring Wardens on the Recluse, that doesn't do it. Oh, he could put 2 of them on a Void Mage. On a
I was
Separatist
looking at the
Void Mage.
Separatist Void
Okay.
Mage is what I was looking at.
That's interesting.
And he may as well, I think.
Yeah, he knows. Yul Larson knows how tight this situation is. He just has no wiggle room whatsoever. He might lose even if he plays it perfectly.
I see. So the decision is whether to...
Every creature has to be blocked. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay.
The decision is whether to try to pick off Brad's Void Mage or to guarantee that he's left with the flying Ring Warden Owl.
Mhm.
Now we can put, for example, the Owl and the Amprint Tactician in front of the Void Mage, and Brad can still only take out one of those. Oh, actually, this is an even better block than I was looking at before. Putting both Owls there on the Void Mage ensures that he'll be left with an Owl and picks off the Void Mage. So I think this is his best set of blocks.
Is that blocks? Yeah.
Now Brad's at 10. This is a problem. Remember, Dwynen also triggered when he attacked there.
Now, did we mark trample damage from the Sylvan Messenger? It does have trample, doesn't it?
It does. It wasn't able to attack, though. He used the vial.
Oh,
on
excuse
it.
me. That's right.
It is a 2/2 with trample, though.
Yeah.
Something you guys in R&D don't print
That's right.
currently. But when you dig back in time, you will find some kind of funny
It wasn't
things.
too long ago we made the 1/1 trample charging badger. Sort of an
That's
amusing
true.
little creature.
But
You
that's
could put
like
an aura on it or something
that's
like
something
that.
to aspire to, right? That's the foundation of some building blocks.
That's right.
So we've got another new King of the Hill. They're just flying around there. Musical chairs at the King of the Hill table. Zach Mandelblatt is now our King of the Hill. He beat Bronco near Nick in 2 games. So see if Zach can hold on to that seat. While on our side table here, Brad Nelson is lining up a pretty scary attack.
So it
Couple
looks
of
like
Yeva's Force Mages in one turn.
Yeva's Force Mage is on the Sylvan Messenger here, so that's a 4/4 trample. And the Veteran Sidearm is now on Dwynen, so she's a 4/5.
She's a 4/5. The Messenger's a 5/5.
And Yul here has Nivix Barrier, so he can flash that in and relieve some of the pressure.
In some way.
He's going to cast a Nivix Barrier.
What I do.
He says, I'm doing it either way, but can I survive? I think he can survive this turn. The problem is he's just falling further behind here.
Right.
These Yeva's Force Mages are going to be left over. They're also 3/3s.
Minus this one, sure. Sure, so you take 4 down to 2? Yeah.
It's going to need something pretty special here for Yul Larson.
Yeah, something like a Tragic Arrogance. or
Tragic
something.
Arrogance is the card I was thinking of,
Yeah.
too. We were both on the same page. Jessian Thief, however, was not that card. And I think that Brad is just going to rumble here.
Yep, 5 lethal attackers versus 3 blockers.
Is that a Bounding Krasis? I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
He's like, all right, fine, you got me. And that's going to do it. Brad Nelson wins the match 2-0, so he's off to a great start for his PT. He's going to be heading to the finals, air quotes, of his pod.
That's right.
and see if he can't get things started. And like I said, with how well he plays and prepares for standard tournaments, you got to figure if he come away with a 3-0, he's got to be feeling pretty good. He's going to have a deck he's happy with. All right, we've got one more match going here, and it is a good one. Jeremy Desani of France, reigning player of the year on the right-hand side. He's playing against William Huey Jensen. Maybe you heard of him. One of the best players in the game. Looks like Huey's got maybe a Hixus in hand.
Now, Huey we saw draft earlier. His draft deck looked quite good. Double Hangerback Walker, lots of solid white creatures, potential for a small aura sub-theme. But unfortunately for him, he did lose the first round.
That's Huey. That's his nickname anyway. His real name's William. I don't think I've ever heard anybody call him William.
Sure.
And Somberwald Alpha here for Jeremy Desani. And Wolf and another Wolf. So Timberpack Wolf's going to get in there. And Huey says, yeah, sure, take 2. No worries. These players do find themselves with an 0-1 record here in the second round. And it's going to be Read the Bones for Jensen. I think he would like to hit a land drop here. He's going to go top and bottom.
Yeah, it looks like he did keep that swamp.
Yeah, he also hit a plains. So now he can go land, Topin Freeblade.
How many cards do you have?
So pretty interesting and competitive board here. Jensen can play a second Freeblade this turn and get in with the Charging Griffin. But actually decides to get in with the Topin Freeblade here. He has Mighty Leap in his hand.
He's got Mighty Leap, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, take 3.
And Desani offers the trade with the Void Mage.
Sure.
Jensen declining to use the Mighty Leap. Better to save it to continue to be able to attack into larger creatures, and just follows up with a replacement Topin Freeblade.
Yeah, he's also got a Hixus Prison Warden in his hand as well. Huey does.
We'll take a look at Hixus there for you. Legendary creature from Kithian's storyline.
Kind of his mentor, right?
That's right.
I saw that on the Inside
Taught
R&D
him
piece.
Hieromancy, law magic, so
yeah,
can use that to imprison his enemies.
Interesting thing about Hixus as well is that there's a lot of text on there, but I'm pretty sure you could erase that big bottom chunk and I would be just fine playing a 5-mana 4/4 with Flash. All that other stuff is just bonus for me.
Yes, and it's quite powerful.
It is a good
though,
bonus.
I should say.
I will not turn it down.
Yeah.
But oftentimes Hixus gets flashed in before blocks and ends up eating,
Yes,
as we say, a smaller
absolutely.
creature. And then anything else that hits goes away too. So,
Card
yeah,
right now?
very powerful card. Somberwald Alpha hitting the red zone, and no great blocks here for Huey.
If I block with 2 creatures, it only pumps once, right? If I block with 2 creatures, it only gets +1/+1 once.
Yeah, whenever a creature you control becomes blocked, it's not blocked for each one. So he could double block. It would become a 4/3, and then it would trade. I don't know if he has, though.
Trigger.
All right, it looks like there we go. He did double block. You know, that wasn't bad for Huey. I mean, it is a 2-for-1. Like, you don't like to see that if you're sitting in Huey's seat, 2 of your cards. But the Crowan Jailer wasn't doing a whole lot anyway. And the 2/2 Topin Freeblade didn't look like it was likely to get into the red zone soon. So Not bad. And here we go. Huey's just passed the turn back. Very conspicuously, I will say.
Yeah.
You know, he just read the bones.
That's
he
right.
hit 2 land drops. Like, you know, he put 1 on top. So he's got to have something if you're in Dizani seed. Though I will say that it is a tough spot for Dizani because Hixus Prison Warden is a rare. You know, it's one of those cards that it just might not occur to Dizani. Oh, he's got Hixus, you know, unless he had seen it in the previous game or something, or maybe if he passed it in the draft.
Yeah, it's a little hard to know without seeing the history, but it looks like he is indeed playing around that, or at least around some combination of combat tricks.
Yeah, Celestial Flare maybe.
Yep.
And Huey showing good patience here. He didn't flash it in. He's going to try to get him.
Now the thing is, Dizani has been stuck on lands and has quite a lot of gas in his hand, so he's pretty comfortable just continuing to play out 1 threat per turn. Doesn't really feel pressured to start attacking anytime soon. And with those Hitchclaw Recluses, it's hard for Huey to get in with any of his creatures.
Yeah. Dizani's down to 11, but he's not under any direct pressure here, thanks to the Recluses holding back that Charging Griffin. You know, a more obvious card for Dizani to think of is Celestial Flare, though don't know if that would warrant being played around here. And it looks like it's going to be Anchor to the Aether here on the Charging Griffin. Scry is being resolved.
Yeah, that's a nice play because the Charging Griffin with the Anointer of Champions actually can attack into the Hitchclaw Recluses profitably. And by anchoring the Charging Griffin to the Aether, Dizani actually gets 2 turns before that Charging Griffin is going to start attacking him again.
Yeah, solid play there from Dizani, who does keep the Scryed card on top of his library. And once again, Dizani just passes the turn back. And Huey just refusing to give up the information. He's going to just replay his Griffin, proceed as normal. It was a forest that Dizani decided to keep on top, it looks like. This is game 3 between these two here in the second round.
12.
If you're just joining us, we're watching Magic Origins booster draft here at the Pro Tour. And there's a Ring Warden Owl now for Dizani. A land off the top for Huey. And there's that Charging Griffin hit in the red zone. This gets interesting because, you know, assuming that it's going to get through here, Huey's going to use his Anointer and not have any creatures back. So this is going to highly incentivize Jeremy Dizani to attack.
Right, which is just what Huey wants. But we've seen Dizani playing pretty carefully here. Not attacking into open mana, not committing too much. I think we may see him attack with only the Ring Warden Owl this turn, for example. Maybe only the...
He doesn't want to get Celestial Flared, right?
Oh, that's true.
This has been a cool game.
Okay, wow. If he's considering attacking with 3 creatures, we may see some exciting stuff come up here with Hixus. He's in a tough spot because he doesn't want to attack with a single creature because of Celestial Flare, as you pointed out. But if he attacks with multiple creatures, he's playing right into Hixus. So he's got to decide what he thinks Huey has and sort of calculate sort of the weighted average of how devastating it would be if he plays into one thing versus another versus how likely it is that Huey has that.
If you've ever played against Huey, he always has it. Just FYI. And I think Jeremy's actually going to ask a question.
Yeah. So the other note here that's important is Dizani has Wild Instincts in his hand, which gives a creature +2/+2 and lets it fight.
Right. I just saw Tim get a peek in there. Haha.
Okay, so Dizani is actually asking the judge for the card text on Hixus Prison Warden. So we know at least that Dizani is thinking about it.
This is awesome.
Yeah. So 2 top players here. both really thinking through all the possibilities, reading into what each other have done, and trying to come to a conclusion about what they each may have in hands. Now, Dazani does have Wild Instincts in his hand, which can give a creature +2/+2 and fight. So even if Hixus comes down and sort of locks down some creatures temporarily, if Dazani is later able to kill Hixus, all those creatures will come back.
Well, he's leaving back one Hitchclaw Recluse here. So interesting also on the fight topic there, Ian. You know, Huey has kept that Mighty Leap in his hand from the very beginning here, refusing to cast it. He didn't really have a great opportunity, but still, that could come in very handy. Since Hixus is a 4/4, it's pretty tough to have a creature bigger than that.
So we'll see if Huey decides to block any of the attacking creatures. Now, the benefit to blocking rather than letting them through and exiling them with Hixus' abilities is that he'll permanently destroy that creature if it dies in combat, whereas Hixus' ability is only temporary until Hixus leaves play.
But then you open yourself up to
Might of
the Masses, Titanic Growth.
or a pump spell. That's right.
And he did not block, in fact. So it looks like Huey said, I can take this hit. I'm at 12. I'd rather just get rid of 3/4 of my opponent's team and leave me with a sweet 4/4.
So huge turn there.
That was big. Huey does fall down to 6 life, but Hixus has locked up most of the squad here for Jeremy Dazani, and he has to find himself out of this mess. It looks like it's going to be Leaf Gilder. He's going to try to set up next turn, and there's Dwynen's Elite as well for the, we'll get an elf token in there. He's going to try to set up for that Wild Instincts, but I don't think it's going to work.
Like William Huey Jensen actually has lethal here if he decides to use that Mighty Leap. And with only a single green mana on Dazani's side of the table, looks like Charging Griffin plus a Mighty Leap on Hixus.
He's still got the Hitchclaw Recluse, though, right?
Oh, he has the Hitchclaw Recluse.
Yeah, he left that one card back.
That's right,
to Dazani,
of his 4
now we can see why.
Yes. So the board state actually much more interesting than I was making it out to be.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
This whole game has been awesome.
So here the Charging Griffin comes in. If it's blocked by the Recluse, it can get anointed for the 4th power.
Now, at what point does Huey have to start worrying about the crackback, as we say?
Immediately.
So this is where
He's
things
definitely
get
thinking
awesome.
about it, especially since, as we know, Dazani has Wild Instincts for +2/+2 and a fight in his hand. But Huey, on the other hand, is sitting on Mighty Leap.
Yeah, Dazani, I think he can block here with the Recluse and sort of force the issue. And hope that the instincts get him there. What Huey needs is a creature here, though.
Which
Hangerback Walker on 3. And how suspicious is this?
Right.
2
leaving up
untapped
2
mana.
untapped mana. Yeah.
And Dazani has to be like, now wait a second. And so I bet you Dazani's going to figure out that Huey either has Enshrouding Mist or what he actually has, which is Mighty Leap.
Although it is for sure one of the final turns of the game, and it may be correct even if Huey has nothing to leave up 2 mana there just as a bluff, because the extra counter on the Hangerback Walker is unlikely to be relevant with only a turn or 2 left in the game. So Dazani may be thinking, well, is Huey trying to sort of next level me here by leaving up mana and then making me play around it? And
this is sweet.
Dazani may conclude that the only way he can win is if he just goes for the Wild Instincts, assuming that Huey is bluffing with the mana that he left up there.
Or even coming to the conclusion that even if Huey has one of those 2 tricks, he can't beat them anyway.
Right.
Or
which is a tough skill to learn. I mean, at a certain point, you have to say, if my opponent has this card, I can't win anyway. Therefore, I must assume he or she does not have the card and play as though he or she doesn't have it. And that's the only chance to win. So that may be what we're seeing here.
there's a turn to Frog in hand now for Dazani.
And this actually...
This works for him, doesn't it? Oh, he doesn't have. Oh, he has got the Leaf Gilder. He could turn to Frog.
He could.
It will still get the pump and the flying, but it won't be big enough.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
So he's going to get all 3 of his creatures that were in jail back.
Amazing.
That was a huge sequence for Jeremy Desani.
So that was Turn the Frog off the top, right?
Yes. Whew. That could be a game-swinging play here and maybe even lead Jeremy Desani to a victory. Hangerback Walker, though, is still on the battlefield.
Yep.
Desani does have a backup Hitchclaw Recluse. Remember, the other one chump blocked last turn. But he's got the one that just got out of jail.
That's right. So Dwynen's Elite was a 4/4 with 3 damage marked on it. Trades with the Hangerback Walker, but here come 3 Thopters.
Huey is top decking. He had to play that land out of his hand last turn so he could leave up his combat trick and play Hangerback Walker for 3. And this is Huey's I'm in the tank mode here. When he puts his hands on his head like that is when he has to count up a bunch. And
Wow, Enshrouding Mist, a very interesting top
That's what he
deck.
drew?
Yeah, for Jensen here.
Where
So
was
he
that
had-
last turn?
Yeah. So he had no card starting the turn. He just drew Enshrouding Mists. This complicates the board even further. Options for Huey here. He can attack with the Charging Griffin. If the Recluse blocks it, the Anointer can make it a 4/4.
There was lethal damage. He fought it.
It had +2/+2 for this.
Oh, there's actually a bit of a rules question here. Turn to Frog was used on Hixus prior to the fight, which means that Hixus loses abilities. So the question is, does the triggered ability that would return the creatures to the battlefield, is that lost with Turn to Frog, or is it somehow attached to the original trigger of having removed them into exile?
And it looks like they've decided that the creatures do come back.
Okay.
Though that is interesting.
You have a different grab, right? You guys still have 3 minutes and 1 minute extension.
Okay, so we got some clarification on that. It is the latter of what I just said, where the triggered ability that returns them is a delayed trigger that's attached to the initial triggered ability that removed
That was
them.
sick. Did you see that?
So the
Ringwar Owl and the Hitchclaw Recluse double blocked, and Huey used Enshrouding Mist to take down the owl. Sorry to interrupt you there, Ian.
Yeah, no, it's much more important to get back to the action.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's not tied to when or how Hixus dies.
Correct.
The trigger just says when this thing goes away. Wow, this has been such a sweet game. There's been a bone to ash in hand for Desani just rotting away for quite a while here too, but it could come in handy. You can hear him counting in French there, his native language.
2 cards?
Yes.
So Jensen's at 6. 1 Thopter can get in front of the Leaf Gilder.
These are going to happen. So these trades are going to happen, and Jensen's going to drop down to 5.
So Desani with a bone to ash in hand that can threaten to stop.
The race is on.
Yep,
It's
it
2
looks like
turn
we're
clock
just
for
racing.
Jensen. Wow. It just got in there too. That's going to drop Jeremy Desani down to 3. He can only crack back for 2 and 1 realistically.
Looks like just an island off the top for Desani.
And this could do it. Chump block here means 1 turn away for Jensen.
Wow.
Now, if he doesn't play a creature, it's actually better for him.
Yes, because Bone to Ash drawing a card
And he
looks like
did
nothing
it.
there.
Huey Jensen
Wow,
wins
what a
the
game.
match.
That was incredible.
That was one of the most fun matches I've ever commentated. Really cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and watch that one again.
Yeah, it's so easy for us in the booth when we're like, oh, he's got Hixus in hand.
Right.
But Desani knew it. He read him for it.
One of the things I love to do is go back and watch the players and imagine what it would be like to be in their seat without knowing what is in the opponent's hand. Makes for really interesting context.
That was super fun. And a great way to end round 2. That is going to do it, though, for round 2. So let's head back to the news desk and our own Richard Hagan.
Thanks very much, Marshall. That was great stuff. Round 2 is done. It is time to go inside the draft viewer. Not with one of our Hall of Famers like William Jensen, someone in their 3rd Pro Tour who's already beaten 2 players. He's sitting at 2-0. Let's head across for the draft viewer with Mark Jacobson.
Hello and welcome to the Draft Viewer. I'm Randy Buehler. I'm here with Mark Jacobson. Welcome.
Thank you.
Mark's an American Magic player, originally from Philadelphia. Now he's in California. 3rd Pro Tour.
Yep.
Got here off what, top 8 at Grand Prix Toronto?
Correct. Standard, band Megamorph.
Very nice. So you come to the Pro Tour. You've been here a couple times. You sit down at your first draft pod. You're at the Super Stacked pod. It was our featured draft pod. We've been talking about this all day. We can look at the players that are here. Huey is here. You sit down next to Yuya Watanabe. There's another Hall of Famer on your left. There's the reigning player of the year. There's the platinum Japanese player. What are you thinking when you sit down at this table?
That's just absurd. You know, what a great way to start the morning. Sit down. You know, I was walking in the morning and didn't see anyone at the 32 table and saw the slip. Oh, feature pod, okay, you know, what am I getting into here? And then walk over and see these huge names. It was intense.
So yes, definitely pretty absurd. And, you know, spoilers, he's 2-0. He's going to be playing to win the pod next round. So first round pairing, you took down William Jensen.
Yep.
And then in the next round, want to follow up on this note, actually, you beat Yuki Ichikawa,
yep.
partially helped by, he got a game loss. He forgot to register a meteorite, which we saw him play against Yuya Watanabe on camera in the first round. So game loss, and then you crushed him pretty quick in the second game.
It was only a few minutes.
So very quickly to 2-0. Now, let's look at how you got the deck. You sound like you're pretty happy with your deck.
So,
here's your pack 1. What are you thinking when you open this pack? What's the plan?
So I'm looking at that Starfish and the Wild Instincts.
Okay.
You know, nothing else is exciting me too much. The pack's a little weak. I love the fact that Starfish can block the Renown guys early and just give value across the entire game.
Okay.
You know, if Starfish wasn't there, I'd probably take the Instincts. I've been having
now, are you willing to be the green mage? Do you like green?
We've in our testing, green's been pretty fine actually.
Okay.
So I had a blue-green deck at the Grand Prix and it went pretty well. So you know, it's in my range. But I think the Starfish is just really strong.
So that was the pick then, Sigiled Starfish. Now what happens? Yuya Watanabe passes you a pack.
Yeah.
And here's what you see. What are you thinking?
We have another mediocre pack. I like the card Enshrouding Mist, but I think it's too early to get that, and I think people pass that a lot.
Okay.
I'm looking at Eyeblade Massacre, maybe Lightning Javelin. You know, a card's fine. You know, obviously there's blue cards, but I've been really unimpressed with Scrapskin Drake, just because he can't block any of the early drops, and I find the format pretty aggressive.
Okay.
So I actually took the Eyeblade Massacre here.
Yes, you did.
Just sort of a hedge, and you know, it's a powerful effect, and people play pretty aggressive decks.
Okay. Now let's look at the third pack.
So this is where things got pretty exciting.
Yes.
Since finally a good pack, we have lots of really good cards.
Somberwald Alpha, Valoran Wardens.
Yeah.
It seems like, is this the pack? And you know, there's an Orchid Spirit, there's a Might of the Masses.
So the situation was we had the Spurs Fetid Imp, so Disperse could have been color consideration, but honestly, this was all about the signal. We saw the Alpha and the Wardens both are great. My worry actually was that, you know, I take one and then ship, for example, an Alpha to my left, that might screw up the signals a bit. But, you know, in the end, I took the Wardens. Okay. I felt like the blue-green tempo, I can get this card in pretty easily.
So
I don't know if it's the right...
You like Wardens better than Alpha?
I think so.
Okay.
I wasn't really sure on the pick. Both cards are insane.
I agree. I agree. I've had more success with the Alpha myself, but
with the Wardens, you have on turn 4 you have Void Mage, you have the Wild Instincts, and then Claustrophobia. Just a lot of ways in Stratuswalk, for example, we saw.
So
maybe
blue-green, it's really easy to trigger the Renown, draw a card, turn him into a 3/5.
Yeah.
But mostly this is green's open.
Yeah,
so you're moving in.
This was a big signal for me, and I was just hoping for the best passing around our way. Hope they don't go green.
Makes sense. Look at the next pack.
Pretty miserable pack, except we do have a Rock Maulers, which kind of slots right in. I was hoping that I might see a Recluse, but, you know, against a weak pack, I probably won't get it back. But I was definitely really happy about getting the Maulers.
Sure. Rock Maulers, easy pick. Next up, we got...
So this was a gift, and it was an obvious Claustrophobia, really happy about it.
Yeah, because you don't have a blue card after that first pick Starfish.
Yeah, I wasn't really sure what was happening to blue, and then all of a sudden this appears and really boosted my confidence.
Yeah, and we know, having watched both Yuya and Huey, like it's Huey feeding Yuya feeding you. There's neither one of them is blue.
Yeah.
So this claustrophobia floats through. You're like perfect with the Starfish. No
Perfect
more,
with the Wardens too.
Perfect with the Wardens. Great point. No more Eyeblight Massacre. Now you're a blue-green deck.
Yeah.
And
I think there's just some weak packs in the middle.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
We'll look at the next pack. This was an Elvish Visionary, and then we can see everything you got from pack 1. So Visionary over Courser?
Yeah, 2-drops are really important.
Okay.
I feel like I could probably pick up some Water Courser later.
Makes sense. So not going to go through every pack.
Yeah, pretty weak
now,
actually.
Yeah, no, there was not a lot left in that pack. So you're feeling...
I'm hoping to get hooked up pack 3, because the late Claustrophobia, the late green cards, they were pretty big signal.
You should get hooked up pack 3. I agree with that completely. But you're probably not in love with your quality right now, but kind of happy about the position.
Yeah, pretty unhappy. A lot of these blue cards I don't like. Stratus Walk's fine, but not thrilled about the counters. Wouldn't want to play Send to Sleep.
Yeah, and Stratus Walk's particularly good in blue-green, right? You wind up playing 2 of them?
Yeah.
Very cool. All right, second pack. Now you're feeding Yuya. You open this up. What's the thought process here?
Looking at Starfish again. I mean, we have strong black card and Unholy Hunger, strong white card and Aven, and then other than that, just snapping off the Starfish. Love the card.
Makes sense. So Starfish is the pick. We'll look at the next pick.
This is a really disappointing pack.
Sure.
Nothing really that great. I think I took a Disperse here over the Gorger.
Okay, so we'll look at the pick.
Yeah.
It was a Disperse. Turns out, by the way, we're going to have to go through this a little fast.
Yeah.
This format is going blistering.
Yeah.
We hit time on the round, and the next round is just about ready to start. There are only 3 matches left the first round, so third pack, you open up...
Yeah, so I took the Foundry of the Councils, just solid card, wasn't thrilled with anything else.
Not a great third pick, though, but you do what you got to do. Pick 4.
Yeah, this was interesting. Titanic Growth is a good card, Disperse is a good card, but after taking the Foundry, I wanted to make sure I had decent mana. I took the Yavimaya Coast.
Yeah, the dual land hanging out over there. Zendikar's Royal, any good?
Nah, not a big fan.
Fair enough. Next pack.
So I saw that Sphinx's Tutelage.
Talk to me about Sphinx's Tutelage.
I've been really impressed with that card. I wasn't really on it at first, but I've seen it do a lot of work.
Just all by itself. You're not a control deck.
Yeah,
you're not a mill deck.
I had like the Stratus Walk, I had the Wardens. I think I could fit it in, and I have time to get cards for it.
Okay. So you take and you wind up playing the Tutelage main deck, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Pick 6.
I think right after that, a Stratus Walk, combos right with it.
Fair enough.
Yep. Pretty disappointed to see this really late in Shrouding Mist. Someone's having a sick white deck.
Fair enough, yeah.
Yep.
Now here's what you got for all of pack 2.
Yep, got a pretty nice Recluse late. I love that card.
Oh, sure. Yeah, he blocks really well, right?
Yeah.
Even blocks the renowned creatures even after they trigger.
Yep.
So pack 3. Now this is the one where you should get the hookup. Your opener is...
We get a gift.
We get a
Hangerback
gift.
Walker, great card.
Very nice.
Pretty easy.
Pick 2, Yuya passes you.
So this was interesting. After we just took Hangerback Walker, and we have a couple artifacts. We had the Guardians of Meletis, Veteran Sidearmor I think I had by now. I mean, the thing was the opportunity cost was reasonable. I mean, there was a Void Mage pack, which is really good, but I thought there was enough I had so far, and with 2 Scryfish, I felt like it could be easy to assemble it, and the card's
That's
just
what
so
happens
powerful.
when you read the position, right?
Yeah.
People pass you Thopter Spy Network if you get into the right color. So well done, well played. Pick 3.
Here, great card, Undercity Troll, one of the best.
Undercity Troll. You get a solid uncommon in your color because you came through in the right colors. Pick 4.
Here, we took a Disciple. We were kind of low on creatures.
Okay.
Disperse is fine. Hydrolash is good. I already had one, though.
Not Ringward Owl either?
Nah,
just too expensive?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Pick 5.
We took a Meteorite to support the Thopter Spy Network, and I didn't really have much removal, so...
Oh, it's good with Spy Network, sure,
and Flooding Out's not too bad because I have the Tutelage.
And then pick 6.
That was a really late Nightly Valor, by the way.
Speaking of green being open, both a Gilder and a Dwynen's
great
here.
Gilder. Card's great.
Love
really
it.
happy to get it.
So we can look at everything you got here in pack 3, and you read the table, you got into the right colors, you got hooked up in pack 3 with bomb blue and green cards, you beat one Hall of Famer, you beat a Platinum Pro, and now you're going to go try to win Pod 1.
Try to.
Not bad for Pro Tour number 3, huh? Thanks, Mark. We'll let you get and go play your match. This is Randy Buehler signing off for the Deck Viewer.
All right, thanks very much to Randy Buehler there with Mark Jacobson. Very impressive. We were thrilled with the 2 decks we saw earlier, but it's Mark Jacobson at 2-0 who goes to try and win his pod. I've been joined by Brian David Marshall. BDM, you've been out on the floor. so many storylines to choose from. Just give me one.
Well, the one story that leaps out to me right now is Player of the Year frontrunner Eric Froelich in an 0-2 hole to start his tournament. He lost the first 2 rounds of draft today. Somewhat shocking for him. He's in a little bit of a pickle as he tries, as a bunch of, as we said, 50 people chasing behind him,
right?
And they are not going to let up.
So let's talk about some of the people who are at 2-0 who might take advantage of that 0-2 start for Froelich. Shahar Shenhar, your twice world champion, is 2-0. Owen Turtenwald, former player of the year. Paul Rietzel, 2-0. BDM, some other names.
Thiago Saporito, 2-0.
Right, now he's in the running for Latin America slot at the World Championship.
How about Andre Strasky?
Right, now you were at Dallas last weekend when he basically really thrust himself into this Player of the Year race. 3 points doesn't sound like a ton, but...
I mean, ask Eric Froelich how much 3 points feel like. It probably feels razor thin right now.
For sure. Sean McLaren, who is currently locked for battle with Jacob Wilson for the Canadian World Magic Cup captaincy, he is 2-0. Another former Player of the Year, Josh Utter-Layton, 2-0.
Also, our sort of best buddies recap, both Sam Black in the mix for Player of the Year and Justin Cohen, your Rookie of the Year frontrunner, both 2-0.
Okay, great start. And also Seth Manfield, who is a Player of the Year contender. I think 53 points right now. Yeah. Remember, Froelich leads on 60. I want to ask you, though, about a player who is not contending for Player of the Year, but someone who people who've been around a long time will know a lot about and will be wanting updates on. Tell us about your good friend and mine, Mike Flores. What's going on with him?
It's been a long time since Mike played on the Pro Tour. I qualified at this at an RPTQ. And he was like looking around his pod. He's like, okay, I kind of got to sweat one player in my pod, Andrew Cuneo. There's an empty seat next to him. It's his teammate for this Pro Tour, Ben Stark. He's like, great, I'm passing to Ben Stark on Ben Stark's pick order. And of course, Mike played Andrew Cuneo round 1. He lost. Played Ben Stark round 2, and he won.
So Ben Stark is at 0-2 as well.
Ben Stark is also an 0-2. Spoilers here, yeah.
Okay, so the World Championship, 24 players are in. I'm determined to show you these races if we can. So why don't we take a look? We'd already looked at North America and Europe, but we've been beaten by the clock again because it is time right here, right now. By the way, Hall of Fame at the end of this round. But right now, it's time for round 3 of Pro Tour Magic Origins.
And welcome back to the booth here in Vancouver. Ian Duke, Marshall Sutcliffe, we are both thrilled and excited to bring you the 3rd round of action here from Pro Tour Magic Origins. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Magic Origins. We're in Vancouver. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm in the booth with Ian Duke, and we are in the 3rd and final round of our Day 1 draft, where we have a Josh Utter-Layton. You can see him there. He's playing a red-white aggressive deck, it looks like, and his opponent, Jerry Thompson, back on the Pro Tour here. Actually, a coworker of yours for quite a while.
That's right. Jerry was with us in R&D for about 6 months or so. And this is his first Pro Tour back on the tour.
All right, so let's see how this goes. We have what looks to be a pretty classic control versus aggro type matchup here, red-white versus blue-black. We've had a chance to take a look at the list. How do you think this is actually going to play out in practice here?
Well, certainly Raptors, Josh Utter-Layton's red-white deck is the aggressor here. Jerry Thompson's blue-black deck is certainly more controlling. He's got a little bit of synergy in terms of self-mill and a couple cards like Cruel Revival and Possessed Scab.
Wow, this is a slow start for Josh. We just saw an interesting play. Jerry led off with Screeching Scab. It's just a 2-1 that mills you for 2. Raptor used one of the best removal spells in the format, Fiery Impulse, to kill it right away.
Yeah.
What does that say to you?
It says to me that either Raptor has an extremely slow hand and isn't going to get on the board for
Raptor,
a
by the
couple
way,
turns.
is Josh Utter-Layton's nickname. It's also his Magic Online.
Magic Online
Yeah.
handle. Yeah, that's why we sometimes refer to him that way.
He's also very dinosaur-like.
Yep. Or that Josh Utter-Layton is trying to get through with some renowned creatures, and maybe the Scab threatens to block those, so he just wants to be mana efficient early. But it looks like it's more the latter. Utter-Layton really has not much in the way of early aggression. It's actually Jerry Thompson who's on the board with multiple creatures early here.
So Josh was going to take 6 or 8 damage from that Scab?
Yeah, that looked to be the case.
Crazy.
Yep. And
also,
or
it
that
trades for a
may-
Cobble
it
Brood.
exactly.
Mhm.
It trades for a lot of his creatures, especially playing red-white. So many of your creatures are 2 toughness renowned creatures.
Wow. So we're getting set up for one of the most brutal plays in the format if it goes here. Chandra's Ignition in hand for Josh Utter-Layton with Cobble
With
Brute on
Cobble
the
Brutes,
battlefield.
yeah.
If Jerry taps out here or taps down low, we could see Josh wipe away the board and do 10 damage and with 1 spell here. Actually, you know what? The Husk would survive. He can make it into a 6/6, so I shouldn't say wipe away the board. Now that I look, it would actually kill 2 of Jerry's 3 creatures and get in for 10 if it were to go off. Chandra's Ignition is one of the swingiest cards we've seen in Limited for quite a while. If you resolve it in a decent spot, it'll usually win you the game, but you have to take on pretty significant risk to do so. Looks like Guardians of Meletus is what
slow it down.
was drawn here.
Yep, got offense and defense cover. Yeah.
So this actually leaves Jerry's board pretty resilient to Chandra's Ignition. If cast on the Cobble Brute, it's 5 damage to everything, but Jerry could boost his Husk up to 6/6, and the Guardians, of course, has a natural 6 toughness. So that's not going to be enough of a game plan just by itself for Josh Utter-Layton.
No, but the shields are down right now with only blue, and Josh is going to take the opportunity to make sure that his Totem Guide Heartbeats is going to resolve, giving him also Suppression Bonds in hand.
Yeah, it looks like now he has both copies of Suppression Bonds.
Wow, so his hand is actually quite good here.
Yeah. It looks like we're going to transition into a little bit of a longer game here, perhaps.
This is a nice deck for Utter-Layton. He has Exquisite Firecraft in his hand as well. We already saw Fiery Impulse, and he's got Chandra's Ignition as well. But like you said, Ian, it looks like Josh is going to try to maneuver this board state to get more value, out of his Chandra's Ignition, kind of go for a longer game. He's at 12, and he's stabilized pretty well here.
Yeah, and speaking of powerful bomb cards, Thompson has a couple of his own. A copy of Languish in hand, which is his own sort of sweeper, -4/-4 to everything, and Alhammaret High Arbiter. So if the game goes long, Thompson's going to have a huge flying threat.
He's pretty far off now, though, having missed his 5th land drop a couple of times. So this is actually going to be a really cool game to see unfold because both players have drawn some of their most powerful spells. The question now is who can leverage their powerful bombs the best. I think that was a Guardian Automaton for Josh. We'll see in a second. Yeah, that's what it is. So again, Josh content to just keep building out his board here. Jerry now in the tank here. Kind of a crazy update between Matej Zadelkai and Sean McLaren. Both players have Outland Colossus in play.
Wow.
Good.
It's kind of crazy. But there's a trump card being played by Sean McLaren. He's got Grasp of the Hieromancer, so it should work pretty well. In the meantime, this board has gotten even more built out. And still only 4 lands here for Thompson.
Now this is really interesting because normally you'd think Josh Utter-Layton sort of the onus is on him to be aggressive in the early game and end the game before Jerry's powerful threats can come online. But with Josh having Chandra's Ignition in his hand and under no immediate pressure to use it, he can kind of just sit back and actually let Jerry overextend into the board and eventually use the Ignition to clean things up. Although...
Looks like Josh has fallen down to 5 life here. Does have the Guardian Automaton, which can gain him some life or die. But Jerry is attempting to go wide here, as we say. He's attempting just to get more creatures on board so that he can set up some type of a big attack in one big swing, but might force a Chandra's Ignition at some point in the near future. And it looks like he's going to play Suppression Bonds on the Husk. Now, we know that that is a preventative measure to make sure that the Husk dies after he Chandra's Ignitions at some point.
Great point.
But it probably doesn't look that way to Jerry. And now Jerry, I think, might have figured out what's going on here, or at least be aware. Chandra's Ignition is so powerful, the first time somebody plays it against you, it's like you kind of curl up into the fetal position and just cry a little bit. And now I think that Jerry has decided to leave up his Unholy Hunger here. Doesn't have any other play anyway, but he is going to wait and just sit back. And now things get awkward for Josh, right? If he wants to try to fire off the Ignition, now Jerry has the ability. There's 2 different removal spells that are non-rare that he can have here that can kill the creature out from underneath it. Again, you know, you and I were talking about Ignition when we were looking, and yeah, it looks like Josh is going for it here.
Oh, wow. This is right into
He is going to get
Unholy
blown
Hunger.
out.
I'm going to lightning bolt to end the turn. Ooh, wrapped it.
So Jerry is going to use this Unholy Hunger, right? He has now gone thinking about it for quite a while.
Yeah, I can't imagine him not using it. But wisely, Josh used it on
Jeez,
the...
what a blowout. That has left Josh Utter-Leyton with a 2-5 and a 5-2.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Thompson has a pretty well built out board, but thankfully that Suppression Bond's holding down the Husk. But here he comes.
Yeah, I was going to say, at least Josh used it on the Guardian Automaton so he could gain 3 life there and keep the somewhat larger Cobble Brute.
Mm-hmm. This has him taking 4.
Sure. Okay, damage. Take 4. Discard. Yep.
And picking off the Deadbridge Shaman is nice there for Josh because Josh is an extra land to discard.
Yep.
And now you can see why Jerry made this play.
Right.
Mage Ring Bully in hand for Utter-Leyton. There's also a Necroan Sergeant. Wow, Josh's deck is insane. He's got a Scabcam Berserker too.
I'm done after that.
What is that, 3 rares in red that we've seen already?
Yeah.
Or not even that we've all seen. He's still got Exquisite Firecraft in his hand. But yeah, that Chandra's Ignition blowout is going to be really tough for Josh to recover from here and actually get a victory without something pretty special happening. Jerry has the Languish backup plan as well.
Resolve that in seconds. Yep. And pass.
And Jerry's setting up for another lethal attack next turn. Sacrificing his Guardians of Meletus to make sure that the Heart Beast hits the bin.
Yep.
So gear per Gearcrafter before, now it's a Crone Sergeant. Not bad. The Water Courser's not a bad draw either for Jerry. If Josh ever taps out, Jerry also has the option of sacking his board to one of his husks and then, or to his husk and then languishing and assuming that he still has lethal. He only needs to get in for 4. All right, there's Husk hitting the red zone, and Gearcrafter's going to block. Basically, it's just a trade. Screeching Scob for Gearcrafter.
Looks like Erose's champion off the top.
That is one of 2 Erose's champion that Josh has.
And this is sort of nice for Josh here because it can actually block the Husk and force Jerry to sacrifice 2 creatures to the Husk if he wants to continue his 1-for-1 attacking. Yeah, however, here's the 7th land for Jerry. So we could see Alhammarette come down. Sure we do.
I'm sure that is exactly what's going to happen here. He's going to get a look at Josh's hand. He's going to be able to name a card here. That card can't be cast by your opponents.
And I'm sure he'll name Suppression Bonds.
Yep.
Name Suppression Bonds.
Sick read, Ian. And now he's got a big 5/5 flying lethal attacker for next turn. And he knows that Josh has 1 draw step to get out of it. And Bonds is not an out either.
Yeah, with only the Exquisite Firecraft for 4 points of damage, doesn't look like he'll be able to remove the Alhammarette.
Jerry's at a comfortable 20 life.
Though he does have 1 Thopter to block for a turn.
It's true.
Unfortunately, Exquisite Firecraft is a sorcery, so he can't combine that with the 1 point of damage from the Thopter.
You know, he drew an Enshrouding Mist. Could buy him yet another turn.
Yep, that's true.
So, of course, the problem if you're in Josh Utter-Leyton's seat is while surviving for a turn or 2 extra is nice, finding an actual answer to Alhammarette when you cannot play your Suppression Bonds is going to be a major issue.
What do you have?
Please play it faster.
Scab Clan Berserker, pass the turn back. Languish and Swamp in hand for Jerry Thompson, so he's going to be relying on his board state to get him the rest of the way there. Looks like Jerry's going to send in with the Water Courser. It does trade for the champion.
Yeah, Champion on the Husk is nice because Jerry would have to sacrifice both of his other non-Alhammarette creatures to preserve the Husk.
Yeah. This doesn't look bad.
And I assume we're blocking Alhammarette as well.
And then the Enshrouding Mist also is a factor here.
Sergeant first. Pass.
The first strike of the Crone Sergeant preventing the Water Courser from being pumped as well. And there we go. We saw the bought himself a turn to Josh Utter-Leyton by using Enshrouding Mist on his Thopter token. And, you know, he has whittled down Jerry Thompson to just this Alhammarette. Unfortunately, he still has to find an actual answer for it.
Yeah.
And, I mean, does he have any? I think it's a reasonable question at this
I think
point.
what he's hoping to draw here is Mighty Leap, actually, which is why he kept the Sergeant alive to get it to 3/3 with first strike. So a Mighty Leap off the top actually could threaten the Alhammarette.
That's the Berserker, but it would.
I'm sorry, the Berserker.
But it still would have
Still
traded.
3/3,
yeah. And now Josh can represent Celestial Flare, which he does not have, and Jerry Thompson is going to take down the first game.
Yeah, pretty interesting game.
All right, we'll be back after these messages.
Outfit your Magic collection with the newest Magic Origins accessories from Ultra Pro. You can see the full array of card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off your favorite Magic artwork at ultrapro.com. 24 players, one shot at immortality. Watch the best players in the world battle for the Magic World Championship starting Thursday, August 27th from PAX Prime in Seattle, Washington.
And welcome back to the feature match area here. We're going to jump over and take a look at how Zvi Moshewitz is doing. United States Hall of Famer there against Eugene Huang, a relative newcomer. Has had a lot of success this year. Zvi is a veteran of the highest order. He is up a game here against Eugene.
Looks like an Archangel of Tithes on Zvi's side of the board.
Oh, no. That thing is difficult to beat. Eugene, you can see in his graveyard there, has a Planeswalker. That was a Nissa. But she has been dealt with otherwise.
Attack.
It's like 4 damage in the air against Eugene, who's going to drop down to 12. And there's a Ring Warden Owl as a follow-up play for Moshewitz. Wow, he does have a lot of flyers.
Yeah.
Four of his 5 creatures have flying. I guess he is the blue-white deck to its core here, isn't he? He's not attacking with his Archangel of Tithes.
Yeah.
Here's an Amperin Tactician. That is going to have a pretty profound effect on Eugene's creatures. They all get +1/+1, and they all attack. And he has to pay 5 extra mana because of Archangel of Tithes, leaving him with just 1 left. This is really cool. They've this game has gone on for quite a while, and it looks like it's gone on for so long that Eugene actually just has enough mana to pay for this level of attacks here. With even through an Archangel.
Yeah, very
Tides.
impressive. Normally we think of the Archangel as like a tempo card that slows your opponent down a lot in the early game. We're not in the early game anymore.
These lands are the product of Nissa as a planeswalker. She got a couple of extra lands into play at least, and also left behind her friend, that token down there.
Those are my box.
Which is a 4/4, well, actually a 5/5 in this current scenario.
3, 4, 9, yeah. Go to 9.
So even with these blocks, Zvi
Yeah.
took half of his life total down to 9 from 18. Another update. Big Z, Matej Zatlkai, has won against Sean McLaren 2-0, and he's won his pod 3-0. Good start for Matej.
Well,
now we'll see if they came up with a sweet standard deck. Zvi has Eugene down to 12. Zvi's up a game in the match. All right, looks like you can see on our upper right-hand screen there that our main table's just underway. So why don't we just jump back over there? I got to see how this thing goes. That first game was super cool. And it's a Maritime Guard to start things off for Jerry Thompson.
Yeah, and that's actually out of the sideboard for him. So he's seen Josh's red-white deck with lots of renowned creatures and aggression, and just brought in a 1/3 to block. I like it.
Also makes reasonable food for the Nantuko Husk that followed up. Here's a Ghirapur Gearcrafter. Gosh, that card's good.
Yeah, it sure is. One of my favorite red cards for sure.
Second best red common?
I think so. That's where I put it. I think it's there
Fiery
are some other
Impulse
debatable options. Yeah, Fiery Impulse I think is the one that's really above it.
I know you're a Boggart Brute fan as well.
Yep, sure am.
I am too. I'm sure Josh Utter-Leyton is as well. And here is, it's got to be my favorite card in the set. Separatist Void Mage.
Separatist Void Mage,
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
that's my guy right there.
Yep.
And it's going to be used to great effect here. Take care. It actually killed a creature this time.
Go.
Bounce effects, of course, being extra potent in this format because of Renown. Resetting
Indeed.
a Renown creature that your opponent worked hard to get through is pretty brutal.
You heard people call that guy Mana 4.
I like that.
All right. So Jerry's kind of worked his way through the board state of Josh, who follows up with, well, it's a Cobble Brute. Not great here. Just trades for the Separatist Void Mage there. But this is good for Jerry. Jerry T adding a Ring Warden Owl to his board. All right, so Svi ended up winning that game that we were watching where he had all the flyers, including the Archangel of Tides, and he wins his match 2-0. And the musical chairs continues on our King of the Hill match, which is just off camera. A new King of the Hill, Scott Lipp. So far, we have had a change of King of the Hill every round. So maybe it's the cursed seat for this PT. And this is, of course, our last match on camera.
No blocks.
You saw the Fiery Impulse take down the Void Mage.
Cruel Revival takes out Cobble Brute, brings back Nantuko Husk.
Oof, that's a huge blow to the campaign of a Josh Utter-Leyton.
And Jerry has picked up Alhammaret and his 6th land in the meantime.
Yeah, he just needs one more land to do it. Wow, this is just a beating from Jerry T here.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed here. I haven't had too much success so far with these slower, more controlling decks, but Jerry's has been pretty convincing.
Yeah, it feels like a tempo deck more than anything to me. He keeps just getting ahead. He's getting some card advantage.
Right.
He plays the Separatist.
But in this case, using the tempo to actually slow things down a little bit to get online powerful threats like Alhammaret.
Yeah. And he's got the island. So Big Al.
Yeah, let's take a peek at that.
Let's see the hand, says Jerry. And he's going to like what he sees.
Suppression bonds.
Suppression bonds.
Yep.
All right. They're all the same, obviously. Good.
That was kind of an interesting little sub note. Jerry was actually checking the artwork on the planes that Josh was running to make sure that if he could note that it was any different to see if it was played and maybe give him more information. Of course, he says, well, they're all the same artwork, obviously, because, you know, the high-level players will often make sure that the lands are all the same.
Though
for
notably,
that
Jerry
tiny
has
bit.
not done that. So sort of conceding that, of course, Josh Utter-Leyton would do that, but can't be bothered to do it himself.
To be fair, it does come up so infrequently that you could make an argument that the extra 30 seconds you take sifting for the right lands is time better spent having a glass of water. But I do like that Jerry is thinking on that level and paying attention. In the meantime, speaking of thinking on the level, Jerry is wrecking here in the air.
Yep.
And I'm assuming he's got a lethal attack next turn.
With Unholy Hunger as backup, just in case anything goes wrong.
Even if there's a flying blocker of some sort. My goodness. Now, these players are 2-0. This is the finals of their draft pod. There is a Thopter there for Josh, so he gets the chump block, it looks like. But you can see how these guys got here. Does Josh have something else to get? What is it, another suppression bonds?
Yeah, he may just be thinning it out of his library.
Yeah. Or for the possibility that Alhammaret were to die at some point. Now this does clear the way for lethal here. And that's going to do it. Jerry Thompson, 3-0. Welcome
done.
back, sir. We're gonna actually have a word with Jerry in a few minutes here, but a solid start for Josh Utter-Leyton. He goes 2-1, not quite winning his draft pod, but he ran into what looked like a very good deck and of course a very good player in Jerry Thompson there. So What stood out to you?
Mostly just that Jerry was able to slow down the game with his tempo cards and sort of navigate toward his powerful endgame. And I think that really worked out for him well.
Yeah, and that was kind of a beating, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like looking
those
at
games looked pretty lopsided.
Yeah, like if you looked at Josh Layton's deck list, you and I were browsing it here. I mean, he has some really solid. We saw the exquisite Firecraft, the 2 bonds. He's got the Totem
Chandra's
Guide
Ignition.
Heartbeast, the Ignition, the Scab Clan Berserker. You know, so I'm sure that maybe the draws didn't line up too well or whatever, but Jerry's deck looked super good too.
Yeah, it sure did.
I'm not surprised at all to see these two super powerful decks meet in the final. So I want to get your thoughts. We're getting set up to talk to Jerry T in just a moment here. But overall, you put a lot of work in on this set, right?
Yeah, I was actually on both the design and the development teams.
Okay. I'm gonna get you on that in a minute. But
Sure.
right now, let's head down to the feature match area where Tim Willoughby is with Jerry T.
Hello and welcome to the feature match area. I'm Tim Willoughby, here with Jerry Thompson. Now, there's no better way to start a Pro Tour than 3-0ing your draft, right?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been in this spot before, actually, so it's kind of weird.
But you'll take it, and it looks like there was quite a lot of mass removal involved in the finals of that draft. How do you think Languish squares up against what Josh had going on?
I mean, it's certainly good against his deck. It just kills basically all of his creatures except for the random 2/5 or whatever. And my draw ended up being good enough that I didn't actually need it, so that's always a bonus too. But Languish was by far my best card. That was my first pick in pack 1, and that's what drove me into blue-black control. So that card's excellent.
Now, of course, that's the end of our draft now. We're going to be moving into Constructed for 5 rounds for the rest of the day. I tend to think of you as more of a Constructed player. Yeah. How's your preparation been for this one?
I wanted to go pretty hard and limited, and I think it went well. I mean, like, obviously being results-oriented, I went 3-0. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm great at drafting or anything, but I understand everything, so that's good. But I had Brad Nelson on my team who did a lot of the heavy lifting for Standard, so anything that comes from that is thanks to him, for sure.
Fantastic stuff. Of course, none of us yet know exactly what the deck's going to be. I think that, though, it's fair to say Magic Origins has done a reasonable amount to this Constructed format, right?
Yeah, absolutely. There are definitely some nice cards in this set. Jace is one of them. Hangerback Walker is another. Those are the two that I expect to be just like huge breakout cards this weekend. We have neither in our deck, so maybe we're doing it wrong. Who knows? But we'll see.
And of course, I think the last time I interviewed you at a Pro Tour, a little while ago, Pro Tour Gate Crash, that one worked out very, very well for you. There you did very well in Limited. Is that kind of the key these days? You can't just be Constructed, you got to do a bit of both?
Absolutely, absolutely. Like the tournament, like the majority of it is Constructed. The top 8 is Constructed. If you want to win the tournament, like you have to be very good at Constructed. But you see a lot of people just making the top 8 off of backs of very good Limited records. You know, you go 5-1, you go 6-0, and then you can go, you know, like X and 3 in Constructed, and that's much easier than trying to like 10-0 Constructed when, you know, it's Standard. The card level, like power level, is relatively flat. Everyone's got good decks. You know, it's tough to 10-0. Like draft is where you get your edge, I think.
And edge achieved, at least for today.
So far, yes.
3-0 today, about to move into Constructed. Best of luck, Jerry Thompson. Hope to see plenty more of you in the feature match area right here at Pro Tour Magic Origins.
Hey there, welcome back to the booth here. Marshall Cycle with Ian Duke. Ian, before we head over to the news desk, I did want to get a quick, so you're in R&D. Mm-hmm. You make these sets, and you get a chance to come out here and see them played with the best players in the world. What was your first impressions after watching the draft for Limited?
I was pretty pleased with it. We saw a variety of different decks win. We saw some unusual strategies. I was really impressed with Paul Rietzel's Sphinx's Tutelage deck. That was pretty cool to see. But yeah, it looked like a lot of the themes that we tried to instill in the set were working well. We saw some aggressive Renown decks. We saw some controlling blue-black. So overall, I'm pretty happy with the diversity that we saw there in the draft portion.
Okay, so I'm glad I got a good grade from one representative in R&D. Let's head over to the news desk, though, where Richard Hagan awaits.
Well, no lie, that format is quite fast. You may have spotted this. My goodness gracious me. Make sure you get your early drops. That's my takeaway from the morning of draft action. We'll do it all again tomorrow when everyone who gets to 4-4 or better gets another crack at Magic Origins draft. All right. It is lunchtime here on the show, and that means that one of the most long-awaited features of the Magic season is coming your way in just a moment. It is time for the announcement of the 2015 class of the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame. Hello everyone, welcome to the news desk here at Pro Tour Magic Origins. Rich Hagan alongside the Pro Tour historian Brian David Marshall. And BDM, I know that this is one of your most treasured duties of the Magic season.
Absolutely, I look forward to this all year long. We talk about this throughout the year as we watch players accrue results, finishes, pro points, and are they Hall of Fame worthy? Is this person in the discussion? And all of July has been spent talking about this as ballots went out at the beginning of the month. The voting closed 3 weeks in, and they've been tallied, and now we know who is in the 2015 class of the Pro Tour Hall of Fame.
Okay, so the first question is, how many people are we going to unveil in the ceremony?
So you're guaranteed to have one person. So you need 40%. You need to appear on 40% of the ballot to get into the Pro Tour Hall of Fame. Guaranteed, even if for some reason nobody got to 40%, one person guaranteed to get in.
The top of the class
would be in. Theoretically, it's it's possible that you could have as many as 12 people get in, but that's requires solar alignment. That's not going to happen. This year, our Hall of Fame class is going to be 3 players. Three players are going to get inducted at Pro Tour Battle for Zendikar.
Okay. So, in scorecard order, as it were, who is the first new member of the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame?
Sure. Congratulations to Eric Froelich on his election to the Pro Tour Hall of Fame. I know this is something he's been waiting for a long time. He's been playing the game since early 1990s, 13 years old when he played in his first Grand Prix, qualified for the Pro Tour, didn't get to actually go to a Pro Tour until 1999, cashed his first Pro Tour. He's been a dominant force for as long as he's been playing.
Well, why don't we take a look at many of his statistical numbers. There we are. We kick off with 41 Pro Tours, and he certainly played at a time when there were 5 or 6 a year, but nonetheless, 41 weekends. That's almost a calendar year's worth of turning up to Pro Tours.
And good for 1 in 10 to make a top 8 there. He's got four top 8s in his career, 10 top 8, 10 top 16s, 15 top 32s. I mean, he is just a monster when it comes to pushing deep into day 2 at these events.
All right. Also,
he's also the Player of the Year frontrunner right now. I mean, that's this is someone who is at the height of his powers.
Yeah, the number 1 ranked player in the world right now, and the number 1 player in the class of 2015. We said that there were 3. That means we have 2 more. Who is the second member of this year's class?
Congratulations to Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir finalist Shota Yasooka. Shota Yasooka is in the Hall of Fame. This is this was a cause célèbre among a lot of people who want him in there. He only has the 2 Pro Tour top 8s. He has that 1 Pro Tour Charleston, which he was victorious. He's a Pro Tour champion. Just recently Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir, but in between that, he's got a finals at the World Championships, or Players Championship at the time. He's been the Player of the Year
in 2006.
In 2006, the same year, and has been just a dominant deck builder, and is just again very much like Eric, just persistently going deep into day 2, making money finishes, and doing well at the Pro Tour. Let's take a look at his stats.
Sure, let's take a look at those numbers because they are very, very fine. 43 Pro Tours, which is kind of similar to Eric Froelich's numbers, the 2 top 8s, and then again, they stack up 7 top 16s, 13 times top 32, which is better than the top 10% of the field. That's what top 32 basically comes down to. And that 3-year median finish, without getting too deep into stats, that's top 32 average in the last 3 years.
What's also really interesting to me, I thought Shota said he got into the game in middle school. I was talking to him, and he said immediately attracted to the game competitively, always took it very seriously. But it wasn't until 2005 that he decided, I'm going to be a pro, and I'm going to make a go at it. When he watched, Kenji Samura and that the dominant performance of the Japanese national team, the Pro Player of the Year, everything that lined up that year, and he's like, wow, I kind of want to do this. And then a year later, he's winning a Pro Tour, he's Player of the Year, and has just been this amazing. Kind of like in an era of super teams, this guy who just goes off on his own.
Super person,
yes, by himself. He said, I asked him who did he look up to, and he's a very dry person. He's like, I don't really like people that much.
Awesome. Shota Yasuoka.
There may have been a little bit of a translation there,
Of
but
course.
you know.
Yeah. He is your second member of the 2015 Hall of Fame class. So 2 down, Eric Froelich, Shota Yasuoka. Who is the third and final member of this year's class in the Hall of Fame?
Congratulations to Brazil's Willie Adel. Willie Adel is the third member of the 2015 class of the Pro Tour Hall of Fame. As someone who has tremendous results, but also has made tremendous contributions to the Brazilian Magic community. If you followed at all the community ballot for the Pro Tour Hall of Fame, there was a tremendous outpouring of, you know, Willie Adel is why I play Magic. Willie Adel is why I was able to go to the Pro Tour. You know, you talked to Thiago Saporito, you talked to Paulo Vitor Damarosa, you even talked to, and it's not just Brazilian Magic players, it's South American Magic players.
Right, the team this weekend, you just look and the flags are all there, your Chiles and your Argentinas and your Brazils and your Perus and just tremendous community contributions. But let's look at the numbers, because the numbers are not shabby either. Let's show you what Willie Adel's career looks like. 31 Pro Tours for him, the 4 Pro Tour top 8s, 4 top 16s, 7 32s, 10 top 64s. And again, that's from 31 PTs. That's 10 or a dozen or so fewer than the other 2 members of the class this year. A Grand Prix Toronto champion, his 7 Grand Prix top 8s, and twice a top 10 finisher in Player of the Year, which is a heck of an achievement coming from where he does. It means an awful lot of traveling.
Absolutely, and I did an interview with him, and I asked him, what does this Hall of Fame election mean to you? Because not inducted, elected. What does this election mean to you? And he said, he's like, look, it's great. These guys get invites for the rest of their lives to the Pro Tour. There's appearance fees. He's like, none of that really matters to me. He's like, I do care about the lifetime invites. He said, because it guarantees that when my son qualifies for the Pro Tour, he'll have someone to play test with.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, it was really beautiful.
Oh,
It got very
awesome.
dusty in the room.
Right,
yeah.
little moat in the
Yeah.
eye. Fantastic stuff. Now, there are 3 members of the Hall of Fame, but of course there were many, many worthy candidates who were up for discussion. Why don't we take a look at the top vote getters in the ballot? So here's how the voting all shook out. Let's take a look. Here is the top 10 BDM.
Well, there you see in 4th place, Justin Gary. Someone who's been a groundswell behind for the last couple of years, a Pro Tour champion, 4 Pro Tour top 8s. Martin Yuza, a nice push there. Mark Herberholtz, again, another person, Pro Tour champion, handful of top 8s. Tsuyoshi Ikeda, someone who has, tremendous community contributions in addition to 4 Pro Tour top 8s. Marion Lebert, Tomoharu Saito, back in the discussion. And of course, Scott Johns, I think one of the last members of the inaugural ballot, still eligible for election into the Hall of Fame.
And while I'm sure that Justin Gary and User and Herberholtz would have liked more votes, I also think it's great that there is a clear demarcation between this year's big 3 and the rest. No one goes away heartbroken at 0.3%. There's no tie breaks going on here.
No. And you know what? And the way things work is you'll see often players who finish where they finish will make a little extra effort to get to the Pro Tour, put up a couple finishes, go to some Grand Prix. So hopefully we see these guys burnishing their resumes over the next year or 2.
All right, so congratulations. Let's show you the 3 members of the Magic 2015 Pro Tour Hall of Fame. Congratulations to Eric Froelich. Congratulations to Shota Yasuoka. And congratulations to Willie Adel. That is your class of the 2015 Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame. All right, thanks very much to Brian David Marshall there, the Pro Tour historian, bringing us all the news. Congratulations to our new Hall of Famers. An amazing weekend for them already, and maybe much more to come. But one of those people who got elected into the Hall of Fame was Eric Froelich. And we had a chance to sit down with not just him, but 5 more Player of the Year contenders the eve of the Pro Tour to get a sense of what they were brewing and plotting as this final Pro Tour of the season came into focus. So let's take a look at those during our lunch break right now.
All right, I'm joined by Player of the Year frontrunner Eric Froelich. But Eric, we've got a different prefix for you now.
Who would have thought that?
Hall of Famer-elect Eric Froelich. How did you react when you found out that you were going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame at Pro Tour Battle for Zendikar?
It's the first time I've heard those words, so it is weird, like having that then sink in. There are no words. Like, this has been my life I've been playing this game more than 20 years. I've been going to Pro Tours. My first one was in 1999. I was 15 years old at the time. 31 now. I've dedicated a lot of my life to Magic. All of my closest friends are Magic players. A lot of the most special people I've met in my life in all facets, Magic players. This game has basically made me who I am today in so many different ways. It's brought me closer to my dad, who taught me to play Magic. It's just done so much. And so to get the highest honor in the game that has been my life and means the world to me, what words can you use? Like, what words are strong enough to express what that means? I don't have any.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. It's well deserved. I was kind of shocked when I was, that you've been playing, like, you were at Grand Prix DC, the first North American Grand Prix at 13 years old.
Yeah.
And you top-aided the junior division to qualify for your first Pro Tour, but you couldn't go. As a 13-year-old, your dad was like, I can't just let you go by yourself.
Yeah, my family, our move ended up getting delayed to the weekend that the Pro Tour was, and it was unfortunate at the time, but I also had never played a Pro Tour at the time. It would have been my first, and so I didn't really know what it meant, and I knew that there would be more opportunities, and it kind of fueled, a bigger drive to get back to the Pro Tour. And I was very focused on Limited at the time. That was a limited Grand Prix. It was my first taste of Rochester Draft, was actually the format at the time, which ended up becoming my favorite format for a very long time while it still existed. And my first Pro Tour top 8 was in Rochester Draft as well. So it fueled something inside of me, and I played a lot of limited PTQs and started doing well and started qualifying for all the limited Pro Tours and the constructed ones, and here we are many years later.
Yeah, it's crazy. So you have a lot of stuff going on this weekend beyond the Hall of Fame. You are trying to fend off a pack of 50-odd people for the Player of the Year title. Obviously, just want to secure everything you can in your end of year stuff, but you're going to be doing, if you don't top 8, you're going to be doing commentary with us. Quickly, how are you going to feel if you're in the booth watching somebody trying to take down your lead in the Player of the Year?
I mean, Player of the Year is an awesome title. It's something that I've thought about really wanting to win for a very long time, because I grew up with Finkel, Boudet, Nassif. Like, these were the people winning every year. It's unbelievable. And so adding my name to that list is huge. At the same time, I've done so much in Magic. I've gotten in the Hall of Fame. I've got my 4 top 8s, and being in the booth is something I've dreamed of doing forever too. So no matter what, it's going to be a great weekend. I'm free rolling. I'm thrilled.
We're looking forward to having you.
All right, I've got with me Hall of Famer Paulo Vitor Damarosa. Paulo, welcome. Hey. We're in Vancouver.
We are.
Thoughts so far? When did you get in?
We got here Sunday night, so straight from the GP.
So you came straight from Dallas, flew right in, and nothing but testing ever since?
Testing and eating.
Testing and some eating too?
Yeah.
This is a very good city for eating, and I know Team Channel
great.
Fireball does enjoy their dinners. So
we do.
What's the best thing you've had?
I don't know. I had a kebab. That was very good, and it was maybe not the best scene that I've had, but it was the one that surpassed my expectations the most, because I didn't expect it to be very good. It was actually very good. The best thing, period, would probably be the gelato.
Oh, yeah.
It's a very famous gelato place. I don't actually know the name on the top of my head, but it won a bunch of gelato competitions, like internationally, and it's very close to the site, so we're probably getting it again today.
So we might go there after the interview? Is that?
Oh, definitely going, yeah.
Now, when it comes to the team on Channel Fireball, a lot of things change. You guys have been going through many changes over the last few PTs, players coming, players going, doing kind of a merger with Face2Face. Where do you think the team's at right now?
What do you mean?
Like, is it, are you happy with where it's at? Do you feel like, all the pieces are in place for you guys to have success at the Pro Tour?
Yeah, I'm happy. I think we're all a bunch of good friends. So testing is very easy. Like, for example, this time we spent 1.5 weeks together, and nothing bad happened. We had no discussions, no arguments of any kind.
No fist fights?
No fist fights. We never have those, but we do argue a lot, and that hasn't happened this time. So I think we're building more chemistry, I think, as a team. Yeah, I think it's going great so far. I hope it continues like that. I don't necessarily like everything in this testing process, but that is probably because I don't like the deck we arrived at, and everyone else is so happy with it.
And this is for Constructed. Did you guys spend the majority of your time on Constructed then?
Yeah, I think so. We always do. Like in the beginning, we do like 2 or 3 drafts a day, but then as we start approaching the PT, we start getting more desperate about having a constructed deck and figuring out the last sideboard slots. So it generally goes. We haven't drafted since we've been here.
Gotcha.
So since Sunday.
Now, you gave me something.
I did.
Very cool. So this is. You just got these today, right?
I did, yeah.
This is your Pro Tour Players card, and I saw that you had a whole box of the things.
Yeah.
What is it with these things? Is this your first one that you've had?
It is my first one. I had one in
this is cool.
Yeah, it is. I had one in the previous batch. They used to have them so that you could get them at sealed decks, I think, and maybe boosters, but probably sealed decks. And they discontinued those. And then they've had this kind of card for the past 2 years, I think.
Okay.
But those happened to be the 2 seasons I did badly at, so I didn't have a card. I wasn't platinum. Now they just make those. I think they make it for all the platinums. So this is the first one I have, and it's quite cool.
Well, people, you can get these things from Paulo if you bump into him at a Magic tournament, and it's got a list of some of his many accomplishments on the back. Paulo, thanks for taking the time.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm here with Pro Tour breakout star Andre Strasky. Andre, we're going into this last Pro Tour of the year. You've crushed it at the Pro Tour level. You're just talking about how you picked up points at this last Grand Prix because you haven't had a lot of success at the Grand Prix. It's like almost all your points are Pro Tour points.
Yeah, I have only 7 points from Grand Prix, so yeah, I've like a bunch from Pro Tours. So Pro Tours are great for me, but I need to work on my Grand Prix performance, I guess.
Well, but it's put you in a kind of unique position. You have some fairly high-class goals for this weekend.
Yes.
So tell people what you're playing for right now. You feel pretty comfortable that you have certain things locked up, platinum, for example.
Yeah, I have locked platinum. I think I locked the World Championship last week in Dallas because I picked up 3 points there. I'm pretty comfortable in the World Magic Cup race because Martin Musa is like 15 points behind me or something.
Okay.
So I'm basically here playing for the Player of the Year title. But that's also kind of hard because Eric is like 7 points ahead or something. So that's not going to be easy for sure.
You just got a top 8 approach. Yeah, that's easy, right?
That would be great. Like three Pro Tour top 8s in one season. I don't think that happened in quite some time. And yeah, that would be great. But
So let's talk about that. Two Pro Tour top 8s this year. You've played on the Pro Tour before this season.
Yes.
This will be your 4th this year. What's been the big difference? Like what's allowed you to be so successful this year?
Yeah, I think in Hawaii I didn't expect to do well at all. That was the first Pro Tour of the season, and I took it more like a holiday because it was Hawaii. And I had a good deck. My teammates helped me to prepare a draft, and I got pretty lucky there. And after that, I started working on my game. For a short period, we even lived with the same house as Stan Sivka, Ivan Flog, Lucas Blohon, so all very good Magic players. So I think that also helped me to develop my game. And then I took it again in Brussels, where I again had a super good deck, and I drafted okay. So I think that's it, basically. Like some luck, some preparation.
So if there's some players at home who are watching this who are similar age, young player, want to succeed, you're to some extent, I'm putting words in your mouth here, but tell me if I'm wrong. You're saying even if you're successful, a little bit humble yourself to some of the better players you know, and take that information in.
Yeah, I was never like really confident about my playing abilities. I know I'm not playing great Magic. I think there's like so many better players than I am.
You don't have to humble yourself as much as this guy does. I mean, he might be a little too humble. 2 Pro Tour top 8s, playing for every honor in the game this year, including Player of the Year. So good luck this weekend.
Thanks.
All right, I am here with Steve Rubin. Steve, welcome to the Easy Chairs.
Yeah,
This is a pretty nice place to chill.
Yeah.
Steve, I was just chatting with you in the back.
Mm-hmm.
You've got a lot of pro points this season.
Yeah.
You've got 49?
Correct.
Yet you're kind of one of the quieter pros out there as far as getting your name out there in your face and stuff like that. You're still kind of on this up and comer track. Why is that? Why do people not know more about Steve Rubin?
I think I've just enjoyed so far focusing on play testing and doing that kind of stuff. I mean, a lot of my teammates keep telling me, oh, you need to produce content, like, what do you do during the week, et cetera. And I've just enjoyed like putting my head down and making sure I am most prepared as possible. So.
Well, I'm glad that we at least have a chance to sit here because I think people need to know who this guy is because you have been crushing it at the professional level.
Anyway,
you really have, man. So speaking of crushing it, you're actually in a position where you are, well, if everything ended today, you would actually pick up a spot in the World Championship on an at-large bid. Now, that's not necessarily locked in, though, because
there are
we
a lot
got
of
a
good
P2.
players right below me. So.
Yeah, so what are your goals? Where do you think you need to be? Just, I know you've probably got something in mind for what you want to hit, right?
Yeah, I think likely if I go X6 at this Pro Tour, then I'll be locked for Worlds.
Okay, and what would that mean for you to get to the World Championship?
Obviously, it would mean a lot. I mean, being able to compete on Magic's biggest stage is really fun. I've enjoyed it, and just to keep going. Like, the more you play and the more you get into it, like, all of a sudden you just have to play more. I thought when I was going to get close to, like, platinum or whatever, I mean, I could relax. But all the pressure has only been increased, and I've really enjoyed it. So.
Oh, and you like that?
Yeah, I definitely think that's what most players want to get into. You just want to play more and more and get to the highest level, and Worlds would mean playing at the highest level, which is where I want to be.
Well, you are well on your way there. Now, talk to us a little bit about your team. Did you guys come up with a name? I know the team didn't have a name for a while. What's the team
Yeah,
name?
for a while we were a team TCG Player.
Right.
We weren't necessarily sponsored by them for the last several Pro Tours, but people still kind of know us as that. But now we've rebranded the team as the Mighty Lux.
The Mighty Lux?
Correct.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a conglomerate of people from different teams. We have people that used to be on Channel Fireball.
Give us a couple names here so that people get a view for who
the
you're
newest
testing with.
additions are we have Brian Kibler and Tom Martell.
Jeez.
And then the last Pro Tour we added Brad Nelson and Brian Brandon and some of the people who are associated with Star City Games. So
these are big names.
We have a pretty good mix, I think, and a lot of big names. So half the people on the team are platinum right now.
Before I let you go, how good do you feel coming into the PT here? Confidence level high?
Yeah, I feel great. I think that, at first the draft format was tough for me, but after we played a decent amount of drafts, I think I finally got it. So I'm pretty prepared to play in the tournament tomorrow.
Steve, thanks for taking the time. Pay attention to this guy. This is one of the better Magic players around.
I'm here with Platinum Pro, Jason Chung. How does it feel to be a Platinum Pro?
I quite like that title. I mean, this is definitely the first time I've been called that, and it's great.
And so what does that mean for you, for people who might not, understand that's where you want to be when you're playing on the Pro Tour? What does it mean for you going into next year?
I mean, it was a big accomplishment for me. After the last Pro Tour, I was 4 points short, and that was just my end goal. I was just aiming to get platinum. I actually quit my job after I top 8 the last Pro Tour and was just I'm going to try and make something out of Magic. So at that point, I didn't have platinum yet, and I ended up going on a trip over to the US to multiple Grand Prix with one of my really good friends, Simon Harden. And I basically wanted to get 4 points there, and I would have been super happy. I ended up exceeding my expectations, and over the 5 Grand Prix that I booked tickets to, I acquired 9 points.
That's great. You've got points. Can you roll them over to next year, like extra minutes on your cell phone?
That's what the World Championship's for, right? That's basically rollover points.
So that's your big focus right now, right? You are currently in the lead for an invite to the World Championship in the APAC region. What do you need to do to hold on to that?
I think I need to perform moderately well, maybe get 6 points instead of 3 points minimum, or I just need my competitors to not pick up any additional points.
So that's a weird position to be in, right? I need a decent finish.
Yep.
Does that affect your deck choice? Does it affect you when you're sitting down to draft? I mean, do you think about things differently where you're I just need to sort of stay pretty in the middle here?
It definitely affected my deck choice. I'm less inclined to take risky decks. We have 2 decks in our gauntlet, which is the Jeskai Ascendancy combo deck and the Abzan Rally deck. And both those decks, this is lots of fun. It's really explosive, but it's very risky. And I'm just like, if I really want to shoot for a top 8 hit or miss, I might do that. But if I'm more inclined to just like pick up some points and maybe go like 10 sits, that definitely affects my deck choice, and I want to go for a much safer deck.
Okay, and then for draft, you're just trying to draft the best stack all the time. Everyone just always wants a 3-0 their draft.
Yeah, draft is an interesting thing. I'm feeling way more confident in draft, and my strategy going into draft is very unique. We talked about this in like my testing group. So I basically test with Australians, and we have like this house to ourselves. And all of our drafting like patterns and like strategies have been slightly different. And I'm really inclined to draft like really aggressive decks because it works for me.
Awesome. Well, great. Good luck this weekend, and good luck in all your pursuits.
Thank you.
All right, I am here with Li Shitian from Hong Kong. Li, welcome to the easy chairs, and also welcome to Vancouver. I saw you in Dallas.
Yes.
You played in the GP mainly because you actually were trying to buffer points and try to catch up to Eric Froelich for Player of the Year. Now, that didn't work out in Dallas for you, but you still have one last shot here. What do you think you're going to need to do to be able to catch Eric and maybe get that Player of the Year?
I think I had to at least one more win than Eric, and then there is at least X4 or X5.
So a good performance.
Yeah.
It's not going to be easy.
I don't know.
Maybe for you. Now, talk to us a little bit about the team you're testing with, MTG Main Card. When did you guys get into town?
I finished GP Dallas, we fly to Vancouver on Monday.
Okay, and have you been testing?
Yeah, since Monday we test a lot, and then we Saito hit silver in GP Dallas, and he's the last minute addition to our team.
Oh, he's testing with you?
Yeah, testing with us.
Oh, that's pretty good. Has he been a big help?
Yeah, he changed his fight and then just joined us. Yeah, he's very, very different addition to our team, I think.
Oh, is he? And is the team pretty happy with how testing has gone overall?
Yeah, I think everyone got their choice. They're happy with it. And then we do think the R&D team make a very good set for Magic Origins.
Oh yeah, you guys like Origins a lot?
I think that there are lots of impact to the standard.
Now, you're staying about 10 miles from the actual event site here.
Yeah.
Did you find any good restaurants out there? Have you guys gone out to any big dinners?
We got a Chinese restaurant near our hotel.
Was it good?
Yeah, it's good.
Is it good?
The portion is quite big.
Oh, they give you a lot of food? That's not bad. Everybody likes that part, right? Yeah, this town has some very good Chinese food, so maybe not as good as what you're used to, but pretty good. Now, when it comes to this race for Player of the Year, how much is it going to mean to you to actually get there and win Player of the Year?
For APAC player, it is quite hard for us because the GP number is actually like we can play only 10 to 15 GP per year.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. I just try to do it.
You're just going to try?
Yeah, I don't think it is easy for me or for any APAC players to do that.
Well, you are currently first in the APAC for the World Championship seat,
yes.
And you're looking to be in a good position for it either way, so that's not a bad fallback plan, and hopefully we'll see you at the World Championship.
Yeah.
Good luck in the tournament. Thanks, Li.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to this man, Brian David Marshall, and that man, Marshall Sutcliffe, for those interviews. Super emotional with Eric Froelich.
Absolutely. I mean, this is something he's been, in the discussion for a little while. That fourth top 8 was just tremendous for him. I mean, he was already in the discussion at 3 top 8s. You can see certainly that's not a bar. Shota Yasuoka, 2 top 8s, is in the Hall of Fame now. So, but he really, again, 21 years of your life dedicated to this game, and like he said, his friends, his relationships, his relationship with his father. Right. Are all weaved through Magic for him. So, tremendous.
Pretty fantastic. And of course, hats off to Shota Yasuoka and Willie Adel. If you missed out, those are our 3 new members of the 2015 Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame. But people are busy piling on the wins in pursuit of their own little bit of Magic immortality. We've got BDM some results from 3-0. These are people who have not just won their 3 matches, but by the nature of draft, have won their table. They were the only undefeated player in their group of 8. So Hall of Famers, Paulavita Dama de Rosa is a winner. Ben Rubin, who we weren't sure would be coming, is here and is 3-0 in Limited. We also have Rich Hone, one of the great limited players of all time, 3-0. More Hall of Fame in Zvi Moshevitz has gone to 3-0.
Yeah, he was like, oh my gosh, I won a draft table at a Pro Tour. You know, huge high fives around, because that's not his forte.
No, 60 cards is where he likes to live, likes to hang out, for sure.
Very excited to be going into Standard. The split formats have been a little bit of his bane on the Pro Tour. You know, the draft and constructed mix. But now going into Standard with a 3-0 record, he is very excited.
Yeah. Now, Eric Froelich opened up at 0-2, which means that the people who were sort of behind him in the Player of the Year race.
I actually know how he
last
finished.
Round.
He's in an 0-3 hole. He lost all. He was very disappointed. You know, thought he had drafted a much better deck than that.
So what that means is that the people chasing him in the Player of the Year race are now super live, which means that Sam Black, who was tied with Li Shichan for second on 57, the 3-0 for Sam is very significant. Other people in that mix, Seth Manfield has 3-0'd his pod. Andre Strasky, who we interviewed yesterday, he is 3-0 as well. And those are 3 of the best positioned amongst the chasing pack.
Sure. Also, just from our featured table that we covered, you know, William Jensen and Bram Snapfangers and Yu Yu Watanabe, it was actually Kazuyuki Takamura who 3-0s that table.
Right, defeating Mark
Jacobson. He defeats Mark Jacobson in the last
round.
round.
In the final.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So that's where we are as we head away from Limited. We'll be back again tomorrow. But that's the sort of big showcase for Magic Origins, except now we go into new Standard. And BDM, it's time for us, just for a few minutes while the players pair and get ready for the first of 5 rounds of Standard, to kind of set the table. Now, usually, we would have Randy do a Standard overview. That's coming, but it's coming tomorrow when we actually see everything in place. Our job is just to set the scene. So, the set came out. We've started seeing cards being put into sets of 60.
Right, we've had 2 major open events that have taken place over the last 2 weeks, and you know we've seen 4 members of the Origin 5 last weekend at the Star City Open make the top 8.
Okay, so ladies first. Why don't we take a look at Liliana Heretical Healer, who of course eventually becomes Liliana Defiant Necromancer. Let's take a look at her. And BDM, she was instrumental in actually the winning deck last weekend.
Yeah, I mean, Ray Todic played an Abzan Rally deck, kind of a crazy combo deck with Nantuko Husk and Mogus's Marauders and Rally the Ancestors to bring it all back from the graveyard. Liliana was a big part of that deck for him. And, you know, you see, as you know, she can recur the creatures that died to transform her in the first place. So, you know, she's super powerful. And you know what? She's kind of formidable on her own, just as a 2/3 body on the ground.
I was asking you off air before we just came on, how complicated is this rally deck? Because it doesn't look to me like your kind of generic, I've been playing for 3 months, here's my first constructed tryout deck.
I think it's as complicated as maybe a Living Death deck. You know what I mean? I think that's certainly the comparable. I mean, you have to really measure how much you can take, you know, in terms of your opponent's assault, and then you know you're really just trying to set up this big huge turn. But you can also play a grindy game. So I think you know you can play a more traditional Abzan, you know, matchup if you need to.
The other question on the deck that Ray had. We're only 2 weeks in, and Standard is a 3-month format or a 4-month format, whatever it is. Is this a deck that feels like it's finished, or are there an awful lot of pro teams going, oh, okay, I like that idea. Now here are 8, 10, 12 cards, 6 cards in the sideboard that are going to juice this one to the next tier?
You know, I think that's one of the big questions that we're going to answer this weekend is where this deck is positioned coming into the Pro Tour. Certainly there are players out on the floor. You've heard rumors of, you know, people playing it, but it's not I feel pretty confident that this is not like the dominant archetype out on the floor or even close to it.
Okay, so that's Liliana. Why don't we stick with one of our lady planeswalkers, and we will take a look at Nissa Vastwood Seer, who becomes Nissa Sage Animist.
Yeah, no, Nissa is just a kind of, on the face of it, this very traditional Borderland Ranger type of card. A 2/2 for 3 that goes and gets a land, but then has the ability to transform into this powerful planeswalker that is making these very, very formidable creatures.
So where did she kind of fit in within the standard metagame?
Chris Calhoun was top 4 of the Open Series, playing Abzan, like just a more classic Abzan deck. And this is just, I'm going to put this down, I'm going to trade with your creature, I'm going to get myself another land so I can keep moving forward through my deck. But then also in the late game, it's something that you play it, you go get your land, you play it, you transform it, and then suddenly you're giving your opponent, fits.
Okay. Traditionally, any planeswalker that starts with Jace is pretty exciting for constructed
What about
play.
Jace that costs 1 and a U?
Yes. That's the kind of you, and well, I'd like it to be 1 and me. I don't want it to be 1 and you.
Yeah.
So Jace, Vryn's Prodigy. Let's take a look at him, who becomes Jace Telepath Unbound.
Well, this was in a Sultai control deck that made the top 8, and when you look at Jace, the reaction initially to Jace seemed to be a little tepid from players, but as they've started to play with it and realize how it works out, we were talking with Ian Duke from R&D, and he's like, this card is sick. He's like, you get to loot, which is drawing and discarding, but he's talking about a situation where you get to a position where you're going to transform Jace that turn. You transform Jace, you cast Languish,
right.
You clear the board, you tick Jace up, you pass the turn. Your opponent plays a creature, you're like, okay, -2 your creature, tick Jace up. You can actually get to the ultimate. They place a couple creatures now so they can pressure Jace. And you're like, okay, well now I'll use Jace's minus to flashback Languish, clear the board again, tick, and it presents a real conundrum for a player to get through if the control player can get set up behind it.
So players like Even Flock, for example, who is a noted control mage, Adrian Sullivan maybe, is this a card that they're going to be super invested in, do we think, this weekend?
I think that the control players who are in this room will have certainly play tested the heck out of this card.
Right. And of course, Guillaume Wafatapa is here, and at 2-1. So we'll see what he brings to the party. So that's 3 of the 5. 4th, Chandra, Fire of Kaladesh, who can turn into Chandra Roaring Flame with a lot of sort of little incidental wrist injuries going on as you go. Tap this, do this, right. Untap this, tap this, flip this.
Chandra Tunnel Syndrome.
Wow.
Yeah. This was also in the top 8. Ash Durbeck played it in his mono red aggro deck.
Did you say Ash?
Yeah, I know.
Ash played Chandra?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so R&D threw a bone to Ash?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, he did. They did.
Right, move on.
Again, just a creature that is going to be great early game. It's really straightforward, isn't it, on these guys? They're exactly what you want to play early on. Maybe a tiny bit above the curve in the case of Chandra or Liliana, but if they transform, you're going to have this very powerful effect that puts pressure on your opponent to deal with it.
There's going to be a lot of red flavors here this weekend. Is red primarily a control deck? Is red primarily a what I might call traditional aggro deck? Or is red primarily a goblin deck, do you think?
Right. My apologies, by the way. I was in Dallas last weekend. Ash Durbeck is, I referred to her as he, but it's Ash is a woman, so
right.
she. So my apologies there.
Mm-hmm. Flavor of red. Do you think goblins, the main red threat this weekend, or is it a more traditional?
I think there's 3 different directions you can see red go. I think you can see red go wide. I think you can see red go straight through. I think you can see more controlling decks. Volcanic Fallout might be a card that Anger of the Gods, I should say, is a card we might see more of this weekend. There's a lot of flavors of red that we're going to see this weekend.
All right, that's 4 Origins Planeswalkers. The 5th was conspicuously missing, I would say, really from not just the top table, but quite a long way down. What's the story with Kythian Gideon, do you feel?
I don't know. I I guess we just haven't seen that kind of, Craig Wesco-esque, Paul Rietzel-esque, white weenie deck yet. Obviously seems perfect for that deck. And that's one of my lingering questions about the format this weekend. Will someone bring that to the table?
Right. So we wait to find out about Kythian/Gideon, but here's a really potentially influential artifact, which we've already seen plenty in action in the limited rounds, but it's sure making waves in Constructors too. Let's talk about Hangerback Walker.
What's not to love about this card? You can play the Hall of Fame getting a big round of applause, as you can hear right now. A lot of the players were out to lunch when the announcement was made, so many players just hearing that for the first time. But this is a card you could play on 2 mana and have a 1/1, and just, if you need to, you could tick it up throughout the game. Let you play it in a control deck where you're maybe going to clear the board with a board sweeper, and then you're going to get left with all these Thopter tokens. It really is difficult to attack into profitably. So just it's a very exciting card that and we've seen in limited Nantuko Husk. Well, Nantuko Husk is also a standard card.
Yes.
That's already has a tournament victory under its belt. Hangerback Walker has done well. Maybe we can Reese's Peanut Butter Cup those two together. I don't know.
So in terms of tribal, we've mentioned goblins. Something we've not yet talked about really is elves. Now, on the face of it, Origins gives us some pretty interesting options for black-green elves. Is that something that you are expecting to see at the top tables? Or, because again, we haven't seen a lot of that in the first 2 weeks.
You certainly would expect that Elvish Visionary and Shaman of the Pack would find a home in a deck with Collected Company. Again, one of the big lingering questions is that a deck that's explosive enough? It certainly doesn't necessarily have that kind of top end crazy payoff that we've seen in some of the more Eternal formats. Where you're able to Craterhoof Behemoth or, some other just big green monster and giant mana generators. But, Collected Company into a pair of Shaman of the Packs can get a little gross.
Right, sure. A third tribal question.
Yes.
Which maybe your answer is going to be, it isn't tribal, it's just what it is. Let's talk Thopters for a minute. So here are 1/1 artifact flyers. Are they just 1/1 flyers, or are they a tribe this weekend?
It's funny. We're going to see a lot of that. I think we will see Thopter Spy Network in a big way this weekend.
Well, we don't need to speculate right now. We can go to the feature match area and find out. It's time for the first round of New Standard here at Pro Tour Magic Origins.
Hello and welcome to round 4 of Pro Tour Magic Origins. I'm Tim Willoughby, here with Randy Buehler, Hall of Famer, and it's Christmas morning, Randy. Here's the point where we get to find out about all of the new exciting decks in Standard.
What did they bring? I want to open some presents.
Seriously, we've heard lots of rumblings around the room, but this is our first chance to properly find out what players are brought to the table, and I think we should head right down to the tables right now and find out for round 4. Hello and welcome to round 4 here at Pro Tour Magic Origins. I'm Tim Willoughby here with Randy Buehler, and we've got a lot of talent in our feature match area. All of these players got out of the draft rounds with decent records. We can see there Makahito Mahara, the Hall of Famer. He's going to be up against Shahar Shenhar, 2-time world champion, looking to get a few more results here at the Pro Tour. And both of these players with kind of new decks, Randy.
Kind of familiar if you watch them historically, though. Shahar's had a lot of luck historically with blue, white, red. He is on a Jeskai deck. He tested with Team Pantheon, and they seem to have a potpourri of different Jace decks that they've brought to the table here. So his is Jeskai flavored. Makahito Mahara, though, this is kind of exactly what you wanted him to show up with, right? He's playing 5-color Rally.
5-color Rally, wow. I mean, we've seen a few different builds of Rally the Ancestors. I know that Makahito Mahara is sort of one of those players I look out for taking an existing archetype and just making it better. Starting off here with some acceleration with an Elvish Mystic and Caryatid.
Starting off by missing his turn 2 land drop, though. Like, he's gone Mystic into Caryatid, but he's still only going to have 3 mana for turn 3.
Yeah, Secret of the Way potentially stopped by that Caryatid, but I can't help but think that Mahara has to
Oh, you
just
can't
say,
block.
I need that mana.
You cannot risk a block there. Yeah, and Shahar had the Wild Slash. If Mahara risks a block, he just gets completely destroyed by the Prowess trigger.
Yeah, we can see there's Jace Vryn's Prodigy in Shenhar's hand immediately coming down here for the world champion.
All right, first of the New Origins Planeswalkers being sighted. I guess he's not a Planeswalker yet.
Yeah, the spark has not yet been ignited, but as those instants go in the graveyard, Jace gets ever closer to becoming a Planeswalker. And a land and then another Elvish Mystic, exactly what Mahara needed there, just to make sure that he's able to keep getting threats on the board.
Yep. A second Caryatid and a Mystic.
Sorry, yes. There we see Jace Vryn's Prodigy letting Shahar Shenhar loot in the early turns, tap to draw and then discard a card. And then at some point, if there's 5 or more cards in the graveyard, Jace then becomes a lot more scary. Able to potentially flashback some of those spells, get extra value out of them.
Yeah, there's our first Jace activation.
And a Mantis Rider there coming down. All of those creatures on Mahara's side of the board not able to block that one. Flying in with Vigilance and Haste, dealing 3 points. Mahara already at 12 life. That Yavimaya Coast not helping him.
He gets to go Whisperwood here.
Yeah, Whisperwood Elemental will give him plenty of Manifest tokens. They're the first one coming into play. And with 3 copies of Rally the Ancestors in his hand, Mahara here hasn't quite put together the right pieces of his puzzle in the right order. Rally the Ancestors, of course, very, very powerful once you've got a graveyard stocked. But right now, he's got to be more worried just about what's going on the board. Now, if that Whisperwood Elemental hangs around, it will gradually fill up the board for Mahara, but he's got to be worried just about the amount of power that could be coming through in the air here.
Yeah, I don't think Whisperwood can outrace Mantis Rider here. You know Shahar's going to have some burn in his deck. Turns out he doesn't have much in his hand.
Yeah, he just drew a Jeskai Charm there with his Jace. Be interesting to see whether or not that's what he holds on to or if he ditches something else.
Yeah, I would think you want the Charm.
Fetch lands, of course, interacting quite nicely with Jace, just putting extra cards in that graveyard. If he wants to be able to flip the Jace early, he's got the tools to make that happen.
I think the question for Shahar is how he wants to play this. You know, does he care about the Whisperwood? Does he want to try to get an Ash Cloud Phoenix onto the table? Does he just want to burn with Jeskai Charm?
I mean, with Jeskai Charm and the potential to flip Jace, he's got nearly a lethal amount of burn going on here.
All right, he is going to play the Phoenix here.
20. 1, so 2.
Yeah, just double checking life totals here with pain lands on both sides, plus little bits of life gain going on. Important to just make sure everything's accurate, though. Shahar Shenhar's life total has only really been hurt by his own land base at this point.
One interesting thing that's going on here, by the way, is that I don't think Shahar knows Mahara's deck yet.
Yeah, it's...
Right? It just does not look like a Rally deck. This is just Accelerate into Whisperwood. This could be a Devotion deck. I mean, my best guess if I'm in Shahar's seat right now probably is a Green Devotion. I mean, the Yavimaya Coast is a little weird.
It is. But
it's also Makihita Mahara, so I mean, his range is incredibly wide, right?
I mean, Mahara has had success at the Pro Tour before with Green Devotion decks. So, I mean, before we even saw the deck lists, that was my assumption of where Mahara might be.
You put him on Devotion?
Yeah.
Wow. Quick update from the back table.
Yeah, Luis Scott Vargas picks up his first game against Frank Karsten. Those two got out of the draft stages at 2-1. Yep. And yeah, it looks like Luis Scott Vargas found a way of doing it with Ornithopter racing against a mono-red deck.
Wow, so Karsten's on mono-red and Luis outraced him with Ornithopters?
It's got to sting when you're Frank Karsten. You're being beaten up by artifacts.
Yeah, the Channel Fireball deck, it's pretty much an affinity deck. It's Insult, blue-red Insult Artifact.
And yeah, Frank Karsten is the guy that's done things with Insult Artifact in Modern.
Right. Wow, Mahara going to send him into the red zone here.
I mean, there's not too much blocking that they're going to be doing. He just needs to do anything that he can to at least give Shahar Shenhar pause here.
Sure. Yeah, Shahar's like, do I risk Mantis Rider in front of a Manifest token? I don't know what it is. Do I just put Seeker out there? I'm not going to gain life, but sort of gained life by not taking the damage, so he's willing to trade his Seeker for the Manifest token rather than risk losing the flying creature.
I mean, with 5 mana of any color available, pretty much for Mahara, a huge range of things it could have been.
It was totally a bluff, though, right? That was a Windswept Heath. Mantis Rider could have just picked it off. I still like Shahar's play, though. I think he's right. It's just you can't. There's no reason. You don't need to try to pick that off. You don't. Yeah, and Mahara is just done.
So that the first game there taken by Shahar Shenhar. We'll be back very soon, but first, these messages.
Qualify for the next Pro Tour on Magic Online. Go 5-0 or 4-1 in one of 10 preliminaries to advance to the finals. See the full schedule at mtgo.com. Put your game to the test at a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix events include Hong Kong, San Diego, London, Detroit, Santiago, and Prague. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule.
And we're back for a little bit of a look in here on one of our other matches. Over on our King of the Hill table, Scott Lipp hoping to be the first person to defend that King of the Hill chair, but he's up against Seth Manfield, who's just had an incredible year or two on the Pro Tour and is looking to keep that going.
Seth Manfield's looking to be Player of the Year. If he gets this King of the Hill table, he may never let it go and run it all the way up to Player of the Year.
We've certainly seen him do it before, and Manfield here with Red-Green Devotion. He's up against the self-same blue-red artifact deck that Luis Scott Vargas has had some luck with. I mean, not necessarily 100% the same list.
I don't think Scott Lipp tested with those guys, I don't think. But yeah, this is Shrapnel Blast, Hangerback Walker, Insola Artifact, Thopter Spy Network, Thopter Engineer, Chief of the Foundry, Ghostfire Blade, Ornithopter, Springleaf Drum. Welcome to Standard.
Yeah,
this is a brand new archetype, and I think we're basically having the breakout weekend for Hangerback Walker finally.
Absolutely. I mean, it's certainly seen some success in some control builds thus far, but this is the sweet spot in Standard for artifacts in some respects because Darksteel Citadel, Ornithopter, Insolar Artifacts, and Shrapnel Blast, all key cards from M15 that...
2 months.
Yeah.
2 months you get to enjoy the wild, wild west of this super-sized Standard, 2 different core sets legal.
Yeah, go to 5.
However, Dragon Lord Atarka kills a lot of those things.
Yeah, big swings in the air. Scott Lipp now on just 5 life, facing down lethal.
Wow.
Whisperwood Elemental didn't quite work out for Mahara, but with the sort of board that Seth Manfield's assembling here, you got to think things are looking fairly good for him. I mean, the impression I get of this red-blue artifact deck is it's go big or go home, and I'm not sure that Scott Lipp's necessarily done quite enough in the early game here.
Yeah, once the Devotion starts spitting out Dragon Lord Atarka, you've kind of left the portion of the game where your Insular Artifact deck can win.
Shrapnel Blast you.
Okay.
You're going to go to 5. I'm going to get 3 Thopters.
Not bad. Is he empty-handed, though?
It would appear that he is hellbent.
Yes, 5 apiece. 3 flying Thopter tokens, right? Oh, is he got a council?
I'll just gain 2. Yeah. Go to 7.
Oh, Tomb of the Spirit Dragon. So Lipp gains 2 life. He's at 7.
Time for 3. Yep.
Tomb of the Spirit Dragon. Of all of the Spirit Dragon lands,
Wild
that's the one we've
Slash.
seen the least of.
Wild Slash off the top.
Yep.
Scott Lipp got it done. Shrapnel Blast, sack my Hagerback Walker, attack with the 3 Thopters, that's 8. Wild Slash off the top, that's 10.
This deck has some reach, Randy Buehler.
I did not expect Seth Manfield to die from 10 at that point in that game. Wow.
So we've got a little bit of kind of mutual shuffling going on here. All of these matches in Standard going very, very fast indeed, it must be said. Everybody's shuffling up. And on our front tables, that is true of, it looks like Shahar Shenhar might be taking a mulligan here. Tough times for him, though. You got to think that with the new mulligan rule, perhaps those mulligans don't sting quite so much.
Yeah, the one table we haven't gotten to yet is also a pretty sweet matchup. Raph Levy and Andre Strasky both won their draft pods there. That's a 3-0-3-0 battle between the 2 Europeans.
Yeah, I mean, Raph Levy just terrifyingly consistent at the Pro Tour. I mean, he's got more reps, I suppose you'd say, than just about anybody on the Pro Tour, and still just at absolutely the top level. As much fire now, if not more so, than ever previously. But Andre Straczky, he's having a fantastic season.
Absolutely. 2 Pro Tour top 8s. He and Li Shitian are the only players that have top 8'd twice this season.
And unsurprisingly, both of them absolutely pushing for Player of the Year.
Yeah, and that door is open with Eric Froehlich starting off 0-3. Definitely had some mana problems with his draft deck. Raf Levy has played 1,127 Pro Tour matches.
That is a crazy amount of Magic.
Yeah, it's insane.
I mean,
I'm sure it's the record. He's played more than anyone, just anyone.
Yeah, with every passing round, he sets a new record.
Exactly. Just 87 Pro Tours. There've been, what, 90-some? I think he's missed like half a dozen.
We're at nearly 100
Yeah,
now.
we're closing in on 100. He may have missed 10 in the history of time.
But here we see the game has kicked off. There was that scry based off the mulligan for Shahar Shenhar. He starts things off with a Mystic Monastery. Meanwhile, on Mihara's side of the things, we can see that potentially we're going to get an
Is it his turn to play a Jace?
An early Jace or a Sato Wayfinder here. The Wayfinder, of course, a great way of setting up if you do want to do a big rally.
Well, also, though, if you want to play Jace and flip him, the Wayfinder helps there, too.
Yeah, and your way is entirely found at that point, basically.
I never realized that. Satyr Wayfinder is finding the way for Jace.
They're best buds.
Jace first is what Makihito decides. Yeah, both players on 4 copies of Jace.
Markedly different decks, though, it must be said.
Right, right. Which is why the overlap is interesting to me. And Wild Slash is going to take care of that.
Yeah, Shenhar's hand doing a perfectly reasonable impression of that of just a red deck, even though he is the full Jeskai colors of red, white, and blue. But one has to think that when Wayfinder is followed up by Nantuko Husk, the jig will be up in terms of what it is that Makihito Mihara is actually playing.
Or how about Jace number 2? Yeah, it'd be funny to talk to Shahar afterwards and find out, like, when did he figure out what was going on? Jace, not exactly a Green Devotion card.
I mean, you know, I guess that there's, in terms of on-board plays, strategically it hasn't been too tough for Shahar here. There have been threats that he really wants to kill. He has killed them. Right. In some respects, the details of exactly what Mihara's plan is have not yet become a problem.
Oh, if he didn't know before, Shahar now knows. Nothing else is running Nantuko Husk except the crazy Rally the Ancestors deck.
And while Nantuko Husk potentially sometimes good at dodging regular damage-based removal, with a Valorous Stance in hand just drawn for Shahar Shenhar on top of the various burn options available to him, he ought to be able to find a way of dealing with that Nantuko Husk soon enough. Nantuko Husk, of course, integral to the big combo of Rally the Ancestors. You can potentially put a huge amount of creatures into play very, very quickly and then sacrifice them to the Husk and swing for an awful lot. But Whisperwood Elemental very briefly dallying with being in play, but for that Valorous Stance from Shahar Shenhar.
Yeah, Shahar able to dispatch it before Mihara gets to his end of turn, so no trigger and no manifest.
And before the scry here, Shahar using a fetch land just to shuffle up, thin his deck a little bit.
Also, you don't want to scry something to the bottom and then shuffle it back to the top accidentally.
So 17.
Now, one of the interesting things about Mihara's deck, it is a Rally the Ancestors deck, but with the likes of Whisperwood Elemental at the top end, signals that it's not necessarily going to be doing the collected company style of things that we've seen from
that's
some
a great point.
decks.
That's a great point. He is Court of the Calling based, not collected company based. So yeah, he spills some more cards into the graveyard. He's got Whisperwood Elemental. There's only 1 copy of it. He just happens to have drawn it twice. He's also got Perforos that he can go get, which can combo really nicely. Just turn Rally into a direct kill card, bringing all those creatures into play.
Sidisi Blood Tyrant just went to the graveyard as well.
There you go. 3 copies of Sidisi. So he's got a little more play to it than the typical Abzan Rally deck, which is the one that had such a good weekend last weekend. And Abzan Rally is out here. It's one of the 10 most played decks. It's not the most played deck in the field, but it's in the top 10. 5-color Rally, however, I don't know. It's less than 2% of the field, how much I know, because I've only seen the top 10 decks so far. And
Yeah.
5-color Rally is not one of them.
5-color, I think, is always potentially kind of a scary thing to play against because, in principle, they could have anything.
Yeah. Yeah, and in practice, I like the way Mahara has given himself a bunch of options with the tutor effects, right? Between the Court of Calling and the one-of packages. Gives him a lot of options in a lot of different scenarios. And then he's still got, the core combo of you can bring back Nantuko Husk, Mogi's Marauder to give it haste and intimidate, sack everything else that came back, and that one hit from a Nantuko Husk is kind of the combo kill. Meanwhile, the deck also plays really well as a value deck where you're just like card advantage, rally back at Jace and flip it, all kinds of fun stuff.
Meanwhile, Shahar has a relatively straightforward plan, though. We saw a Jeskai Charm straight to the dome, dealing 4 damage, followed up by that Stormbreath Dragon. That then just absolutely crushing Makihito Mahara's life total here. He's gone down to just 5 life, where he looked previously relatively stable on life totals. And we see there folded arms, a little bit of a sort of thoughtful disposition from Makihito Mahara, trying to work out whether or not he can reasonably race here.
Yeah, he could easily be one of those guys that was really disappointed that Rally kind of outed itself last weekend. If you already had the Rally the Ancestors deck, that deck winning the big Star City Open last weekend was a catastrophe for your Pro Tour preparation.
Yeah, it's a very interesting dynamic that's going on now in terms of preparation for the Pro Tour, that inevitably there'll be a few decks that you kind of want to be a big secret, and there's no stopping someone from just coming up with the same idea and rocking up to a tournament with it.
Yeah, I mean, if Rally had finished 7th or 12th, I think it would be a much bigger deal at this Pro Tour, but everybody knows about it now, and everybody at least tested it, everybody shuffled it up, everybody understands how to play against it, and I really do think it also affected people's game plans. Like all the hanger back walkers that are running around in that blue-red deck, that guy blocks Nantuko Husk even when Mogi's Marauder gives it Intimidate.
Absolutely Intimidate.
I mean, I think you see decisions like that around the edges that were definitely made in knowledge that Rally is a thing that people could show up with, and so it may not have nearly as good a weekend as it otherwise would have. Okay. Yeah, Mahara doing his best to race. Getting through a little bit of damage, plowing through that morph. What does he do about Stormbreath Dragon, though? Oh, Valorous Stance just takes out the Husk.
Yeah, Valorous Stance playing very, very nicely in this deck, and that enough to seal things for Shahar Shenhar, the world champion. Currently 14th in the pro rankings for this year, but plenty of room for that to change at the Pro Tour, of course.
Yeah, and he's on the list of people that can get Player of the Year even without a top 8, especially now that Eric Froelich has finished up with his 0-3. So, couple of results there, by the way. The empty table, that was Andre Strasky 2-0, dispatching Raf Levy with haste.
Wow. And
we just finished the Karsten versus Luis Scott Vargas match as well, and Luis Scott Vargas wins that 2-0.
This is a very, very quick standard format
and
indeed.
I thought Limited was fast, but Constructed seemed to be flying by as well.
And we can see original Antiquities Ornithopter there in play, alongside some much more recent Thopters produced by that Whirler Rogue. It'll be interesting to find out what the Phyrexian Revoker is naming here against Seth Manfield's predominantly green Devotion deck.
Sylvan Caryatid.
It's naming Sylvan Caryatid, so it is able to shut off that mana ability, potentially making life a little bit tricky for Seth Manfield. At the moment, Manfield without much in the way of red mana production.
Yeah.
Ornithopter there. Ornithopter's been through a bit of a roller coaster ride in terms of its popularity in Constructed over the years. Back when it first came out in Antiquities, not necessarily something that excited too many people, maybe got fed to an Atog or two then. To be honest, when it was being fed to Atogs in Affinity decks is when it really got going, but it turns out a 0-mana 0-2 flyer is actually pretty solid for Constructed.
It's a synergy card, right? You got to have the right home where you're really taking advantage of the fact that it is an artifact, but hey, that's what this deck does.
Yeah, I mean, in this case with Whirler Rogue at the moment, it's just making things unblockable. But at any moment, it could be combined with, for example, an Ensoul Artifact, and then you've got a big problem on your hands.
Same thing, 3. Yep.
And And Shrapnel Blast in hand for Lip there. That potentially able to spell an early game over for Seth Manfield, who's well used to burn spells himself, having had success with them in Modern.
True. Seth Manfield's Green-Red Devotion deck, by the way, the most played archetype today. Green-Red Devotion. It's only like 14-15% of the field, but that is the most played deck. Green-Red Devotion. I don't think that surprises a lot of people. I mean, maybe some people thought it was going to still be Abzan. It's not Siege Rhinos. It's actually Nykthos, which is, I think, the biggest holdover deck. It's this Green Devotion deck. And he's a member of Team Lux. The Mighty Lux, that's what they are.
The Mighty Lux in formation. But, I mean, the biggest formation at the moment is the Flyers from Scott Lip here.
Yeah, they felt pretty good, I know, about this Devotion deck going into this their expected field, which, you know, is a lot of different decks, and I think they thought a lot of the pro teams would wind up on various Jace decks. I don't know if they had a blue-red and Soul Artifact deck in their gauntlet, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely a deck that could not have existed a couple of months ago, and now all of a sudden is very much a force, at least in the feature match area this round.
Yeah, Origins is definitely having a large impact on Standard. I mean, I know a lot of people thought, oh, Standard's big, and it's quote-unquote just a core set, but definitely having a big impact.
Hydra for 8.
Nykthos here powering out Genesis Hydra for 8. So
let's see what he gets.
An 8/8 creature is what he's getting to start with, but also 1, 2, revealing 8 cards.
Rattleclaws. Is that Xenagos that went by?
Yes. And of course, the card that's coming off Genesis Hydra is just a non-land permanent that's going to get put onto the battlefield. It's not being cast. If it were that Scott Lip had counter magic, that wouldn't really do a whole lot.
Could counter the 8/8.
Yeah, which would probably be a reasonable enough thing to do. But
yeah, 8 did mean that Seth was live to hit Dragonlord Atarka, which is, I think, probably what he was rooting for. We'll settle for Xenagos.
I might do something with this. Sure.
I think doing something with that, Scott, would be a great plan. As much as he's on 19 life right now, when you've got an 8/8 plus friends on the other side of the board, it's not going to take too long for his life total to fall down.
4 Disdainful Strokes in his sideboard. I haven't noticed his hand go by yet. But that seems like the thing he'd probably be thinking about here. Yep, there's the Disdainful Stroke. Now he's down to Shrapnel Blast, Shivan Reef.
I will make a Satyr.
2/2 Satyr token coming in there. The Satyrs, of course, do have haste, so Manfield here using the opportunity to get a little hit in. Gaining life off that land, though, just it's something that there's not been the right shell to get enough artifacts into play until this exact point in Standard.
There you go.
You know, between Thopter Spine Network, Hangback Walker, I mean, the natural artifacts you have in play with the likes of Ornithopter and so on, it is now easy to say it's very, very difficult to race me because every turn I can gain 1 life for each colorless creature I control.
That's a lot of life. He's now at what? He just added another Ornithopter to the board. He's attacking with the Thopters. He made the Revoker unblockable, right?
That's correct, yes.
So Seth's at 6 versus Shrapnel Blast, Whirler Rogue, Thopter.
Yeah. Seth is in a moderate amount of trouble here.
Cards in your hand.
I mean, even a Dragonlord Atarka off the top here is not completely putting him in a safe spot.
It's pretty close. You can kill everything with power. I feel like he needs Dragonlord Atarka or he's just dead.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, Scott's now up to gaining 5 life for colorless creatures.
I mean, the tricky bit is that sort of there's not lots of red sources available to Seth here. I mean, he can use the Sylvan Caryatid for red. In principle, he could use Xenagos, but I'm guessing he'd much rather be making creatures.
Well, what he drew was Pelucranos.
Now, that is interesting.
Yeah,
that's
how
something
much can he monstrous it for? That's the question.
It might be time to start counting pips on creatures.
It is definitely time to start counting pips.
So we have.
All right. Plus, Xenagos can make mana in theory. He can get a lot of mana. Can he kill? I mean, he basically has to. He needs 10 mana to Monstrous for 5 if he wants to kill every creature capable of dealing damage. And we know there's a Shrapnel Blast in Scott Lip's hand, so that's what he has to do. Can he get to 10?
I mean, it's
11
11,
mana.
yeah.
11 mana to Monstrous for 10, of course.
I think that he should be able to with the plus from Xenagos here.
That's 7. Yeah, Nykthos. So he absolutely can.
Nykthos. So that's going to make it.
So he went down to 5, right?
Yeah. And then. All right. 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Yep.
13 mana.
Activate it for 6.
Hasn't tapped any of his creatures yet either. I think he can tap Forest Mystic to Monstrous for 7 and pick off one of the Ornithopters too. Like he's got to do 2 for Whirler Rogue, 1 for Revoker, 1 for Thopter, 1 for Thopter. That's 5. And then at that point you may as well tap 2 more mana, Monstrous for 7 and kill an Ornithopter, right? What is he playing around, I guess, is what he has to think about.
I mean, Shrapnel Blast is kind of a nightmare for him here.
Well, you can't play around that.
Is it 13? Is that what I said?
Yeah, 13.
Shrapnel Blast means you're effectively at 1, and then you just move on and say, okay, I can't take any damage the rest of the game. I don't know if there's anything else.
I mean, you can also respond to the Monstrous to just kill the Polukranos if you wish, right?
There is that.
Monstrous for. Monstrous for 9.
Monstrous for 9?
That would be
Monstrous for
90.
X is
6.
X. I'm using 9 mana. Sorry, X is 4.
Okay.
Whoa.
This is smart.
I'm using 9.
This means that in principle he can respond to a Shrapnel Blast by going for Monstrous again.
Nice.
4
So he's got 4 mana floating. And the ability to make 2 or 3 more.
Yeah, the second Monstrous, if he needs it, is not necessarily going to be as exciting as one big one, but at least it means that he's definitely going to be able to do something with this Polukranos, even in the face of Shrapnel Blast. It basically means that Scott's just going to send it to the head.
Yeah, but now it's a Monstrous for 4. It doesn't kill all the damage dealers, right? Whirler Rogue and 2 Ornithopters is going to survive.
I mean, if he just kills the Whirler Rogue, where does that leave him?
The Thopters plus Shrapnel Blast. I mean, obviously Seth doesn't know about the Shrapnel Blast. I do think it's smart the way he's played this so that he can respond to whatever trick Scott has. Scott has a bunch of untapped mana, even if you don't know what he's up to. Yeah, and Scott's like, let it happen. It's not everything. Yeah, Whirler Rogue, Thopter. So that leaves the Revoker, which he can block. Okay, this does actually stop all the damage.
I will move to combat.
Yep.
Attack for.
Wow, Seth Manfield played this great.
21.
I wasn't sure there was a way out of this.
I mean, an awful lot of live draws here for Scott Lip.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Shrapnel Blast. He just needs to get through 1 point. Oh,
well,
the Scissors. Insoul Artifact, followed up by Shrapnel Blast. Scott Lip top-decked the win in Game 1 in the form of the Wild Slash. He top-decks the win in Game 2 in the form of an Insoul Artifact. We are going to see a lot of that card. I'm going to steal Brian David Marshall's line. You thought nobody knew whether rock or paper was the deck to play this weekend? Turns out it's scissors.
Big, big plays. And of course, this is the time where we really get to see the exciting moves from Magic 2015 in terms of performance from artifacts, even though the key things that made the deck are from Magic Origins. But Scott Lip, I mean, he's had a sort of a fairly interesting Pro Tour career. He got here on match points based off the Modern Masters weekend.
So 13-2 in
he's
Vegas?
one of the people that got to make the most of just how big the Modern Masters weekend was back at the Pro Tour, and currently undefeated. He's the first person to have defended the King of the Hill table.
There you go. 4-0 holds on to the King of the Hill table.
That's where you want to be.
All those people that went 13-2 at Las Vegas, they're all here.
Yeah, I mean, we have, it's now a standard thing that we see at the Pro Tour where at the start of the event, everyone that it's their first Pro Tour has to stand up. I mean, this is not Scott Lipp's first Pro Tour, but it is one where sort of there's a lot more people in the room, and a lot of them have come from this Modern Masters weekend where all of a sudden just a whole raft of players plus the silvers that want to use their invite and so on. It's a big field here.
Yeah.
But it looks like Scott Lipp is just squaring up for an interview with Marshall. So we're going to get to find out a little bit more about the details of this artifact deck, where it's come from. And there's some nifty little choices in there. I personally very excited about the notion of I've got this beatdown deck with loads of reach and then a land that just casually gains me lots of life. A big bonus. But we're going to head down to the feature match area now and find out what Marshall and Scott Lipp have to say about this exciting Insol artifact deck.
All right, welcome here down in the feature match area. I've got Scott Lipp. Scott, that was a pretty exciting end to a match there.
Yeah, it was pretty intense. Game 1, I had to rip a burn spell, and I got there. And then Game 2, I thought I was going to... It was really good, yeah.
Yeah, you had some good ones. You know, when we first came into your match, it was in the middle of, or at the end of Game 1 there, where you needed to rip something. But you actually have quite a bit of burn spells that you can rip in that scenario, right?
Yeah, there was a ton of outs I had. I mean, double Tarka, you got to get a little bit lucky, so, yeah.
All right, now, your first Pro Tour, 1997 in New York.
Probably older than some people who play on the Pro Tour before. They're not even playing out here yet, so.
Wow, so what's it like having played way back then and having played now?
I mean, I wish I was as good as all the guys I played against, like Finkel and Kibler and all them and the JSS, but, I mean, Magic's a great game. You never can leave it, so.
Yeah, I know. You can never leave it. One other thing, you qualified via Vegas. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so went to Vegas with a whole bunch of buddies of mine. Went next to, finished 16th, which was good for me anyways, so that locked me up for silver when I came here. So
those huge events are kind of unique in that way, that you could finish X2 and get top 16. Now, I did want to hear a quick word about your deck. It looks pretty spicy. Whirler Rogue?
Yeah, that was kind of like a late addition for kind of gummy games like you saw there, like against Green or Devotion. It's like another card to where if they have like an Atarka, you can still beat them with an Insol artifact and stuff like that. So it's definitely a little spicy thing.
You know, the other card that I noticed was the Tomb of the Spirit Dragon doing a lot of work for you there. You were gaining like 4 or 5 life a turn. How good is that?
That card is insane. Yeah, it's really, really, really good one. Yeah.
All right, Tomb of the Spirit Dragon. One I didn't expect to see here. Scott, thanks for taking the time. Let's send it back to the news desk and Rich Hagan.
All right, Marshall, thank you so much. And thanks to Scott Lipp. I love that line about Whirler Rogue. Yeah, it was a last-minute addition. Really? As opposed to, I sat down and the first thing I thought was, when I win the Pro Tour, I'm winning it with Whirler Rogue. Wow, outstanding stuff. Well done to him. The first round went like lightning. There's still the best part of 15 minutes left in the round, but there are hundreds of empty tables out there. So, without further ado, it's time for our first deck tech. Now, if you think the format might be fast, not everyone thinks that. We're going to show you a deck that's kind of at the other end of the spectrum, it's fair to say. Let's hand you across to the video wall, Brian David Marshall, and the fabulous Adrian Sullivan.
Hello and welcome to the Tournament Center here at Pro Tour Magic Origins in Vancouver, Canada. I'm Brian David Marshall. I am joined by someone, if you've been following Magic for a long time, you're probably familiar with him, Adrian Sullivan. If you've only been following Magic for a short time, you're probably familiar with him. He's coming off a top 4 at Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir, playing Blue-Black Control.
That's right.
This is kind of one of the decks you're very closely associated with.
You know, at the Dragons of Tarkir, there were a couple different builds of it, and at Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir, there were 3 different builds of it. And Patrick Chapin, he did the analysis of Khans. He said Black-Blue altogether was the best deck performance-wise of Khans. Why give up on it?
Okay, and then you've stuck with it again here this weekend.
Yep.
Let's take a look at what you had to work with. We'll start off with some Planeswalkers.
I've got a couple.
So talk us through these guys and dragons and other. What do they do?
So one of the things about a deck like this is that you want to be able to have as many of your cards function to take control of the game. Ashiok, a lot of people play it like it's a finisher, because you can see that -10, exile all cards in the graveyard, and they think that what they're going to do is go plus, 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 and then nuke the hand and library. But really, I like it as a card advantage engine. Put it out there, steal a creature. If it dies, that's fine. If they use a card on it, that's fine. And ultimately, you can kill them with just a creature you steal. Liliana Vess is probably the most cut card from the deck when people try to build this deck. And it's mostly, I think, because they don't understand how incredible it is. The thing about Lily is, if you untap with Lily and you're not dead, they will never win, because you'll just go get a counterspell, then you'll get another counterspell, and it's just done.
And this is like a hallmark of an Adrian Sullivan deck. I want to just sort of point to the pill in the upper right-hand corner. 1. You know, this is kind of like something that you're a big adherent of, is the one-ofs, the kind of odd numbers.
Yeah.
You see people go like 4s and 3s, you'll go 1s and 2s.
Well, a long time ago, I think Randy Buehler said that the best decks were all 4-ofs and 1-ofs, and he got part of it right. But no, one of the things about Lilia that's also great, the tutoring for your 1-ofs makes it like they're more than that. And finally, that -8 really does end the game, so it functions as a kill spell too. Now, Ugin, or Eugene, I like calling him Ugin. Ugin is so awesome in the sense of you put it out there, you clear the board, and then if they don't deal with it, you'll win the game. But first and foremost, you're taking over. And then, after it's done the job of clearing stuff out, then you can think about winning. Winning is always an afterthought.
And this is not a card where you're necessarily aiming for that ultimate. You're really aiming to just get into +2 mode, right? You're just like...
Actually, the other way around. The +2 mode is killing them, right? What you want to do first is minus to clear the board. And then when you're plussing, right there, almost no deck can beat that.
Okay. All right, let's take a look at the next set of cards you got here. So you love to draw a card. Who doesn't love to draw a card out there?
Drawing cards is great. Drawing cards is great.
So talk to me about where these cards, how do you
Right.
arrive at these numbers? How do you figure out which cards to include?
Sure. So one of the first things is that number right there. The dig through time, most people run 4 dig through time.
That's a 4 in most other decks in terms of, when you see a 3, that's a 4 for Adrian.
Yes. Well, like one of the things about that's not quite true. But regardless, when you see the 3
4 is
there,
like a 5.
When you see the 3 there, you'll notice if you look at some of the other lists, like I want to say Shota Yasuka's list from Dragons, he also ran 3 dig through time. The problem is that delve cost is not fake. It's actually quite real. And I want to run 4. I would love to run 4, but the graveyard just can't support it, so I run as many as I can. And a while ago, I had 3 Jace's Ingenuities. And in testing, though, that Dragonlord's Prerogative was just a better Ingenuity, but that casting cost in the corner, so much. That's a lot of mana. So you basically are treating this like your 3rd Ingenuity, and it's better, but you can't afford to do more of them.
Right, and the Dragon Claws is basically blank text for you. All right, let's take a look at the next set of cards where your counter magic.
Yeah.
So I always feel like when I think about a blue-black control deck or a blue-white control deck, I feel like, I go back to like old school. I want like 12,
20 counters.
12. I mean, 12 is like where I'm starting, right?
Right,
but yeah,
right.
20, I love it. I mean, the counter package has gotten so much smaller.
Yes. Well, I mean, I've been playing Black-Blue Control since Dragons of Tarkir, before Khans of Tarkir, actually. But at the TCG Player Invitational, I top-8'd with 4 Dissolve, a Dissipate, and 2 Negates in the main deck. And right now I'm at just 4 and 1. And the reason is, right now I think the world is way much more about countering the creature by killing them. And you know what? If I'm going to just kill that creature, it might as well have been countered. And the thing is the fast decks, Dissolve might be too slow. So I'm not going to run the 5th Dissolve in a Dissipate. But Clash of Wills I can do on turn 2. And I want to run more Clash of Wills. Unfortunately, why is it a 1-of? Other things just pushed it out. There's only so much space. I would love more, but I would rather have a Bile Blight. I would rather have a Hero's Downfall.
Sure, and a lot of the what would have been counterspells is maybe some of the when we started playing have been replaced by the Hero's Downfalls and the Bile Blights. And
I mean, Hero's Downfall, it acts so much like a Dissolve when you're completely untapped and they have nothing.
Right. Well, let's take a look at some of the removal spells that you have here to sort of function maybe as a counterspell, or sometimes, I mean, even multiple spells, right? So Bile Blight's a card that's doing hard work for you generally.
Yes. So Bile Blight and Ultimate Price, these 2 cards, they are a 4-of. And it's just that right now, I feel like Ultimate Price happens to be quite good. It really burned me in this last match because I was playing against Ornithopters. And, you know, what can you do? But those 4 cards are 4 2-drop removal spells. Meanwhile, Hero's Downfall is just the Grand Poobah of removal.
An actual 4 of.
Yes, yes. And this card takes care of almost anything. Silence, I've run 2 before, but one of the things I love about Silence is Exile can be remarkably powerful, and when you get to a point in the game against somebody and you have a Silence the Believers in your deck and they know it, and you also have other cards that are a bit more tricky, it can be very difficult to play around all of the removal. But Exile is also real, and the card advantage you can gain from that is also very real.
Right. And so you talked about the deck you played this round. You said you played against Ensoul Artifact?
Yeah, actually, I think it was exactly the same deck that you just saw the feature match of, and in the Ensoul Artifact, this can get rid of a
Darksteel Citadel?
I tried to do that, actually, and he counterspelled it in game 2.
Oh. Almost.
Almost. That's close.
All right. So then, you also have, board sweepers, and you have a lot of them. Start with 3 Perilous Vault.
So Perilous Vault, when it was printed, my version of Black-Blue Control was kind of based on Adam Jansen's Black-Blue Control before Perilous Vault, and it wasn't quite good enough. And when Perilous Vault was printed, I thought to myself, this answers all of the problems. And I've run 4 before, but also that's 9 mana between casting it and activating it.
Yep.
That's a lot. Right now it's 3. The world is too quick for 4. And the rest of these is always a fun one.
So 1 Drown in Sorrow. That's like Bile Blight-ish?
I think to talk about this, we should start at Languish.
Yeah.
So Languish is obviously the new cool in black removal. And when I first built this Magic Origins version, there were 3 Languish. And the thing I noticed, everyone was changing their decks around because of Languish. So Languish is still great. It's just that I found myself wanting Drowns against some decks, wanting Cruxes against other decks. So those 3 Languish ended up splitting this way because you just want to have a Crux against some people and you want a Drown against some people, and they're often close enough. But this card is just the gold standard for me.
This is a signature card for you.
Oh, yeah.
And you were playing it in Blue-White Control also.
I don't know if it was legal then. I don't think it was legal yet.
No, okay.
But I've been playing it since it was printed. I'd have to look at my old lists.
Yeah.
But regardless, with this one, this is a way before my first Languish, Crux, or Drown. It's just, it has diminishing returns, but it's very hard to play around, and all kinds of problems, like Wispwood Elemental, or let's say Fleecemane Lion that's gotten really big. It solves so many problems, and the instant effect, especially when you have Jace's Ingenuity and Dig Through Time, if you're untapped, they can think you're going to do that. Come on in, Aether Spouts. And if you remember from the top 8, I think, one of my opponents was trying to play around Aether Spouts and trying to play around Silence the Believers, picked the wrong one, and lost because of it.
Sure. Let's take a look at the creatures in this deck.
Oh,
wait.
No creatures.
So you are actually playing a creatureless control deck.
Yeah.
What is that a decision, a style choice? Like, how do you end up at that not intuitive place?
Well, I think Purrloin Ancient is generally a card only good against some matchups. So since I think it's only good against some matchups, I'm going to board that in against them.
Okay.
And there's really no other creature that really functions properly. Silumgar, the Drifting Death, almost does, because Languish and Silumgar do a lot of work together. They're best friends, but I don't have enough Languishes to make Silumgar worth it. And then the other card, Tasigur, game 1, a Tasigur, if I'm playing against the wrong deck and I put 2 cards over, let's say I'm playing against a control deck and I flip over a Bile Blight, the Tasigur did almost nothing. So.
Okay, and then I do appreciate, Temple of Deceit, Temple of Malady, Temple of Enlightenment. I appreciate, you're a notorious Simic mage, so I appreciate the nod to the green mana in your blue-black control deck.
I was once called the granddaddy of blue-green control, so you've got to get some green in there.
Okay, let's flip through some more of the lands that you're playing here. 4 Deltas, 4 Dismal Backwaters, 2 Opulent Palace, more green mana.
Yeah, more green mana, but more importantly, more dual lands. This way, I've got a total of all
You can basically ignore this.
Not always, because Ashiok does mean I can make Pelucranos into a really big creature.
Oh,
or
has that come up?
All the time. And actually, if you remember that there was a Temple of Enlightenment, I have made a number of Fleecemane Lions indestructible.
Okay. All right, and I think we have couple more to take a look at really quick. Radiant Fountain, a card, Islands, Swamps, but talk to me about Majoring Network, another one of the Magic Origins cards that have made its way into your pretty set deck list.
Well, I wish I could have 4 of this. If there was a way to make the color work, I would have 4. And unfortunately, I went from 4 to 3 to 2 to 1 and almost had none. The problem is you only have so much colorless you can support, and Radiant Fountain is just too important. Radiant Fountain is that 2 life, especially with the Dismal Backwaters. You need it. And so that right there is the last of the Mage Rings. And one of these swamps wants to be a Mage Ring, but I also want to cast Bile Blight.
Right.
I want to cast Hero's Downfall.
So what do you when you're playing a deck like this, what are you hoping to find yourself paired up against when you sit down at the table?
Forests, any forest. It doesn't matter if it's an Abzan deck, if it's green-red Devotion. If it has a forest, it's probably going to be in real trouble.
Okay. And then what don't you want to face when you're playing this deck?
I don't want
coming into the tournament even.
Yeah, walking into this tournament, I think the first thing that I thought of that I didn't want to play against, there are certain kinds of white-blue heroic or Bant heroic that if they want to beat me, the Stubborn Denials and the Disdainful Strokes, they're going to put that small creature down, they're going to make it big, they're going to start pounding me, and then just say no, 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 and that'll be it.
Okay. Well, Adrian, I'm going to let you get back out on the floor. Yep. Eat up a bunch more clock, and repeat. See if you can repeat. Pro Tour top 4 finish.
I'll try.
For Adrian Sullivan, this is Brian David Marshall from the Tournament Center.
Thanks very much to Brian David Marshall there, who is giving us all the action from the video wall there with Adrian Sullivan. Although, since it's creatureless, I'm not quite sure action's the right word, but maybe some life gaining and card drawing, all the good things in Magic. So that's Adrian Sullivan. We are just hearing time called on the round. 25 or so matches remain. Let me give you some of the big storylines. Eric Froelich opened up 0-3. He is now underway with a win. That's your leader in the Player of the Year race, now at 1-3. Now, win 10, 11, and 12 are what really matter to Froelich. That's where his points shift upwards. That's true for everyone. First 9 wins get you nothing extra, but win 10 and upwards, that's where things start getting interesting. Nonetheless, the door very much open, so what about Li Shichan on 57 points? He's at 3-1. Tied for second place in Player of the Year race with Sam Black. Sam Black is 4-0, aced his draft pod and now underway with a win in Constructed. He, of course, the roommate of Justin Cohen, the kind of runaway leader at the moment in the Rookie of the Year race. Other 4-0s include Andrei Stratsky of the Czech Republic, Paula Vita Dama de Rosa of Brazil. Paul Rietzel is at 3-1, along with Steve Rubin, both platinum and both in the race for Player of the Year, though from a little way further back. Paul Cheon defeated Owen Turtenwald this round, which means Cheon's at 3-1, go Paul, but Owen now at 2-2, so with some work to do if he's going to improve on his 52 points where he begins at the moment in the Player of the Year race. Shahar Shenhar, your double world champion, is 4-0. Brad Nelson, who is on 51 points, 9 points behind Froelich, is 3-1. And watch out for someone not in the Player of the Year race, but a European from Austria, Emanuel Gershenson. He's locked in a World Magic Cup race with Valentin Mackel. Gershenson just defeated Hall of Famer Ben Rubin to go to 4-0. And he has won both his Grand Prix top 8s in the last 12 months. One in 2014, one in 2015. He is really quite good at Magic. But someone else who's quite good at Magic, in a more real-world sense, I suppose, is Jace. And we got a chance to go inside R&D over in Seattle to find out a little bit more about Vryn's Prodigy.
Jace Beleren is like the epitome of a blue planeswalker. Somebody who's just, he's smart and he's crafty, but you don't know a lot about him. You don't really know where did he come from? How did he become who he became? And up till now, we've never known. But with Magic Origins, finally, we get to learn who Jace Beleren really is.
Alhammarret High Arbiter is Jace's mentor, the one who actually teaches him what it is to be a mind mage, how to use his telepathic abilities. Of course, we learn in the story that Alhammarad is also playing him, is using him for his abilities and hoping to mold him into a weapon and really just a way to turn a profit on this endless war. His abilities are a little bit sinister. They're appropriate to a political arbiter, but you can also see how you wouldn't really want to be this guy's student.
Meddling Mage, designed by Magic Invitational winner Chris Pikula, introduced a kind of super permission to the game. Rather than countering a spell, that card said, no, you can't even try to start casting that spell. Alhammarad is like that, except even bluer because it knows what you're thinking and it's a gigantic flyer.
First and foremost, among the cards that represent Jace's story in the set is his card, his double-faced Planeswalker card. On the front we have Jace Vryn's Prodigy, which represents him as a young man, dressed in his ringer garb and living on the Mage Ring, using his abilities without entirely knowing that he's using them.
Jace Vryn's Prodigy. Almost certainly the most powerful Jace since Jace the Mind Sculptor. We did a little experiment with a 2-mana Planeswalker several years ago, and we didn't quite hit the nail on the head by making it powerful enough, but I think we really got there with this Jace.
The front side of Jace, Vryn's Prodigy, is probably the most powerful front side of any of the 5 Origins Planeswalker cards. It's a powerful looting effect. It doesn't cost any mana to do. It's probably a card that would see play just by itself. The fact that it turns into a Jace Planeswalker is the icing on top of the cake on top of another cake.
I like the idea that his draw and discard ability is related to his time with Alhammarad when he's running information and having his mind wiped regularly. I think that's I don't know if that was the idea when they designed it, but I like that idea.
One of the nice things about Jace Vryn's Prodigy is that it will naturally flip just as the game progresses. You don't have to do any special combo tricks or build your deck around it specifically. You will get 5 cards into your graveyard just by using its ability or just by creatures dying or casting other spells.
Jace is a little bit harder to transform on his own because as soon as you cast Jace, your opponent is going to think, my god, that's Jace. I need to destroy it as quickly as possible.
Protecting Jace and getting his loyalty high didn't really lead to the game concluding, so we really wanted an ability that could close out a game. We were having these long control mirrors where maybe both players had Jace and neither could defeat the other, so we finally came to an ability where casting a spell, you mill your opponent, can actually, might not look that impressive, but when you're in sort of one of those stalled out control mirrors, it is a reliable way to end the game that your opponent can't undo by destroying a permanent because it's an emblem.
Clash of Wills depicts a pivotal moment in Jace's life. It is his confrontation with Alhammarad. When he goes to Alhammarad and confronts him about all the lies, the deceptions, the memory erasures, and they have this full-on mental duel. The result is this kind of telepathic explosion that destroys Alhammarad's mind, badly damages Jace's mind, and leads to his first actual planeswalk. And he lands on the world of Ravnica, which is well known to most Magic players, without knowing who he is, or what's going on, or where he is, or what a Planeswalker is, or anything.
First, we begin with, where's Jace from? We don't know where Jace is from. So we get to go visit Vryn and see him there. We watch him experience stuff in Vryn, and then he has his spark, and then we get to see where the world he visits. So he gets to go to Ravnica, that's where his first travel was. So we get to see him on his first adventure. So we kind of like, we get to see where the character is, we get to see his spark, we get to see where he goes and goes to his first adventure. And that structure lined up everything, but by doing 5 of those, we had 5 very parallel structures that we could build the design around.
Because Jace's abilities are so internal, they can be kind of a challenging art sometimes. His eyes glow, his hands glow. Sometimes you can actually see his illusions or see people falling asleep. But in terms of his main power suite has to do with seeing inside people's minds, and that can be really hard to show. I think the art of Talent of the Telepath does a really awesome job of portraying this kind of ordinary street scene on Ravnica. Jace is just a guy in a cloak walking through it, but you can see that really he's connected to all the minds around him. He just walks around knowing what's going on in all these people's minds.
Talent of the Telepath is an interesting card because you never actually know what it's going to do. because you're stealing a spell out of your opponent's deck. This is the kind of card I imagine being fun every single time in Commander, for example, because who knows what you're going to get.
Not everybody likes Jace. They see the arrogant, self-assured kid wearing the hoodie, and something about that doesn't sit well with them. But I think you've got to have sympathy for the guy. I mean, imagine being a teenager with all the awkwardness that comes with that, and actually knowing that the person behind you thinks your hair looks stupid. You'd put on a hood too.
Plenty more with the Inside R&D Planeswalkers as the weekend goes on, and you can check them all out on YouTube. Meanwhile, we have been joined by David Marshall, the Pro Tour historian, and we're very lucky to have from Inside R&D, having just seen Inside R&D, Ian Duke. Ian, welcome to the news desk. I know you had a busy morning with Limited. Enjoy it?
Yeah, it was great. We got to see some awesome matches, some pretty cool decks. Sphinx's Tutelage won a couple games there. All around, it was great.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether Sphinx's Tutelage wins some games this afternoon as well.
We'll see.
All right. So talk to us with your R&D hat on. First of all, the big picture. What is the goal of R&D for what Standard is meant to look like at any given time?
That's a great question. Diversity is definitely a key goal. We want to make sure there are a variety of decks at the top tables in tournaments, that you can choose whatever strategy kind of suits your play style and have a good time with it. We want to make sure that, I guess the contrast of that would be to make sure that there's no one single deck that's dominating above all the others. And just to make sure that those decks, that diversity of decks spans a bunch of different archetypes. So we want some aggro, we want some control, we want a little bit of combo peppered in here, and of course some mid-range creature decks. So yeah, I would say if I had to name the goal in one word, it'd probably be diversity.
All right. Let me ask you a question, Ian, about it, because this is the time of Standard where we have overlap of two core sets.
Yeah.
You can see a card like Stoke the Flames and a card like Exquisite Firecraft in the format at the same time. Do you pay any heed to that kind of experience where we're going to get 3 months of this really swollen Standard, or do you go,
No, we definitely focus on this just as much as we would any other iteration of the format. And actually, with Origins, we were thinking a lot about the overlap with M15 and actually trying to create some pretty cool, like, cross-core set-ish synergies kind of going on there. And we'll get to a couple examples of those probably as we talk about new decks.
Sweet. Awesome stuff. So, in terms of now this new Standard, here we are. Do you always try to make a sort of certain number of cards from each new set impactful? Is there a kind of some percentage, I guess, of a set?
Yeah, I mean, we don't necessarily get too mathematical with it, but there's certainly like an enough, right? And that enough is not necessarily in specific numbers of cards and which ones they are. It's just to make sure that the metagame is constantly evolving, constantly changing, and that with each new set, it brings new decks, and some of the old ones fall down for a little bit, other new ones rise up, and just that we create that churn so that Magic is ever changing throughout the year.
People who read a lot on the website, Daily MTG, will occasionally come across these letters FFL.
Yeah.
Can you just explain what FFL is and what purpose it serves?
So FFL stands for our Future League, and this is sort of the future of Standard. This is where we hold our tournament-style matches with each other, practicing and exploring the new formats that we're creating. And it's a lot of fun because you're playing with new cards that no one's ever seen before. You're having to build the decks from scratch, but also the format's constantly evolving underneath you as the cards are changing, and you're determining what's too strong, bringing it down a little bit, figuring out what decks aren't working, maybe giving them a little boost. And so it's at the same time like a sneak peek of the future, but also a somewhat different experience from playing in a real-world Magic tournament.
So in terms of what comes out at the other end, does R&D like surprises? Or does R&D stay awake at night being scared of surprises?
No, we're definitely not scared of surprises, and we expect a certain number of surprises. I find it really exciting to see when players do something that we didn't necessarily anticipate. Of course, there's always that moment where it's like, oh, we may not have tested that card combination, or we didn't test this deck in exactly this tuned form, and maybe it's more powerful than we thought it was. But largely, I'm just excited to see what players come up with.
Was the Abzan Rally deck something that you guys foresaw? Did that catch you by surprise? What was the reaction to that deck internally?
That's an awesome example because Rally the Ancestors is the type of card that will test with each new set and try out a couple new things. But usually it's like, it's not quite there, or we didn't quite get the list right, or what have you. And you're never quite sure what is like the final straw that completes the deck. And it turns out with Origins, some of the double-faced Planeswalkers really helped a lot for that deck. So we didn't necessarily see that deck emerging specifically at this time, but we knew it was always sort of there on the fringes and just needed the right mix of things to come out.
And to that point also, you talked a little bit about looking backwards with a new set at cards. How much do you guys look forward, like maybe seeding some stuff in a set like Magic Origins or in a set like Battle for Zendikar that's going to come into play as the sets come out?
Yeah, we do quite a bit. It's hard to use specific examples, I guess. Certainly can't use any examples for stuff that hasn't come out yet, but just trying to think of things that I could reference. But yeah, we definitely are thinking about what are the themes going to be in the new blocks. Of course, we don't know quite what those sets are going to look like yet. But for example, when Theros was coming up soon and it hadn't been released yet, we knew we wanted to seed in some enchantment-related cards. So you have like Mana Bloom and Ethereal Armor and things like this that we weren't sure what Theros would look like, but we knew it would have enchantments and that those cards could interplay with those.
Are you anticipating that as we move forward into this new world of rotations, that in some ways things are being made a little bit easier internally in the sense that because the formats are shifting a little bit quicker, that the process of discovery that we all make as Magic players perhaps doesn't need to be quite as long? Like when you watch a typical standard unfold, you're like, okay, the set's out 2 weeks, then it's Pro Tour in week 3, then it's the Grand Prix that reacts to the Pro Tour in week 4, and maybe round about week 6 or 7, we're now into the real metagaming chunk of that particular standard. But it's going to be fewer weeks where we actually get to do that now.
Yeah, that is true. That's one of the things we were thinking about when we were considering the new rotation. Certainly not a sole reason to do it, but it happens to be sort of a nice thing for us in that it helps create more change. It helps the players who like to brew new decks have more frequent opportunities to do that. And it also helps development a lot because now we only need to, now we're thinking more about 3 blocks connected to one another rather than a first and fourth block connected to one another. And of course, when we're working on block 1, we know less about block 4 than we do about block 3. So it helps us have a better sense of what's coming up and planning for that.
I have a friend who imagines that somewhere inside the building there is a safe, and inside the safe with the killer combination are all these decks that R&D know are utterly amazing in Standard, and nobody ever finds them in real-world Standard. Has there ever been a session where you have sat round in the pit and gone, they never found it? Next session of Standard.
There are elements and sort of nuggets of decks that don't end up getting found, or maybe a better way to say it is they don't ever rise to the surface. I'm sure other people out there have experimented with them. That said, I mean, the millions of minds out there playing Magic are certainly going to outpace the dozen or 2 dozen of us who are testing internally relatively quickly. To give you a picture of that, we kind of feel like we have a good handle on the format up until about the equivalency of the Pro Tour that comes out after the set, and that's where things kind of go off in their own direction a little bit. So we have a good character of how the format's going to evolve, but we don't get to the same tuned, high-level deck lists that the real world eventually comes to through millions of iterations.
You talk about the idea of that processing power of the Magic tournament scene, right? That mass computing power. Have they ever missed one?
Completely missed a deck? It's hard to say because when the real world doesn't use a deck that we had, it's not necessarily because we were right, they were wrong, they missed it, that kind of mentality, right? It's more just the way that the metagame played out in the real world, that deck never had a chance to rise to the surface. One example I can think of is we played a lot more Monastery Mentor in Standard than the real world did, but I think a lot of the reason for that is just the way the metagame shook out in the real world.
Sure.
Yeah.
So it turns out that we have feature matches for this round assigned, which means that we know the 8 decks that are going to be in the feature match area. So let's put this into a sort of practical sense.
Awesome.
Here is what we're going to see. You're going to have Andrew Cuneo against Ben Rubin. Now, Andrew Cuneo is playing blue-red control. Okay. Up against Jeskai. So what does that look like? What is that likely to hold for us?
You said blue-red control.
Blue-red control.
Okay, so that's
yes.
something we haven't really seen in
Quite.
Standard recently.
Yeah.
So I would have to take a pretty close look at Andrew Cuneo's deck list to give you a great flavor of the matchup there. But presumably the Jeskai deck is going to try to be a little bit more aggressive. But as we've seen before in past Standard, these Jeskai decks are pretty adaptable, and I wouldn't be surprised if post-sideboard the flavor of the matchup changes a lot.
Both of those players have a draw, by the way.
Oh,
really? Okay.
As does our next pair.
All right.
No, I think they're a loss, aren't they? Aren't they 3-1?
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
think so,
Okay. Oh,
3-1.
yes.
But I can see why you might have thought that, because our next pair is Guillaume Wafatapa against Marco Orsini-Jones. Now, Orsini-Jones from England is on 4-color Rally, so Rally the Ancestors is very definitely a thing this weekend. And Guillaume Wafatapa, BDM, you had Adrian Sullivan doing Blue-Black Control in a shocking turn of events. Guillaume Wafatapa has also arrived at Blue-Black Control.
Yeah, I haven't seen what his list looks like yet. I'm curious where he ended up on creatures.
Infinitely more than Adrian? One,
I mean,
potentially?
doesn't he seem like the person most likely to play with Jace?
Yes. Yeah,
Yes.
that seems very reasonable.
So I'm curious.
So now we've got blue-red control, Jeskai, blue-black control, 4-color Rally. Then the King of the Hill, we have Scott Lipp with blue-red and Soul Artifact.
Oh, wow. I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, that seems super exciting. Up against Mike Bryant of the USA at 4-0 with his Jeskai Ascendancy combo. Ooh.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, right there, surely that's an R&D match that you go, this is fantastic, thank you.
Yes, definitely. I mean, it's pretty cool to see these different decks here. Then Soul Artifact deck is an example of the crosstalk between M15 and Magic Origins, which is great. And the Jeskai Ascendancy deck, of course, a great example of one of those, oh my gosh moments for Magic R&D to be like, wow, we didn't have this exactly right. I hope it's not too crazy.
Kind of exciting with Jace, to go back to that. Also, that ability to untap creatures.
Definitely.
Some really fun stuff can happen there.
For sure.
And then the match we're going to start with on camera, once they've finished all their shuffling shenanigans, is Zvi Moshevitz, the Hall of Famer, on 4-0 with his Abzan Rally the Ancestors deck against Sam Black of the United States, and that is red aggro. Ooh. Yeah, and talking to players out there, anecdotally, the feeling is red is everywhere.
Yeah, it's definitely public enemy #1 from what I've heard.
All right, why don't we see what happens? Zvi Moshevitz, Sam Black, right now.
Hello and welcome to round 5 here at Pro Tour Magic Origins. I'm Tim Willoughby here with Hall of Famer Randy Buehler, and we're pretty excited about some of these matches in the feature match area. I think we should go right down there and see a little bit more magic. Hello and welcome to round 5 here at Pro Tour Magic Origins. We've got 4 very exciting feature matches here. Tim Willoughby along with Hall of Famer Randy Buehler. Starting off on our main video match, we have both at 4-0, 2 of the great deck builders in the history of Magic. There we can see Hall of Famer Zvi Moshevitz. He's on Abzan Rally in this tournament, and he is up against none other than Sam Black, currently 2nd in the Player of the Year race in the top 25, both on 4-0. Sam, though, on red aggro.
That is Zergo Bellstriker hitting the board on turn 1. Most of Team Ultra Pro is playing mono red beats. The red aggro deck was their weapon of choice.
It's interesting because Sam is not necessarily someone that I associate with that kind of a deck, but a strong statement as to just how powerful this deck is that he's choosing to play it, even if it's not necessarily where he would normally find himself.
Yeah, 4 copies of Abbot of Carol Keep, which is a great card in this deck, and 4 copies of Exquisite Firecraft. Another just great card for this deck.
I mean, one of the interesting things to me about this deck is that it's not necessarily going down the Goblin route that we might have seen from a lot of red decks.
Right. No pile drivers. That was the big buzz for Origins, is that, oh, pile driver is going to put red back. No. Turns out it's Exquisite Firecraft and Abbot of Carol Keep.
I mean, against Rally the Ancestors, the counterability of Firecraft, not so big a deal, but Searing Blood there, clearing a path. Zergo going straight down that path at Zvi Moshewicz's life total.
Yeah.
Zvi already on 14.
No mana acceleration because this Mystic dies. This
I
is
mean,
kind of how they drew him up.
Zvi Moshewicz, one of the real staunch defenders of good mana acceleration to power out powerful threats. Having that cut off here is going to be a big deal for his rally deck. Not able to deploy anything on turn 2, having just played that Sandstep Citadel to the board. And more attacks from Sam Black here. Zvi on 12.
Yeah, and his hand is all freeze. He's just going to be able to do one thing a turn. Where Sam's doing multiple things a turn. Eidolon of the Great Revel.
Main deck Eidolon the Great Revel seems like a great choice in this field.
Yes, main deck 4 copies of Eidolon of the Great Revel.
I am, actually. Not surprised by the Eidolon, just unhappy about it.
Unhappy but not surprised.
I'm at 10.
Oof.
We're among friends. Go ahead.
There's the Death Mist Raptor for Zvi Moshewicz. He has now got a reasonable blocker, but it seems like a not unreasonable ask that there might be some kind of a way of Sam Black killing off that Raptor if he so wishes.
I just dead? Yep.
Am I just dead, says Zvi Moshewicz.
Answer.
Not quite yet.
Yeah. Our survey says.
I mean, Zvi's got a pretty good value hand. Like, this is a rally deck. It can combo off. It can rally the Ancestors for Nintuko, Huskmoki's Marauder, etc. It often plays as a value deck, though. It's similar to the old modern Birthing Pod deck in that sense. And Zvi's hand has lots of value. Oh, Collected Companies, the new draw.
Spoilers, yes.
Oh, that's awesome. Am I just dead? Spoilers.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, at least in the main deck, it seems unlikely to me that Zvi Moshewicz is going to have creatures to gain him enough life here to make it happen.
Nope. Didn't think so.
Oh. Sam said Zvi was dead, but...
Put these two out and then die, I assume, before I can block?
No, after.
Oh, after? Okay, after works.
Exquisite Firecraft deals the last
Knew I
points
had
of
no
damage.
option.
Yeah, Sam there saying, I'd much rather at least see a tiny bit more of your deck before you're absolutely stone dead.
Yeah, he did the attack phase just to get the information from Collected Company rather than finish with Exquisite Firecraft. Pretty cool.
We will be back with more Magic very, very shortly, but first up, these messages.
Friday Night Magic has expanded to include all formats. Be ready for Standard, Commander, Legacy, or even Conspiracy drafts. Check out your local store for details and share your FNM stories by using the hashtag MTGFNM. Visit magic.wizards.com/FNM for more information. Start on your road to the Pro Tour by playing in a preliminary Pro Tour qualifier. With more than 2,000 locations running events, you're sure to find one near you. Visit magic.wizards.com/PPTQ for schedules and information.
Hello and welcome back to our feature match area here in round 5 of Pro Tour Magic Origins. And we had a chance to look at a match that in principle could have happened like nearly 20 years ago.
Maybe 18 years ago, yeah. Andrew Cuneo versus Ben Rubin. Andrew Cuneo, this game, by the way, so you want to see where it's going with control. Andrew's playing 4 copies of Magmatic Insight. His first 3 spells of this game all put cards in the graveyard. Magmatic Insight, Tormenting Voice, Tormenting Voice. That's enough for a treasure cruise.
That's a huge amount of card drawing, and I believe that Andrew Cuneo's deck has one of the best ways to profit off card drawing around right now.
You mean Sphinx's Tutelage?
I do.
4 copies of Sphinx's Tutelage in this blue-red control deck from the control deck building master, Andrew Cuneo.
But, I mean, Ben Rubin potentially has a way here of getting a fair amount of milling going on himself. That Jace in play, already at 6 loyalty, doesn't need to get much further before we're looking at an emblem. And if there is a Jace emblem coming in, that means every spell that gets cast by Ben Rubin could end up milling Andrew Cuneo for 5.
Wow. Yeah, Ben's deck is Jeskai, right? It's 4 copies of Jace of his own, but Mantis Rider, Seeker of the Way, those sorts of cards to flush things out.
Yeah, so Ben's deck can win by beating down, by burning people out, that sort of thing. Andrew Cuneo's deck, while it has red in, while it has the likes of Anger of the Gods, burn-based removal, it's much more likely to win through decking.
Oh yeah, the only creatures in the deck are the Jaces, and you're not dealing damage with Jace. 4 Anchor of the Gods. This is a totally different take on control. I have not seen a control deck like this in Standard.
Yeah, I think the closest that I've seen, Mikael Magnusson at a GP in Sweden earlier in the year was running blue-red control.
Okay.
But there we were talking about things like Mindswipe and Riddle of Lightning. This, a very, very interesting build indeed that's basically saying, I am a blue deck, I just have these red cards to help deal with these pesky permanents if they do happen to make it into play.
6 different Origins cards in his main deck. 6 differently named Origins cards.
2 of them, Jace, and then the other side of Jace.
I wasn't even counting that. Now we're up to 7.
But, I mean, look at the amount of casual life game that Andrew Cuneo has. In a field full of red, he's got these Radiant Fountains, he's got these Swiftwater Cliffs, and I believe that there's something...
You want to talk about casual life gain? He's got an Alhammarret's Archive in this list.
Double up on all of your
Whenever
life
you
gain?
would gain life, instead gain twice as much. Swiftwater Cliff, Radiant Fountain. Jace draws 2 cards. Treasure Cruise draws 6 cards.
Speaking of Treasure Cruise, just seeing another one here from Cuneo. He's never going to run out of cards in terms of things to do. Ultimately, hoping to run Ben Rubin out of cards.
Yeah, the question, though, is can he deal with the enemy Jace?
I've cast Magmatic Insight.
And it's not like he has a Sphinx's Tutelage or anything that's going to give him card advantage, give him an actual victory condition yet.
I mean, one of the great things about Sphinx's Tutelage, I mean, we see it in Limited, we see it in Constructed, is that as an enchantment, it's not necessarily the easiest permanent to deal with. It's not something that people pack quite as many ways of removing.
What did you just play? Oh, that's Jace. My bad. Screen's a little small.
So Jace is on both sides of the board. 1 spark ignited thus far. And of course, if you use, once Jace is flipped, if you use his ability to flash things back, Treasure Cruise is not the worst one to flash back because you can still pay delve costs.
I feel like I have no idea how this match is supposed to play out from here, but Andrew Cuneo has drawn so many cards since we tuned in that I can't imagine Ben winning. Like, I don't know what Andrew does or how this plays out. It's just you can't give Andrew Cuneo that many cards.
Yeah, I mean, in some respects, Jace, the weakest of his card-drawing spells, because at least that one gets stopped by removal spells.
Yeah, Ben did just flash back that Lightning Strike. So the ultimate for Jace, no longer a big deal. Look at the deck flow. I mean, this one's 2 for 2, but still. He's filling up his graveyard.
So Alhammarret's Archive is...
Alhammarret's Archive. That's awesome. There it is.
Now, this doesn't let him draw extra cards when he's just doing his regular draw for the turn, but we know that Andrew Cuneo has lots of other ways of drawing cards. It's not just for Commander.
Whenever you would draw a card other than your first draw of your turn, draw an additional card. And whenever you would gain life, gain twice as much life.
Yeah, Ben Rubin not really putting the kind of pressure on that is going to stop Andrew Cuneo from just doing his thing.
Yeah. I mean, Andrew's been able to just kind of ignore Ben's Jace.
Sure.
Wow, dig through time.
And it looks like Moshowitz and Black just drawing their opening hands there. Might be fun to just see a few more cards drawn here for Andrew Cuneo. I mean, at the moment, I feel like he's got everything but the win condition going on.
Right. Yeah, now Ben's going to dig through time. These guys are kind of settled in. This match, I don't feel like this match is about to end. I think both players are going to draw a lot more cards.
Well, that being the case, maybe we should see a little bit of Sam Black beating up. He's already got a Monastery Swift Spear in play in the main match. A bit of danger of that match just ending super quickly, given how fast game 1 went. So we're going to head back to our main match here between Zvi Moshowitz and Sam Black. Arashin Cleric being the play here from Zvi Moshowitz.
Nice sideboard deck.
Yeah, absolutely what he's looking for here. He just wants to have a blocker, protect his life total wherever he can. That 3 life, potentially very relevant, but not quite as relevant as just a 1/3 body to get in the way.
Yeah. Which
An uncharacteristically fast win for Marco Orsini-Jones against Guillaume Wafo-Tapa. Both those players known for some fairly deliberate play, but he has been able to find the win in game 1 with his 4-color rally deck. So plenty of rally in this feature match area.
Yeah, 2 different rally decks. It looks like it's going to come in around like 6th or 7th most played.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few different breeds of it. There's the versions that want to play just straight Abzan and get value off Collected Company. Then the versions that are running blue for Jace, and potentially even maybe a little bit of red for Perforos.
Yeah, I haven't seen the full breakdown, depending on how many flavors they broke it up into. Andrew Cuneo just drew 6 cards off Treasure Cruise with Sphinx's Tutelage in play.
That's pretty exciting. So that's at least 12 cards milled.
At least. Probably more.
Yeah, I feel like there's some achievements being unlocked on the back table right now.
That's right.
And Sam Black's hand is just full of scary options here. A couple of Abbot of Carol Keeps. As and when Black gets more and more lands in play, the extra cards there is very powerful.
So this is the card you're supposed to scry.
Right.
This should be random.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just looking at extra cards.
No cards are sorted. So
no cards
yeah,
are
you
exactly.
can just shuffle
so
this.
it.
Yeah, Svi just called.
Yes.
He accidentally saw the second card, immediately told the judge, I saw this. They're just going to shuffle the deck.
Anything else?
Luckily, we're sane these days, so like, just admittedly just saying, like I saw that.
Yep.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
very straightforward fix there. Death Miss Raptor coming into play for Zvi Moshowitz. He does now have a blocker, though realistically, there's plenty of ways for Sam to get that one out of the way.
Here's your first Abbot of Carol Keep. Sam apparently does not have the land that would allow him to play that Lightning Strike this turn. So he removes it so it stays in the exile zone.
Now, Zvi Moshowitz has to be pretty happy here. He's got 4 lands in play, about to go into his turn 5, and nowhere close to dead yet. I mean, it's a whole different metric when you start playing against these very aggressive red decks of, I just want to get to a point where I have some ability to play most of the spells in my deck, and I'm not immediately worried about being out of the game.
There's the land. Second Abbot reveals the mountain Sam wanted.
As it happens, he'd already drawn a mountain for that turn, so he just not quite the perfect order of things, but here comes that Eidolon of the Great Revel, and of course the Collected Company version of this deck. Basically, almost everything in the deck does trigger the Eidolon.
Not the Collected Company itself.
So let's see what Zvi gets off this one. Liliana Heretical Healer and Nantuko Husk. Those two play very nicely together.
They're friends.
Yeah.
I don't know why I just bothered rearranging those.
Nantuko Husk meaning that basically Zvi can flip Liliana Heretical Healer more or less when he wants. Whenever a non-token creature he controls dies, he gets to exile Liliana, return her transformed, and gets a 2/2 zombie on the battlefield for his trouble. And of course, one of the things that Liliana can do is bring back a creature from the graveyard if he so wishes. So there's a nice sort of circle of life going on there, I suppose.
I think the circle.
Cards?
Andrew Cuneo did in fact win that game on the back table.
I mean, the
Once that
game's...
Sphinx's Tutelage at the table. We saw how many cards he was drawing per turn.
When you draw 2 or 3 or 4 times as many cards as your opponent, yeah. I feel like he just double won.
He spent 3 mana on the final turn to draw 10 cards.
So we're talking a Treasure Cruise and a Magmatic Insight?
That's all it takes, right? Alhamrat's Archive in play. Fun stuff.
So a face-down Grim Haruspex here for Zvi Moshowitz. That one, again, playing nicely with the overall themes of his deck. He can use his Nantuko Husk to sacrifice things, draw cards, flip his Liliana, all go here for Zvi Moshowitz, but he has to be a little bit concerned just about the sheer volume of damage that Sam Black's deck can present. He is on 12 life here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt who wins the late game. The value that Zvi's put on the table. He can draw cards with the Haruspex. He can bring back Death Miss Raptors. He's got all kind of value. Liliana's in the lifelink form. I think that's the most important thing Liliana can do for Zvi right now is try to gain a couple points and block. But, you know, Sam puts the second Eidolon down. He's just got to play for the short term and try to get those last 12 points of damage punched through.
Yes.
I don't know if he can do it, though.
Double Eidolon of the Great Revel is just terrifying to me. The fact that just playing your regular game of Magic now involves double shocking yourself whenever you play almost any of your spells.
He's just ahead on board, though, with those Death Miss Raptors, isn't he?
I mean, yeah, the fact that he can sacrifice Deathmiss Raptor if he wishes, flip his Grim Haruspex, which returns his Deathmiss Raptor, also flipping Liliana. He's got an awful lot going on.
Now, another collected company would be insane.
Yes.
Does not have that. All of those spells hurt. Yeah, his game is basically on the table and in his graveyard right now.
Basically a free attack here for Zvi if he...
It won't take many of those. Especially since all of Sam's spells do 4 to him, too.
Yeah, it seems, aside from Stoke the Flames and, yeah, pretty much Stoke the Flames, Sam has put himself in a bit of a lock here. One of the benefits of being on a big team, of course, I'm sure that between everybody on Sam Black's team, they will have jammed a colossal amount of games with this deck. And something like Abzan Rally is something that will have been well on their radar.
Yeah, Zvi, we talked last round about how people who are playing Rally would be a lot happier if it had finished 7th last weekend or 12th. Zvi is absolutely on that list. I spoke to him yesterday, and he would have found the deck. Even if it had finished anywhere in the top 16, he would have been looking at it and testing it. All right, what do we got? We've got a block and a Stoke the Flames.
So Stoke the Flames targeting the Morph.
And what he wants to do is he wants to kill the Morph before the Deathmiss Raptor dies. So he gets a Prowess trigger off the Abbot so that it can now trade with Deathmiss Raptor, but he wants to force Zvi to flip that Morph or let it die before this Deathmiss Raptor goes to the graveyard.
Yeah, tricky decision here for Zvi Mowshowitz. Sequencing becomes very important.
Yeah, I mean, Zvi could bring it back by eating it with the husk first, right? Liliana can get flipped in this mess.
I mean, Liliana is going to get flipped somewhere in this equation.
Yeah, fair.
Which in turn actually does kind of play into Sam Black's hands because he doesn't particularly want that lifelinker on board that way up.
Although Zvi can play another one.
This is true.
Takes 4 damage, though.
Yeah, the way that the Legend rule / Planeswalker uniqueness rule works out is that a Planeswalker and a Legend that at some point might have its spark ignited, they are different cards.
Looks like Zvi's going to sack first.
Tower spec?
Yep.
I'll return both Deathmiss Raptors.
Yep.
Bonus Raptor there.
So this is not very combat.
Well, he would have gotten one of them anyway.
I will flip.
So
And
basically,
a zombie
Zvi decided he was more interested in keeping his Deathmiss Raptor alive than he was in killing that Abbot.
I'll sacrifice this to Husk, I guess.
Okay.
Cards.
So now Liliana has quite a few different abilities to where she was before. Zvi could use it to force cards out of Sam Black's hand, but Sam Black basically running on empty here. Gets that last mountain out, so now Sam playing off the top. Can get creatures back from the graveyard, and in principle, he could get up to 8 loyalty and start getting creatures back to the battlefield when they die. In practice, I think that he may well find himself using the other abilities more. Sam Black's thinking face, a very familiar visage in coverage. This is what he does. But, I mean, certainly based on his results in the last couple of years, all that thinking very much worthwhile.
Yeah, and I mean, sitting on 4-0 right here, he is moving himself. I mean, I wouldn't say he's the leader in the Player of the Year race, but he's 3 matches ahead of Efro in the standings right now.
It's exactly where he wants to be. And Sam Black, I mean, he was in the Hall of Fame vote for the first year this year. He actually said that he was a little surprised. I think he'd lost track of exactly when he picked up his first pro point, that he was on the ballot this year rather than going on next year. And he said, I don't really expect to get in this year. I don't even really want to get in this year.
Yeah.
I'd rather put up a couple more great finishes and really just knock it out the park.
No good attacks for Sam. He's forced to just say go.
Now, one card in hand. There's got to be a temptation for Zvi Moshowitz to push up Liliana here and force some action from Sam if he wants to use that card.
Zvi no longer has a face on Haruspex, right?
Yeah, the Haruspex died last turn, but he does have those various other cards in hand, and all of them are going to hurt him if he plays them. It looks like step 1, activate Liliana.
Indeed. This also lets him know what's up with the potential prowess triggers on the Abbots.
Yes.
I'm going to cast this. Okay. I'm going to go to 11.
Sam's like, ah,
Target.
I guess I cast this. Take 4. Trigger, trigger.
Trigger, 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 trigger.
Yeah.
In fact,
Oh,
every
six.
single
creature,
permanent.
all 6 creatures trigger. Some of these are good triggers, some of these are bad triggers.
I mean, they're all good depending on who you are.
Death Miss down. Zvi discards Merciless Executioner. And now that those prowess triggers did happen, Zvi's not interested in attacking. Sam draws a mountain.
I mean, this, I guess, the dark side of Eidolon of the Great Revel. Every now and again, you start this party, but you're not ready to finish it.
I mean, last time Sam said go with a card in his hands, Zvi ticked up Liliana.
Yeah, the downside to ticking up Liliana here seems comparatively small.
He doesn't really want to cast his cheap spells anyway, right?
And he does have the opportunity to get back creatures from the graveyard with Liliana. There is a temptation to do that. But Zvi Moshowitz says 9. That's the amount of loyalty that he's going to with his Liliana now.
Does bring the ultimate into play, too.
It does. The ultimate only costs 8 loyalty, gets an emblem of whenever a creature dies, returns to the battlefield under your control at the beginning of the next end step. So it means that all of a sudden, the likes of his Nantuko Husk gets to do all sorts of naughty business.
Yeah, the fact that you don't get it back till the end of the turn prevents Nantuko Husk from going infinite.
Yes.
But still nice value.
Go.
You have an emblem?
Who's there?
An emblem?
Yes.
A little smile there from Zvi.
Asks the judge for an emblem and then smiles over at Sam Black. Love it.
So regardless of what happens to Liliana now, there is a big, powerful effect going on from her having hit 8 loyalty.
Yeah, now Zvi feels a lot more comfortable attacking, knowing that either Sam's taking damage or Zvi's getting his creatures back, should Sam block and kill them.
Yeah, I mean, the only good thing that's coming out of this for Sam potentially is that it's sort of changing the face of the ball a little bit. Even if he says, oh, I don't want to have these Eidolon the Great Revel in play, they might not be in play for him anymore, but if he blocks with them, they'll still be in play for Zvi. Opens a brief window where he might be able to cast that spell in his hand if it is indeed a spell.
Yeah, Sam just has to take it, though. Can he? Yep. Oh, okay. Zvi's just going to bring everything back this way.
Yep.
So effectively, those creatures get vigilance. Very nice.
Exquisite Firecraft there, the draw.
It's a 3-mana spell, so if Sam domes Zvi for 4 and attacks with everything, what happens? He gets through with 3 creatures for 2, 4, 6. He's only like 2 points off, isn't he? Yeah, the Alpha Strike there comes up 2 points short.
And Zvi
Sam was-
Moshwitz finds
yeah.
a way.
Zvi sends us to game 3. Cool game.
So we're going to get a chance to get another bit of a look in here on one of the other matches. But we're going to take a look at our King of the Hill table now and see exactly how things are going for Scott Lipp. We saw last round he was doing some good work with the Artifact deck. Let's find out whether or not he's able to do more of that in his match up against Mike Bryant. And Mike Bryant is playing Jeskai Ascendancy, so quite a different beast.
Ascendancy combo still running around?
Well, I mean, it has had some quite interesting additions. There is the option now of doing cool stuff with Jace. Magmatic Insight might be a slight upgrade on Tormenting Voice, depending on how you look at that sort of thing. And a big board here with Monastery Mentor involved, meaning that there's plenty of creatures in play for Mike Bryant, potentially able to swing past what Scott Lipp has going on.
Yeah, he is playing 4 Magmatic Insight. He's also playing 3 Sphinx's Tutelage. Yeah, he's got the same. The Monastery Mentors are in from the sideboard. This must be game 2, I'm guessing.
I would imagine so. And we see a couple of dice on the board there. I would imagine that that's some combination of counting spells being cast and pumps and so on. It gets a little bit busy when you've got prowess triggers, you've got Jeskai Ascendancy spells cast and so on.
That's a floating red, and what is this?
That's prowess.
Yeah, that's the number of times prowess is triggered this turn.
Yeah, 1 red mana floating and then
How many
some
prowess
prowess.
triggers? I can't see the die.
Looks like we got 2 at the moment, but I'm sure that that's going to go up, possibly 3. 5 prowess
Five
counts
prowess
at the
counts.
moment.
Yeah. Untapped loot.
Yeah.
Scott Lipp did win the first game here, so this is in fact game 2. That Mentor's in from the sideboard.
Bounce, do it again. Yeah.
Tormod's Crypt in play there for Mike Bryant. I mean, that one that obviously helps you with the likes of going off with your combos, a 0 mana artifact, but there's plenty of decks that do not like to see a Tormod's Crypt in this format.
Yeah, Rally in particular.
Absolutely.
I'm sure that the number of Tormod's Crypts in sideboards today like quadrupled after Rally won the big open last weekend.
I would imagine so.
And there's a Jeskai Ascendancy just at the top of Mike Bryant's board.
Yeah, that's a very important piece of this puzzle.
That's...
Generate 8 blue. Untapping this one, bouncing this one. Casting.
Oh, cute. Tormod's Crypt is a 0 casting cost artifact that you can bounce with Retraction Helix.
I mean, there's all sorts of clever options available with
So
this deck.
Retraction Helix has resolved this turn.
It has,
before we
yes.
got here.
I think it was resolving just as we arrived. So all of
Combo
that,
in full effect.
all of that good work by Scott Lipp on the turns before we got here, potentially not as important as what's going on right now. Sphinx's Tutelage in this deck.
Yeah.
I like it. I endorse this plan. I mean, Sphinx's Tutelage, not necessarily as exciting against a deck with this many artifacts as it is against potentially some of the monocolored decks, but
it's a kill card, right?
Yeah.
The question is, can he has to worry about decking himself with the Jeskai Ascendancy. Obviously, he has an infinite loop where he can just bounce Tormod's Crypt with the Retraction Helix, replay it, untap his Retraction Helix creature, and draw a card. But he's in danger of decking himself, which is why they're not just scooping up. Like, the combo's in full effect. Mike Bryant has gone off and set up everything, but does he have to double hit to actually win via decking? Is that what's going on?
it's going to be close. I mean, double hitting is hard. I mean, when we say double hit, we mean if you...
Yeah, the artifacts are a problem for double hitting, for sure.
If you do hit 2 cards of the same color, and that can't be gray or brown or
Right.
artifact colored, then you get extra mills off your Sphinx's Tutelage. Bryant here just saying loot, 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 because he's demonstrated his loot. He's shown that he's able to activate Jeskai Ascendancy as many times as he wants.
Generate red, blue, white.
Red, blue, white?
Yeah.
Okay.
With just bouncing this
sure.
and using that.
So, okay, and you're not looting?
I'm not looting right now.
Okay.
Ascendancy?
Okay.
So bounce, replay it. With 2 untaps, they're going to bounce all your permanents, and then bounce this every time.
Second Ascendancy means that every time he does his loop now, he can bounce a permanent in addition to bouncing his Tormod's Crypt. So
very smart.
He has said to Scott Lipp, I've demonstrated a loop now that lets me bounce every permanent you have. Now he can just attack for lethal damage. So
That-
tutelage was not the victory condition. Attacking for damage was the victory condition the way it worked out. Tutelage felt like kind of the backup plan. It seems like he's got multiple paths to victory here, but second ascendancy, once he looted his way to the second ascendancy, he could just double retraction helix and then attack for lethal.
This combo deck is one that is not going to go away anytime soon. And to be honest, I kind of love it because with each new set, you do get a little bit of a variation on this theme. It gets a little bit of extra spice.
What did the Sphinx's tutelage actually do, though? It didn't do anything, not in the game we saw, and it's not like it's not a one-of, right? There's 3 different copies of Sphinx's tutelage in there.
I mean, I guess that it means that in the matches where your Jeskai Ascendancy is being dealt with in some fashion, you have a plan.
Yes,
It
Jeskai Ascendancy is where a lot of your extra draws come from, though.
And put it on the ornithopter.
Oh, Marco Arsini-Jones defeats Guillaume Wafatapa 2-0.
Congratulations to Marco. Marco, of course, qualifying through being on a team with his brother, Matteo Orsini-Jones, and Dan Gardner. They made the qualification through Grand Prix Florence, and back on the Pro Tour doing very, very well for himself. But it looks like Sam Black here doing his scry after a mulligan.
Yep.
And says, yes, I'll keep it. Also, I have a mountain, but not a whole lot to go with it.
I love seeing all the Hall of Fame congratulations go by on the Twitter stream.
Absolutely a great
3
achievement. Welcome.
Super deserving candidates. Really happy to see all 3 of those guys in the hall.
So,
I know.
Pair of Elfish Mystics, take 4. Speaking of Hall of Fame, you see the big bold yellow statement there for Zvi.
2007, he was one of the earliest Hall of Fame members.
3rd class.
Not a block a Sandman makes.
Standing next to me when he got in.
So you're at 18, 16. This guy's out of the game. Yep.
Yeah, everybody taking damage here from Eidolon the Great Revel. Sam Black relying on the fact that his deck is much better at dishing out damage than Zvi's, at least in the early turns.
That is the theory.
Thinking about it.
It was really Collected Company that broke that last time. Zvi got
Yes.
to Collected Company 2 nice permanents into play without taking any damage.
Zogo Bell Striker there. The legendary 2/2 for 1. Occasionally dashed. Dashing, of course, not necessarily exciting with the Eidolon in play because it does still count as casting the spell. So it will trigger the Eidolon, and if you want to be doing that a lot, you're going to be taking a lot of damage. Hard to argue with a 2/2 for 1, though.
2 Stoke the Flames for Sam Black. It's a lot of reach. And it doesn't they don't trigger Eidolon being 4-mana spells.
Yeah, it's interesting. This matchup almost defined by the small amount of spells that do not trigger the Eidolon the Great Revel. Whoever draws more of them, potentially in great shape. I mean, this Abzan Rally deck, one interesting thing about it, it's got a lot of black cards. It doesn't have a lot of just straight-up removal spells.
Yeah, it's a value deck. It's hard to play a long-term grindy attrition value game against Eidolon. SV is delighted to just block and trade with it.
So this is
Wow,
heavy
Searing
out, this is
Blood.
heavy out. Yeah.
7.
Yeah, it's bad.
Searing Blood is able to kill off
Take
a creature.
3, kill your Mystics. V's down to 7 versus 2, Stoke the Flames. Sam just needs mana. Wow, back table. Andrew Cuneo milled him out again.
I am sincerely hoping to see more of Andrew Cuneo in the feature match area because while I'm in the booth right now, a lot of these rounds, I get to be stood in the feature match area like Marshall being the one watching these
Sam
things.
found a
going on.
mountain. There's a 4/4 creature on Zvi's side of the board, but Sam found a mountain. And I don't see any life gain on Zvi's side of the board. Oh, there was an Irashing Cleric. Didn't make our board. Top deck Irashing Cleric. He was dead. He didn't gain life this turn. Sam was just going to go Stoke the Flames, untap Stoke the Flames.
So Zvi currently on 10. 10, a very important amount of life to be on because, yeah, facing down a lot of burn.
Oh, cracks the fetch land. Goes to 9. Irashing Cleric has earned its keep this game.
Anafen's the foremost an interesting one. In some matchups, much like this one, it's a 4/4 for 3, but so important in the Abzan Rally mirror.
Yeah, that's a card that's definitely crept into more lists, I think. Okay, here's Stoke You. The fact that Alfenza hoses the rally deck is not good news for the rally deck. I'm sure some people played them just for that. Did Sam just draw another burn spell?
I believe that he did not.
Saw a flash of red.
I mean, that covers all the spells in his deck. I believe that in this case, he drew an Abbot.
Okay.
Certainly not planning on casting that just yet, though.
Sam just says go. He does not have a lot of time versus 4/4 Anafenza.
And there is a rally in Zvi's hand.
Does he have a land? He can, rally for 2 right here? 3 is normally the number you want to rally for.
Yeah, he's got a couple of Elvish Mystics to
yeah,
get
sure.
back.
So even rally for 1 does a little bit.
And where things get really exciting is certainly at 3 mana. And that kind of, to me, what makes this particular Abzan rally deck more powerful and more exciting than the decks that have more colors is that you just get to say, I only need 5 mana and at instant speed I can do everything.
Right. Yeah, I know some people were trying to rally Siege Rhinos back into play for a little while.
Grey Merchant of Asphodel.
Yeah, rally for 4, rally for 5. Those are really hard numbers to rally for. Rally for 3 you can start to do. All right, Cleric and Anafenza is the attack.
Can't block. Take 6.
Sam Black pointing out that Zergo is not a blocker.
Yep.
Response. Stokey.
Executioner. So Sam's going to lose his Bell Striker, but he does fire off the Stoke as a response. So Zvi's at 1. Sam top decks. Oh, he had the Lightning Strike. Just enough burn to finish off Zvi Mauschwitz.
So that the handshake, and I believe that we're going to be able to see basically a whole game on the King of the Hill table to see whether or not Scott Lipp is able to hold on to that crown. He's got the early run of things, not necessarily surprising. We don't tend to see lots of plays from the Jeskai Ascendancy deck in the very first couple of turns.
Is it Ghostfire Blade on the Ornithopter?
That is a Ghostfire Blade on the Ornithopter, meaning that it's quite a threat in the air. Mike Bryant here going to be taking a point in order to cast Jeskai Ascendancy. He does basically need Jeskai Ascendancy in play to be able to do a whole lot. He's also going to be looking for a mana creature. His Rattleclaw Mystic looks to have been dealt with by a Wild Slash already.
Yeah, that's the Ascendancy combo deck. It's like a 4-card combo. You need a lot of pieces to come together.
Second Ghostfire Blade, meaning that there's a lot of big attacks here from Scott Lipp.
That's half of Mike Bryant's life total.
Yeah, presenting a lethal clock.
What does he do? His creatures are going to have summoning sickness. He has to pull off some sort of twin flame kill where you're giving the mana creature haste.
It's definitely a big ask, but I think there might be a Feed the Clan in Mike Bryant's hand.
Okay. You see Mike Bryant's stats. First Pro Tour. Scott Lipp on the other side, not in his first Pro Tour.
Yeah, I mean, Scott Lipp, he was saying during an interview in the last round that his first Pro Tour was in '97, which was probably before Andre Straczky, who was in the feature match area that round,
was born.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the same year as my first Pro Tour. It's a long time ago.
A good year for you.
Long time ago. Same year as Zvi's first Pro Tour. All right, Tormod's Crypt gets him a loot.
Go ahead.
Just a pass there from Mike Bryant.
Upkeep. Go to 5. Cascade.
Yeah. To go to 10.
I got the loot from the
Yeah, sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, no ferocious going on here for Mike Bryant, but he says gaining 5 is still all right.
It's the difference between dying this turn and not, at least on the surface of it.
So he gets a loot off this Jeskai Ascendancy. Mana Confluence, not a super exciting card when you're fighting for every life point. But I mean, we know that Scott Lipp's deck has a lot of reach.
Yep.
I'm at 4.
Shrapnel Blast would do it right now.
Go ahead.
Says go. Scott Lipp is the first guy to defend King of the Hill, right?
He's
looking
yes.
to defend it again. Started off with Martin Deng. Seth Manfield tried to take it, but could not.
Seth Manfield, who of course does have a relatively good record on King of the Hill historically.
Sure. Yeah. 2 mentors and a reclaim, not going to get it done for Mike Bryant. Jeskai Ascendancy combo could not stitch things together.
I'm like, no.
Blue, red, and Soul Artifact. Is that going to be the big breakout deck this weekend?
I mean, it's certainly one of them. If I'm honest, of the blue-red decks in the feature match area, it's not the one that excites me the most.
You want Cunios?
I mean, how can you say no to drawing 10 cards for 3 mana?
He may be the only one running that deck, though. Like, we saw Shahar Shenhar tested with Pantheon this time around. He's on a Jace deck, but not that one. We've seen, he's on there's a Jeskai deck. There's 2 or 3 different flavors, maybe 4 flavors. I've seen at least 3 flavors of Jace decks out of Pantheon. But Cunio's the only one I've seen on the Sphinx's tutelage deck you plan.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think there's a lot to be said for those decks that you can say, this is my deck. And to me, Andrew Cunio has happened upon one of them, and it seems to be working out very well for him. He's picked up 1 loss thus far, and I think of Cunio as being very much a constructed player. So he's clearly had a good couple of draft rounds, and I can't help but think that he's going to have a great day based on what we've seen thus far.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the guys who are, maybe in contention to sneak into Worlds, sneak into Player of the Year with a good finish. He's in that mix. He's already clinched Platinum this year, so if he has a good run with that deck, he's going to start, getting into Worlds and making a run at the top of the standings. That could be awesome.
Fantastic run thus far. 3 rounds left in the tournament for today, and of course, plenty more tomorrow. We're going to send things back to the news desk, though, and you'll be able to join us very soon again for round 6 here at Pro Tour Magic Origins.
Thanks very much to Tim and Randy there with the second round of constructed action here from Vancouver at Pro Tour Magic Origins. 3 more still to go. But Shahar Shenhar is up to 5-0. Yusuke Morinaga of Japan at 5-0. He's not in the thick of most of the races. The race he's in the thick of is trying to win this Pro Tour, and he is 5-0. Raf Levy, Hall of Famer, 4-1. Li Shi Chan is 4-1. Now, he was tied with Sam Black in second place for Player of the Year behind Eric Froelich. Froelich was 1-3 coming into this round. As I say, Li Shi Chan 4-1, and Sam Black, you've just seen taking out Zvi Moshevitz. So Black has a perfect record. So they are very much in pole position. Still, though, early in the tournament. Remember, wins 10, 11, 12 are what really count for Player of the Year. Rich Hone from Canada on home soil. He is 5-0, and so is Gerard Fabiano. Great job by him at 5-0. Meanwhile, it's time for another deck tech. And in the rock, paper, scissors metagame, it's time to talk about scissors.
Hello and welcome to the Tournament Center here at Pro Tour Magic Origins in absolutely beautiful Vancouver, Canada. I am here with the reigning Rookie of the Year, Raymond Perez Jr. And so, Blue, Red, and Soul Artifact. This is a popular deck we've seen breaking out this weekend. But you've been running with scissors now for a couple. What tell us the story about how you came to play this deck?
So the deck originated from David Gleischer and Stefan Barrios. They're from the Chicago area. They had the list. They sent it to me. They're like, try this deck, and I was like, I'm not touching that deck. It's a draft deck. I refuse. And then the night of the Pro Tour, I proxied it up and started like beating people in my shop. So I was like, all right, I'll move in on this deck. So then I acquired all the cards, and I've been jamming it since for like 3 weeks now. So it's been pretty sweet.
And then just terrorizing people at your local store with it?
Yep, played 1 F&M with it, went undefeated, and then everyone wanted to build the deck.
Sold out of hangerback walkers in about 5 minutes after you started playing. All right, let's take a look at some of the cards in the deck and come on over here and talk to me about the scissors in this rock, paper, scissors metagame.
All right, so the card we like the most is the Soul Artifact. If you put it on turn 2, a lot of decks can't beat that. Like a turn 2 5/5 with haste, like so many decks are just super slow, tap lands, they just fold to it. So it seemed like a good place to be when everyone's trying to do Abzan.
So you're coming out of the gate, you're attacking for 5, you get in there a couple times, and then let's walk our way back here, and you're going to Shrapnel Blast.
Oh yeah, that's
the finish. This is not a card that's seen a lot of love in Standard. It's been around since last year's core set, but has not seen a lot of play.
Yep. So that's like our go-to finisher. Like the sweet spot in the deck is usually 10 life. So if we can get them to 10, usually we can close out the game super fast with Shrapnel Blast. They think they're safe, and then game's over.
Or you can even sneak in with another Ensoul Artifact and then Shrapnel Blast.
Yep. We use the card later on in the slide where we can get some damage in pretty quick.
Okay, let's take a look. Chief of the Foundry, this is one of the new cards here in Magic Origins.
So the Chief, it does a lot of different functionalities. Ornithopter is really a bad card by itself, but when we have Chief of the Foundry or the next card Ghostfire Blade on him, it becomes much better. And with the Hangerback Walkers, when they explode or we like self-destruct them with the Shrapnel Blast, like that's just such huge pressure. Like two or three Thopters, +1/+1, game over.
All right, so Ghostfire Blade. So all of these 4 of. So these are cards you want to see in your opening hand.
Right.
You want to see some combination of these cards.
Yep.
Right?
Usually it's a mulligan if it doesn't include an Ensoul Artifact, a Shrapnel Blast of some sort, and some early pressure.
And then a Ghostfire Blade.
Yep.
Okay, so let's move on to the next set here. And you've mentioned this card here a couple times, Hangerback Walker.
Yep.
4 copies. Talk about this card and what it does for you.
All right, so this card is one of the few 2-drops that we have in the deck. It was really hard to have a 2-drop slot that wasn't Ruined Servitor. And so it comes down early, it gets to pump up late, it gets pumped, it's wrath-proof, it's pretty awesome.
Do you generally play it as a 1/1?
Yep, usually you just want to get it out there because we use so much mana every turn. So if you can utilize every mana every turn, it's really good.
And then, and kind of cool, I guess, that it comes down as a 1/1,
Yep.
and then you Ensoul Artifact it.
6/6.
It's actually a 6/6, right?
Yep.
Because that's a +1/+1 counter
Yep.
that remains on it.
And you can always pump it up even if that. I've held off Pelucranos many times to Hangerback Walker and Ensoul.
So there you've mentioned the Ornithopter.
Yep.
Come on, back up a little bit here.
All right,
back up a little here. I need to know what's going on with the Keeper of the Lens. What is happening here?
All right, so in testing, we were really, the Morph game was really hard to play, so we wanted to figure that out pretty easy. But no, it's a 1-drop. It turns on our Springleaf Drums, and like the ability to look at manifests is pretty relevant.
Do not tell me that you've actually looked at a face-down card with this.
We have. So,
Come on.
Green Devotion decks, there's multiple game states I played where it's like, if that manifest is a Pelucranos, we're kind of like not going well here. Look, oh, it's not. Sweet. We're still good. So,
What do you do if you find out it is?
Usually scoop, but...
Okay. And then Phyrexian Revoker.
Yep. So originally we had 3 Keeper of the Lens, and then we decided that we wanted 1 Revoker because it's pretty good versus Perilous Vault. It's really good at shutting down mana guys in the Green Devotion. It comes down versus control, serves a purpose, and usually every matchup has something you can name with it.
And it's giving you a 2 power for 2,
Right.
which you
Yep.
talked about earlier as being the rate really you would love to be getting,
Yeah.
right?
The 2-drops is pretty seldom. Doing a Gatherer search, you won't find much.
Okay. I still can't quite get over Keeper of the Lens here, folks.
Gregory Orange, folks. He found that.
So let's take a look at some more cards here. So see, yeah, we've got really
Yep.
Magic Origins is showing up in force here. 4 copies of Thopter Engineer, 4 copies of Whirler Rogue.
Yep. So this is the original reason I didn't want to play it, because draft deck. But the ability to give haste to all your artifact creatures is pretty relevant. Usually if you go turn 3 Thopter Engineer into like a Chief of the Foundry, it gets in there really quick. It turns on all your Thopters from the Whirler Rogue. And the ability of Whirler Rogue is the reason why it's a 4 of. We usually had a 3-2 split between Pia, but Pia's ability is pretty taxing on our mana base. We only play 21 lands, sometimes 20. And the ability to use Ghostfire Blade that doesn't tap to make something unblockable is pretty sweet.
Right, yeah, Whirler Rogue's ability with equipment is kind of nice because it doesn't cost you a creature to activate it. This deck's pretty crazy. I also love the interaction you sort of alluded to, Hangerback Walker and Shrapnel Blast, right?
Yep.
Like, you get to do some pretty cool stuff there. Okay, let's take a look. Keep going. We see Springleaf Drum, Darksteel Citadel. Is Pia and Kieran in the main deck?
It is not.
Oh, okay,
Yep.
okay, because I heard you mention it,
Yeah.
and I'm like, oh, that's interesting.
Pia's became Whirlers.
Okay, I gotcha. So 4 Springleaf Drum, 4 Darksteel Citadel. Again, these are great targets
Yep.
for Ensoul Artifact
Yep.
on turn 2, I imagine?
And Soul Artifacts, also just the ability between Whirler Rogue, tapping a Springleaf Drum and a Darksteel Citadel to make your Soul unblockable. It's pretty dangerous.
Okay, and let's take a look at the rest here. We see 4 Temple of Epiphany, 4 Shivan Reef, 9 basic lands. What is your great opener look like for this deck? Tell me what you open your 7 and you're like, I win.
It's Darksteel Citadel, Ornithopter, Ghostfire Blade, Springleaf Drum, and Soul Artifact X. Like as long as that's there, like
So that's a
turn 1, 4
5-card hand
cards-
that you'll keep?
Yep. Turn 1, 4 cards go. Turn 2 and Soul Artifact. Usually that's pretty game over.
So you get to the Pro Tour, you're playing Keeper of the Lens in your constructed deck. You still feel, a couple rounds in, you still feel
Yep.
pretty good about it? You feel like
Oh,
this
yeah.
is the right decision?
Yep, I feel like it's really good versus Abzan. It's really good versus Control. It's really good versus Rally. So that's what we expected to play against, and so far, it's been holding up.
Do you think it's the most aggressive deck in the room?
I don't think it's the most aggressive. I just think it's aggressive that has a better late game.
Okay, well, Rookie of the Year is closing. The window's
Truth.
closing. You've got some work to do.
Yep.
We want to see more of you next year, Ray. So go out there, win some more matches. For Ray Perez Jr., this is Brian David Marshall from the Tournament Center.
Terrific stuff there. Ray Perez Jr., a lovely, lovely guy and a very, very good Magic player. All right, so it's time to leave Vancouver for a little while. We're going to head down the Pacific coast. This is the Pacific Northwest, down to Seattle, where Inside R&D takes place. We've already shown you 2 of our Planeswalkers. It's time for a third, and it's time to look at the dark arts in the world of Liliana.
Liliana Vess. She's kind of mysterious. That we kind of know here and now what she's up to, but how does one become a necromancer? How does that happen? You know, what life choices does one make to end up in necromancy? And so I'm excited in Magic Origins that we get to learn where she's from. Dominaria, exciting enough, and what exactly is the path that got her to be where she is today.
She had always kind of dabbled in necromantic arts as part of her study of healing. She was apprenticed to a family healer, but felt like there was other magic she could be drawing on, something she had a natural affinity for that could supplement that study. So she ended up drawing on that to create a potion she thought would heal her brother, which ended up instead turning him into a horrible undead monster who tried to kill her.
So Liliana has an especially interesting story because what do we see of her really before the necromancer who we know today? And it's this character who was trying to heal someone and was trying to save their life.
I feel like of all of the new Planeswalker cards, the Liliana card is one that best captures her story of she's a healer, she's trying to heal her brother, and she uses dark magic and accidentally turns him into a zombie by mistake. And this is absolutely horrific situation for her. It's just all gone wrong.
So transforming Liliana is actually a pretty interesting deck building quest. And if you build your deck right, she's one of the Planeswalkers that can actually transform into her Planeswalker side early in the game, even the turn that you play her. So looking for creatures that can maybe sacrifice themselves or that can easily force themselves to die in combat is kind of one of the puzzles that this card asks you to solve.
The beauty of the card is that it reflects the paradox that I think is at the heart of Liliana's identity. That she started off really wanting to help, wanting to be a healer, wanting to restore her brother to life and health, wanting to do good, and found that the only way she could express her power was through becoming, evil is such a strong word, she says at one point, but really becoming something monstrous. In much the same way as her brother did.
Once we knew that we were doing 10 different worlds, Sean and his design team realized that we had 10 archetypes in 10 worlds. So let's take the 10 two-color pairs and match them to figure out the worlds. So the trick was that each character had to start on a world in which their color had to be on both worlds they visited. So let's take Liliana. Liliana is a black character, so she needed to have some black. Dominaria had to have some black, and the first place she visits, Innistrad, had to have some black. So what we figured out was she was a healer, so maybe in Dominaria it'd be white-black, and we play into that healing and make an archetype that's more about life gain. And then when we go to Innistrad, it's black-blue because she's a necromancer, and in Innistrad the zombies are black and blue.
Unholy Hunger shows another sort of fun moment in Liliana's origin. It's the moment when she got her signature headdress from an angel. She drew some attention on Innistrad as a powerful necromancer raising zombies from the dead, which is something that Avacyn frowns upon. but she viewed the attention of the angels as kind of a testament to her growing power. So an angel showed up to challenge her, a horde of zombies took the angel down, and she removed the headdress from the angel and is gently setting it on her head in the art for this card.
So one of the things we wanted to do, we were telling stories, so we said, you know what, let's do a cycle of legendary creatures, but not just any legendary creatures, they would match the 5 stories. That for each story, we'd have a relevant character that really mattered, that was tied to the Planeswalker. So for Liliana, we had to do one for demons, one of the big story points is how she makes a deal with the demon, and so we wanted to show Kathafed. We wanted to show, here's the demon that she's actually making the deal with.
One of the things that I think people get talking about the most when they're trying to fill in the missing pieces of characters' backstories is we've let people know how many demons Liliana has made a pact with for years. That's been known for a long time, and the fact that there are demons not yet named is a favorite topic of flavor enthusiasts everywhere, myself included. So every time we get to reveal someone like a Griselbrand or Kathafed, it's a big deal. It's a big moment for us.
Demonic Pact shows Liliana's end state at the end of her origin story, with the terms of the demonic contract etched into her skin in glowing purple with her magic. The card is really an end game kind of card. It gives you 4 options, the last of which is you lose the game, because for Liliana, the pact is kind of a game over thing, which is why she's trying so hard to get out from under it. I guess one of the things that's really unique about Liliana is that she's not a clear-cut hero, but she's also not a clear-cut villain. And there's a moment in the story when she's negotiating with Bolas, where he's basically saying, yes, you're giving up your soul, so what? Haven't you already basically given it up? And she considers that. She pauses and wonders, am I really completely gone over the edge? And what separates me from the demons that I'm going to give myself to? And her answer is just that moment of hesitation. The fact that she still questions it. She's not quite all the way over the edge yet. And that's a side of her that I think we're going to see continue to be in play.
All right, welcome back to the news desk. That was Liliana. Don't forget you can check out all 5 of the Planeswalkers origin stories, well, on YouTube, but also, Brian David Marshall, on the cards in Magic Origins. There's a real kind of flavorful connection there.
And on Uncharted Realms on the Daily MTG website, a lot of those stories have been published there. When I was in San Diego Comic-Con, and the creative team was talking about how the Origin 5, which I love saying that.
Yeah.
All of those stories have been told there, and you can find that on the webpage.
I want to ask you about SDCC, San Diego Comic-Con, because you and I spend so much time with the best players in the world, dealing with tens of thousands of dollars and platinum and pro status. But of course, Magic is so much more than just the spike competition. And at SDCC, that's a place where you get to interact each year with a ton of people who are fans of Liliana, fans of Jace Beleren, right? And that must be a very interesting week of experiences.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's really interesting to see people, cosplaying, not only these famous video game characters and these famous superheroines and superheroes and, monster fighters, but also, to see Tezzeret, or to see, Jace, or to see Garruk.
I believe that Christine Sprankle, who I think is probably our most famous cosplayer, she's debuting new Chandra at Gen Con this weekend.
Oh, wow.
So I imagine if you follow Christine Sprankle on Twitter, you will see the latest incarnation of Chandra come to life, which is great. Really cool stuff. Now, World Magic Cup. 73 countries. Got to wait till December for this to resolve.
Are we really going to talk about this, or is this just are we just going to cut away to feature matches again?
No. They've only just paired the round. We're not stalling anything. Right, 73 countries. Round about 35 of those were locked in before the weekend began, which means roughly half is still up for grabs. We chose around about a dozen of them just to give you a sense of some of the most interesting races, some of the best players in the world who were involved in trying to become captains of their World Magic Cup teams. So why don't we take a look? We've done this alphabetically without fear or favor. So why don't we start off with Austria? And this is one of the closest races with just 3 points between Valentin Mackel with his many Grand Prix top 8s, most of them interestingly in North America, where he's done a lot of traveling, up against really toe-to-toe with Emanuel Gershenson, who has won both his Grand Prix top 8s BDM, and this door is open because Valentin Mackel is 3-2. Gershenson, who I think is really good at the game, is 5-0.
Right, Mackel's supposed to be the guy racking up all those points at the Grand Prix, right? But he's been displaced by Emmanuel. I haven't seen Emmanuel in action, but I've watched Valentin. I find him to be an impressive Magic player.
He's very quick. He's very intuitive. He's Quicksilver as well. There's something very mercurial about him, which he's also great fun to watch. Just to go and stand and watch someone play. He's not one of these super self-contained, I live in here, he's arms here and smash, and it's not fingertips. It's like when he attacks, it's it's really nice to watch. It's cool. I'm not sure it's fun to play against, but it's really cool to watch. What about Belgium? What have we got going on there? Branko Neyrink, who's been very impressive this year, he's on 16 points. Grand Prix champion Amon Dossima on 8, Peter Viren 5, and Ben Dupont needed a huge finish.
I mean, this is one of those races where you could just go 0 to World Magic Cup champion, if you're Dupont here.
Yeah, now in fact, Dupont is at 2 and 3. The guy here who has made the good start is Peter Viren,
who's been around for a long time.
Brother of Pascal.
Yes, has a lot of Pro Tour experience.
Right, so he's 4-1.
And been on a couple of national teams for Belgium.
That's right, because Pascal was a former national champion. So then Brazil. Well, this looked like one of the most exciting races of all. Because Pedro Carvalho has Pro Tour top 8s. Eduardo dos Santos Vieira is Lisho from Magic Online, L1X0. Willie Adel, of course, your new Hall of Famer. Thiago Saporito, an outstanding already platinum. And then Paulo clinging on by 2 points. That's what it looked like. But we played 5 rounds now. Pedro Carvalho, 2 and 3. Eduardo Santos Vieira, not here. Willie Adel, 1 and 4. Thiago Saporito, 2 and 3. Paulo is the one who is putting this one to bed currently. He has just lost in round 5. He was 4-0, but has lost.
I gotta tell you, I just had a chance to watch Pedro Carvalho play against Ray Perez Jr. actually. And one of the more disgusting sequences of cards that I've seen so far at this Pro Tour.
Do tell.
Pedro's playing Sultai Control, has Jace in play, has a Whip in play. He has a transformed Jace in play, I should say, with 3 counters. He lowers it, puts it in his graveyard, gets back a Sultai Charm something, whips Jace back into play, activates it. Well, there's 100 cards in his graveyard, so it transforms immediately, and then he ticks it up and just go. And and it was just like there's a little group of people watching, and everyone just kind of went, oof, like they'd been punched in the stomach.
Pain.
It was, and in your head you knew that that's how it worked, but in your heart it's a different thing to see that kind of card advantage in action.
Wow, yes, that is pretty savage. Now, another race that we thought would be epic was Canada. Why don't we take a look at how things were coming in for the Canadian team and also Czech Republic and Denmark. Now, Canada, you're tied with Sean McLaren and Jacob Wilson, and then the expectation was that Pascal Maynard and Alexander Hayne, who you watched in action last weekend in Dallas, to determine that Hayne would be Grand Prix slot locked up for Worlds, well, they would need a very deep run. Right now, all kind of in the middle. Hayne 2-3, Maynard 3-2, Wilson 3-2, but McLaren 4-1.
Oh, wow. Well, we're at the Pro Tour. This is where he does his work.
Yeah, and chatting with Sean, I said, I think Jacob's, 1 round behind you. He's like, I'm doing my best not to think about it. I like playing Magic. I would like to keep playing Magic. And if I can win lots of Magic, that would be great. And we agreed that 3 days was the optimal number to be playing Magic. So he's moving on.
I was shocked to see him in Dallas last weekend. You know, I was fairly convinced he had just astrally projected there from his home because he doesn't like to leave his home for anything other than Pro Tours.
Right, but the only thing is, he is one of those players who is super prepared for a PT ahead of time.
Right.
So I don't think he lost any testing by playing in Dallas because I'm pretty sure he was locked in a week ago. And he went, that's my Pro Tour prep done. There's my 75. Now I'll go and learn some limited for a weekend, which is one of the virtues of being able to get yourself ahead of your constructed testing like that. Czech Republic, Andrei Strasky leads the way there. And in all honesty, he has a very big lead. You see 14 points over Martin Juza, Lucas Blahon, Stanislav Sivka. Now, they would all need great finishes. Blahon, I believe, is 5-0 and on course for a great finish. Martin Juza is not. I do believe that Juza is at 1-4 right now, which, you know, pretty much makes it done and dusted in that sense. But Blahon is alive by virtue of his excellent start. 41, 31, 21, that's the Danes over there, Dang, Muller and Nielsen. There is a very good wager that Martin will win this one. It's just a case of which one. So that's what's going on with Denmark. Why don't we take a look at some more key World Magic Cup races for you? And we get to the mighty French. Well, this ought to be a three-way between Raph Levy, Pierre Dajon, and Thierry Ramboa. Becomes kind of tough for the rest. Though Timothée Simoneau was at 4-0 before losing, in fact, to Emmanuel Gershenson in round 5. Raph Levy is at 4-1, and he usually BDM. No one's played more Pro Tours than Raph Levy.
Right.
He has a history of starting super slow, and he
right,
says
you've talked about this a lot when where he just feels like he just isn't awake enough or alert enough, just at his optimal performance in the morning. And for him to be 4-1 at this stage is tremendous.
Yes, ahead of the curve by at least a round, really, for Raph. So watch out for him as the day progresses. Now, Germany, as you see there, we decided not to give you 15 players who needed at least the top 8. Functionally, it's a straight shootout between Christian Seibold on 31, a Grand Prix Barcelona champion, top 8 of Modern Pro Tour, against...
plus 15 others.
Yeah, exactly. Against Patrick Dickman. Yeah, yes. And we wanted to make sure people knew that there were others who could do it. We will reveal, of course, all these races to you on Sunday as they become definitive. So that's France and Germany. Where do we go next? How about Japan and South Korea? We go to Asia Pacific, and Yuya Watanabe has a very hefty lead. BDM, 12 points. For people who aren't used to the scoring through the Pro Tour season, when it comes to an event like this, just to tie, Shota Yasuoka will need 15, and that means we're in the realm of 12-4. And he's in second place in that list. Everyone else, we're heading towards top 8 being required.
Yeah, and Watanabe is someone who is, he's not, it's not the first time he's been at that point total. You know what I mean? He knows what what's in store for him.
Two-time player of the year.
But Yasuoka's been pretty resolved about getting into this race.
Right, because it's not just the World Magic Cup for him. It is also very much a World Championship slot.
Yes, he's really thinking about Jason Chung here. And
right, so Chung is on 48.
That's his first goal, is to get the points to jump ahead of Jason Chung.
Right, so for that, again, we've said it before, we'll say it again, wins 10, win 11, win 12 are the 3 stepping stones to making your dreams reality, whether that's gold or platinum or a World Magic Cup race or a World Championship slot, or indeed, with the 12-4, the edge of the top 8. With a field this big, 391, it's quite possible that you will need to not have 4 defeats. So the 4th defeat, very bad news. All right, that's Japan. South Korea, we mentioned Nam Sung-wook leads that race on 30, but we have pairings and the feature matches are ready to go. Ooh. We are going to see red, 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 and some other stuff, red and some other stuff, red, 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 and someone who apparently didn't get the memo about red. Why don't we go for red alert? Here comes round 6.
And welcome back to the booth here in Vancouver. It's the red round, Randy.
It is the red round.
We have got a lot of red decks down in the feature match area here for round 6. Why don't we head down right now? Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Magic Origins. We're in Vancouver, British Columbia. Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Buehler, and we're almost ready for round 6 action. We've got Li Shi-Tian. Now, Randy, Li is currently second on the Player of the Year race.
Tied with Sam Black, 3 points behind Eric Froelich.
Now, Eric has had a rocky start to his tournament, so Li is really going to be...
Yeah, Eric is up to 2-3 now, but yeah, Li Shi-Tian at 4-1, still 2 matches ahead of him.
Now, his opponent...
Hall of Famer.
A little bit from a different era here. You know, I haven't commentated, I don't think, a match with Nikolai Herzog yet.
He is one of the very few guys that have won 2 individual Pro Tours. That is a super short list.
Yeah.
2 PTs, not even counting teams, 2 individual Pro Tours.
All right,
so,
well,
yeah,
they're underway.
Nico can play.
Now, what about the matchup here, Randy? We've got...
Mono Red Aggro versus Mono Red Aggro. My count, by the way, is now up to 4 different major teams that chose Mono Red Aggro as their deck of choice. Teams. The Cabin Crew went Mono Red. Ultra Pro went Mono Red. Li Shi-Tian, MTG Mint card, apparently went Mono Red. And Nico is on the sort of Scandinavian team with like the Danes, and then Matej Zadokaj has infiltrated that team for some reason. They're also on Mono Red. So the 2 big European teams, an Asian team and Team Ultra Pro, slinging the mountains. 21 mountains on one side, 22 on the other.
All right, well, Li Shi-Tian has kicked things off with a pair of spells. He's got a Searing Blood to take down Zerga, which is definitely what you want to see if you're on Li Shi-Tian's side. He also gets to trigger Prowess.
Yeah, same archetype here, but not identical lists. Li Shi-Tian's list actually goes Dragon Whisperer into Flamewake Phoenix into Thunderbreak Regent, 3 copies of Thunderbreak Regent. Whereas Nico's is a little more streamlined. He's got Abbot of Carol Keep as the new addition. No Abbots in Li Shi-Tian's list, which is a little surprising to me. The Abbot seems like most of the red decks have gone Abbot.
Yeah, and this looks like the reason why he doesn't have Abbots is he's decided a 2-drop of Dragon Whisperer instead. That I did not expect to see.
It's true. I've seen a little Dragon Whisperer in Red Devotion.
Yeah.
Where Nykthos can make the mana to start pumping out dragons. But here you go, Dragon Whisperer. 2/2, sometimes it flies.
In the meantime,
gives you a sink for your mana.
Yeah. In the meantime, Nikolai had his own Searing Blood. That took down the Monastery Swift Spear. And he's got an Abbot of Carol Keep and a Lightning Berserker as well. So put on your seatbelts at home. This one might not last long. There is a lot of reds flying around back and forth. Now, one thing that's interesting too, Randy, is that sometimes you'll see these mono red mirrors, even if these 2 decks are a bit different, sometimes they end up being more attrition-based where
you use your
can
burn
kill
spells
all
on their
threats.
creatures.
Yeah, and then you kind of, whoever has enough more burn spells by the end of it can win. Jeez, another Searing Blood here, though. Takes down the Abbot of Carol Keep, which is going to clear the way for the Dragon Whisperer to hit Nikolai Herzog down to 9.
Nico down to just a Lightning Berserker. Speaking of Lightning Berserkers, by the way, Andrew Beckstrom is playing Lars Dom on a different feature match table. They have 4 Lightning Berserkers in play between the 2 of them.
They all just trade, right?
Beckstrom on a Mold of 4, he's doing just fine. Lars Dom, by the way, is one of Nico's teammates, that Scandinavian team. I don't think they have an official name. If they do, I haven't heard it.
They don't.
Okay. Do we get to make one up then?
Yeah.
Can we take nominations over
Until
Twitter?
they change it, we do.
Got it.
Grip full of cards here for Li Shi-Tian.
Yeah, he's been stuck on 2 lands.
Which sounds like pretty close to where he wants to be, right? Maybe 3?
Yeah, I mean, the 3rd land helps a lot, though. The ability to do 2 spells on a turn, and then, like we said, he's got Flamewake Phoenix and 3 Thunderbreaks wandering around.
All right, so Nikolai Herzog is going to block and trade, and Lee's going to follow up with another Lightning Berserker on our King of the Hill table, which has been a bit of a revolving door.
Not since constructed.
And
nobody defended
until
in
Scott
limited.
Lipp
but
showed up. Yeah,
Scott Lipp in the Blue-Red and Soul Artifacts deck has gotten a little comfortable.
Yeah, but he is now under threat of eviction here as Shahar Shenhar has shown up and picked up the first game against him.
Oh, Shahar going for King of the Hill.
That's right.
Fire Drinker Satyrs got to feel a little scary here for Nico. Down to 9.
No kidding.
I mean, if they just trade.
And there it is, Exquisite Firecraft, 4 to you, 4 to that.
Wow.
That is a total beating. Though Nikolai also had another Searing Blood. That's going to drop Li Shitian down to 11 and take the threats off the table.
Oh, another Satyr.
That's great.
Oh, Stoke the Flames is going to win this game.
Yep.
Could just Stoke Nico.
He should just
He
stoke
should stoke,
Nikolai.
yes.
Yeah, you don't
He
want to
should.
have. You don't want to see him,
If Nico can kill it as a
wild
response or
slash his
something.
own guy. Yeah.
Can you pull this off?
Did you hear Nikolai?
Yes.
Can he pull this off? Did he not?
No, he flew over for 2.
Huh. I mean, there's really no way that Li Shitian loses this game. Either way, he's at 14.
Yeah, so. Which Phoenix is that?
They're going to get some Oracle text for Nikolai. What kind of player was Nikolai in his heyday? You know, when he was winning these PTs?
Goofy? He's the kind of guy that, like, thinks about the game a little differently. He's got a little Darwin Castle in him, who's, 9 Pro Tour top 8s. I totally mean that as a compliment. People, just kind of does things a little bit different from everybody else, and nobody could really get a read on what he was up to. He's very kind of happy-go-lucky persona. He always looks like he's making mistakes, and half the time he's just lulling you into this false sense of security. So he, more of a limited player than a constructed player back in the day. I mean, nowadays you obviously have to be both to succeed, but I believe both his wins are in limited.
Okay. So, good guy.
Oh, yeah, great guy.
They've matched the whole time. They might not match if it's on mine.
The fact that Li Shitian only had those 2 lanes has actually worked out to an advantage here.
All right, now he's just going to show him
yeah,
stuff.
time to win the game. But he was just kind of up spells, right? You're right that you don't want to draw a lot of lands in this matchup. He kind of needed to get to 3 to start being able to sort of unload his hand, but...
Throwing 2 Satyrs.
Yeah, so Li Shitian wins the first game. We'll be back right after these messages.
Standard is the name of the game at Magic Origins Game Day. Put what you learned from watching the Pro Tour into action on August 8th and 9th at your local game store. Visit magic.wizards.com/game-day for more information. Put your game to the test at a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix events include Hong Kong, San Diego, London, Detroit, Santiago, and Prague. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule.
And welcome back to the feature match area here in Vancouver. Why don't we jump over and take a look at what Paul Rietzel on 4-1. That's his current record in the tournament. He's playing against Christian Calcano. Now, Paul Rietzel's a Hall of Famer.
Yes.
Christian Calcano is making a run for platinum.
And Paul Rietzel's making a run for Player of the Year, too.
Absolutely.
Let's talk about that door left open by Eric Froelich starting out 0-3, and Rietzel's one of the guys looking to slam that door down.
I mean, even you can resolve it. And then,
You're right about Christian, though. He needs 1 point above the minimum to get platinum. He's got to get to day 2. He's got to get to 9-6-1. 10 wins. He gets to play. He gets to be a professional Magic player next year. If he can't come up with 9-6-1 or better, that 7th loss for him would just be devastating.
It's so huge for him too.
Really is.
This guy travels to GPs. He works a day job. He works at the airport. Like, I mean, he really grinds, right?
He's the grinder.
To try to get
prototypical.
here. And the gap between 1 point away from gold and platinum for somebody like him is huge. Big gap. And he had a chance to get there last weekend when we were at GP Dallas. He didn't make it.
Right.
And when asked about what he thought about it, he said, "I live my life on the edge. I'll see you next week in Vancouver." He just embraces the lifestyle, and here he is trying to scrape together a single pro point from this point on, and he
4-1's
can be
a pretty
platinum.
good start.
Dash trigger. 12. Correct.
I mean, he's already through to day 2, so
Results? Yes.
right, 4-1. He's definitely coming back to play for it tomorrow.
Dash trigger. I got a 10. I'd like to enter combat.
In the meantime, Paul Rietzel is putting a bit of a beating down on Calcano here.
Dashing through his own Eidolon, damaging both players, essentially. We talked about all the major teams that are on red aggro.
Trigger.
Paul's a member of Team Ultra Pro
So
for this
is
Pro Tour.
ultimate price, drop you to 3. Does he have something to not die here? He is facing lethal damage with the 2 creatures.
He must have something. He just resolved to
He's
take
down to 1. Bioblight Zergo, take 1. Go to 1. Okay.
Pain lands now produce colorless mana. Lethal Threat is coming over with haste next turn.
And that's a Den Protector.
All right.
But Calcano's left up enough for a Sultai Charm, which he's got in his hand. There's an Abbot of Carol Keep off the top. I don't see a burn spell. Does he have one? Does Rietzel have a Wild Slash or something in his hand?
Let's see if there's one on top of the deck. Mountain.
It's a mountain. Gets a free mountain.
Now the...
2 cards.
Now we know he's got Lightning Berserker
right.
in his
And he
hand.
can attack at 2 power now.
That's correct. He has Wild Slash in hand.
Interesting. Wow, how do you play this?
You cannot present. You can present 2 lethal threats.
The question is, do you have that card?
Or only 1 lethal threat. That's just tough. So
Yeah, if that's Den Protector.
it is Den Protector.
Maybe Calcano will flip it during your end step. You can Wild Slash during your own end step.
I'm just going to cast this. Cast it. Yeah.
Oh, cast the... I like that.
Yeah, and if he goes to flip
I
it
like
here,
that.
then you just kill him.
End step.
Die.
Paul may have a response.
Yeah, Calcano just can't afford
He
to
has
sit
to.
here and do nothing. He's got to do stuff. So there we go. Wild Slash you.
Yep.
And Paul Rietzel takes the first game.
Paul Rietzel, up game. Calcano?
Now, it looks like Calcano's going to have his hands full here, but you also have to figure he has a pretty potent sideboard for mono red, right?
I hope
he's
so.
in black, he's in green.
Look, I think the story of day 2 may come down to who showed up ready to sideboard against mono red. Like, what is your tech for the mirror? There is a lot of mono red floating around. The initial metagame breakdown I saw, Green Red Devotion was the most played deck. Red Aggro was in 2nd place, but then I looked down and Atarka Red is listed separately and in like 9th or 10th place. If you add Atarka Red on
Which I
top
would,
of
yeah.
of mono red, like red-based aggro is the most played archetype. It actually goes above Devotion if you add those together.
Wow.
Now, we're only talking about 15% of the field, right? Nothing is at 20%.
Okay.
So pretty wide open field, which is what a lot of people were expecting. I actually heard a really good insight from, I was talking to Brad Nelson last night, and he felt like they had a deck that they really liked against blue decks because they figure the big pro teams won't be able to resist a Jace. You look at Pantheon, they've got like 3 different flavors of Jace decks. It's a pretty good read.
That is a pretty safe gamble if you're going to make a estimated guess at something.
He was also saying he felt like, the field is going to be open. Like, nothing's going to be such a big percentage of the field that you can sort of play a deck because it beats that matchup. Because nothing is a big enough percentage to actually turn a profit that way. Oh, mulligan for Nico. I will say, though, this is a lot more red than I was expecting.
For sure.
Yeah,
but it's just weird because you get whole teams of people on these archetypes, right? Like, you think of it in terms of like, well, a few people will play. But if you just say, well, 15 are now on it, and then another team does it, and now it's like 30 people are on the,
And does it feel like the teams are more unified this weekend than they normally
yeah,
are?
they I did an interview with Paulo that we showed earlier, and he's on Team Channel Fireball. They're playing the blue-red deck.
The Insole Artifact deck, yeah.
And he didn't really love it, but he just trusted the rest of the team.
Mm-hmm.
And I think more often you'll have people be like, yeah, you guys can do that, but I'm not sold on it, and play something else. And there seems to be a little less of that this time.
I agree. Oh, we have our first result. Lars Dom wins 2-0. Turns out mulliganing to 4 was not a good strategy for Andrew Beckstrom.
No.
So Lars Dom goes to, was that 5? It's 5-1, right?
Lars Dom is 5-1 now. Yeah, they're dropping like flies in the feature match area. This one is going to be quick. Our King of the Hill is Scott Lipp versus Shahar Shenhar. Shahar's picked up the first game. He's on Jeskai. Scott is playing his own version of the blue-red Insole Artifact deck. All right, looks like Nikolai is resolving the scry from his mulligan here. So this is something we're looking at for the tournament here.
Oh, sounds like Scott Lipp has evened things up. Going to game 3 over on the King of the Hill table.
The red zones. So he rolls. Go.
Go attacks with a Swift Spear. Yeah, there you see the stats. 283 lifetime pro points, 5 top 8s, 2 wins.
That is impressive.
It's not bad either, on Li Shitian's side. He's up to 4 Pro Tour top 8s already.
Yeah, Li Shitian is one of those guys that it sort of, he came onto the scene so quickly and so powerfully that it's like easy for me to not think of him as like this hyper successful Magic player. I'm like, oh, it's that new guy. No. He's got 4 Pro Tour top 8.
2 this season, the Modern one last season.
It's crazy.
He's top 8 at what, 3 of the 4 Modern Pro Tours?
Yeah, he is an absolute force.
Crazy part, though, you know he has the best winning percentage for the last 3 years in Limited on tour?
Li does?
Li Shitian has the best booster draft winning percentage of anyone on tour in the last 3 years.
Wow.
I know. Like, you think of him as this Modern specialist, but he's been winning draft matches.
Cool. I like that.
You see Exquisite Firecraft. That feels like the Origins card that really pushed this mono red deck over the top.
Yep.
I mean, Abbot of Coral Keep is nice, but I mean, you see Nico's not even playing it. I think Exquisite Firecraft is the absolute 4-up. Now you've got 8 cards in your deck that deal 4 damage between that and Stoke the Flames.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of burn. And that Spell Mastery, if anybody wants to show up with a control deck, here, this is uncounterable.
Yeah. They can set it up so easily with the Stoke the Flames on the end step, and then just they don't have to care at all when they cast the Firecraft at some point. Oh, Chandra Pyromaster, where have you been? Going to take out an Abbot and ping the other Chandra Pyromaster, so we've got 2 of them on the table now. Haven't seen her in a while.
It's a pretty good deck for this mirror. Right?
Oh, yeah.
And the 0 ability is Siege-like. Bunch of 1-toughness creatures running around. Yeah, 1 in Li Shitian's sideboard, 2 in Nico Herzog's sideboard. So that's where they both came from. Interesting. Herzog has his Eidolons of the Great Revel in the sideboard, which I feel like may actually come in handy as he starts getting this mirror match. Most people have their Eidolons main, which doesn't sound super exciting. Although, to be fair, Lee doesn't have Eidolons at all.
Main or board?
Nowhere. Nowhere in the 75.
Yeah, he went for the Dragon Whisperer, it seemed like. In that 2-drop slot, something had to go. All right, so Nikolai Herzog whittles down the opposing Chandra Pyromaster down to 2 loyalty. Meanwhile, Exquisite Firecraft kills the Chandra Pyromaster of Nikolai Herzog.
Sure.
Li Shitian.
Trade cards, trade.
Yeah, they're not even trading. It's just Zergo being dashed in to
They'll get there
keep her in
eventually.
check. Yeah, next turn. Or not. Wow, this is huge. Thunderbreak region, it just seems to be bigger.
It does. It does.
Now, it
I was a
does
little
still die
surprised
to the for the 4 damage removal spells.
Yeah, it leaves a mark.
A little bit of a mark, yeah.
Is that a back table update I heard coming through?
Yeah, Paul Rietzel kept a 1-lander, I'm hearing.
Which Calcano got to see. Oh, geez. Searing Blood to kill Chandra and the dragon?
What?
Wow. I mean, he had to soften up the dragon a little bit. But
it did cost him a Zergo. But oh, wow. Now an Outpost Siege? Yeah, it looks
2
like
of
Li
those in the
Shitian
sideboard,
went
too.
1 size bigger than most of the red decks here. It's
Yes.
also probably, a turn and a half slower, but
he did this at the Modern PT. He had a burn deck that was really good against burn. I mean, a red deck that was really good against red, right? He was the one who had access to a little more white than everybody else.
Oh, just to cut. This is cuts.
Wow, does he have the red deck that can beat the other red deck?
that's what I'm wondering now too, Randy.
Ooh, that is, you know who that's bad news for, if that's true? It's bad news for Eric Froelich, is who that's bad news for.
Yes. You know, we were just talking about that, Randy, how these matches can get very attrition-based, where you're just burn spelling out each other's threats. Yep. Well, if one person has Chandra Pyromaster, Outpost Siege, and then even some dragons to throw into the mix.
And no Eidolons to hurt themselves with.
Wow. I mean, look at this situation right now. They're both at equal life, and Lee is just straight up drawing 2 cards a turn. Bang you for 4. Trigger this thing. Look at this.
This is super impressive.
I mean, he's just running him over now. This thing's going to be over in a turn.
And like we see 6 of these red aggro decks in the feature match area this round. It is rising to the top of the Swiss. And you're going to see this mirror match a lot.
Wow, I am going to keep my eye on Li Shitian here. Yeah, see, this is just the fight that Nikolai can't win, right? Like if he's 1-for-1-ing threats. Here we go. This time he just hits a mountain. But did it dig him into something better? Yes, it sure did. Thunderbreak Regent. And he's going to get back one of the Phoenixes, which is going to get killed. He's going to drop down to 12 from the Searing Blood of Nikolai Herzog.
But yeah, Herzog's just playing off the top. 1 card a turn.
How pedestrian. See if Nikolai can do anything this turn to help swing the race back in his favor.
It's got a Lightning Berserker, it looks like. You can, dash it out. Lee will block with the... I think you just block. No?
He's just going to take it.
Wow.
That's 6 damage. Put him down to 6. Lee only needs to come up with 1 point of damage here, which he already has, and that's going to do it. Li Shitian wins the match against Nikolai Herzog with his sideboard tech. You know, Randy, apparently Paul Rietzel's got a little sideboard tech too. He's got Molten Vortex in his sideboard.
Oh, cute. Nice.
It's another way to do it, right? In the attrition game, your lands now become burn spells, so you have more of them.
Sure, sure.
I kind of like Li Shitian's approach.
Yeah, Outpost Siege sounds a little more powerful to me, but... Oh, there's 2 Outpost Siege in Paul's sideboard, too.
I'll lightning strike you.
Okay, so I'm taking a total of 5.
You go to 6, then to 4 from this guy.
Okay, Calcano's at 4 life. You heard Paul Rietzel say it. Paul Rietzel's deeply in his element here, playing an aggressive deck.
He said he'd never played mono red before.
Yeah,
I was surprised
he's
by
not
that.
much of a mono red player, but this looks like a pretty creaturey one.
Nasty Tassy?
The best draw of my deck, that's for sure. I'm going to cast it. I'm just trying to decide
take
how
time.
many cards I
Well,
get to keep 1.
you probably don't want Downfall, so you get rid of that for sure.
have. Fair enough. It's here.
Paul with some helpful advice for his opponent.
He knows about this. But maybe he forgot, so don't tell him.
I'll leave the negate.
This is the 1 lander that Paul kept, that Christian then got to see with a duress.
So it's 18 to 14?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, Tassiger turning on Feed the Clans for 10 life. That was a big turn for the calculator.
He is barely hanging on here.
Ferocious off the Tassiger.
There's an Eidolon of the Great Revel, and it does look like Christian has stabilized here at 14 now.
It's a lot more than 4.
Wow, that is such a huge gap. Now, he hasn't done anything this turn except for just pass it back. Rietzel's at 18.
Got the 4, he needs to just activate Tassiger, right?
He does.
Pain-free just barely?
Yeah, he's got it.
Paul looking slightly less comfortable after that Feed the Clan.
Okay.
Okay, mill some cards here. And Paul's going to have to give him Negate, Feed the Clan, or Bile Blight.
You can have
I like that.
Blight. Sure.
Bile Blight goes into hand.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
like a land off the top here for Calcano. Calcano's from New York. Paul Rietzel's out
good
of
old Boston
Arizona
versus New
these
York.
days,
Paul's from Boston.
He lives in Arizona.
You can't convince me he's Arizona-based. He still cheers for the Patriots.
You're not wrong.
It's good old Boston versus New York. Good grudge match.
All right, I like it.
In fact, the life score pad says Boston versus New York. Is that Calcano's or Rietzel's?
It's got to be Rietzel's.
Rietzel, okay.
I mean, Calcano wears a Boston Red Sox beanie sometimes because
Fair.
he likes the way it looks. That's I asked him once. You know, as a New Yorker, it's like, you can't get away with that. But he says, I like the way it looks. Yeah, he is a Mets fan.
Combat, sure.
So he roots for the Red Sox to beat the Yankees.
For the
Is that how that
baseball
works?
players out there, yeah.
I'll block Eidolon.
I have no effects.
Okay, damage.
All right, you're 13.
Yep.
All right, so Eidolon gets blocked by Tassiger, but you got to assume that Tassiger's not going to live after this, right?
I assume. It's not an instant, though.
Yep,
Yeah,
down he
okay.
goes, and I'm
Exquisite
assuming
Firedraft.
we've got
Sure.
Spell Mastery here as well.
You have 3 cards?
Yes.
It looks like he might be using the Bioblight on the Monastery Swift Spear here with the trigger on the stack for prowess. He's certainly thinking about it. I think he's got a Jace in his hand too. Yeah. And a
Oh,
Dead
yeah,
Protector.
just activate his response.
Okay.
It's better than Bioblight.
Yeah. He can untap and Bioblight. This is more mana efficient. Now Paul has to choose Feed the Clan Negate, Drown in Sorrow, or Sultai Charm.
You can have Drown in Sorrow.
Drowned it is. He's going to give him the easiest card to play around there. Sorcery, speed, 3 mana. But it will get the Monastery Swift Spear if Calcano wants to use it up right now. And the window's open. It's probably a good time to go ahead and hop through.
I'll drown.
Yeah, Calc's going to drown right now. That's also going to get him a Scry 1, which could be important. He's put that card back on top as well.
I'll take 1, go to 12.
Okay.
Sounds like over on the King of the Hill match, Scott Lipp had to take a couple of mulligans, moved in on an Ensoul Artifact, but you know what's good against Ensoul Artifact
What's that?
creatures?
What?
Jeskai Charm.
Oh, put that back on top.
Yup.
Oh.
Shahar Shenhar closing in on that King of the Hill seat.
So post Drown in Sorrow, that also clears the way for Calcano to play Jace Vryn's Prodigy.
Sure.
He had just enough mana to do it, and now it doesn't die to his own Drown in Sorrow. So this is something that Paul Rietzel, staring at Calcano, who's on 13, is going to have to deal with. And unfortunately for Calcano, he's going to not only die, but he's also going to take 3 damage thanks to Syrian Blood. So back down to 10 for Calcano, 2 cards in hand for Paul Rietzel. And, ooh. Calcano's going to play Den Protector face down, and he also has drawn another Feed the Clan. Now, this time there's no Tassiger to power it up, but still, that could be huge.
Yeah, he's officially only alive because of that first Feed the Clan.
Yep, he is now in Would Have Been Dead mode.
Thank you.
So there's a Searing Blood in hand for Rietzel.
All right, Shahar Shenhar does get it done. Mantis Rider and Stormbreath Dragon doing some work. Shahar Shenhar defeats Scott Lipp and is your new King of the Hill.
Results.
That's 6-0 for Shahar.
1 to you, 1 to
Shahar is 6-0,
I'm at
and
8.
he's
Yep,
not
your turn.
getting out of that seat easily either.
Yep.
He wants the crown.
Yep.
All right.
Sounds like he even had the best tiebreakers. Overall, #1 player in the tournament.
So here's Den Protector getting flipped face up. He's going to get a chance to attack here. Chandra Pyromaster.
Sure feels like it's going to game 3.
It has definitely, like ever since I saw that Feed the Clan in his hand, then I thought, okay, yeah.
The second Feed the Clan
Yes.
seems pretty hard for Paul to overcome.
He also had scryed the turn prior and put the card back on top.
Oh, it's with Tasigur.
There we go.
Jeez, replacement Tasigur.
Now,
Turn on Ferocious.
There's no reason to wait here, right?
Yes,
You just
gain
feed.
10.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Tasigur has this annoying tendency to die.
So Calcano's now gained 20 life.
Just 20.
This game.
No problem. Paul can deal 40, right?
I mean, he can.
With his one land keep.
I just don't know if he can do it before Tasigur and Den Protector take him down to nothing. Calcano loves these blue-black based control decks. He's gone for Sultai at this tournament, but he is well known for playing these. This is definitely his style. Again, we talked about it at the onset of the match, but huge tournament for Calcano. Trying to get platinum, he needs a single point above the minimum here. And he will have platinum for all of next year. That means all of the benefits that come along with it. Exquisite Firecraft plus Chandra are going to take down Tasigur. And Chandra is going to fall to the Den Protector. So resources are being exchanged, but Calcano has found spots to get ahead incrementally. All right, well, we have a plan for Paul Rietzel. He's out of cards.
We still knew about the Bile Blight
Yeah,
from
he
the
knew about
Tasigur.
it. And he's gonna get his Lightning Berserker Bile Blighted, and now you see the pace quicken a bit for Calcano as he knows that he's got Paul one card a turn with Calcano at 18 life and even a threat on the battlefield here.
Dissolve in hand.
Okay.
I don't think you even. Is that
Do
Lightning
you
Strike?
bother? It is Lightning Strike
No,
on
I
the
would
Den
not
Protector.
bother.
He did.
This
This
is
is all.
scry.
This is all on his upkeep, so it's going to affect his draw step directly. And it is a clock.
17.
A 4-turn clock from this point.
Oh, it's Lightning Strike on Den Protector. Yeah,
That's right.
I would dissolve that. I thought he was bolting Calc.
Sad day.
Oh no, Paul Rietzel has to hard cast. Did you hear him?
Sad day.
He said it's a sad, sad day. It's a Goblin Heel Cutter. For those of us that have drafted a lot of Fate Reforged, will know that card well. It's very, very good. But the idea isn't to just hard cast it in your constructed deck. And it also wasn't long for this world. And now we have a proper race here. Den Protector versus Monastery Swiftspear. And currently Den Protector way ahead on that clock. Calc has another Den Protector in his hand,
Yeah, results. Go.
I believe, and he's
Sure.
also got a Hero's Downfall.
Have an Eidolon on. Deal yourself some damage.
Yeah, this Den Protector cannot be blocked by either of these creatures.
Face down. Trigger. 13. Yep.
Den Protector number 2 hits the battlefield here.
All right, you win.
And we're headed to game 3.
Oof, gonna get a game 3. I like this. This is a, a pretty classic Magic matchup. Mono red versus a control deck. Paul Rietzel wins the first game pretty easily, it looked like, but second game post-board, things are changed. Looks like Rietzel's gonna take a pit stop pretty quick.
Calcano's decision to go Sultai is kind of interesting. The green card that he has the most copies of in this Sultai control list is 4 Feed the Clan in the sideboard.
Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, he does have 4 Satyr Wayfinders, and he's got 3 Sultai Charms.
Sultai Charms, yeah.
3 Den Protectors, and then the 4 Feed the Clans in the board.
I'm curious to see how good those Sultai Charms hold up. With all of these artifact decks floating around, Sultai Charm can destroy an artifact. So.
It's true. Yeah, I mean, if you can beat artifact decks and red decks, it's not a bad spot to be in.
I
for
like
this
your
Pro Tour.
positioning. Yeah, for sure. And generally speaking, these control decks have a reasonable matchup against the red-green decks that are also making up a big chunk. So, yeah, if he has this thing built with the metagame in mind, he could find himself in a really good position.
Yeah, it's not a ton of sweepers. He's got Languish. Some in the main, some on the board. So that's your sweeper. And Jace, obviously, is the biggest new addition to this deck. If you were already playing blue-black control, you got to be nice to see Jace come out.
No kidding. Though I have to say, people underrated that card a lot. We've seen it here a lot.
True.
And
true.
at first, that was not one of the big home run constructed cards. Oh, I heard a lot of people say that card's not good.
R&D knew what they were doing with those Planeswalkers.
Yeah, they know.
I got to say, as somebody who used to be inside R&D helping to make the cards,
Yeah.
these 5 Planeswalkers from Origins are just a tremendous success.
Just home runs, right?
The marriage of flavor and card mechanics is spectacular. You know, everyone telling this story of how they ignited their Planeswalker Spark, that's what the whole story is about. You know, there's the app that tells that story in a little more detail. It just being able to sort of marry everything that the brand is trying to be about right now in those cards that are both interestingly powered, interesting mechanically, and just perfect from a flavor point of view. Home runs. Grand slams. I don't know what the next category up is, but I mean, it's a couple times over the years where R&D has just really nailed something like that. I remember feeling that way too when Planeswalkers first came out, that they, you know, there'd been this idea of Planeswalkers floating around the game that they were trying to, how do you capture that in a card mechanic form? And they did a good job with that too, and this is sort of the best implementation of it, or sort of taking it to that next level. Super impressive to me as somebody who used to be on the inside.
I know these cards are quite popular too, and they have certainly added multiple layers of complexity when it comes to evaluating them and also playing them, right? Because now your Planeswalkers can get hit by creature removal, but sometimes you turn them over. And
sometimes the creature side is good.
Sometimes, yeah.
Merfolk Looter's a fine Magic card.
Do you love me a Merfolk Looter? Take a look
Second
at
gather
Christian.
always gets it, you know? Magic. What a game they made, huh?
Yeah, man.
These guys are two absolute lovers of Magic. They are highly enthusiastic about the game. Even after having played for years and years and years, it's hard to find two people in the room that love Magic more than these two. I mean, looking at Paul Rietzel's life realistically, he just shouldn't be playing anymore. He's got, you know, nearly a wife, a full career. He lives out in Arizona, and he still hops on airplanes, comes out to the PT, plays GPs. You know, he's had to make adjustments, but it holds its place in his life where he needs it now. Calcano, on the other hand, he's a grinder. That guy's out here most weekends. You know, if you go to a Grand Prix in North America, and oftentimes not, you can look around and you will see him.
Over 100 Lifetime Grand Prix played now, right?
That's correct. Yeah, I got to do an interview with him on his 99th. He was going to be in Asia, Manila. I can't remember.
It was Manila.
Yeah, for the last one, and I had a great chat with him about it. It was super fun. He's got some crazy stories too from when he first started going.
I like the way Paul approaches the game. I mean, he hit this point a couple of years ago where he basically decided that his relationship with Magic was just about the big tournaments. So, like, he's not the kind of guy who's going to wander down to the local game store because, you know, when he's at home and there's not a major tournament, he's with his fiance, and he puts a lot of focus on these big events. And if you look at the ratio of how often he shows up for tournaments versus the results that he puts out, and he's ranked 6th in the world without hitting the Grand Prix
That's the
circuit
part that's
particularly
just
hard.
unbelievable to
When
me.
he shows, he's always there to play. He's always prepared.
Probably the mulligan if you got to go first last game.
Super impressive to me.
He's also a consummate professional in all ways. He prepares. He's polite. He plays the game the way it should be played at every level. Yeah, he's really a great role model, honestly, for aspiring professional players. If you want to get your fundamentals down, play like Rietzel. Approach the game like Rietzel does.
All right.
Looks like they're about ready to start here.
One more game. See who gets to 5-1. Who falls back to 4-2.
Me too.
A lot on the line for both of these players. You mentioned it.
Your turn.
Player of the year.
Yeah. And Worlds. I mean, Paul feels relatively safe. He's at 53 points. It would be hard for enough people to pass him to miss Worlds, but not impossible. He'd rather just pick up a couple more points and lock that up. And I mean, Player of the Year would be awesome, but he's got to make a really deep run for that.
Attack for 3.
17.
Your turn.
Yeah, I feel like Calcano's got the bigger sweat. That 1 point for Platinum is just...
Ugh, it's such a life changer for him, too.
Yep.
This is a nice one here for Calcano. Satyr Wayfinder actually blocks the Lightning Berserker profitably.
Indeed.
And is going to get him a land here as well. Looks like he's just going to take the island. If he needs double black, he could take the Delta. No, he's going to take the island. Every single point of life matters here. You can't just take a fetch land willy-nilly. You have to really plan out everything, especially against Rietzl, because he is going to maximize. I have never seen anybody push through damage the way that Rietzl can. He is amazing at it, especially in white-based creature decks, sometimes with red, sometimes not. But here, I'm sure it counts similarly. And we'll see this pretty often. I mean, look at this. Paul's just in the tank now, you know, like it's turn 3, because he's planning out turns to figure out how much damage he can get in and what kind of risks he's willing to take to get it.
I'm at 13.
And it looks like he's going to take this opening to play Stoke the Flames on his main phase.
Wow.
Yeah, that's going to get Calcano down to 13 and probably scare him a little. Here's Duress.
That is a lot of burn.
Wow, so there's that Molten Vortex at the bottom. We saw a pair of Lightning Strikes and an exquisite Firecraft as well.
So 10 plus the Molten Vortex.
So Calcano's now going to have to figure out how he wants to approach this, because this is a problematic hand. Once Rietzl gets one of those Lightning Strikes in the yard, then that exquisite Firecraft can no longer be countered. So that's just 4 guaranteed. And as long as the game goes long, that Molten Vortex is going to turn every mountain into 2 damage. That also cannot be countered once the Vortex is down. So Calcano, he's got problems. Now, interesting to note here, if we rewind a turn to Rietzl's previous turn, he decided to use the most mana efficient option possible with Stoke. Even though he had he could have played the Molten Vortex, for example, to make sure that resolved. Remember, this is all under the guise of Calcano being tapped out. So this was a turn where he could resolve something if he wanted. And he chose being mana efficient. Zergo Bellstriker, is this being dashed or cast?
Sure. Go.
Cast.
Just cast. And he's just going to pass the turn back.
Leaving up Lightning Strike.
Temple of Deceit here for Calc. That one back on top? I believe it did.
I will Lightning Strike you on your end step.
You strike Calcano? Yeah.
Yep.
Just to the face.
Guaranteed 3 damage. The big game-swinging card from Calcano in Game 2 was Feed the Clan. He resolved that twice, both times with Ferocious. That was 20 life he gained. And that is a Scab Clan Berserker now for Paul Rietzl, and it is attacking. And Calcano certainly doesn't want to see that thing get renown. If he has a removal spell, he's going to want to use it right now, and he does. He's going to chump block Zergo, which is probably going to tell Rietzl that some type of sweeper's incoming here. Oh, he's got Tasigur. Uh-oh, this could be a huge turn for Calcano. Like, if he can kill a creature or if he can feed the clan here.
Yeah, feed the clans is what he wants to do.
Does he have it? He doesn't.
No feed the clan.
4 cards?
No life gain. Sitting on negate and a sweeper.
He can negate this Molten Vortex.
He has to, right?
Right, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just, his plan has this game going 7, 8 more turns, right? And if you turn half of those into burn spells for Paul Rietzl and the other half are just actual burn spells, that is going to be pretty tough for Calcano. So it makes sense, even if at the moment it's probably not doing much. I mean, Paul Rietzl hasn't hit a land drop in a few turns and doesn't this turn either.
Go. Lightning Strike you.
Okay, Lightning Strike you. Oh, it's Feed the Clan in response.
2020.
Oh, he's back to 20. Goes down to 17 off the strike, but that was not a minute too late there. Really nice for Calcano to get that cushion.
How many cards do you have in your hand? I have 2.
This does mean he's not going to activate Tasigur this turn.
Sure.
But shrug. Get that thing in, get that life total up. And with
Do
the
it while
resolution of
Ferocious
that
is there.
spells, it is so much more likely that Calcano wins this game.
And feels like this round, I mean, it's been the red round. Oh, Outpost Siege.
Oh, here
Nice.
we go. Now, is there another negate?
Your turn.
There is
think
not.
so.
Now, does Calculator, that's his nickname, by the way.
Yep, no blocks. 16.
This is going to be Languish.
I would think.
Cons.
Second man, languish.
Yep.
So get rid of those. Tasigur
Tasigur
survives.
survives.
Right, that's a key interaction for Calcano.
Yep. You've not played a land yet this turn. You had out. You played this for 1 mana last turn, and then you had enough. Not okay. Cool.
Just double checking from Rietzel.
Yep. Trigger.
So Calcano does have answers in his deck, at least in the 75, for the Outpost Siege. This is another thing that he gets by playing green.
I'll Firecraft you.
How many in his hand, though?
13. Yep. Your turn.
Sultai Charm, I think, being the main one.
Yep. 11 to 13.
All right, well, the race is on. Paul Rietzel's top decking with the help of Outpost Siege, naming cons. Get back feed? What does he get back? Wow, gain another 10, 23 life for Calcano.
And 8 power.
Yes.
And you have no cards, right?
And he's completely out of cards. Paul is effectively drawing to a turn, but it might be too slow.
Anti-red sideboards. That, for me, I came in thinking, wow, look at all the red decks rising to the top of the Swiss. There's 6 aggro decks here and a blue-red Insult Artifact. But I come out of this round thinking, okay, the people who are winning are the people who can sideboard against red.
So if you're out to cast them, I'm definitely going to cast this, and then I'm definitely going to do that. And now I'm thinking about whether I want to attack or
The
not.
mirror match sideboard worked really well for Li Shitian. And the 4 copies of Feed the Clan are pulling their weight for
He
the
has
calculator.
gained 20 life in each of the last 2 games.
It's 40 life after sideboarding.
Yeah.
You lose game 1, you gain 40 to win the next 2.
23 to 11, correct?
It's a good plan.
Yes.
Starting life totals of 40. I don't think mono red aggros is good.
I will attack for 2.
21.
Your turn.
You don't see a lot of mono red in Commander. Not aggro, at least.
Yep, I'm at 6.
Yeah, the tide has completely turned. Calcano is just a turn away from victory here.
Activate Tasigur.
Sure.
Activate Tasigur main phase, and there's a Sultai Charm hitting the bin, though I think even that doesn't matter anymore. Let's see what Rietzel's going to give him. There's a lot of choices here. Maybe just a
You can have
creature
Languish.
removal spell or something?
Languish.
Languish, there you go.
Kills the Wayfinder. Doesn't stop burn spells. Makes sense. Doesn't seem like it's enough.
Yeah, I mean, Calcano knows he can't do the damage that he needs to do, and there's really no comeback here. He'll cut her off of the Outpost Siege. This is going to go for a couple of turns, though, because Rietzel has at least 1 chump block available to him, and even then he can take a hit here.
18.
End of my turn. Yep.
All right, so he dashed it in off the siege.
It's on its way back, but
Drowning Sorrow.
Kakana's got a second Tasigur activation.
What's
Yeah,
another
he's
one,
got
right?
8 mana now.
Yeah, your turn. Yep.
Once you give him 1 sweeper, may as well give him some more.
There's another Feed the Clan off the top, Randy. How about 30 life gained in 1 turn?
1 game.
1 game, excuse
50
me.
after sideboarding, I
Yes.
think is the headline.
This is pretty rough to beat. I wonder if the Atarka red was the one you wanted here. You know?
Yep. So you go to 28.
Get Atarka's command in there and
Turn off
mess
Feed the
this
Clan?
up. Yeah.
I'll just attack. I'll block. Okay. I'll lightning strike.
No.
Yep.
Tasigur's gonna die.
He's going to activate it first. You could hear how bummed he was about it.
Tasigur's been great for
Have,
Christian.
I'm gonna just look at the whole grid right here.
You see, look at Calcano shake his head.
Yeah, he's not happy to lose his Tasigur.
No, I mean, that was his clock. Like, now he needs to find another way to win, and in the meantime, Rietzl is drawing effectively 2 cards a turn.
Yeah.
This could get interesting, Randy. There's another siege as well.
There's no way.
Calcano at -2. Virtual
Sure.
life. There is just no way, right?
5.
I mean, Paul's got like 5 turns, right? It's the Wayfinder.
Yes.
He's gotten a Drown, a Languish, a Hero's Downfall.
Yep.
Oh, second Wayfinder, doubling the clock.
Yep.
Yeah, Calcano's got a bunch of removal spells in his
Okay,
hand.
so what does Calc need here? A dig through timed? Is he playing Ugin? Like, what are, besides Tasigur, what are his finishers? Look at Calc. He looks depressed. This is crazy. Paul Rietzl is sitting upright. He looks alert. Like, if I sent you that photo, if I Skyped you that, Randy, I said, who's winning this match? You would not say Calcano.
I will lightning strike you. So you're at 23.
Down to 23 for Calcano.
Your turn.
Rietzl now 3 cards. In fact, he's got so many coming off the top of his library. Some of them are just staying exiled because he doesn't have the mana to cast them all.
All right, Abbott trades with Wayfinder, so Rietzl only takes 1. Yeah, he's now the one who wants this game to go longer.
Yep.
He's okay with this. Calcano's creatures, by the way, really is 2 Tasigur, and then 3 Den Protector are the other primary damage sources. 4 Wayfinders and 3 Jaces are the other creatures.
How does he win?
He wins with Den Protector and Tasigur.
So we're about 1 minute and 15 seconds away from extra turns here as well.
Yeah. It's part of the reason Paul's playing so fast is all of a sudden he might win this.
Wow, this game has been insane. So Calcano needs
a thing to attack with.
He needs another Tasigur or something, but you got to wonder if Rietzl can't just stitch together 2 burn spells to kill it anyway.
There's
Okay,
Den
he's
Protector.
found a Den Protector.
Yep.
Immediate flip. Get back another one. Play face down. Immediate flip that one, or I guess he can wait on that one.
Yeah, wait on that one.
But he's going to be able to flip it this turn cycle as well.
Draw my card for the turn.
Wow. Paul Rietzl doing work here. He's at 4. He's going to have to kill all the Den Protectors.
Yeah.
He's going to want to kill the Morph one first.
Also true.
But his creatures do not block Den Protectors well.
Attack.
Abbott gets in
No
for
thanks.
2.
Yep.
Down to 17 for Christian.
Still has the Heel Cutter in his hand, right? Is this
Yes.
another hard cast Heel Cutter?
Yeah, we have hit that stage of the game again, Randy. Also, Heel Cutter can block Den Protector.
Right.
Yep.
That was a land off the top for Calcano.
Yep.
Downfall the Heel Cutter.
Yep, you win.
Attack with both, and
Wow.
Calcano wins.
Just as time was called.
He finds it just as time is called in the round. Huge sigh of relief for Calcano. He needs every single match he can get here, and he barely got that one at the end. That was great.
That got scary. Gain 50 was almost not good enough. Crazy. That was a fun round.
That was fun. That was a good one. I hope you guys enjoyed that as much as Randy and I did in the booth. That was a really exciting one. Why don't we hand it over to the news desk now and Rich Hagan.
All right, thanks very much to the boys and girls down there in the feature match area, bringing us all the action. Thanks very much for that. 2 rounds still to come here. Right now, it is time for another Deck Tech. And in case you missed it, mountains are much in evidence in the feature match area here at Pro Tour Magic Origins. So why don't we explore the world of the red decks a little bit more in the company of Ian Duke and Eduardo Sajgalik.
Hello and welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Ian Duke, and with me is Pro Tour Return to Ravnica Top 8 competitor Eduardo Sajkulik.
Hi.
Eduardo, tell us a little bit about yourself and what deck you brought today.
Sure. So I live in the UK, and I tend to just like globetrotting around. It's good fun. So today I brought mono red to the table. Kind of almost an admission of defeat in a way, but also because I thought if anybody else is going to do interesting things, I might as well punish them for it.
I like that.
No, it's a good way to do it.
All right, so we just saw a lot of mono red in the feature match area. I'm really curious to see what your take on it looks like.
Sure.
And as we all know, mono red is a deck about its early drop. So let's start with your 1-drop creatures, shall we?
Sure.
Let's take a look at Foundry Street Denizen. Now come over here and tell the audience
so
about
Foundry
this.
Street Denizen is incredibly interesting because this used to be the best 1-drop in the deck by miles. And as the tournament's progressing, I'm actually trying to think if I should have reconsidered it. It's really good. It's the most damage you can get out of your 1-drops potentially. But that 1 point of toughness when everyone's playing Satyr Wayfinder can be kind of tough. So with Satyr Wayfinder being everywhere, it might be worth thinking about the card, but it still deals a lot of damage. And I wanted it to be on the side that, dealt the most damage as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that, being proactive. So tell us next about Monastery Swiftspear.
That 2nd point of toughness, you gotta love it. It's great. So the thing with the Monastery Swiftspear is it might not look like the 2nd point of toughness is important, but it just allows you to go through. For example, if that Courser of Proof-Fix, like being able to attack with Swiftspear and play something as small as a Wild Slash means you get to kill Courser. And because you have that ability, they have to respect it and they don't block. So this creature, just the prowess on like a 1-drop with haste is very powerful.
Yeah, so even just the threat of the prowess is actually pretty powerful then.
Yeah, while Foundry Street Denizen, you might reconsider with like how the standard format is. I would know this is the best 1-drop
So
by
this is
miles.
auto-include
By
here?
miles.
Okay, great. Next up, we have Zergo Bellstriker. This is a 2/2 for 1 mana, but you're only playing 3 copies. How come?
There's like this little line here that it's a bit awkward. I mean, my first match I actually played the Mono Red Mirror. So like he does an attack where I am forced to actually kill the Zergo and he plays a 2nd one, so I feel a bit sheepish. But that kind of proves why you don't want that many Zergos. You have already tons of great 1-drops, and even a 2/2 for 2, you have to keep into account that it is legendary. You have other options. I think if you didn't have access to these 1-drops, then yeah, sure, maybe you'd have to go up to 4, but 3 is the ideal number for me.
And how often is the dash ability relevant here? Do you find yourself dashing
It's really
often?
good. Like I had a game where I had another card you'll see, Goblin Heel Cutter and Zergo, so I was able to do 5 damage out of nowhere, which was
Awesome.
quite nice.
Yeah. And last up, another creature with dash. We have Lightning Berserker here. You mentioned before, this is not really a 1-drop, it's more like an X-drop, is that right?
Yeah. This ability here, if it wasn't for Satyr Wayfinder, this card, I would play 3 copies of this card, not even close. The thing with Lightning Berserker is you get to pump all your mana into it, so you're outputting a lot more damage per card, and it's one of the best cards to follow up a sweeper with, because you essentially dome them for 4, and they're in a very difficult position to follow up. It's okay as a 1-drop against certain decks. You can play it on turn 1. Just if you have no 2-drop, or if you don't want to play a 2-drop, you can always attack for 1, pump it for 2, deal 3 damage, and that's quite good.
Love it.
Right.
So those are your 1-drops and your X-drop, as it were.
Yeah.
Let's come over here and take a look at the higher drops in your deck. And
Dragon
by higher,
Fodder.
I mean 2.
Right. So interestingly, my teammates aren't playing Dragon Fodder. So the reason I ended up playing Dragon Fodder was because I felt there was actually going to be quite a bit of red, and the ability to make 2/1/1s against cards like Foundry Street Denizen, or even against Satyr Wayfinder is good. Like you can push through damage. It interacts incredibly well with 2 of your 1-drops. Foundry Street, it pumps it by 2. With Monastery Swiftspear, it pumps it by 1. So I really liked it, and a card that we're going to see later is Stoke the Flames. You need creatures to convoke it. It's one of the most powerful red burn spells of all time, and this is kind of, it's not a card I love, it's more something you need.
Yeah, kind of like a synergy card with the rest of your deck. Yeah, that's great. Tell us about Eidolon of the Great Revel. You only have 2 copies here, right?
Well, okay, I have 2, but here's the thing. Like, in your 75, like I consider Dex as part of like being a 75. So I would say that you can play a variety of Eidolons of the Great Revel, but you're playing 4 in your 75. You may choose to put 2, 3, or 4 in your main deck, or even 1 or 0, but you're playing 4 in your 75. We played 2. We felt there's going to be a lot of rally around the room. Okay. And like a lot of the decks interact at 2/3 mana, and this punishes them nicely. But you want access to 4. Like I played as my 5th and 6th 2-drop to help with the curve.
Excellent. But on the other hand, you're starting the 4 Rabble Masters right off the bat, right?
Oh, the Rabble Master. I mean, I love this card. Like I know it's gone down a lot in value recently, but this punishes bad draws the most out of any standard card by miles. If they stumble, the game ends the second you go Rabble Master. Yep. And it's a really good free drop to pull out. I love it. Other people choose Hordling Outburst. But yeah.
Okay. And talk to the audience at home about Goblin Heel Cutter.
Oh, right. I think this card is underplayed because it's a common. Don't let that fool you. This is really good. Like, but don't get fooled by the mana cost. You're mostly dashing it. So the purpose of Heel Cutter is they play, say, Corsair Crewfix, which is a very common turn-free play. And you went 1-drop, 2-drop. They play Corsair. You don't have a burn spell for it. That's okay. You go Goblin Heel Cutter. Dome them for
Nice. So just going right past those big green blockers.
Much more interesting now, this gets through Hangerback Walker. You're going to need this card.
Excellent. So that's your creature suite. Let's take a look at your burn.
Yeah.
So coming over here, we'll start with Wild Slash.
Yeah, so yeah, tons of burn. I love it here. So Wild Slash, some of the mono red builds in the past have played a few less, but in this format you have to play 4. Just Jace Vryn's Prodigy is a good reason to play 4 of that card.
Yeah.
The fact that even control decks are playing 0/2s for 2 mana means that you want access to this card. It's the cheapest burn spell. Like, Shock is incredible right now.
Right, as I understand it, it's the 1 mana that's super important about this card.
Exactly.
Is that right?
I mean, Lightning Strike, 3 damage is good. Like, this tends to be the card that you dome your opponent for. There's not many creatures you can kill with Lightning Strike that you couldn't with Wild Slash. I think Felice Main Lion is one of the main ones, but you still want a critical mass of burn, so you play Lightning Strike.
Absolutely.
Stoke the Flames is an insane card. I love it. So, like, having 4 damage in one card is really good, and the fact that, say you're stuck on 2 lands, the fact that you can go 2 mountains, like, say you have to top deck burn to win the game, you can just stay back on defense and then, like, just block, stoke for 4, and then hope to get, like, say your last land to cast this card.
Okay.
Which is another 4 damage burn spell. A card that I like to have access to 4 copies in my 75. 2 in the main deck, simply because of the spell mastery against control. A lot of the control decks board in duresses and negates. They're going to play duress early on, but if you can get them to 4, they have to respect that this card is in your deck, and it's a real problem.
Yep.
Searing Blood, there's 1 in the main deck, but honestly, with the way the field has been positioned, I would like more. So if you're going to play the red deck, I would recommend more. Again, Jace exists, and being able to just burn a creature and dome them for free while attacking is just incredible.
So looking at your burn suite for a moment,
Yeah.
the first 3 here you have 4 of copies. Are
Yes.
those negotiable at all in your opinion, or are those the automatic includes here?
I'd say Stoke, Wild Slash, yes. Lightning Strike, probably. Just because of the critical mass issue.
Okay.
But the thing is, I play 4 copies of all of these cards in my 75.
Oh,
I have
okay.
access to all 20.
So these last 2 here, your main deck numbers are just a metagame choice
Yeah,
rather,
it's
and you can
metagame
swap in from your
choice, mana
sideboard?
cost, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay, great. That sounds awesome. And your mana base is super simple.
This is the best part of the deck by far.
All your lands come into play untapped.
I still managed to mana screw, but that's fine.
Yeah.
At least I know 20 mountains, best mana base in standard.
Did
by
you ever
far.
consider any colorless producing lands like Foundry of the Consoles or anything along those lines?
So if you played a big red deck, so like I've seen some of the decks with Flamewake Phoenix and Chandra, and they're really going on the top, then you could play it if you had 22, 23 lands. But with 20 mountains, playing Foundry is a little dicey.
Okay.
I liked it when there was Mutavault in the format. There, it would have been worth it.
Oh, for sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, well, there you have it. This is Eduardo Sajgalik's take on Mono Red.
Yeah.
I'm Ian Duke, signing off from the Tournament Center.
All right, thanks very much to Ian Duke there with Eduardo Sajgalik taking us through the fun and frolics of Mono Red and BDM. It's a family show, so let's not get too graphic, but there was red everywhere in the feature match area last round. It's just, there's red everywhere, right?
You just said I couldn't.
So you're doing.
I'm
Good.
just going to be.
That's it then. Don't say nothing.
There's a lot of red in
Instead,
the feature match area right now.
let's go there then. Here comes round 7.
Hello there, welcome back to the booth here in Vancouver. Marshall Sutcliffe with the Hall of Famer, Randy Buehler. And we're ready to head down to the feature match area for the 7th round where we might see our first Siege Rhino of the day. So why don't we get down there for round 7 here from Vancouver. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Magic Origins. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Buehler. And we're just about underway in round 7, where we have Brian Gottlieb. Take a look at Brian here. He's playing Abzan Rally, Randy, and he's playing up against Kentaro Yamamoto from Japan. Kentaro is no stranger to our feature match area as of late, who's on Abzan Control. Now,
so these are the
haven't
first
seen
Siege
a lot
Rhinos.
of this. Yeah.
I don't even think Siege Rhino has been in the feature match area on any of the tables, much less on camera. A bit of an upset for me. I thought there would still be a healthy Abzan Control presence. And I mean, it showed up top 5-ish in the metagame breakdown, but hasn't really been showing up at the top of the Swiss. Although, to be fair, this is 2 of the last 7 undefeated players in this tournament. We're down to 7 players at 6-0. Kentaro Yamamoto, Brian Gottlieb are 2 of them. We've also got 2 on the King of the Hill table where Rich Hohen, of all people, is trying to take down Shahar Shenhar and become King of the Hill.
Meanwhile, in our feature here, Kentaro has played a Seder Wayfinder and is deciding if he wants a Windswept Heath or a Citadel here.
Yeah, I believe that Brian Gottlieb tested with Zvi Malshewitz for this Pro Tour. There was kind of a New York City crowd. Godinez, Zvi, they're playing this Abzan Rally deck, very much inspired by the Abzan Rally deck that won the Star City Open last weekend. I think maybe a little disappointed that it won the whole tournament and everybody is ready for it, but deck's still very good. And yeah, Brian is 6-0 with it. Zvi's also in contention. I believe Zvi's either 5-1 or 4-2.
We did have Zvi in the feature match area a little bit earlier today. Take a look at Brian. Brian has been, well, he's been tearing it up at the GP level.
Sure.
You know, he's kind of done the whole, you know, get his career going, got married, that type of stuff. And now I think he's kind of found a spot where he can get out to GPs. And he's got 70%. Yeah,
That's
70+% win percentage this season now, or in GPs. Now, he's played 12.
Okay.
Which, you know, depending on your perspective, is either a heck of a lot or not that many. So the sample size isn't massive, but still, that is a good run.
So this is PT number 3?
Yeah, this is his 3rd PT.
60.9 is not bad. I mean, obviously, much smaller sample size. But
Sure. All right, there's a Siege Rhino. All right.
All right.
I'm not going to say I
1.
missed seeing them. I don't have anything against Siege Rhinos, but I have seen quite a few of them on camera
any
in my
card
day.
that becomes omnipresent,
Yeah.
you get a little tired of.
Yeah. I remember Bloodbraid Elf.
This standard does not seem to be about Siege Rhino. Certainly not this weekend here at the Pro Tour. I mean, who knows what the metagame does after everyone else gets their hands on these decks. But it's about red and artifacts. And sure, you can still play Abzan, but you didn't get any new toys from the latest set. I mean, Languish is... maybe your sweeper got upgraded a little bit, but... you didn't get as many new toys as the other decks, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I'll admit, when I looked at Magic Origins, I didn't think that it was going to have as big of an impact on Standard as it has so far. You know, looking back to Dragons of Tarkir, that really turned Standard on its head, and I thought Origins would have less of an impact, but it seems like it just pushed out, or at least in the early goings here, it has made a significant push towards some of away from some of the decks that we've grown used to over the last year or so. I say that, and then we'll have, 4 Abzan decks in the top 8. But we'll see. Here's the Thoughtseize now from Kentaro. There's a Minister of Pain.
I saw that.
Kentaro looks very calm, and I'm sure he's aware of this deck. Like you said, it's kind of been a known quantity for a few days or about a week now. Still, it's a weird deck. It doesn't look like anything that we've seen in Standard for this season.
Nantuko Husk is the key. Nantuko Husk turning out to be an extremely impactful Magic Origins card. I mean, it's just a reprint, but it's a reprint that's in Magic Origins, now legal in Standard, and single-handedly turns this Rally of the Ancestors deck into a really nice little value package. Yeah, it seems like most of the New York City crowd seems to be on this deck. I don't know that I've seen other people in Rally yet, but no, yeah, we saw Mahara with a 5-color version of the deck. The New York City team, by the way, is Zvi Malshewitz, Andrew Boswell, Mark Schmidt, Godinez, Brian Gottlieb, Alan Comer, Gerard Fabiano. It's kind of the crew that tested
That's a cool
there.
team.
Yeah, yeah. Now, Alan's playing Constellation. He's not on Rally. but most of the team seems to be on Rally. There is the signature card, Rally the Ancestors. Usually Rally on 3 is the game plan. I mean, the quote-unquote combo kill is to bring back Mogi's Marauder, giving things haste and intimidate. You know, if Nantuko Husk is one of those things, it can eat everything else. Sort of one hit from a intimidated, hasted Nantuko Husk can often win the game. But you don't have to combo kill. You can do a value rally. You just get back card advantage and Seder Wayfinders. You can bring back Jace and flip him. Do all kinds of stuff before those cards go away.
Pretty interesting. Kentaro decided to take Deathmist Raptor with his Thoughtseize. Not a decision you see that often.
That is interesting.
And it looks like he's just going to use Minister of Pain to get rid of his and his opponent's Seder Wayfinders. There's Deathmist Raptor on top of the library for Kentaro.
Brian is on 0 white mana.
He does not have white mana.
18.
And there's that Sage Rhino.
Thank you.
So Kentaro employing his game plan pretty cleanly here.
You know the other card we hadn't seen in the feature match area today? It's Courser of Kruphix.
Yeah.
Even the green Devotion decks have gone away from Courser.
Yeah, Courser of Kruphix is one of those cards that has been ubiquitous in Standard and maybe has seen a little bit less play now.
Yeah, the Mighty Lux took it out of their Devotion deck. That's the
God, that's
Seth
insane to me.
Manfield, Brad Nelson, those guys.
Is it just that the rest of the metagame has warped around Courser enough that it doesn't do the things that it's supposed to? Like, oh, it blocks all the things and the life gain matters. Is it just like that? Has it come that far? Because the card on its surface still looks great to me.
It's good. It's just it's not what Standard's about. It's the advantage that it generates accumulates a little bit too slowly, I think. You can kind of go, you know, it doesn't do anything to stop the rally decks. It still seems like it should be good against all the mono red that's running around. I mean, maybe those guys weren't expecting mono red when they took it out of their Devotion deck.
Gottlieb just played a Forest and passed a turn back here. There's a response. Oh, Collected Company. So he's going to reveal 6 here.
Yeah, this is a nice backup plan for the rally deck. Just.
Ooh, that was not what he wanted.
Ugh, face up Den Protector, and that's it?
Wow, so Collected Company whiffs. Pretty good. I mean, not the full whiff, but the face-up Den Protector is pretty unexciting.
Rich Hohen has taken a 1-0 lead against Shahar Shenhar, by the way. I know you're not super familiar with some of the old school professionals wandering around, but you go back, 10, 15 years, Rich Hohen was probably the best drafter in the world.
Yeah, I've heard his name.
He's studying
in the limited
the
circles.
side of
Yeah,
things.
he pulls a lot of weight, it turns out.
Yeah, still does. Still can play, apparently. 6-0, trying to become King of the Hill.
He's Canadian.
He is Canadian.
Yeah.
Ooh. Kyle Bogamus is going up with Starfield of Nyx and Eidolon of Blossoms.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's on Green-White Constellation, playing against Mike Sigrist, who is with Blue-Red and Soul Artifact. Those guys are 5-1 coming into this round. Sigil of the Empty Throne prompts a concession from Mike Sigrist. Cool stuff.
Not in limited.
You don't like the Sigil? You like the other Sigil, I'm guessing, not the Empty Throne variety.
Correct.
Yeah, Kyle Boggum is green-white Constellation.
That's cool.
Yeah, now Alan Comer is on an Abzan Constellation deck. I think the green-white version that goes all the way to Sigil, I don't think they have Doomwake Giants.
Ah, okay.
I think that's why it's green-white rather than Abzan.
We've got a Michael J. Flores down in the feature match area too. He's playing against PT champ Yvonne Flock, who is now up a game over Mike.
Yeah, Flores is 5-1.
He's 5-1.
You know
Great
what?
start to the tournament.
You know the last Pro Tour he played?
I don't.
Charleston.
I still don't.
That is the one and only team-constructed Pro Tour. It happened in 2006.
Wow.
Yeah.
So we're pushing 10 years for Mike on the PT here.
Pushing it.
5-1 start. He is down a game, but still fantastic stuff for Flores.
I saw him this morning, just outside the breakfast at the hotel, and he said this is the best deck he's ever played at a Pro Tour.
Jeez.
He's been testing with Team Ultra Pro. He's got the red aggro deck. Same when we saw Sam Black playing. You know, most of Team Ultra Pro is just burning things, and Mike is 5-1 so far.
I had a more typical Floresian experience. I bumped into him walking down to the venue, and we argued about limited cards the whole time.
There you go. Yeah, Mike was trying to convince me that historically, people with cheaper cards in their decks tend to win Pro Tours. You want to have cheaper spells in your deck. Mono Red's very good at that.
It's an interesting theory. And I believe that Gottlieb's picking up his permanence here. Yeah, that is going to do it. Kentaro really kind of had the front foot that whole entire time and picks up game 1 against Brian Gottlieb. We'll be back right after these messages.
Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. The battle for Zendikar is coming to PAX Prime, and the Eldrazi are taking over. Join us for a special 1-hour Battle for Zendikar preview show hosted by Ashley Birch and featuring the Wizards of the Coast R&D team as they pull back the curtain on Magic's most exciting fall release ever.
And we're back. Let's take a look at our King of the Hill table over there. Shenhar is on the left-hand side of your screen, of course, our reigning world champ twice.
And our reigning King of the Hill.
And Rich Hohen. I've heard people call him Richie Hohen. I suppose that's what he used to go by. But Rich, again, out of Canada, known as one of the better limited players historically. And Shenhar is playing Jeskai.
Right.
Versus the red aggro deck from Hohen.
One of the many flavors of Jace Vryn's Prodigy decks that Team Pantheon put together for this tournament. Shahar tested with Pantheon for the first time. Rich on the mono red.
Yeah, they picked up him.
And Jacob Wilson. That's the new blood.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, Hohen on 225 lifetime pro points, 7 GP top 8s, including 3 wins. He's got a Pro Tour top 8 from Yokohama 2003. Won a regional PTQ. Or, I mean, top 4 to regional PTQ.
Wow. Shahar's down to 12 already. Hasn't done a whole lot of work here. I do see he's got a pair of Seekers of the Way, though, that have hit the bin. Make it 3. Now, this has to be one of the better draws for Shahar, just playing.
The lifelinker?
Yeah, infinite Seekers. He's got a negate up now, too, so.
I have to announce it myself or I'm cheating. Is that right? 18? Yes, that is correct. 18. Resolve? Yes.
I think Rich Hohen was figuring out exactly how Eidolon works. Negate means that he's going to get to keep his Seeker, which should blank the attack this turn, though he will still take an additional 2 from the Eidolon of the Great Revel there.
Yeah, don't think Rich wants to let that lifelinker block.
Nope.
You have 1 card? Yeah.
I'll take 1.
Goes down to 9.
Take 2 more.
Yeah, 7.
And 2 from the Eidolon. 1 from the Pain Land, 2 from the Eidolon.
Okay.
Now here's Stoke to kill the lifelinker. Sure, doesn't want to let Shahar get in an attack with that.
All right, well, the dust has settled nicely for Hoenn.
Huh. Exquisite Firecraft.
Attack
Prowess,
with
prowess,
both.
kill
Wow,
you.
That's 8 damage, and you're at 7. Wow, that was a
King
beating.
is dead. Rich Hoenn is now the king of the hill. 7-0. Welcome back to the Pro Tour, Rich Hoenn. It's been a long time since he's been around. I mean, I talked to him a little bit. He went to Grand Prix Las Vegas. He just kind of showed up to play. You know, he plays occasionally at the local game store. He qualified for the RPTQ more or less on accident. So he shows up to play it because what the heck? He's qualified.
Sure.
Top 4s. Qualified for the Pro Tour. All of a sudden, he starts thinking about it. No,
You
maybe I
didn't
should go
tell
to a
me
Grand
he was
Prix
one
or
of
two.
those guys. Just shows up and wins everything they play.
Is that the Jesse Hampton School of Magic?
Yes, absolutely. All right, let's jump over and take a look at Kyle Bogemus versus Mike Sigrist. Siggy, as he's known, is currently 20th.
Yeah, he is right on the edge of a world spot, so would love to put the
Now,
big
is he,
run
is he
together.
on the good edge or the bad edge?
He's on the bad edge.
Okay. Looking in?
Yes. Herald of the Pantheon dies to a roast there.
3 cards left?
Kyle Bogemus, pretty sure this is game 2 with Bogemus up a game. This green-white Constellation deck looks sweet.
So-
Eidolon's Coursers, Krufix's Insight, Starfield, Sigil of the Empty Throne, Banishing Light, Silk Wrap, Herald of the Pantheon, Nyx Fleece Ram, Frontier Siege.
Silk Wrap, huh?
Silk Wrap. Sometimes you need an enchantment.
Oh, yeah.
Deck looks cool.
Yeah, it looks like Sigrist brought his draft deck. That's a Whirler Rogue.
Nah.
We've seen a few of those in the feature match area, though.
Oh, yeah.
Nice
the
top
blue-red
end for
Insult
this
Artifact deck, right? He is... This is the deck that Channel Fireball's playing. Like, he's face-to-face games, right? He came from the Canadian side, even though he's from New England. But it all works. Channel Fireball and face-to-face are more or less teamed up for the Pro Tour testing. And this is their deck. And the team seems pretty unified. I haven't heard of anybody who's off this deck from them. But
No, I think they're all on it.
some of them more begrudgingly than others, perhaps. Paolo was like, I guess I'm playing the team deck.
Yes, that's very accurate.
Goes Fireblade, not bad.
Siggy just can attack with everything here, right? Yeah.
Sure.
Doesn't mind trading off for the
Would you like to block with your Eidolon of
Eidolon
Blossoms?
of Blossoms.
Didn't think so.
So 6 damage. Wow. Look at this.
Jeez. Yeah, this deck seems legit.
It seems sweet, too.
Also true.
He can pile huge amounts of damage on with this. What is Bogemus supposed to do? You just don't get the time.
Not this game. Sounded like he did some sweet stuff in game 1. Oh, update from the back table. Mike Flores forces game 3. Ivan Flock's another guy right on the edge of Worlds. He is also 1 point on the bad side of the Worlds race right now. Tomorrow's just going to be insane. So much at stake for so many players. All the storylines coming to an end. I mean, some of them will spill into Sunday, but we'll resolve a bunch of them tomorrow, I'm sure. Yeah, what does Kyle Bogemus do to get out of this?
Why don't we just stay here for a
Yeah.
moment and see how this develops? It looks like we've kind of hit a critical turn or two for this main match. If you want to keep an eye on the upper right part of your screen, you can see that the Gottlieb versus Yamamoto match is back underway, but I got to see how this one ends because Sigrist is pretty much put his cards on the table here. Look.
But Bogemus hasn't
deal with
scooped.
this. He has not.
He's thinking.
Who knows what he has post-board too, right?
All right, 4 mana.
Frontier Siege?
Frontier Siege.
All right.
Chooses cons. That's the mana side, right?
Uh-huh.
I assume that's the usual choice with this deck.
So second main phase, he's going to get GG added to his mana pool. Silk Wrap, draw card. So he's now drawn 2 cards this turn, and he's used 6 of his 7 mana that he produced. The Silk Wrap is just going to take out a Thopter, the one that was carrying the Ghostfire Blade, but he knows that it won't be coming back that way. Plus the thought of Silk Wrapping a Whirler Rogue is just terrifying if it were to leave at some point. Still just the 1 creature, though, for Kyle Bogamus. And it's not one he's particularly keen to block with either.
Still, he's not going to die this turn.
No.
He gets to untap with Eidolon and Frontier Siege.
Yes.
You're at 14, correct? 14, yeah.
He is going to have some pretty nice fireworks on that turn, though, to get out of this. These flyers are pretty annoying for him. I mean, he stands to take 9 damage here, assuming that the Ghostfire Blade gets equipped to something. Ziggy's in the tank here. He really has a decision to make.
Well, he wants to deal as much damage as fast as he can.
Yeah.
Last turn, you just played the Temple of Plenty.
Yeah.
After, had you played a forest before that, that turn?
Did Kyle play 2 lands last turn?
That's the question.
Frontier Siege. 1, 2, 3, 4. What turn are we
I did
on?
play the forest.
Okay, so you played 2 land last turn. Okay.
Oops.
Where are we right now?
My main turn.
You've drawn your card. Have you done anything else since then?
No, it was just about
Just drawn a card. Okay.
Interesting. Do they
after
just
the
back him up?
Frontier Siege.
We will find out shortly.
The land was the last thing I did.
Right. The Silk Wrap exiled, played the land. And
Fortunately, it was also a Temple of Plenty, which has a scry attached to it, too.
I mean, I'm sure that's a warning for Kyle Bogamus.
Well, I don't know if he knows if he put it on top or bottom.
I think it was top.
Yeah, they don't know.
He's going to check.
The judge asked, did you top or bottom the scry? And he said, you know, I don't remember. I mean, Kyle's just being honest, right?
Yeah.
I definitely did.
Yeah, he was turn 4 Eidolon. Then he untapped after the Eidolon turn. That was last turn, so he played lands 5 and 6. All right, maybe we should go watch Gottlieb Yamamoto.
Yeah,
while
why
the
don't we
judge
go over to that? We'll go over to our main match, Gottlieb versus Yamamoto, and we'll keep you updated on if we find anything out about what the ruling is there. Now, where do we find these two? Well, not in a bad spot.
Yeah,
Satyr Wayfinder and a Fleshbag Marauder.
I think I saw Brian Gottlieb resolve a collective company while they were while we were in the split screen.
Yeah, I do see at least a Den Protector in the graveyard there for Kentaro.
Yeah, Fleshbag looks like it came off the collected company. Hero's Downfall takes out the Raptor.
Got to take 2 to do it, but he does get to crunch for 4 here. Can he actually just lay the beat down on Kentaro?
Well, Kentaro stopped playing lands at 3.
Okay, and it looks like Brian's got 5 already, and with a potential 6th this turn. So,
yeah, look at that handful of gas for Yamamoto, but no land.
So Gottlieb's trying to punish him here and close the door on this game as soon as possible.
Pretty much.
Will it work? It kind of depends on what kind of pressure Gottlieb can add.
Beatdown is not really one of the modes you're supposed to pilot your rally deck in.
Yeah,
I mean, Deathwish Raptor does some damage.
There's a
He's
land
trying.
off the top, though.
Comes into play tapped,
Temple of Malady is going to enter the battlefield tapped. He saw another Onoffense on top of his library. He's going to get rid of that.
Unoffensive blocks.
He's got one in his hand.
Right.
He's going to have to take a damage to cast it, if that's what his plan is. And it's not. He's going to use Abzan Charm to exile the Deathmist Raptor right now. So
Willing
it goes
to take
away.
another hit.
He's going to take 4 and drop to 3.
Oh, Herald of Torment!
He is going to
Herald of
take
Torment for
7
the
and
win.
drop to 0.
Oops.
Whoa. Herald of Torment out of nowhere for Brian Gottlieb. That's going to even things up. We're going to get a game 3. Holy smokes. I don't think Kentaro was planning on that. Whew.
Crazy. So do we go back to the Sigrist match now? How did they resolve that? It sounds like they normally, if they haven't gotten a full turn cycle away from the mistake, the judges can often just back them up and correct the mistake and then let the game replay from there. Is that what they did?
We'll find out. We're going to get an update in our ear here as we jump back.
Yeah. Okay. They backed it up, they shuffled the deck, and they issued a warning to Kyle Bogamans.
Okay, good. That seems like a pretty clean resolution here. And a nice catch by the judge staff as well. So, back underway, though, and that warning is not the biggest problem that Kyle Bogamans has going right now.
I mean, he does still get this turn where, wait, where did the Eidolon go? What happened to the Eidolon of Blossoms?
It's in the graveyard.
I see that.
It traded for
roasted?
a Whirler Rogue. No, Whirler Rogue.
Oh. Interesting.
Surprised he traded.
I am as well.
Although I suppose cards probably aren't his problem, right? He's got 6 or 7 in hand. It's just a matter of deploying them. So
Yeah.
if he needs a little more time, then it's more about land drops than drawing cards.
Yeah, Sigrist just turned everything sideways. And Eidolon blocked Whirler Rogue. So Kyle must not be at 14 now. He was at 14 when we left.
That's what I was thinking, Randy. I think he's at 9. He's at 7. All right. Right, because the Ghostfire Blade was equipped to one of the Thopters as well. It is now equipped to an Ornithopter that Sigrist drew and played last turn. So we have reconstructed everything since we were gone. And Kyle Bogamans finds himself in a tough position.
The Banishing Light. Resolves. Okay. I'm going to target Ghostfire Blade.
All right, so Ghostfire Blade is going to get Banishing Light. Id.
So now there's what, 5 power?
There is 5 now. You were asking about the mono red tech here.
Oh.
How about a Nyx Fleece Ram?
I was asking about sideboard tech.
Yeah.
That Nyx Fleece Ram is main.
Oh, that's main deck.
4 main deck Nyx Fleece Ram.
Okay.
Good call for this field.
Now, does it help him here? Not terribly.
I mean, it blocks a Whirler Rogue.
It did. Now it doesn't. Now he can just tap his 2 not attacking artifacts and give it unblockable.
Sure.
You have how many cards? 3? Yeah.
That's a Springleaf Drum that he just played.
Yeah, Springleaf Drum and Ornithopter aren't doing anything else. So.
No.
Go to attacks.
Back table match resolved, by the way. Mike Flores loses to Ivan Flock. Flock continues his push toward a world spot. Mike Flores picks up his 2nd loss of the weekend. 2nd loss of the decade.
Bogamans is down to 3 life here and has basically 1 turn to do something. All right, well, there's Sigil of the Empty Throne.
Wow. He can make a bunch of angels now, but Whirler Rogue really messes with his plans.
It sure does. Is he going to be an angel short? It kind of depends. Like a couple of Silk Wraps taking out Thopters would help a lot.
I think the Whirler Rogue is the real problem.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
The unblockability is...
So if he would still...
I mean, there's no 3 power. There's no 3 power creature, but yeah,
Okay.
Kyle can't stitch it together from there. Between the Thopters and the Whirler Rogue, the Whirler Rogue can become unblockable without taking any of the flyers out of the offense. Kyle came close, just could not quite stitch it together. So they're going to be on their way to Game 3.
Yeah, they're on their way to Game 3. Sigrist won the first game, but let's get Game 3 of Kentaro Yamamoto versus Brian Gottlieb here on our main match.
Yeah, 2 of the last 7 undefeated players in this tournament will have either 3 or 4 remaining, depending on how the pair down match turns out.
Satyr Wayfinder is first play of the game for either player. Sandstep Citadel is going to go into hand for Brian Gottlieb. Now, what does Yamamoto have? This is a big turn for him. He's got 2 or 3 mana available. Looks like it's going to be 3. Is it going to be on Offenza? Does seem to be the case. He's got a pretty aggressive draw here. He can go on Offenza. Maybe get a Wingmate Rock with Raid going a little while. He's got an ultimate price to clear the way and even a Herald of Torment to give Brian Gottlieb a taste of his own medicine there.
He's going to lead with the Herald.
Okay.
What's the flyer rather than the Anafenza?
Yeah, it's not as big. It's a little easier to kill, but it does get in for more damage.
Is he baiting removal? I mean, the big thing for me about Anafenza in this matchup is it cuts off all the rally graveyard shenanigans.
Sure.
Creatures going to the graveyard just randomly get exiled if your opponent has Anafenza. Card is kind of a beating for the rally deck. Oh,
That's
Liliana.
The old heretical healer there. She's
Old?
a 2/3 with lifelink. And
not
that picture,
old.
she's young, yeah. There she is. So now if the Satyr Wayfinder dies, she turns into a Planeswalker and he gets a 2/2 zombie out of the deal.
Feels like the flyer should be able to attack the Planeswalker somehow. It just doesn't actually work on this board. Not a Planeswalker yet.
Not yet. Is Kentaro going to use that ultimate price in his hand? No, he's going to play on offense at the foremost.
Yep.
Build out the board and then take care of business later.
I mean, Kentaro's Abzan control. You didn't see a lot of Anafenzas in the control-ish Abzan decks, but that's Rally. That card is there because Rally had its big breakout weekend. And you're like, oh, wow, I can play this powerful 4/4 for 3 mana creature, and it just randomly happens to hose one of the best 5 or 10 archetypes around?
In.
Sure.
Also blocks very well.
It's in from the sideboard of Kentaro's deck, actually. None in the main, but 3 in the board.
Deathmiss Raptor here for Gottlieb. Doesn't look like he's got any other attacks, so send it back. Yamamoto now can set up a Wingmate Rock with Raid if he's got an untapped mana source available. Doesn't look like he does, though. So he'll have to settle for either ultimate price or an Abzan Charm. Gottlieb just presented him with a nice target for the Abzan Charm. Since it exiles, it won't trigger Liliana either. And ultimate price. What is it going to kill, Liliana or the Raptor? Raptor down. Because he's just got decent attacks here, just crunches.
Sure. Kentaro Yamamoto is a Platinum Pro. Not having quite as good a season this year. He played Worlds last year, so got to Platinum, got to Worlds, but only on 34 points. So he needs 12-4 if he wants to hold on to his Platinum status. He's got to pick up the 15 points from a sort of top 16-ish finish.
Well, he's halfway to the wins.
6-0 is a good start, for sure.
6 of 12 down for Kentaro. Looking to get all the way there. You know, I think Brian just took it. He didn't block with the Wayfinder. That would have turned Liliana into a Planeswalker. The defiant Necromancer side, but he decided not to. And he took a lot of damage as a result. That was 8. What is Gottlieb going to do here?
He's going to collect a company.
All right, he's going to look at these top 6 cards, try to find 2 creatures with a converted mana cost 3 or less and put them right on the battlefield. Last time we saw him do this, he hit a Den Protector.
Yeah.
Which was pretty unexciting, if we're honest. Wow, this one's a little different.
A little different.
Now he's got Deathmiss Raptor, Den Protector, Herald, and Liliana that he can choose from. Wow, that was much better.
Goes for Fleshbag and Herald.
This is going to turn Liliana into a Planeswalker. Right.
Anafenza does.
Anafenza also prevents Liliana. Wow, it just wrecks every piece of this deck, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
Not only the rally shenanigans, but even Liliana from turning face up is being hosed by that Anaffenza the Foremost. Creature's got to hit the graveyard. They never do. Now make sure they exile it. I think that Brian knows that it doesn't trigger. It's just he didn't actually put it in the exile pile there.
And Kintaro's just trying to figure out how his attacks are going to work. You got that +1/+1 counter on the Herald from the Anaffenza, which means he can actually beat up Brian's Herald. And because of that, he's going to sacrifice the Anaffenza, which would otherwise really destroy the rally deck. Now, both of those creatures do still get exiled because the Anaffenza was in play when they were dying.
Yeah, Kintaro's setting up for lethal here. I believe he still has that Abzan Charm in hand. Yeah. And he can just kill him in the air. It's already 4. He only needs 1 more power.
A couple of +1/+1 counters would do it. Assuming Brian doesn't block. Brian might block, though. Like, he doesn't actually... Oh, wait. If he can remove the Herald, hit for... No, that doesn't quite work. He just needs 1 upkeep trigger from Brian Gottlieb's Herald.
Yes.
Oh, but Liliana gets in an attack for 2 life.
Okay, that's back to 7.
Interesting. So Kintaro can attack here and potentially hit for 6. Brian is at 7 from after the Liliana lifelink. But if he doesn't jump block with his Herald, then the upkeep trigger will kill him.
It's on your opponent, so your Anaffenza is here. Yeah.
Oh, funny. The 2 creatures go to the graveyard at the same time, so the Anaffenza doesn't exile itself.
Well, it only affects your opponent, but...
Yeah.
All right, so...
Herald, are you blocking? If Brian
this is a
Gottlieb-
major question in this match.
Yes. He's going to chump block,
and
save the damage, and also not take the upkeep trigger damage. Wingmate Rock.
Wingmate Rock is the follow-up, though. That is massive. It is going to be tough for Brian Gottlieb to fight through 2, 3, 4 flyers at this point. Let's turn that. There we go. I like these hands that enter and just fix everything that I think of.
It's a lot of flying damage. I don't know how Brian Gottlieb gets out of this.
No. No, the Herald of Torment plus either is lethal.
Wingmate Rock token, Herald of Torment with a +1/+1 counter. That is a lot of flying damage for Brian Gottlieb to deal with.
And this is not the expression of a man who has all the answers in hand either.
Fair.
Now, there could be a way for him to get out of this, but it is going to chain him together.
Oh, geez. Liliana was supposed to flip when that Herald died. No Anaffenza now to turn her off.
Right, Anaffenza's now in the graveyard. Now, that's not optional.
Right, Liliana must flip.
Must flip. So, do they do it now?
I think so. Or is it just a missed trigger?
Okay, and they don't put it on later. I see. Okay. I'm assuming that Brian... That's a tough spot.
Yeah.
Which one would he rather have?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
don't know
Kintaro also missed the trigger, obviously.
Right. It is the responsibility of both players to maintain the game state. But
they'd probably both pick up.
Probably would get a failure to maintain warning. But as far as this match goes, does it change anything here, Randy? I mean, Brian Gottlieb has a lot of work to do.
Yeah, Urborg. Now, Elvish Mystic.
Well, that was not the exciting conclusion I was hoping for when I saw Brian go in the tank forever here.
Yeah, I don't think Liliana gets anything super relevant here if she had flipped. right? She could go down to 0 to bring back Herald to chump block for a turn. I actually think the lifelink half of her might even be better here.
Does mean you don't die in the air next turn.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the chump block is forced.
Assuming that you chump.
Minister of Pain. Okay. Now he sacrifices.
Zombie as well.
What's going? Oh, okay.
He's getting his zombie.
He flips
from
Liliana.
So after it flips,
He gets
and I
the
get a
zombie.
I'm going to -3 and return Herald.
So he goes -3 on Liliana to return the Herald. Okay. So this is the line we were talking about. The only way he gets a creature that can stop him from just dying in the air is to bring back the Herald, sacrificing Liliana for what looks like a 1-turn speed bump. But hey, you do what you got to do, right?
Yes. Otherwise, Brian Gottlieb is the 1-turn speed bump, and Kentaro Yamamoto wins the match. Remember, these players are both undefeated, and this is a big turning point for them.
All right. Thoughtseize. See if you got any instants.
He's got Thoughtseize,
No,
Rally
not really.
Ancestors, and a
Take
Raptor.
the rally.
Excuse
Now
me.
Abzan Charm.
Mogus's Marauder is what it was.
Yeah, Abzan Charm removes the Herald. Now those flyers are lethal.
And that's going to do it. Kentaro Yamamoto wins the match. He is 7-0. And Brian Gottlieb is going to have to settle for a 6-1 start. Still very solid opener.
Kentaro
on the
now
Pro
more
Tour
than
for
halfway
him.
to that mark he needs for Platinum. If he wants to hold on to Platinum, he's got to win 12 times. Well, that means now he's got to go, what, 5 and 4? That sounds doable.
He could do that.
5 and 4 in the next 9 rounds, and 5, 3, and 1 in the next 9 rounds. He goes to the top 8.
Ooh, that's a better goal.
Sure.
I like that goal.
And then, by the way, Jason Chung starts sweating about an APAC World spot if that happens. All right. Meanwhile, Mike Sigrist and Kyle Bogamace.
Yeah, they're still going at it here. This is
Game 3.
I believe a game 3.
Should be game 3. Yeah, Bogamace lost that second
Yeah,
game.
Sigrist won game 1. So this is game 3. And
2 to 17.
we've got a lot going on here, Randy.
Yeah.
I see a Silk Wrap and a Banishing Light has taken care of a couple of permanents there. There's a Herald of the Pantheon.
Wait, is this still game 2? This isn't the game we left, right? Yeah, this is game 3. It's just a lot of the same cards from when we left game 2.
Yeah, okay.
That makes sense. Oh, life total. Now the life total's changed a little bit.
Okay, that makes more sense.
It does.
It was hard to piece together how this game played out when the life totals were the other way. But now we've got Mike Sigrist applying massive heat here to Kyle Bogamace. Sigrist looking to go 6-1. Here's a Herald of the Pantheon number 2.
Yeah, Herald of the Pantheon has definitely caused a comeback with these Constellation decks. Both the Abzan variety and the green-white variety. I'm very happy to get that card out of Origins.
Game 2.
Second Nyx Fleece Ram.
So that's going to put Kyle Bogamace up to 4. Can he inch his way back in?
Well, he
He's
gains
back up
2
to
every time he
6
casts
now.
an enchantment now, right?
Yeah.
How much damage does he actually take on this board?
Huh.
Whirler Rogue can make things unblockable again.
Yeah, it looks like he has... Make that unblock. Oh, we still got those 3 Thopters? Oh, wow. This is a big turn.
There's
If
a Ghostfire Blade,
Sigrist really wants to finish him off here, because he's got 2 Nyx Fleece Rams and 2 Herald of the Pantheons going.
Oh, yeah. And a Courser Griffix. 2 Coursers.
Yeah, he's gaining life all over the place here.
So Whirler Rogue, you can tap the Ghostfire Blade as
Yes.
half the cost of Whirler Rogue.
Yes.
Looks like he's tapping a Revoker and a
Phyrexian
Ghostfire Blade to make
Revoker.
the Revoker unblockable. So that is 6.
And that is
exactly
lethal.
6.
Wow. Barely pulled it out.
Jeez.
You got to figure if he passed a turn back to Bogamace, that Bogamace had a good chance to start getting himself out of that.
Totally agree. Nyx Fleece Ram, trigger.
So he goes
Courser,
up. Yeah, he would
Herald.
gain 2. He plays the Courser. That gains him 2 more life. If he sees a land, it's 2 more life.
Yeah. Got him by Exacxies.
Wow, that was
Mike
about
Sigrist.
as close as they get there from Mike Sigrist against Kyle Bogamace. Welcome back to the booth, Marshall Sutcliffe with Randy Buehler. We are happy to bring you some really exciting games that round. Why don't we head over to the news desk for some updates, though, from Rich Hagan.
Thanks very much to Marshall and Randy there. We have just one round to come. Now, I promised you that races were going to happen all weekend long. Platinum, gold, silver, player of the year, rookie of the year, World Magic Cup, World Championships. So many things on the line, quite apart from a top 8 and a slice of Magic Immortality with $40,000 attached for the winner of Pro Tour Magic Origins. One of the stories we highlighted in our preview show last night was Christian Calcano. Chris Calcano, one of the great grinders in Magic, super successful, trying to make Platinum. Needs 9 wins, 6 losses, and a draw this weekend to do it. 7 rounds down, 5 wins, 2 losses, ahead of the curve, as he almost always is. The quest for Platinum continues, and right now, he's going to tell us all about the deck that he has put fate in his hands. It's Sultai Control with Christian Calcano.
Hello and welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Ian Duke, and with me is Grand Prix champion and Magic personality Christian Calcano.
Hello.
Tell us a little bit about the deck that you brought here today.
Yeah, so I'm playing just a standard Sultai Control deck. Andrea Mengucci was the main designer of it for our team. He basically picked all the numbers, helped us with our sideboarding guides and everything. And yeah, it's just a standard control deck, has answers to a lot of things. And we believed it was the best control deck in the format, so that's why we played it.
Now, we've seen some other blue-black control decks earlier in the day. Why did you decide to add green to your deck, and what does that bring?
Honestly, basically, Sultai Charm is very, very diverse right now in this format, and we knew after Origins there are a lot of artifacts and enchantments that were going to be in the mix, for example, I know Dr. Spy Network was a deck that started doing well lately, and turns out for this tournament, there's a lot of good teams that are playing, the artifact blue-red deck.
Yep, we've seen that earlier.
We've seen a few Jeskai Ascendancy decks, so we felt that the green was good. Seder Wayfinder and Tasigur worked great.
Yep.
As long as dig through time, and yeah, that's why we decided that the green was probably better than just going straight blue-black.
Okay, cool. Well, let's take a look at the first slide we have here. This includes some of the creatures in your deck, and as I understand it, one of the main additions green brings is some graveyard synergy to the deck. So tell us a little bit about the creature suite you have here and how they interact with the graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, as you see, Seder Wayfinder is it's just one of the most, the best enabler in the deck. You can cast Seder Wayfinder and then quickly flip over your Jace.
Yep.
It works well with Dig Through Time, Den Protector, Tasigur, so it does everything we need in the deck. And Jace has been amazing. Definitely one of the best cards in the format.
Okay,
for sure.
I was just going to ask you how Jace has been performing for you today.
His flashback ability, it's not as powerful as a Den Protector, but it kind of works the same way. We get to flashback Thoughtseize, which is huge. Sultai Charm, Downfall, even flashback Dig Through Time, and you can cast it. Removing cards from the graveyard as well. So,
oh, excellent!
Since you can just cast a spell, so
okay. And how often
really
do you like to keep Jace looting? Do you ever delve away to keep him in his looter form, or are you always eager to turn him into a planeswalker?
Yeah, no, not at all. It basically, Jace is. If you get to untap of him, you're flipping him up immediately.
Excellent.
He's really powerful. So, yeah.
Okay, very cool. Well, let's take a look at what we have coming up next. And this is sort of the bread and butter of any blue-black based control deck. We have your removal suite here. You told us a little bit about Sultai Charm. How's that been doing for you today?
It's actually 3 Sultai Charms.
Oh, 3 Sultai Charms
there's
even.
3 in there for sure. Yeah, we had 4 Downfall 2 charms, that we switched it to 3 and 3.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Because we just felt that a card like Charm would be more diverse, and it also helps out with the getting the cards in the graveyard with the draw 2 discard. So it's basically never dead in any matchup.
Okay.
And then we wanted Ultimate Price and Bobblade, since we needed some low casting cost removal spells for aggro matchups. And also Price is really good against the rally deck, since they try and kill you with a big rally and kill you with Tuna Tuguhawks.
Gotcha. Now, you talked about the artifact deck a little bit earlier. Has Ultimate Price ever come to kind of bite you when you can't target a colorless creature with it? Because it does require monocolored,
Sure.
which means exactly one.
I mean, I haven't played against it yet, luckily, but no, I mean, it's still, it kills cards like Thopter Engineer, so which is probably like the best card in the deck.
Yeah, so it's
just
still useful there, just can't hit exactly the artifacts. Okay, great. And then tell us about Bile Blight and Languish, your particular numbers here. What caused those?
Yeah, basically it was a Bile Blight over the third price, just because we wanted to hedge a little against like token decks. And Languish is just, four mana wrath for the format. It doesn't, Tasigur doesn't die to it, so it's just a really strong card.
And I've heard some players talk about how well Languish interacts with Jace, actually. You can, say, flip your Jace, and then now that you have no creatures on the board, cast Languish, and then you have one in your graveyard to flash back later. So an awesome interaction there.
Yeah.
Great. Let's take a look at the next slide. Some more controlling elements here. What can you tell us about these disruptive effects?
The Stateful Stroke is one of the better counter spells in the format. It only costs 2. It's amazing with Den Protector. It's nice to be able to morph it with only 4 mana up, so you can get backstroke. Thoughtseize is always good. And like I said earlier, it's really good with Jace. It's good to flashback, and Dissolve just catch all. Like we have a nice mix of counters and removal spells. You don't really want to overload on too many of either.
Right, and especially with the Den Protectors late in the game, you kind of set up like a graveyard toolbox, right? Where you can bring back the one particular spell you need. Awesome. Let's take a look at what we have next. So these are kind of like your finishers in my mind, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Tasigur, he's been basically the best card in the deck, I would probably say. He just, you can power him out really early in the game, as early as like turn 3 with Satyr Wayfinder, and he does everything you need him to do. He doesn't die to Languish, and Garrick, he's more so for like the Devotion and the Abzan matchups, since they have a lot of Planeswalkers, and he's a good finisher there. And
I was actually going to ask, how often do you get to use this +1 destroy another target Planeswalker?
I've used it like maybe 3 or 4 times already today.
Oh, awesome!
So it's been great. And yeah, Ugin, Ugin's just good against basically any mid-range or control deck. Not very good against aggro decks, but yeah, he catches everything. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so I think that rounds out the non-land spells. Just tell us a quick bit about your mana base here. Anything interesting going on?
No, not really. We have the 4 palaces, obviously. For the 4 temples, we have 11 tap lands in total. We had 12, but then we realized that was too many.
Right.
It'd be hard to cast our spells, so we just shaved one for another Yawgmoth.
And you decided to go down on the temples before the tri-lands, right? Just needed the extra
of course,
mana.
because you need to be able to cast your spells, so Palace is great for that.
Okay, cool. And rounding out the mana base here, just a few Pain lands, 1 Urborg, and a couple of basics.
Yeah, it's weird that the numbers are off.
Oh, are they a bit off?
Yeah, it's only 3 Yawgmoth Coast. We have 11 untapped lands, and we have 14 untapped lands and 11 tap lands. So yeah, just help us cast our spells on time and just take it down.
Excellent. Well, the deck looks great. You're doing well with it so far.
Thank you.
Good luck in the rest of the tournament. This is Ian Duke signing off for the Tournament Center.
All right, thanks very much to Ian Duke and Christian Calcano there with Sultai Control. And BDM, this is in a world of red, and more red. So where does Sultai Control sit in all that?
Hopefully in a bunker.
Right. Where it is relentlessly eating through the stores set aside to feed the clan.
Right, exactly. That's exactly where I was going with that. I mean, this is where you want to feed the clan. I was talking to a couple players who were playing Rally the Ancestors decks, the Abzan Rally. They're like, oh, there's so much red here. I needed the 4th, life gain creature. I needed the 3rd Rally the Clan, feed the clan. So, red is definitely on full alert here for everybody.
Yeah, one of the things that unless you've played against him, you probably don't know is that Paul Rietzl is possibly the single most stubborn, willful, will not die under any circumstances Magic player that has ever been put on the earth. And Christian Calcano talking around after, so like more than an hour after he had been put through the ringer, just went, he just wouldn't die. And
Well, I mean, you saw that match on camera. There were multiple Citadel sieges in play. Abbott of Carol. What's that?
Outpost Siege,
I'm sorry. Outpost Siege. Abbott of Carol Keep, and Rietzel's just like out-card advantaging the Sultai deck, and he's just like Galcano said. He's just right. He's like, oh my God, am I going to lose this game? Oh my God, am I going to lose this game? I cast 3 Feed the Clans this game. I can't possibly lose this game, can I? He said, just in full panic mode against that deck.
Great stuff. We're closing in on the end of round 7. I think it's high time we took a look at our leaderboard for the first time here at Pro Tour Magic Origins. So let's show you the state of play right this minute, which means, by the way, that some players who were at 6-0, in fact, they have just gone. Those last info is in, which means that you are looking at the top 20 right now. And we have 4 players with perfect 7-0 records. Brian David Marshall.
Rich Hohen, to me, would be under normal circumstances the lead here. We're in Canada. He's returning to the Pro Tour. He's working with Team Ultra Pro, and he's 7-0. But you can't ignore a torrid performance here by Sam Black. He's fighting for the lead in the Player of the Year race. He's 3 points back coming into this tournament, and he's 7-0 playing the deck of the tournament, playing mono red. It's just unbelievable.
I'm going to use a word that sounds quite negative. It's not meant that way.
Sure.
It's actually meant very positively. The thing that I notice about Sam is that he's 7-0 and he seems bored, which is a great way to be when you are still 7 wins away from locking up top 8, 10 wins away from claiming the title. Oh yeah, 7-0, yeah, it's fine. Drafted well, won. Deck's good, won.
We talk about that quality in the best players all the time, that very even keeled, never getting too down on the losses, never getting too high on the wins. And honestly, you can learn to you lose a lot when you play Magic, and you can learn how to take the losses. Learning how to take the wins can be really tricky. It's really easy. You're like 7-0, holy crap, I'm doing so well. Right. And get really riled up, and just really, and every single round is so precious. And losing your focus, losing your through line through the tournament for even a round can be debilitating. So, I mean, and that's something Sam does about as well as anyone other than maybe Justin Cohen.
Curious. All right, let's get back to our leaderboard then. So that's 2 of our undefeated players. Then you've got Pat Cox from the United States.
So if we were to do some sort of thing and do like a replace with team, would that be Team Ultra Pro, Team Ultra Pro, Team Ultra Pro in 1, 2, and 3 in the standings right now? Yeah, it would.
Wow. That's awesome. And then Kentaro Yamamoto, who just didn't need to be on Team Ultra Pro to go 7-0, apparently. Yeah. Outstanding. Now let's look at the 6-1s there. You've got 2-time world champion Shahar Shenhar. The 3-peat is on, and only a month away at PAX in Seattle. Then Hall of Famers V. Moshevitz. Takahiro Fujimoto is up next, 6-1. Jung-Hyun Woo of South Korea. Brian Gottlieb up to 6-1. Good job by him.
And again, we're talking about teams. Brian Gottlieb worked with Zvi Moshevitz for this tournament. Team NYC, for a lack of a better word. You go Dennis Vidigiris, Mark Schmidt, a handful of other players all working on that team. Brian Gottlieb, Grand Prix Atlantic City, top 8 competitor.
Emmanuel Gershenson had his first loss this round. He was 6-0, but now 6-1.
And he's someone who is pursuing a World Magic Cup national captaincy.
Yeah, I think he's very likely now to overtake Valentin Mackel in that race. Certainly, he is on pace to. He could clearly lose his last round, 6-2. He'd still be ahead. More 6-1s on the second side.
Speaking of World Magic Cup.
Right.
Timothy Simoneau of the victorious French team from 2 years ago.
And what's interesting there is that if Simoneau does fantastically well, and we're talking, top 8 territory, which he's currently on track for.
Yes, he is.
He would potentially overtake the current leader for the World Magic Cup, who is Simoneau's captain from the winning World Magic Cup team, Raf Levy.
Yeah.
So that's what Simoneau's doing. Evan Adams is not someone I've come across before. He actually, I think, defeated Gershenson earlier in the day. Scott Lips, 6-1. Mike Sigrist, you see there, at 6-1. And even Flock, I said, now, did I see you with Islands and Swamps? He went, no, you did not. No Islands and Swamps for him. So he is on a very different plan and liking it very much, as you would at 6 and 1. Michael Durzo is there. Joel Larsson, Sweden, we've seen in feature match.
Where is he in his World Magic Cup race?
He leads.
He does lead. So,
yeah.
so he's just padding right now.
Well, kind of. He's 6 points clear. I believe it's Magnus Lanto in second on 21. I'm pretty sure that's right. So yeah, he's in pretty good shape for that. And then Sean McLaren, by virtue of being 6 and 1, he is in great shape for the Connect. What are you nodding like this for?
I'm just saying that's, I mean, we're at a Pro Tour. Sean McLaren's doing well. I'm going to nod. It's what he does.
Yeah, fair enough. And another Canadian, Wilson Mock, who most people will not know, and Tamás Gled of Hungary, he is in pursuit of World Magic Cup.
Hungarian national team, right?
Right, yeah. One of, it's a small community. But the good players there work very hard at being good. And by and large, people like Tamás Nagy and Tamás Gled and Ferenc Nagy, no relation, are really decent players, certainly on the European scene. We'll take a little look, because we do have a moment still, at our second page on the leaderboard. We've got a few more 6 and 1s to show you, and then people with draws and some of the 5 and 2s. So here is Team World Champion Simon Nielsen kicking off. And again, all these 6 and 1s, they are, virtually tied for 5th place right now. Max McVetti, Lars Dam, former Magic Online world champion, representing Thailand, but another of Danish extraction, and Stephen Neal rounds out the 6 and 1s. Quite good Japanese players up next, Brian David Marshall.
Absolutely. Last year, we inducted into the Hall of Fame, beginning of this season, actually, Makihito Mahara, and he's 5-1 and 1. And Yuta Takahashi, someone who's put up some impressive results at the Grand Prix more than anything, he is also 5-1 and 1.
Okay, well, that is where things stand in the overall standings right now. The pairings are just going up. We're going to send things away from here for just a couple of minutes while the players get ready. So it's time to go back to Seattle to Inside R&D and the continuing story of the Magic Origins Planeswalkers. And up next, it's time to fight Fire with Fire and Chandra.
Chandra Nalaar. We know a lot about her, but we've never actually learned where she's from. What kind of world was Chandra raised in? And where do the goggles come from?
So Chandra is the youngest of the Origins 5 Planeswalkers, and she is only 11 when her story takes place. And Chandra is a rebel. She's been working with her parents. Her parents are also, they're vehicles for grassroots change on Kaladesh.
So there are aspects of red that we don't get to show on cards very often. Mark Rosewater is fond of saying that, red is the color of passion and love and artistry. And those are things that generally don't, exile permanence or do 3 damage to a creature or, or swing in for 2. It's hard to swing in for 2 with love. I've tried. The opportunity for us to put Chandra's parents on a card, and they are primarily red because of their passionate invention and also their love of family and daughter. That was just a really cool opportunity for us.
The whole Thopter mechanic came out of, what could Kaladesh do that brings artifacts in the mix without, making the whole set have to be artifacts. And we came with this really awesome Thopter mechanic in design. And so the PN Kieran came out as, okay, well, what if we just kind of figured out what it took to get some card that made Thopters to being a really cool build-around card for both limited and constructed. You play PN Kieran, and by themselves they give you pretty good value. It's a 2/2 that comes with 2 1/1 flyers. But if you want to build a deck around artifacts, say with many of the M15 artifacts such as Darksteel Citadel, you can get extra value by using their activated ability to fling it at your opponent.
Each of the Origins Planeswalkers is a quest. It's an in-game quest that if you can complete it, you get a prize. You get an incredibly powerful Planeswalker. And that's obviously what you're trying to do. That's what you want. But maybe you can't get there right away. The front side, the creature part still has to be functional, still has to be useful, still has to be powerful. It is a legend. It is a legendary version of a famous, powerful character.
Chandra's identity is just burn everything, do damage to everything, fire magic. And so she has a pretty narrow slice of the color pie that she has access to, although that's something that we've been sort of trying to explore over time, broaden Red's color pie and specifically what Chandra can do as a character. But with so many moving parts to this card, you know, she needs the front creature side, a method of transforming her, 3 abilities on the back. We kind of kept coming back to deal damage, deal damage, deal damage as the through line for Chandra, and eventually just kind of embraced that.
She is a complex character, but she likes fire and she likes damage. And when making her design, we really liked this idea of, okay, she does damage, and we just kept adding damage. So all of a sudden it was like, how many times does this card say damage? Well, it says damage a lot. I think it's 7 times in the card. So I'm pretty sure for any kind of near future, she's gonna have the record for the most times the word damage actually appears on any given card.
So we also had the opportunity with cards like Chandra's Ignition and Pia and Kieran Nalar to tell the rest of the story. So it's not just one card that's kind of bearing all that narrative weight, but this trio of cards and a lot of the flavor text that you see scattered around that tells the complete narrative around that defining moment for Chandra.
In the card Chandra's Ignition, we're seeing the Executioner's Arena, and it is the moment where Captain Baral, who has a grudge against Chandra for being a pyromancer, is about to swing the Executioner's blade, and in that moment is when Chandra's spark ignites, flings her off the plane, and she's gone to Regatha.
Normally, when we do a block, you know, we will build a single world and spend lots of time and energy, you know, showing off that one world. So here we had a single set with 10 different worlds. I mean, that was a huge challenge. And some of the worlds we'd never seen before, or we'd seen on one card. And so one of the big challenges was figuring out, like, let's take Chandra's example. Okay, she's from Kaladesh. We'd never been to Kaladesh. What does Kaladesh look like? I mean, we knew it had a little bit of a steampunk vibe because of how Chandra looked, but like, okay, we have to figure out that world. And then she goes to Regatha. Do you know how many times we've seen Regatha? Like on a Fire Beast? I mean, like 1 or 2 cards. Like, you know, Chandra started from a place we'd never seen and went to a place that we've just seen a glimpse of.
The card Exquisite Firecraft is showing Chandra after her first planeswalk. She landed on Regatha, which is home to fire monks, and for the first time she fit in, her gift of pyromancy was accepted, and they trained her. And Exquisite Firecraft is showing her kind of shooting small aimed flames rather than a huge conflagration, which she's learning to both control her temper a little bit and control her mastery of the craft.
Pyromancer's Goggles is a callback to a very old character from Magic lore, Jaya Ballard, who appeared in many amusing flavor texts. And this is a card that helps you ramp in red, which is a little bit difficult in red usually, and also doubles your spells. So as it makes your burn spells both bigger and doubles them. So you can deal a lot of damage that way.
So Chandra is a rebel pyromancer. She does things big, and when you've got her on your side, you're gonna do big things too.
All right, welcome back to the news desk. That was the story of Chandra there. And Brian David Marshall, we are gearing up for just one more round heading into day 2. So we're going to send you out onto the floor, go and see the top players in action, and hopefully get them over here to the studio so we can find out what's been going on in their world of many, many successful matches.
Absolutely. I'm going to start probably talking to Sam Black.
That seems like a very reasonable plan. They will obviously have plenty to talk about, not just Sam, but also his roommate Justin Cohen, who is looking very smooth currently for Rookie of the Year.
I was just going to say, the Player of Year, Rookie of the Year, you know, parlay is looking really good here for those guys with Sam at 7-0.
Except Rookie of the Year almost always goes to Sunday. Because with 30 points up for grabs, unless Justin makes the top 8, and right now, look at the leaderboard, he's behind that, right? Then somebody who is eligible for Rookie of the Year will be in one of the top 8 slots. And then goes win, 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 30 points, Pro Tour champion, Rookie of the Year, thanks for playing Justin.
That's exactly what's going to happen. I don't believe that.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
So you think Justin's in great shape?
Yeah, and I think Sam's going to block for him in the top 8.
Mm-hmm. Okay, fair enough. I can tell you that we do have feature matches sitting down and shuffling. They're going through the mulliganing process. By the way, the new mulligan, almost nothing gets nearly universal approval. Have you found anyone who objects to the new mulligan rule in the room?
Everyone seems pretty excited about it. I know that as we were doing coverage drafts, preparing for this event, we were using it, the Vancouver mulligan, if you want to call it that.
Right.
And you know what? It felt good. You know, it made feeling like going to 6 just less punishing. You felt like you got to play a little more Magic. You're like, oh, there's a land there. Yeah, okay, I'm going to keep that on top. That's great. Oh, there's not a land there. My hand doesn't really need another spell. It really needs another land. I'll push it. It's a great feeling. You know, even on 5, you know, it felt like, okay, I'm going to find something I can do here. That ability to even just dig one card, just tremendous and very easy. Do you know what I mean? Not super laborious in terms of like, I have to do a whole nother shuffle, I have to do this whole thing. You just get that kind of like little bit of extra information. Very, very valuable and really a clean way to feel better about not finding the ideal 7 in your opening hand.
All right, well, that's good news. More good news. The players in the feature match are ready. So for the final time here on day 1, let's head to the feature match area for round 8 of Pro Tour Magic Origins.
Hello there. Welcome back to coverage here in Vancouver. Marshall Sutcliffe with Randy Buehler, and we're ready to head down to the feature match area for the 8th and final round of the day here from Pro Tour Magic Origins. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Magic Origins. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Buehler, and we have reached the final round of Swiss action here on day 1, Randy, and we find 2 undefeated players in our feature match area. We've got Kentaro Yamamoto of Japan. He's playing Abzan Control. His opponent, number 2 in the world right now, Sam Black of the United States, is on kind of the breakout deck, Red Aggro.
All of our storylines collide in Sam Black.
Yes.
He's playing the mono red aggro deck, which seems to have taken over the day. Ultra Pro went this way. A lot of other teams did. He's also undefeated. He's also trying to be Player of the Year, finding himself in second. And you can see from the scroll, nobody else is at, is there even a 6-1 amongst the top guys, right? Ifro is 3-4, trying to kind of still trying to make day 2. You know, Yuya is on the bubble for day 2. Sam's 7-0. He is in great shape to be Player of the Year, which he said, he posted to Twitter, that was his goal. His goal was this weekend he wanted to play like a Player of the Year, and next week he wanted to be a Player of the Year.
Wow. Well, he is certainly well on his way here. That is a Glory Chaser of the Goblin
is chasing
variety.
Glory, isn't
yes, it is. Could be his card.
Got them picked up a Renown trigger.
And it is in there, so.
Yeah.
Yamamoto is going to Thoughtseize here.
Always a painful decision.
Look at all the red.
Yeah.
No more lands in hand either.
Yeah, and you just don't care about Thoughtseize when you're a mono red player. I mean, you're happy, kinda.
That is not the look of a worried man.
Rich
Black.
described him as bored, which is kind of perfect. Been here, done this. Yeah, deck's great, playing well. He is truly excited by the opportunity here for him this weekend.
Yes. He just understands that that being down in the feature match area and playing is not the time to be excited. You know, he's got work to do.
Yamamoto, also a Platinum player. This is a pair of Platinum Pros. Yamamoto, the only undefeated player left who doesn't play for Team Ultra Pro. The other two 7-0s over on the King of the Hill table are both representing Team Ultra Pro, both playing the same mono red deck that Sam's playing for us here.
That's Rich Hohen and Pat Cox.
Exactly.
Wow.
3 of the 4 are 7-0s. That's insane.
They've been the most successful team of late. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct. And yet somehow they've gotten better, having already been the most successful team at the Pro Tour this calendar year. I mean, they formed. This is only their 3rd Pro Tour.
Mhm.
So, you know, first 2 Pro Tours since they formed. Yeah, Justin got 2nd place for them. And Sam's desire to work with Justin is a lot of the reason he left Team Pantheon in order to join Ultra Pro, was so that he could work with his, you know, longtime friend, roommate.
All right, well, back to the action here. It looks like...
Kentara's putting up a good fight.
Is there a languish in there or something? What happened to the 2? I actually missed it. I was talking to you, Randy. I looked at you to hear what you had to say. Well, at any rate, Eidolon of the Great Revel replaces the board state for Sam, who still has on 2 lands and has all spells in hand. It was a languish indeed.
Kind of the one Origins card the Abzan control deck gets access to.
Pretty important one. Yamamoto's at 11. Sam gets to think about going to the grocery store. He's got a lot of free time on his hands down in the feature match area. He kind of makes his play and then says, go. The decisions carry a lot of weight in a deck like the one that Sam is playing here, but there aren't as many of them as some of the decks that he's ran. Yamamoto is going to use Ultimate Price to take down the Eidolon. It is going to drop him down to 9. He's going to fall to 8 after cracking a fetch land here as well. So Sam Black, you heard him calling out the life totals on each time, just tick-tock.
Courser.
Nice follow-up play here from Yamamoto. If he can get this Courser to stay on the battlefield, that can help offset a few of the burn spells that he's sure to face in the next few turns.
1 card? Yes.
Yamamoto down to 1 card, though. It is a land, but
he can't play this one.
He's going to draw that land next turn.
Sam, again, only on 2 mountains here.
Yeah.
Which is starting to look like it's holding him back a bit.
I mean, it's both good and bad.
Yeah, it
One of
means
the
he's got 4 spells in hand, right?
Exactly. One of the
Yeah.
advantages of the red aggro deck is it doesn't have to play as many lands, and it gets to be more spell dense.
All right, so Kentaro's going to play one of these tap lands. It kind of depends on if he wants that Deathmist Raptor or not. He could scry it to the bottom if he's not interested in it. Otherwise, he could just play a Sandstep Citadel and pass it back. It looks like he doesn't want it.
You see our feature matches scrolling across the bottom. Antonio Del Moral Leon. Did you see the deck that he's playing?
No.
He's on Demonic Pact.
Oh, somebody's doing it.
Absolutely. And not just Demonic Pact. Woodland Bellower for invasive species to pick it up and cast it again. Demonic Pact.
Okay, I'm in.
5-2?
It's like Rich Hohen has picked up his first game of the match against Patrick Cox. Now they're both on the red aggro deck, so those go quickly here.
Speaking of the scroll on the bottom, by the way, this Player of the Year race update, Eric Froelich, he's playing an elimination match this round. I mean, off camera, but at 3-4, he has to win or he gets the minimum. And even if he wins, he'll have some work left to do tomorrow. You see Li Shitian 5-2, Yu Watanabe also playing an elimination match this round. He's got to win if he wants to keep playing. Ari Lax is through, but, you know, is he going to make that much of a run? Feels like Sam Black is a full 2 matches ahead of the field. Strosky on 5-2, Manfield on 5-2, Paul on 4-3. It's really Sam who's in the best position to leapfrog Eric, especially if Eric loses this round.
We are going to be keeping a great eye on Sam Black and his progress. Meanwhile, Kentaro Yamamoto keeps attacking here as Sam Black keeps throwing burn spells at his face.
Yeah, Sean McLaren's the other guy who's in good shape at 6-1.
What was his outlook coming in?
He's 9 back. So I mean, if
He
Eric
needs
gets
a
the
big finish.
if Eric gets the minimum, then he needs like an X5 to pass Eric.
Okay.
But he also has to not get passed by anybody else, right?
Well, bad news for McLaren. He's down a game against Joel Larson in our feature match area here.
Is McLaren on Rally?
He's on Abzon Rally.
I haven't
v
seen him on
Ancestors.
camera yet. Yeah, he's on Rally.
He's facing Red Aggro, and to the shock of nobody, he lost to it game 1. Now, game 2, I'm sure things could look a lot different, but in game 1, that's got to be rough. All right, in the meantime, Yamamoto.
Down to 5, but
yes,
grinding out value. And Sam, yeah, I mean, you don't mind drawing a bunch of spells, but still only the 2 mountains to work with.
This could get out of reach quickly for Sam Black. He doesn't want to see his creatures at this point. He wants to see his burn spells, and his last 2 plays were 1-drop creatures. Yamamoto can gain another 2 life and go up to 7 this turn.
5 points of burn in Sam's hand. Actually, wow. 9 points of burn in Sam's hand. He can stoke with those 2 creatures. Also, if he draws a land, he can both Wild Slash and Lightning Strike. So Sam right on the edge of just lighting Yamamoto on fire. Oh. Antonio Del Moraleon in his Demonic Pact deck. Up a game on Daniel Cicchetti.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy. Two different packs in play when he won.
Wow.
That's awesome.
2?
2.
10.
Yeah,
All
Sam
right,
takes
so
it.
Yamamoto has decided to attack here with his 2 3-powered creatures. Then he's going to follow up with the second
Courser. Oh, up
Play
to
the land.
7.
He goes to 7. He's just creeping away here.
Jeez, Sam has the burn. He just needs
Yeah.
the land.
He
draws
finds a
Wild
slash. Yeah, that's not going to do it either.
All right. Does he gets another turn, right? But he has to start blocking?
At some point, he's going to need to start blocking. Yeah, he can do the chump and then stoke.
Yeah, he can stoke, untap, slash for 8 damage. A land would take Kentaro to 9.
He just
so
hit
there
it.
it is. But if Sam draws a land, he can Lightning Strike slash, stoke Lightning Slash, and stoke Lightning Strike Wild Slash is 9. That is Kentaro Yamamoto's life total. That's the plan. Sam's got 1 more turn to draw a land, and then he's got it if he does, right?
Yes.
I think he only gets 1 draw step, but if his top card is the 3rd mountain, finally, then he wins this game. Okay.
Yamamoto's got a removal
He's not going to
spell.
stoke as a response?
He did not stoke in
That
response.
surprises me. Does he require a blocker here?
He must. 3, 6, 9.
Oh,
yes, he does.
geez.
It is 11 that he's being attacked for there. So it looks like the pendulum has just swung back here. Down to 7 with Wild Slash.
Okay, but he may get an attacking with the Bell Striker?
He could. That would bring him
It's
down.
Mountain.
That would bring him down
Wow.
to 5.
He
but
can stoke.
No,
Not good enough.
Just a turn late for Sam.
Wow.
And you see a rare head shake from. Did you see
That was
Sam's
so
face?
close.
It was so close, and he knew it.
I mean, how many turns did that game go? 10?
Yeah.
Went at least 8 or 9 turns, and he just the 3rd land at any point before the final
Yeah,
turn.
I think if
would've
he could have traded any of those for a land at any point, he could have done it. We'll be back right after these messages.
Ignite your spark. Magic Origins is now available on Magic Online. Explore the new set by signing up for Magic Online at mtgo.com. "24 players, 1 shot at immortality. Watch the best players in the world battle for the Magic World Championship starting Thursday, August 27th from PAX Prime in Seattle, Washington."
All right, let's jump in to our King of the Hill match where we have Rich Hohen versus Pat Cox battling it out. And it looks like they're
It's shuffle cam.
just
Shuffle cam.
shuffle
Everyone is
cam
going.
on all of ours.
It looks like Rich Hohen
All
is
right.
up a game, but taking a mulligan.
That is correct.
Now, these guys are undefeated, and they're playing the same red aggro deck as Sam Black.
I did not sleep.
Unbelievably, 3 of the 4 undefeateds are teammates on the same red aggro deck. That Exquisite Firecraft card seems pretty good. Abbot of Curl Keep, not bad either.
Yeah, that one has been hailed as one of the better cards in the deck by some of the players running it too.
The Abbot?
Yeah, the Abbot.
Yeah, I hear a little more about the Firecraft.
It seems to stand out more to me as well.
You know, it was like 3 or 4 years between top 8. So
We're guaranteed to have one of those decks at 8-0. Whoever wins this match.
No, I'm saying this was like the night before top 8, like Saturday night.
These guys are having some friendly banter as they get shuffled.
Both players have, what, one Pro Tour top 8? Is that right?
One of them was draft.
I think that's right. All right. How does Hoenn like those?
He says he kept.
Free scry. To the bottom.
All right, we'll stay here, and we've got this could be quick.
Yeah, it could
Sometimes it's not, right? Sometimes these mono red matches, mirror matches, do end up being burn spells pointed at small creatures forever, but they also can swing quite quickly. Rich Hoenn on the play here. And he's just going to throw out an Eidolon of the Great Revel.
I did not know that Eidolon stayed in after sideboarding. Surprises me
Somewhat
a little bit.
surprised by that, too. All right, so it looks like Hoenn's down to 15 after that sequence, and Cox is at 18. Here we go. Scab Clan Berserker. Now that one has haste. So Cox falls down to 16 now.
Is he really reading a card that's also in his own deck? It's kind of funny.
I think he may have just done that, Randy.
It's in the sideboard, right?
All right, so Lightning Strike takes down the Scab Clan Berserker, but that also hurts Pat Cox.
Yep.
But then Zergo gets in for 2 as well. So life totals are falling quickly on both sides. Another Eidolon of the Great Revel. It's going to get Wild Slash, though, which again is going to hit Pat Cox.
Yeah, he keeps clearing a path for Zergo, though.
Yeah.
Bell
Zergo's the
Striker.
one permanent source of damage that's stuck. So Hoenn's down to 11 now. Patrick Cox is at 12. If we have it, yeah. Uh-oh. Pass the turn. And it's Lightning Strike you. Drop you to 8. Okay. Monastery
Swift
Swift
Spear.
Spear. Attack with both. And this is going to be Searing Blood on Zergo. Pat Cox is at 12. Sure. Hoenn's going to
No
drop to
prowess
9.
triggers
Pat
for
Cox
Swift
took
Spear.
3. And there's the Abbot of Carol Keep. And he even
Finds
hits
him
a
out.
land off of it. This is fast-paced action. Oh, no.
Jeez,
He just
Searing
gives him a
Blood.
credit for his Searing Blood here. Man, that card seems so nasty
It really
in the mirror.
does.
It's just 2 cards.
Kill your guy, and you take 3.
Burn your head.
Rich suddenly at 4.
He's at 4, like as in a burn spell away from death here.
Burn spell?
Yeah, he's got
Yes.
Stoke the Flames, and that's going to do it for that game. Wow. Remember when we came in and they were still shuffling? That was about 30 seconds ago.
So they're on to game 3, right?
They're at 1 apiece right now and going to 3. Why don't we head back to our main match, though, where we have Kentaro Yamamoto and Sam Black ready to continue their action here. Busy feature match area, as you can see. Zergo Bell Striker on turn 1 for Sam this time, who could just not quite pull out that game.
Took a mulligan this game.
He mulliganed this game, too?
I mean, unless we're missing a card from our hand viewer.
Okay. And there's 3 damage now for Sam Black here on turn 2. Yamamoto's still in the setting up his mana stage of the game.
Yeah. On the play, I've already hit you with 2 creatures for 3 damage. Now you can have your first mana.
I do see that Yamamoto has 2 copies of Nyx Fleece Ram in his sideboard here. Don't see anything else.
No
super
turn 2
obvious,
play.
though.
Looks like he's got up ultimate price mana.
See, I'm doing some math here on the table. His hand looks good. He's got a land, and everything else is spells.
Mm-hmm. It's just a sequencing question, really. Yeah, he decides to go for the Abbot. Now, if this is a land, he has not played a land yet this turn, so if this is a land, he can
Or
play
a
it.
1-drop, he can go land
That
and play
to
it.
2-mana spell is the only part where
Awkward.
that's bad.
All right, well, he's getting in there for 3 currently. And he says, do you pass priority? Sure. Yamamoto is going to ultimate price something.
Take one.
Yeah.
And he decides to preserve his life total to the maximum amount possible here by killing the 2-powered creature over the potentially 2 to 3-powered creature down the line. So Zergo down. Is this going to be a Nyx Fleece Ram for Yamamoto? Whoop. Nope.
Yes.
It is a Nyx Fleece Ram for Yamamoto, and he has that 3rd mana, and it gives him access to all of his colors as well. So this is a good start for Kentaro. Is he going to block?
You kind of have to, right?
Right, I think you do.
But yeah, Searing Blood is both a prowess trigger for the Swift Spear and enough to finish off the Ram.
So you take 5 and go to 11.
I mean, you can't just let a 2/1 prowess creature hit you, right?
Right, I agree. Kentaro, even with this decent start, is all the way down to 11 here, though. He's still going to need to really stabilize this board. I think he's thinking about playing it on Offenza, and Sam has the answer with that Exquisite Firecraft in hand and ready to go.
If he even bothers. I mean, I guess killing on Offense is better. He's
I mean,
almost got enough burn to
he'd
just...
get in for 5 at that in that turn.
Yeah. Death
All
Mist
right,
Raptor.
It's Death Mist Raptor instead. Probably still the same.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that both of Sam's creatures have prowess helps, for
Yeah.
sure.
It actually gets him. It gets him in for 5, putting Yamamoto to 6, and Sam has Stoke in his hand, so he would have him at a virtual 2 with still 2 creatures on an empty
Yep.
board. So this looks pretty good to me.
Burns the creature.
Yeah.
Crunches over for 5.
Go. Where's all the siege rhinos is what Kentaro wants to know.
Yeah, this is the turn where you're supposed to play Siege Rhino. Does not have one. And Offenza doesn't come with 3 life.
He's got Den Protector. He can get back the ultimate price here. He can go like block the Abbot, get back ultimate price, and have
Right.
it for next turn.
Right.
But he actually needs an ultimate price in his hand to not die this turn.
Right, and Sam sees that.
Yeah.
He can attack, Stoke Kentaro.
Yes.
Prowess trigger on the untapped Swift Spear.
And kill him.
Is lethal.
And that forces Kentaro to have something else. And even if he does, you're not in a bad position if you're Sam, I don't think. Any burn spell.
Oh, he's at 6? I thought he was at 5.
He's at
Swift
6.
Spear isn't
It still
lethal.
works. It is.
Death Mist Raptor comes back, though. So he gets to go block.
Right. Of course. Whew, this is going to be close.
Interesting. Which way does Kentaro block? If he he can win both fights if Sam doesn't have an instant. He could make the block of, wow, I got to get lucky here. I think that's actually... So this block, neither of Kentaro's creatures is dying without an instant, but Sam does have the instant. I think I agree with Kentaro's decision to make the kind of risky block. Right, he could have just said one guy's going to live, one guy's going to die, but he wanted to win both fights. He's so far behind that he felt like he had to win both fights and have Sam be out of gas.
Yeah, it just felt like he needs a Siege Rhino here. I mean, we know that Sam's out of gas now.
Right,
But
yeah.
all of his burn spells kill Kentaro on the spot, and many of his creatures do. He burns a Duress here to see if it was a Lightning Strike. It wasn't. And Kentaro really needs to find a way to cushion that life total
Well,
because he's not going to get many turns here.
He did get back the Nyx Fleece Ram with Den Protector.
Okay. That will start edging up. It's still going to take 2 or 3 turns to get a cushion that's comfortable.
He's going to go Wayfinder first.
Looks like Sean McLaren evened things up against Yo Larson on their table.
Okay.
They're going to go to game 3. Sean's on Abzan Rally of the Ancestors.
And here is that Nixley Shram.
Okay,
Now,
here's a
Sam-
top deck for Sam.
Last game he needed to draw lands.
Yes.
This game he needs to draw
Does he
spells.
find it? What did he draw?
It was a spell. Is it a Scab Clan Berserker?
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, there's blockers for that.
Yeah, that is not the kind of spell that Sam needs here. He passed the turn back. Kentaro jumps up to 3.
Yeah, he really needs a burn spell.
Now, you get up to 5, and you can fade any one burn spell if you're Kentaro. You get up to 4, and there's still 8 total in the deck that can get you, although 2 are gone.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a Den Protector, and that is a Siege Rhino down in the graveyard as well. Is that what he
Raptor
gets?
comes back.
He's going to get Dromoka's Command and play a land, so now he can blank a counterspell. And he drew Stoke. Sam drew Stoke, which Kentaro has the answer for here. He can't crack that fetch land, not without dying, but yeah, he does not crack the fetch land.
Yeah, I was going to say, Sam could respond to the fetch land
Yeah,
activation
so
with
he
the
couldn't
Stoke.
do that, but Kentaro is looking like he's just eking ahead here. He is not out of the woods yet, though. He's going to get in for 6. Sam is going to oblige. Jeez, this is close. Yamamoto, I think, has another Wayfinder. Yeah.
Yep. Spills a second Rhino. Spills a third Rhino.
Yeah, he wouldn't mind just drawing
with
some
some
those
land.
cards. And there's Anafenza. Once again, though, he has left himself
left it with
in
the
a
fetch
slightly
land.
awkward spot here with the fetch land.
It's Eidolon.
He can crack it in response, though. It was Eidolon of the Great Revel off the
the
top
draw.
for Sam Black,
She's gonna
which is
play.
actually a target for the Dromoka's Command as well. He's
Sam
now at
has been-
5.
Sam has been so close.
There's a Deathmist Raptor off the top for Yamamoto. Sam has been so close both games.
It's like, can't you just mess up the sequencing and crack a fetch land for me one time?
Just one fetch land. Yamamoto is having none of it, though. In fact, he's lining up his attacks here. Sam Black's at 13 life. And as we saw in the last game, you know, Yamamoto getting on the offensive as quickly as possible while still maintaining his life total is critical.
And he's up to 5 now, so the Stoke's no longer lethal.
Right. And he's got all of his untapped mana, so that fetch land problem is not relevant anymore.
Dromoka's Command on board. I think Kentaro Yamamoto is going to 8-0.
He has certainly swung the pendulum back in his direction.
I mean, Siege Rhinos have not been the story of the day, but they're going to be 8-0 anyway.
Yeah.
I don't see how Sam gets out of this. Not now that Kentaro's back up to 5.
Sam's going to double block on Afenza. He put a counter on his Den Protector, which is going to get in there. And Sam is going to stoke the flames, targeting Kentaro. Is this going to force him to use
He wants Kentaro to play the Dromoka's Command while the Eidolon is still in play. And Kentaro's not having any of it. He's just going to 1.
None of it. He says, sure.
Fine, I'm at 1 with the Dromoka's Command. I'm not giving you 2 damage from your Eidolon.
And here comes the Deathmist Raptor, which has a multiple times lethal board state here. And Kentaro knows that he can just hide behind the Dromoka's Command. Of course, prevent all damage, target instant or sorcery spell would deal this turn is the primary mode that he's dealing with here. Sam's trying to get him to use it. It is not going to work. Yamamoto is potentially a turn away from being 8-0 at the Pro Tour here.
Got him to 1 like 3 different times. Once last game.
Sam passes a turn
Twice
back.
this game.
And back up to 2 for Yamamoto. He draws Wingmate Rock, too. And here comes the team. Okay, yep, attack with all of these. Lightning Strike, target you.
I know how
do
my
it,
card works.
and that's it. Kentaro Yamamoto is 8-0 on day one, undefeated. Sam Black is going to have to settle for a fantastic 7-1 start here, and still putting himself in position for his goals for the season.
Oh yeah, he's still in position where if the tournament ended right now, he'd be in the top 8, and he'd be picking up 20-ish pro points minimum. I guess it's 18 to make top 8, and then 22, 26, 30. So great shape. Would rather have been 8-0.
Yeah.
Probably should have won that first game. Got kind of unlucky to just never, ever find lane number 3. But congratulations to Kentaro Yamamoto. He had work to do just to get... He's trying to get back to Platinum. And he had to do some work to get to Platinum. But 8 wins, he's only got to go 4-4 tomorrow to get Platinum back.
And playing the way he's playing, I think he's certainly shooting higher than that.
And that 5th win, or maybe even 4 wins and a draw, he could get back to the top 8.
All right, so now let's jump in over here on
I
Daniel
wanna see
Cicchetti
this.
versus Antonio Del Moralio. Now, I can read below his name there, Randy.
Yes, sir.
Green-Black Demonic Pact, which is a catchy name, by the way. How does this deck work? What is he trying to do here to win his games of Magic?
He's trying to play Demonic Pact as many times as possible. In particular, so you play Demonic Pact, you get value. If you left Demonic Pact in play 4 times, you are obliged to choose the you lose the game option. So what you do is you play Woodland Bellower, and you go get invasive species out of your deck. You pick up the Demonic Pact and play it again.
I love that they didn't settle for destroying it.
No,
we're running it back.
No, pick it up.
Yeah.
I mean, you can destroy it, but he's got multiple copies of invasive species in his list.
Yeah, one way to look at Demonic Pact, if you're trying to envision kind of what it does, it's slow, right? You play it for 4, nothing happens until your upkeep. But if it sits on the battlefield, it ends up being about a draw 5. Like that thing, effectively gets you 5 cards of card advantage or so. And
I draw 2, you lose 2.
Yeah.
Take 4.
Sometimes you just hit them for 4.
Now let's run it back. Let's do it again. Only 1 Reclamation Sage, 2 copies of invasive species.
Now, to be clear, you are playing with fire. If that 4th trigger goes on the stack, you're dead.
True story.
But you know what? The payoff might just be there. This is game 3. You can take a look at Daniel here.
I love the 3 Woodland Bellowers is also pretty cool.
Daniel's testing with a bunch of the Madison guys. He tests with Aaron Lewis, who won GP Vegas. A bunch of the guys from the local area that are qualified there tested together.
Is his red aggro? Did they come up with a different red aggro deck from Ultra Pro, or is it just the Ultra Pro?
Yeah, they're not on Ultra Pro. I don't know how different their deck lists are, though.
Oh, interesting. He's got a couple copies of Chandra, Fire of Kaladesh. So they came to the same conclusion, but yeah, the Madison guys like Cicchetti were not actually with Ultra Pro.
That's right.
Just came to a very similar conclusion. They're off by the 2 Chandras, and that's about it. Some Thunderbreak regions, and the sideboard's pretty different too. All right, we're off.
Yeah, they said they go by Team Power 9.
Got it. Yeah, it's Dan Bach's company. Dan Bach, who once played a Pro Tour with 60 basic lands in his deck. He's a dealer. He mostly showed up to buy and sell cards. But he was qualified for the Pro Tour.
Serious?
He registered 60 basic lands. His round 1 opponent was terrified. Like, when is he going to do something?
Go.
Yeah, and then he dropped and went over to his dealer table.
I mean, there is a land stack in Legacy. I'm assuming this wasn't it. That's pretty funny. You get a look at our Pro Tour champion at the table here, Antonio. Also played in the Magic Online Championship.
Nissa, the other Origins card that Del Moralio plays.
Speak of the devil.
There you go. Yeah, Antonio has accomplished most goals that most Magic players can have. He's guaranteed a spot at Worlds because he's a Pro Tour champion. He's already clinched Platinum. He'd have it on points even if he didn't get it automatically for being a Pro Tour champion. He can make a run at Player of the Year. I mean, if he wins this and he's 6'2", he's one of those guys that can get into the running without necessarily making top 8, especially if Eric loses his winning in this round.
In the meantime, Cicchetti looks like he's used up a lightning strike on Nissa.
Yeah. Antonio's done pretty well in the Grand Prix circuit this year, too. I mean, he's clearly more than just, random guy that won a Pro Tour.
Yeah.
He's also won a Grand Prix.
Cicchetti's won a Grand Prix this year as well. Cicchetti was also on the United States national team for the World Magic Cup a couple years ago.
Oh, Harness by Force is in from the sideboard for Cicchetti. Haven't seen that yet today.
I haven't seen that, yeah.
Yeah, Stoke takes down Courser.
Stoke takes out Courser. Woodland Bellower on top of the library for Antonio. He's going to draw that. He just immediately passes. Missing his land drop, it looks like.
Yep. Cichetti's got no creatures, though. I mean, burning their creatures is nice, but you really want to be just chipping away with Zergo or something.
Burn hit for 2.
2 copies of Woodland Bellower and Del Morale on hand.
Yeah, Daniel is missing 1 key component here. And here's a duress now from Antonio.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, looks like he's going to get a Stoke the Flames out of it. Unless he has something that he wants to protect from roast.
The Bellower is 6/5, so.
Roastable.
Looks like he's going to take the Stoke anyway. And Bellower can even get Nissa?
Bello cannot get Nissa. I think it's non-legendary.
Oh, it's non-legendary. Yeah. Right. Sorry.
Bellower's sweet, though. All right, well, a remarkably barren battlefield we've got here.
Eidolon just ran into a drown.
You got to figure like this is in Antonio's favor here,
yes.
right? I mean, he's at 19
Absolutely.
With his now 6th land on the battlefield. He can just, the stuff he's going to cast is just going to be so much more powerful than what Cicchetti's doing. Like, this is one of Cicchetti's best draws, Abbot of Curlkeep, and it's just not that impressive here. It's good.
Right. I mean, he just plowed his way through a Drown in Sorrow, but there's still a Languish in
But you know what
Antonio's
beats
hand.
Abbot of Curlkeep? Bellower. I mean, that's
or Languish.
Slightly better. Yeah, Languish does the job, too. Languish.
Yeah. Take the clean 2 for 1. Follow up with the Bellower next turn.
All right, there's something for Daniel. A nice draw here. Thunderbreak region off the top.
Yeah,
so it looks like he's got a little bit of the top end going here out of the board.
That's in from the sideboard,
Okay.
but yes. He has the ability to go a little bit bigger after sideboarding. Here's Courser. Wow, that's a nice turn for Antonio. He Courser of Kruphix, finds a land, and oh, by the way, he's got Hero's Downfall mana to take care of the dragon. I'm sure he takes 3, but he's at 16,
Yeah,
and it's
no
turned
problem.
like 10?
Yeah, take 3. 14.
And yeah, Antonio's left still with the Courser of Kruphix there for defense on anything small that Cicchetti can draw.
You have 20 cards?
You have to, you just roast it, right?
Yes. And roast it he does. He also plays a Chandra. Fire of Kaladesh. Haven't seen one of those yet today. There was one opened in Limited, but it didn't make the deck.
His Bellowers are like, is it time, finally?
I think
We've been
it
hanging
is.
around for a while. Put us in, coach.
Put him in. There he is. Woodland Bellower. Let's see. And he's just going to go get another Courser. How's that? Take that, Abbot of Curlkeep. Show you what a 2-for-1 looks like. 6/5. And friend. Is that a demonic pact? I think he's got one on top of his library, Randy. Oh, man.
That is Liliana smiling at us from the top of the deck.
What I want to know is if you don't have a way in your hand to deal with
Do you
it,
play
do
it?
you run it? Like,
I think so.
How redundant, are the ways to actually deal with it.
You
then.
can also just win the game.
Before it matters?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I only count 3 ways to deal with it in this deck. I mean, if you don't count, oh no, Ugin. You can Ugin it away. 4 ways.
Oh, he's doing it. Steal them all. Or steal them
by
both.
force.
Harness by force. Ping you. Take 10.
Wow. What just happened?
That's 3. So she's supposed to transform, right? I thought he activated. Maybe he didn't activate it first. I thought he had activated it. Wow. Either way, Antonio's at 4 from what looked like a great position. So nice sideboarding from Daniel Cicchetti here. Harnessed by force indeed.
Yeah, harness by force was insane right there.
Yeah, so Chandra is not optional. I thought that Cicchetti had pinged with Chandra and then attacked with Chandra. That's 3. Which
Well,
would
isn't it part of
transform.
the activated ability? It's only if that it's tap. It doesn't say for the rest of the turn if she's dealt 3. It says
Oh, it's
if
only if you
during
do
the
it
resolution of this
other
ability,
way.
it checks to see if you've dealt 3.
Thank you, Randy. So she's done 3, but you need to get that tap in to do it. Okay. So she does not turn over, which is a bummer, I think, for Cicchetti. But he couldn't do it the other way.
And
Here's
now
Drown and
Drown is
Sorrow.
going to kill Chandra.
Yeah.
Did you play this card?
On my turn?
On your turn?
Yeah.
You didn't favor your top card, but you had a cursor.
Oh, okay.
Okay, is it this card or did you draw?
It is still this card. I haven't drawn anything.
Yes.
So.
Oh, when he stole the Corsair, he was supposed to reveal the top
yeah.
card of his library. Antonio is supposed to get to know what's coming.
And he could have played a mountain. off
Cicchetti
it.
could have played the mountain while he controlled the Corsair, but did not think of that.
Yeah,
Here
that
it is, Demonic Pact.
Demonic Pact, go.
Demonic Pact, go. Wow.
Hang on for the ride, Antonio Del Moral Leon. I think I know what mode he's going to choose first. He left both of his creatures back.
He
he
did.
is just shields up here. Cicchetti, I don't think, can kill him here either.
He's got Lightning
because
Strike. He can
He's
drop him
only
to
got
2.
Lightning Strike, and he drew a mountain.
Because he didn't play it off the
Yeah,
Corsair.
that's why. I want to see what his next draw step is, and I'm sure he's eager as well. That is a tough little niche interaction, though.
Yeah. Okay.
Hit ya. You're down to 16. Antonio goes to 9. And the clock starts ticking,
it
and
doesn't. Look
right
how
on
much-
time.
Look how much power is in play. What do you mean the clock starts ticking? Cicchetti's dead like next turn.
Well, okay, that's probably true, except for the fact that Harness by Force exists. Could kill him. This is awesome. He's going to get in for 8. He's got the Bellower to follow up to, well, just to kill Cicchetti, probably.
9 lands for Antonio?
Cicchetti wisely keeping 2 mountains in hand here, though, so he doesn't lose both of them on his next upkeep.
Yeah.
That's Bellower number 2 out of
It
his
is.
hand? He's just going to shuffle away that other one.
Can't wait. Got stuff to do. Does he have the land? Can he actually replay the Demonic Pact this turn? That looks like invasive species.
That was an invasive species.
Going off.
He does pick it up.
Pick up my Demonic Pact. Does he have a land?
He does, but it's a tap. It's
Oh,
a
okay.
Temple of Malady, I believe. Invasive
Oh,
species.
he might get an untapped land here?
Oh, yeah. He does.
Comes into play tap lane. No second Demonic Pact yet. We'll just have to settle for having, what, 6, 12, 13, 14, 17 power. Can Cicchetti top deck 6 damage? Harnessed by Force or no?
Nope. Can't do it. All
Wow.
lands at the end, and Antonio Del Moral Leon wins his match. That was pretty sweet.
Agree.
Nothing like casting Bellowers against the mono red player.
Recasting Demonic Pacts. We didn't get to see it recast. It sounded like that is what happened in his other win.
Yeah, he was peeling to do it though.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
If he hit a land off that courser, he would have done it for sure. Wow, that was great.
Good times.
The harness by force was super sweet, too. That was a huge swing that I'm sure Del Moral Leon's heart jumped a bit like, oh, no, am I just dead? Okay. Whew. All right, well, why don't we send it to the news desk for a recap of all the action from today and Richard Hagan.
All right, thank you very much indeed to the guys in the commentary box there, bringing you all the action from the final round. Ian Duke here with us at the desk. Brian David Marshall getting ready to interview some of the movers and shakers coming out of day one. But Ian, while we are dealing with 6 and 2s and 7 and 1s and 8 and 0s, maybe the biggest story of round 8 came from the 3 and 4s.
Oh, interesting.
So Eric Froelich had to win his last game of the day to come back tomorrow, or he was done. So 3 and 4 became 4 and 4.
Oh, good for him. On his Hall of Fame elect weekend.
Right.
That's perfect.
Which is super sweet. So that means that Eric Froelich is back. Now, as we've talked all weekend long, it's wins 10, 11, and 12 that really count in all these races.
Right.
So even at 4 and 4, tons of work to do.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But still, the dream is alive.
Right, because 6 and 2, at that point, he's 10 and 6. He gets those extra points, 3 extra points for the 10th win, gets him to 6 points overall. If he happened to go 7 and 1 tomorrow, that would take him 4 further points. Run the table, 12 and 4, he'd be thinking, gosh, I wish I hadn't done such a bad job on day one. But the key point is for him, 10 wins, 11 wins, 12 wins. So he's still alive, but plenty of players have the door well ajar in the Player of the Year race. Someone who's not in the Player of the Year race, but is right in the mix of this Pro Tour race, is one of our 8 and 0 players. And right now he is waiting for us. Here's Brian David Marshall with Canada's own Rich Hone.
Thanks, Rich. I'm sitting here with Rich Hone.
Hi.
Rich, it's been a while since we've seen you. But you got back here kind of an interesting way, lots of traveling. Perhaps you suggested maybe the biggest geographic disparity between PPTQ location and RPTQ location. Tell us how you qualified for this tournament.
So I was actually in the Philippines on business, and so one of my co-workers was going to play at PPTQ and convinced me to go, so I just went and played, and then I normally live back in Toronto, so went back there and played the RPTQ. A friend had a hard time convincing me to go play the RPTQ, because usually just play basketball Saturday afternoons.
Worked out okay for you?
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
So how did you come to work with Team Ultra Pro?
So the last Pro Tour I played was Valencia last year. I was with the Pantheon then, and I enjoyed that experience. So my initial plan was to go back to them. I asked them if I could. Apparently I did not make the cut. I did not get voted in. So Ben Stark was talking about Ultra Pro, and it sounded good. I also liked the fact that most of the testing was online. I wouldn't have to go to a house for a couple weeks, make a big commitment.
Yeah, you're growing up. You're
got a job. Mrs. a wonderful fiance.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So you get there. You've always been known as the limited mentor.
Mentor, but
when Kenji wanted to learn how to play limited.
Yeah, you guys exaggerated the story.
Kenji exaggerated that story.
I heard the story again recently that I taught Alex how to draft. That wasn't true either.
Well, again, Alex tells that story, so.
Anyway.
Okay. So, do you come in and do you still take on that role? Is limited still something that you can slip on like a shoe?
Well, no, I still have to play drafts and learn the format, but I did feel like my role on the team was to learn about the format and try to share that knowledge with others, whereas I was very unlikely to be able to contribute much to the Type 2 deck, standard. And so yeah, my role would certainly be helping everyone with limited.
Okay, and then your constructed deck. This deck has been a powerhouse at this tournament. You had 3 players at 7-0 at one point. Yep. How do you feel? How comfortable do you feel with a deck like this in general and this deck specifically?
Well, way back when I used to play a lot of Magic, I would never play a red deck. It's not fun. It's not interesting. But when I actually won the RPTQ with the same 75 as Martin
Dang.
Yeah, that won the Pro Tour. So, so I basically came into the house 90% to play red anyway, And then, very fortunately for me, it turned out that red was the best deck, or at least so we think.
Right. But now your version that you guys are playing here feels very different than Martin Dang's deck, which is going kind of wide and playing things like Hordling Outburst and Dragonfighter, where you guys are really just kind of playing creatures that almost function as like burn spells.
We're basically on the the 1996 plan: 20 creatures, 20 lands, 20 burn spells. The printing of Abbot of
Carol Keep.
Yeah, that guy's good, and then just 4 damage uncounterable. Like
Exquisite Firecraft.
Yeah, those made it so you don't really need to sacrifice, make your lands work to try to combo them with the Tarkus command. You can just play cards that are good on their own and don't need synergies.
You actually just get to play 20 mountains.
Yeah, no, it's really 20 mountains, 20 dudes, 20 spells. Like it might be 19 dudes, 21 spells, but yeah, like this is 1996 deck building.
Is there anything out there you've seen that you're scared of playing with this deck, or do you feel you're feeling pretty good going in?
Well, I haven't really played much Magic over the last year, so like I basically missed a year of the format. So people keep naming cards. I'm like, what's that? What's that? I've called a judge 3 times in this tournament to ask what my opponent's cards do. Like this is not how I used to play Magic, but like it's. So I'm sure there's something I should be scared of. Maybe I just don't even know it exists. Like I made a joke the other day, like maybe someone has like white gain 10 life. Maybe that's a card that exists. And someone's like, well, that's a green card. I'm like, oh, I had no idea.
Right, feed the clan.
Yeah.
Beware of that one.
Yeah, no, I saw someone playing against Paul. It didn't go well.
Face-to-face game shirt on there.
Ultra Pro
band. But
Ultra
I'm saying Canadian Magic has really been resurgent. How sort of source of national pride for you? Are you?
Yeah, it makes me feel like I was holding everyone down. Like when I was playing, it was just me. Like when I first started, Toronto was fantastic. You had a lot of guys like Gary Wise, Gabe Sang, Matt Vino, Gary Cracker, Elijah Pollock, like Steve Wolfman. I'm gonna miss some, but like all these guys, Pro Tour top 8ers, Pro Tour regulars, like guys are very good. And that's how I got good at Magic. I was just a random kid, but they always needed a 6th for draft, so I had to play with them. And then when I got good, it was just only me. I was the only Canadian for a long time, like regularly going to Pro Tours. So it's fantastic to see, people like Alex, Pascal, Dan Lanthier, Dan Fournier, like all these kids doing well. Lucas, it's really happy to see that.
Well,
makes me happy.
I know what also makes you happy are your Blue Jays. So I'm going to let you go watch the end of that game.
See if I can catch them winning the bottom of the 9th.
And come back tomorrow and see if you can build on this 8-0 start. One of just 2 undefeated players left in this tournament. Rich Hone sending it back to the news desk from Brian David Marshall.
All right, thanks very much to Brian David Marshall there and Rich Hone. Ian, developing stories all the time because everyone makes their first run sooner or later. And right now, there's a group of Americans who are not especially well known. They're not Platinum Pros. They're not going to be World Magic Cup captain. They are not realistically going to be at the World Championship. Not this year.
Yeah, maybe someday.
That's right. So here's a bunch of Americans that are at 7-1, and like I say, they're kind of unheralded. Let me give you a few. Michael Durzo, he's 7-1. Played on one Pro Tour before, a positive record, went 9-7, and that's tough to do on your first
Yeah,
PT.
it sure is. I certainly didn't.
Right. I certainly didn't either. 9-7, Michael Durzo last time. Well ahead of his curve, now at 7-1. 7-1 also for Scott Lipp. Now, what do you know about Scott Lipp, Ian?
I happen to know that he last played a Pro Tour in 1997, I believe.
Yeah, now you see, when you said that to me while we were listening to Richard, I'm like, wait, that's my job. How come you know that? How come you do know that?
Well, we did a bit of a fantasy draft, drafting sort of our fantasy teams for the Pro Tour before we begun, and Scott Lipp was one of my pickups there.
So you're like, well, this guy's going to give me lots of points.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. He played in 1997.
That's right.
Outrageous that you know that. What I know, because I looked it up, 77% GP win rate this season.
Wow.
So this is someone who's gone, you know what? I get the 2-day grind fest that is 1,000 rounds in 2 days. But now what I'm going to do at the highest level is laser in. And it turns out I get it at the top level too. So Scott Lipp, very impressive, and you've got a great guy in the bank for the fantasy draft there. All right, now Max McVitie, he's played once before, went 3-5, didn't make day 2. At 7-1, he's firmly in day 2 this time around. So good job for him. Brian Gottlieb is 7-1. Now he is a more known name, certainly than the previous 3.
Yeah, I think he tested with some of the New York area players.
Oh, okay, right. But Here's the big one. Mike Sigrist is up to 7-1. Now, the reason that matters is he is right on the verge of an at-large spot for the World Championship. Right now, taking a look here, he is exactly one place below an at-large spot.
Wow.
So, at 7-1, he is in tremendous shape. And also, even though Eric Froelich made it into day 2 here, with Sigrist at 7-1, a top 8 appearance here, a minimum of 18 pro points, every chance that right now Mike Sigrist could be in the thick of the Player in the Year race come tomorrow night.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. So many players in contention here.
Yeah, we began with a theoretical 51 and a realistic 18.
Yeah.
I think once we do the math tonight, we will see that we are down to probably about 8 to 10. And as tomorrow buckles up, especially in the constructed rounds, because that's where the points will be made. 10th win, 11th win, 12th win. That's where the points count. So, meanwhile, I can tell you that sitting in the comfortable chairs across the studio, having another well-deserved break, is one of our favorite players from Europe. It's Joel Larsson of Sweden, Pro Tour finalist, of course, at Gatecrash in 2013. So let's find out about his 7-1 day in the company of Brian David Marshall.
Thanks, Rich. I'm sitting here with Joel Larsson of Sweden. Joel, you come into this tournament, you must have a target for what you need to do. What was your goal coming into this tournament?
XM5 was the goal. Top 8 is always the goal, obviously, but I need XM5 for goals. And also we have a bit of a challenge of the World Championship team leader. So I'm 6 points ahead, but anything can happen at the Pro Tour.
I can't imagine you know exactly where is at the tournament right now.
You mean my competitor?
Yes.
Yeah, he's 5-3.
Okay, so you're keeping an eye on him every round?
I am. I mean, he's a great friend of mine,
Yeah.
and he's an excellent player, and I won't be sad if he takes it,
Right.
because that means he will do well. But obviously, I want the title as well. Yeah.
So you're 7-1. That means you need to go 4-4 tomorrow for your sort of minimum goal.
Yeah, for my modest goal.
For your modest goal of being gold.
Yes.
4-4, that sounds easy.
So the Pro Tour, right? So excellent players every round, so you kind of got to keep it up. You can't lay off, and yeah.
Okay, well, we just saw you on camera. What tell us about the deck you're playing in Standard a little bit. What makes your deck? What made this be the deck you wanted to take to the Pro Tour?
We've started testing a long time ago, and we found out that creatures like Nissa the Planeswalker, Vastwood Seer, and Jace Vryn's Prodigy were excellent cards, and they were gonna go right into the metagame. And we thought that cheap interaction was a key part of this metagame, so we wanted something to. Every deck needed to interact cheaply. We put the ultimate prices in the black deck, and so on and so on. And in the end, we had a really good more red list. We thought Searing Blood, that deals 2 damage, kills both, and deals 3 to the head as well. It's like drawing a card with tempo. So that's how we ended up with the mono red deck. Yeah.
And how has the deck played out for you? Obviously, it's serving you very well. How's it played out for the other people on your team that you worked with?
I think pretty well. We had 5 people on XM1 before the last round. So I think it's been performing super well. I don't know the exact stats, but I think pretty well. It's pretty good.
Okay, so tell me something about your draft. How did your draft go this morning?
All right, so I opened Jessian Thief, Voidmare Separatist, and 2 red cards. I took the Thief, never played with it, but it looks good. And I got past a Totem Guide Heart Beast. So I went into blue-white pretty quickly. Got a pretty mediocre deck, no bombs, but it was exactly what the format needed.
Lots of 2-for-1s and.
Nah, not a lot of 2-for-1s, but it's a perfect curve. It had 15 creatures, 8 spells, 4 2-drops and some tricks, and it had everything, but nothing spectacular. So.
Okay, and then how did you do with that?
2-1. I lost to
okay.
Brad in the second round.
So by my math,
yeah,
that means you're undefeated in Standard.
That is correct.
It's pretty exciting going into tomorrow.
Yeah, it's sweet. I mean, I'm not usually a huge fan of the red deck, so it takes a lot for me to play it. But when it's great, you kind of have to.
Well, hope it's still great for you tomorrow. Noel Larson, thanks a lot. Sending it back to the news desk with Rich and Ian.
Thanks very much, BDM. More 7-1s because the field is really compressing at that just one loss mark. Stephen Neal, 60% from 5 PTs. Well, now 87.5% today, at least.
Good day for him.
Yep, great day for him. Wilson Mock of Canada. Now, this is a turnaround. Generally, 1 PT, you're finding your feet. 2, well, maybe you have a bad day. Once you've played 3 and your record is 8 wins and 16 losses, you kind of feel maybe I am not quite at this level yet.
Yeah.
Wilson Mock of Canada appears to have figured it out. Because in his 4th PT, he is 7-1. So great job.
Awesome for him.
Yeah, terrific. And I love seeing the stories like that for people who, they come, they get hammered. They manage to come back again. No, 3rd go. Oh, really? And now here we go. Great stuff. Best of luck to Wilson tomorrow. Someone who has been here before, though, Timothée Simoneau, Ian, from France, who is working his way up the table from a distance behind, mind you. Raph Levy leads the France World Magic Cup race and trying to get back after a year off. Well, Timothée Simoneau, one of Raph Levy's teammates, is making life difficult for Raph there. He is 7-1. Someone else who is 7-1 is waiting in the wings to talk to Brian David Marshall. Why don't we get over there right now? Here's BDM with Sam Black.
Thanks, Rich. I'm sitting here with Sam Black. Sam, you come into this tournament and you are hunting down Eric Froelich for the Player of the Year title.
Yep.
Do you have a sense of where everyone is at this point in the tournament?
I do. Well, not everyone, but I know some of the key people at the top of the standings. And forgive me if I missed someone. This is just the information that I've heard throughout the day. But I've heard that Yuya, who was 1 point behind me, is out. Ifro, who is the only person who is ahead of me, 3 points ahead of me, I believe is 4-4 going into day 2. Li Shitian, who has the same number of points as me but beats me on tiebreakers if we tie, has 1 more loss than I do. And Arilax, who I think is 3 points behind Lee and I, has 3 losses. And I don't know who's next after that or if anyone's tied with him.
So you're not really thinking about a specific record for Player of the Year at this point. You're like, I just want to keep winning more.
Yeah.
Just keep winning. And you feel like the deck you've brought to the table is a deck that is capable of just continuing to go through.
I wouldn't play Burn if I didn't think it was the best by a lot.
This is sort of a recurring theme I've heard today. People, I normally wouldn't play Burn, but when I do.
Yeah, I mean, it won the last PT, and then it got more cards than any other deck, and they're all A+.
What's the big change? Like I talked to just a little bit about Rich about this. The idea that when we last saw the red deck, though, it was kind of a go wide deck.
Yes,
and
it's very different.
We haven't seen you guys doing that. We've seen you guys sort of plowing ahead with
totally
one creature at a
focus.
time almost.
Yeah. Basically, like the biggest change is we chose this deck because of its positioning in the metagame, which basically the card Searing Blood is like we got all these sweet new cards, but Searing Blood isn't a new card, but it functions as a new card because it's just totally different now that all the control decks have 2 toughness creatures because of these planeswalkers. And suddenly, Searing Blood that was a sideboard card or you could main deck it in the right metagame is now just good against everyone. And it's your best card, just period. And that lets us, being able to play that card plus Exquisite Firecraft gives us enough burn spells to just be a burn deck. And then our creature base is built around being able to attack into a Satyr Wayfinder and being able to be bigger than a Hordling Outburst, so Hordling Outburst isn't 3-for-1ing us, while not playing Hordling Outburst, because everyone's hate for red decks is all these Scouring Sands and cards that we can blank and we can just win with burn spells, and just everyone has cards that they think the slots that they put in their sideboard for us are yeah, Drowning Sorrow is an okay card, I guess. It's not it's worse than Arashan Cleric, who is fine. No one has great bullets against us,
Right,
and that's why the deck is so strong.
And you're not looking to overcommit to the board necessarily to get beaten by a Drowning Sorrow.
And that's the other thing is the decks that were best against the red decks were these mid-range white decks that lose to Languish. So all of the natural predators for red get pushed out of the field by Languish. What everyone was doing in the tournaments leading up to this tournament is going bigger and bigger and playing 3-mana, or playing Sultai Charm so that they can kill Gaia's Revenge. And everyone's just moving up to more and more expensive removal spells. And we're okay, we can duck that easy. and people just have all the wrong answers.
And I have to imagine if you're playing against a control deck, a card like Exquisite Firecraft is
Exquisite-
very well named.
Yes, Exquisite Firecraft is amazing against control, but we got all these other tools that control can't beat. Like if you're playing against blue-black control, like their game plan is to like stabilize and then dig into a couple counter spells. They know that they have to somehow find a way to close the game or draw Radiant Fountains to get out of range before you Exquisite Firecraft them out. But beyond that, if you just have a Molten Vortex in play on turn 2, what do they do?
Oh my gosh.
They can't possibly draw more Radiant Fountains than you draw mountains. That's not gonna happen. And so they have to have left Perilous Vault in against a burn deck. And who's gonna do that?
You're making me want to go play the deck right now, actually.
It's so well positioned. And Scab Clan Berserker has been great against these control decks. We have two different Berserkers where they play Languish or they play Drown in Sorrow, and we're just okay, either Lightning Berserker you for 5 or Scab Clan Berserker hit you for 2. Now you have to answer it and take 2 more. I played against someone playing Jeskai earlier today, and I'm Guy. He's kill your guy, untap Anger. I'm okay, Scab Clan hit you. He's okay, take a pain from my land, take 2 to cast Anger. I'm okay, Scab Clan hit you. He's take a pain from my land, take 2 to cast Anger. I'm okay, Lightning Strike, kill you.
Wow. Sounds exciting. Good luck tomorrow in your pursuit of the Player of the Year title.
Thank you very much.
Good luck in your draft. Looking forward to seeing what you bring to the table, or what you take away from the table, I should say, when drafting.
That is how that works.
For Sam Black, this is Brian David Marshall sending it back to Rich at the news desk.
Thanks, BDM. This says Pro Tour Vancouver standings after round 8, which means that this must be the end of day wrap. Hello everyone, Rich Hagan and Brian David Marshall here with you at the end of day 1 of the final Pro Tour of this 2014-2015 season, coming to you live from Vancouver, Pro Tour Magic Origins. And what are the origins of this PT, Brian David Marshall, on day 1?
Well, we talked a lot about finding your spark and the Planeswalker spark. It's actually just a full-blown book of matches, some kerosene. Perhaps some C4. This has been a very, very fiery conclusion to day 1 here, where we're seeing players from multiple different teams who've arrived at this mono-red strategy. Rich Hone described it as 20 creatures, 20 spells, 20 mountains.
I feel like I may have heard something like that somewhere before in Magic history.
Yeah. So a very, very old school red deck that bears maybe a passing resemblance to the deck Martin Dang won, but instead of playing this wide suite of creatures and tokens that can get picked off by one card, they're playing these very robust 2 power, 2 toughness creatures, and just kind of getting in there. And then Exquisite Firecraft has just been doing very hard work all day.
All right. Also doing very hard work all day are all these players who are at the top of the leaderboard. So why don't we take a look? And this is what your leaderboard looks like. 2 8-0 players. You've got Kentaro Yamamoto and Rich Hone up there from Canada, the 2 perfect records. And then a suite of 7-1s from 3rd to 14. BDM, in the 7-1s, because 8-0, that's obviously just fantastic. The 7-1s, what stands out to you?
Sam Black, we just spoke to him. Sam Black came into this tournament needing 3 points, needing to find 3 points on Eric Froelich, and he has just been absolutely on fire this whole tournament. He's 7-1. Eric Froelich has fallen all the way back. He's still playing tomorrow, but he's at 4-4, which leaves the window wide open for Sam Black, Li Shi Tian, and another player that I'm forgetting at the moment.
Lax and Ari Lax, 54 on 5-3.
Yeah. So, for these guys, and Sam Black leads all of them. So, we could be looking at a Player of the Year run here by Sam Black.
But this is why the end of the Swiss becomes so important. You look at Mike Sigrist there in 5th place right now. He's sitting there at 7-1 as well. He's on 47 points, which sure is a long way behind Sam's 57. But if Sam doesn't make top 8 tomorrow, and Sigrist does, Sigrist comes into Sunday with 30 points on the line on Sunday. Mike Sigrist will go to bed tonight thinking, That's 1 of 3 done. I can be player of the year on Sunday, and he really can. Also, some terrific stories. Well done, North America. Some lesser known lights. People like Stephen Neal, Max McVitie, Michael Durzo. You've also got Scott Lipp at 7-1 in 7th place. Brian Gottlieb's a little more experienced, but it'd be
Grand
interesting.
Prix Atlantic City top
Right.
8.
Yeah,
just
that's
recently.
how he came back
Yeah.
to here. It'll be interesting to see how many of those can maintain that watermark, because of course, don't forget, tomorrow we start again with draft, and that means Cox, Black, Durzo, Mock, McVitie, Neal, Mehara, and Shah Shenhar. Look, if you're
That's
7-1,
That's a heck of a draft pod.
if you're all those 7-1s, you're thinking, who are our first 6-1-1 and 6-2? Mehara and Shenhar. Those two could be in collision course in pod 2, and that would really compress the field as we go back into standard. Now, talking of standard, Brian David Marshall.
Yes, sir.
It's new, it's Magic Origins. Did we get what we expected? Did we get some surprises?
We just saw Woodland Bellower and Demonic Pact on the stream.
We got some
We got
surprises.
some surprises. I think the blue-red deck, which is, it's a deck people talked about, but the blue-red artifact and soul artifact deck was a little bit of a surprise in that so many big-name players ended up picking up this deck, which, people talk about it in their playtesting. They said, so-and-so decided that he wanted to bring this deck to the table, and he went off and he built it by himself in shame. Like, he didn't want anyone to see what he was working on, and then he goldfished it a couple of times, and then he was like, all right, I think I'm ready to risk your ridicule in playing an Ensoul artifact deck, and, it turned out great. And again, you hear multiple players that we talk to say, well, I wouldn't normally play a mono red deck. And I think, seeing the caliber of players who are playing this mono red deck and having success with it has been a little bit of a surprise if the deck itself is not a surprise.
Now, I am not one to knock the burn. You get your fingers burnt when you do that. But day 2 of Pro Tours, when red does well on day 1, is often the red weeding, because you come along and the people Christian Calcano, who said, you know what, feed the clan times 4 in my deck, I do not lose to red. Now, let's see whether that's true come tomorrow.
I'm looking for Calcano. Did he pick up a second loss?
I'm pretty sure he did, yeah. But people who are on 6-2 include Paul Cheon, even Flock, who is currently in one of the 3 World Championship slots for Europe. He's in with a great chance of an at-large bid for the World Championship as well. Raf Levy is at 6-2, trying to catch Timotei Simoneau, make sure Simoneau doesn't overhaul him for World Magic Cup races. Li Shichan, 6-2. Sam was right about that, so he has one round lead on Li Shichan.
And then a 2-round lead on Ari Lax.
Ari Lax at 5-3, yeah, and Ari basically now needs pretty much 7-1 or better tomorrow.
But don't discount Eric Froelich from being Player of the Year. He is certainly capable of going on a tear.
And he's done that several times out of Pro Tour from a similar position, a 4-4 or 5-3. And indeed, that's exactly where runs do come from. Because here you are at 4-4. You're in the people who have scraped their way in, clawed their way in, maybe a lot of first timers. You come back tomorrow, you draft professionally as the best player in a Hall of Famer. Suddenly you're at 7-4. Right? He can virtually be at 7-4 by 9:30 tomorrow morning if he drafts the right deck in the right seat in the right way.
Right.
And then all he has to do is pick up the wins by playing correctly through the morning.
That's all.
So, yeah. But he's Eric Froelich. He has every
Yes.
chance of doing that. Once we get to tomorrow afternoon, though, 5 rounds of standard, that's where all these races really come into focus. Because everyone gets 3 points just for taking part. Well done, you made it here, 3 pro points. But the 10th win, 3 extra points. The 11th win, 4 extra points. The 12th win, the big 5. Eric needs 8-0 to get to 12-4. But if he can just get around 10-6, 11-5, it's going to take something pretty special from someone here. Maybe Sam Black, maybe, yeah, he's looking favorite right now. But there's a reason we don't just talk about it, we play the games. And that's why we set aside all of Saturday to do it all again. Can't wait. It's going to be great.
I can't. We're going to start with draft. We're going to end with standard. And when that all settles, we're going to have a top 8.
Let's do it all again tomorrow until we meet again for day 2 of this season-ending Pro Tour Magic Origins here in the fabulous Vancouver. For Brian David Marshall and everyone here at Wizards of the Coast, Rich Hagan saying bye.